Good morning, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the 2026 Los Angeles Regional Championships. It's the last event of the Scarlet and Violet era, and over 600 Masters trainers have descended upon the City of Stars, hoping to claim the title of Pokemon Regional Champion. Hey, I'm Joe Brown, and I'm here to take you through all the action this weekend. But before we get started, let's have a quick refresher on how the next 2 days are gonna go.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team-list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of Regional Champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
For those attending in person, there's so much to do. Side events, vendors, event merch, and of course, our broadcast. Take your pick. But for the majority of our trainers, they have their sights set on Victory Road. The 2026 season is coming to a close fast, and with only 2 North American regionals left, time is running out to secure a direct invite to the World Championships in San Francisco this August. There's also lots of cash prizes and booster packs on the line. Most importantly, the opportunity to earn crucial championship points to try and secure their spot at Worlds. Before we focus on the competition here in the Golden State, let's get a quick refresher on what went down in the Sunshine State.
The competition was out of this world in Orlando as trainers fought for the title of regional champion. Let's take a look back on how all the action broke down. The last time Regulation I was seen in VGC was at the 2025 World Championships, where both finalists piloted Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider into the finals. But in Orlando, it was Zamazenta alongside of Calyrex, making an appearance on both finalist teams. Richard Mogolin was our first finalist, rising to the challenge set by world champion Giovanni Siski to win a medal before he did this season. Bhushan Thumpsy, our second finalist, used Choice Band Dragonite to deal incredible amounts of damage to secure his spot in the finals. Game 1 started off slow, but without a Dark-type terrestrialization on Richard's Calyrex, it was knocked out quickly. Richard eventually threw in the towel, giving the Game 1 win to Bhushan. In Game 2, Richard did terrestrialize his Calyrex, letting it withstand a Sucker Punch and fire back single-target attacks to bring us into Game 3. Richard used Tailwind to gain an early advantage, but Bhushan's Calyrex was prepared. Chenpal then went on the offense, and with an Ice Shard to take the final knockout, Bhushan Thumpsy became the 2026 Orlando Regional Champion.
And Bhushan Thumpsy absolutely blows that out of the water.
With 2 regionals remaining in the season, now is the time to think ahead. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn about future opportunities for you to be our next regional champion.
What an exciting finals. Huge congratulations to Bhushan for taking home the champion medal. And of course, congrats as well to Richard for an impressive tournament run. There's no shortage of stars here this weekend, but here's just a few top trainers to keep an eye on. First up is Kian Campbell. Kian has 3 consecutive top 16 performances at regionals, including top 8 in Orlando. Will Zacian Kyogre's strongest soldier take these 2 formidable Pokemon to the finish line?
I really enjoy Reg I, and I think it's one of the formats that I'm really good at. So there's always a lot of personal expectations to do well. I just really enjoy using dual restricteds. I think it adds a element to the game, which is really fun, just because they're super powerful. I also just personally enjoy the restricted that I run, Zacian and Kyogre. It's just a lot of fun, and it's gonna be a good last event for Scarlet and Violet for me. So I think it'll be really fun.
Amelia Forbes is a formidable trainer poised to win any event he enters. The Nashville World's runner-up is known for setting the pace of the battle by using hyper-offensive teams. With 2 West Coast regional wins and 3 regional wins overall, and countless regional top cuts already on his list of accolades, will we see another impressive tournament run from him this weekend? Last but certainly not least, we have none other than the most recent NA regional champion, Bhushan Thumpsy. Bhushan is a rising star in VGC. With that Worlds invite already secured by winning Orlando, pride as a back-to-back champ is on the line, proving he is one of the best in NA as we say goodbye to Scarlet and Violet. Best of luck to these trainers. We'll be checking on their progress throughout the weekend, so let us know who you're rooting for at home. Like we said, there's only a few events left to secure an invite to the Pokemon World Championships in San Francisco this August, and the competition is only going to get fiercer from here. It's the end of an era here as we say goodbye to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. What are some of your favorite memories from Scarlet and Violet? And what are you looking forward to the most as we look towards Pokemon Champions? Let us know by using the hashtag PlayPokemon on all socials.
5, 4, 3, 2.
And then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We are here in sunny Los Angeles, California. A wonderful day outside, but even better inside the convention center, as all good things must come to an end. And today, or this weekend, is the end of the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet era of the competitive video game championships. I am Joe Brown, your host this week, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang, Scott Glaza, and Rosemary Kelly. Just want to say, very nice to bookend this era. In January 2023, I was the first host of a Scarlet and Violet Regional, and now I'm the last host for NA of a Scarlet and Violet Regional. So should be a really fun weekend. But Aaron, we'll start with you. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. You know, it was a great run for Scarlet and Violet, and I've got some friends who are competing. They're really trying to qualify for the World Championships. They, actually probably need a deep run in this event to try to get there. And so I think even though a lot of people are like, oh, we're already in Champions, it's like Scarlet and Violet is still, this is an important tournament for many who are trying to qualify for Worlds. And so I'm eager to see the results of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it should be fun, right? Where I think, as much as a lot of our minds are a little bit on Champions already, I think one thing that's going to be fun about this format is a lot of people put a lot of time into this format because it was the format of last year's World Championship. So, I think it's about as explored as any format you're going to see. We see a lot of really strong teams. I think there's probably a lot of trainers who maybe have some regrets about how the World Championships went, who want to prove that their strategies and teams can still work. So I think we'll see some really high-level play, and it should be a lot of fun, even though maybe it's not the format that all of us have been spending our time practicing.
I'm honestly just excited to be able to reminisce about the era that we have had in Scarlet and Violet. The fact that it has been over 3 years in this game means that there have been a lot of memories that have been formed, also just a lot of great plays that we can think about and remember pretty fondly. And so who's will be the last regional champion in North America for Scarlet and Violet? That's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting time because this regional title means just as much as the Indianapolis regional title of champions, right? Because they both give that direct invitation to the World Championships. And this is our weekend forecast. It's going to be our story we're talking about all weekend, basically, about the end of Scarlet, of Scarlet and Violet. And so what are you looking forward to in this format? I know it's a retread of a format, but who knows? Someone could have been saving something for this exact weekend.
That's what I'm looking out for. I feel like the previous Scarlet and Violet Reg I regionals we've had in the last few months have not really shown anything too crazy, to be honest. It's very much like Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta continues to be really good. And, it's like teams from the World Championships that are ported over as well. But I do feel like with this being the final event, there might be some spites that players have saved all the way until now, cooking up, knowing, hey, my World's invite might be on the line and I need a good run here. And if there's any event to do it, it's this one, right? Because, I think a lot of people are like, I don't really want to build something new. I'm just going to take something that worked for me in the format previously. But, if you figure it out a new strategy that, people aren't prepared for, it can give you a huge edge.
Yeah, I kind of agree, especially because, I think, again, even some of the competitors of this tournament, right, probably looking ahead a little bit more, I think that there's kind of more incentive to kind of just use a known team and kind of just coast through. So that could be some opportunity for players who are willing to be a little bit more ambitious and play something a little bit crazier. I'm certainly hoping that we do, where, if we don't, I feel like it's like, well, at least we get a lot of notes at the World Championships about how to play the best teams really well. But hopefully trainers will come up with something a little bit new here.
I was scouring the usage data of the last couple of Regulation I events, and I was actually kind of surprised at the amount of diversity that we saw with the restricted pairings. When we know that there have been basically 4 duos that have been very, very strong, we're actually seeing a lot more iteration on the way that these restricted Pokemon are getting paired up with each other, that I was kind of blown away that we had 18 unique pairings in the day 2 of our last Regulation I event, and even more of those included Pokemon that were only seen one time throughout day 2. A Rayquaza here or there, or maybe even something like an Necrozma Dawnwings. So there's some hope, I think, for this event in particular to give us something really special.
And let's take a look at that data, Rose, as we get to see the top restricted usage for Los Angeles. So these stats are updated. These are what the roughly 600 trainers in the Masters division, how the stats work out. It is a lot of Calyrex Shadow Rider and a lot of Miraidon there, but this is a dual restricted format, right? So you are able to fit more restricteds on there. That's why the numbers are higher.
Yeah, not giving us a whole lot of hope for exciting new tech so far, but that sort of thing you're not going to use at a high enough percentage. It's going to show up in a slide like this one anyway. So I still believe, and besides, the trainers, what are they going to hold their techs? for when terrestrialization comes to Pokemon Champions. Like, if they've got it, they gotta use it. So I still believe.
Guys, hear me out, okay? There is one Pokemon with under double-digit usage rate on this line, and that's Terrapagos, okay? I feel like Terrapagos, you know, came into this game and it was like, hey, like I have this unique potential, but it's gone quite far. You know, it's made it to finals of multiple events, but I think this could be it. You know, how great would it be if we ended Scarlet and Violet with a Terrapagos W?
That'd be an awesome Hollywood ending.
But what about Groudon? I know it's not on this graphic, and Koraidon has kind of been the big brother for the Sunsetters, but I have seen a couple of high-profile Pokemon trainers out there that have said that they're bringing Groudon to this event. I really hope that Justin Ting, one of those people that I saw, made good on that promise and is actually using it today.
I hope he hits his Precipice Blades, you know?
That's all
like
that
That's true.
That is what, I actually think if you would have Groudon with like 100% accurate Precipice Blades, it would actually be so much more powerful, but just the fact that its best move can miss so much.
That's true.
When the Calorixes are like, ha, nice, dude.
Why click Precipice Blades when you can always hit Astral Barrage?
Yeah,
As long as it's
true.
not a normal type.
Groudon's that Pokemon for everyone who was playing Pokemon Champions. Like, yes, Rock Slide, I love it. I need more.
There you go. Your Groudon's got your back. Let's take a look at our non-restricted usage here for Phase 1. So these are all the Pokemon that are not a part of the restricted tier. And I'm actually surprised that usually you'll get a couple of Pokemon and at least say 30% barely, but it's only the Incineroar, understandably, at 42%. But then everything else is so wide. Rose, you kind of talked about how open the field is right now. This is kind of showing it.
Yeah, I mean, Incineroar is going to maintain its #1 position, which it'll be interesting to see whether or not that trend can actually continue forward into the new era that Pokemon Champions is going to provide. But for the rest of the Pokemon on this list, I feel like we've seen a lot of these Pokemon as a part of more balance-oriented teams in Regulation I. These are just good stuff, so you can put them on basically any team and they're going to function really well. And so it doesn't surprise me a whole lot that we're seeing a lot of the top performers in this format actually be within that 15 to 20% range. But what combination will they be in? Is that really where we get to see some iteration of how people have put their teams together?
Can I just point out, if you took the top 6 Pokemon, like that's just a Reg F team, like a very staple Reg F team. Like, it's actually kind of hilarious to see them all lined up like that. Yeah, I think, yeah. Otherwise, you know, Brute Bonnet, it was, I think, the kind of hero from the World Championships, where it was probably a little bit underrated, and of course, like, did incredibly well being on both finalists team. So, honestly, probably still a little bit low relative to how good it is, I feel like, in the format after it proved itself at Worlds.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, where that was like the one thing that stood out to me positively here. It was like, oh, you know, like, that really became more of an archetype after the World Championships, where I think a lot of people had kind of been underestimating it going in. Still interesting to see both it and Amoonguss kind of on the slide together, where, you know, combined, they're the second most used Pokemon. But I'm also just really curious to see what the rate of Incineroar that no knockoff is, where, you know, hey, it's your last chance, everybody. So I better be like 90%, you know, get out of your system.
Yeah, that's right. There's also only 2 of the 12 Pokemon on this screen are in Pokemon Champions currently, and Incineroar and Whimsicott. So if you don't want to face them, go play Champions. But as our players are getting set up for our round 2, we're actually, instead of looking at our restricted pairs, we're actually going to take a look at what teams the casters, our very talented casters, would be bringing to the Los Angeles Regional Championships. And very interesting decisions here. You know, when we say interesting in commentary, that's exactly what we mean.
Yeah.
Rosemary, I believe you might have filled answers to a different test.
No, this one I said eject button for me because I don't want to play this format, and I brought 5 red cards for the rest of you, so you don't have to play it either.
Oh wow, that was so nice of you. I appreciate it. I didn't even bring a red card with me. I didn't know I was gonna need it. You got me covered there. Poor Scott actually like put a real team out. I chose like Milwaukee Regional Championship team. And
I sort of picked a real team.
You know, Aaron's got a crew out there. At least you got Smeargle. That's a little fun.
I mean, this team almost won the World Championships, top 4, piloted by Hirofumi Kimura. I thought that it was one of the most unique teams to come out of Worlds, and no one was really expecting Koraidon Ice Rider as a duo going into Worlds. And even now, I mean, we saw Paul Chua pilot the same team to top 4 the most recent NA regionals, but I still feel like people just aren't prepping for it that much. And the Smeargle innovation on this in particular with the Runation, I think is super interesting. So yeah, I don't know, it'd be cool to see it take the title here.
Hey, I'm just happy you're here long enough with us to stop terrorizing the format with Sableye Arch Aladon for a couple of days in Champions. But thank you all for hanging out with us this weekend. It's going to be a really fun show today and tomorrow. So make sure you are locked in, following our broadcasts everywhere. You can get them on Twitch, on YouTube, or you can go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. You're going to be able to see we have upcoming European Regional Championships, and then, of course, the Indianapolis Regional Championships at the end of May is going to be on Pokemon Champions. So you do not want to miss that. YouTube.com/Pokemon, Twitch.tv/Pokemon. I mean, guys, there's only one last time that we can start the first round of the day. Technically round 2, but first round for us. Should be exciting.
Yippee!
I like the Scott giving me nothing. That's what I appreciate. You know? All right, I think we are actually ready to head on over to Sierra and Yuki to start us for our final regional of the Scarlet and Violet era. Team, take it away.
Thank you so much, you guys. Yep, Sierra and Yuki here for our final Scarlet and Violet event here in North America. Really bittersweet. I'm really glad to be here. I'm honored for us to have this opportunity to be able to call it. It's the end of an era.
Yes, absolutely. I was going to say, like, it was the last event in North America for Scarlet and Violet, but our first event in tag teaming, so looking forward.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think we were just talking backstage, like, you know, it's so exciting to, like, wrap up this, like, generation for us. I know you said that you spent a lot of your time in the video game championship series in Scarlet and Violet, and for me, like, I feel like I had a lot of breakthroughs in my accomplishments, both as a player and as a caster, so it really means a lot to me and to both of us. So, like you said, I'm very honored to be up here, and I'm excited for an intense week of competition.
Me too, especially some of our players share that same sentiment as well. For players that have been notable and just outstanding during the Scarlet and Violet era, this is going to be their last opportunity here to try and make a run once again, or to break through on a format oh so familiar with. And starting off our broadcast, I mean, two very accomplished trainers, two that have done so much within this era as well. So what better way to be kicking off our day with James Beck and Riley Factura?
Yeah, it's really funny because we were talking about, oh yeah, you know, I feel like we both had a lot going on starting Scarlet and Violet, whereas I feel for Riley and James, like those are two players that have been known for a very long time. Like both top players, Riley, multiple time regional champion. I think up there in the leaderboard in terms of the most regional wins of all time, and James Beck having gotten top cuts at Worlds multiple times, and also bringing his Worlds team here. So I think that's really, really exciting to take a look.
That's definitely one of those trends that we've seen with the return to Regulation I, is a lot of trainers, I mean, they put so much effort into the World Championships, right? So rerunning that back for their last chance here within this regulation just makes oh so much sense. And for Beck, I mean, with that top 16, looking to improve on that once again is going to be key. And going up against a team too over on Riley's end that we've definitely have gotten to see within the past, especially as of a very recent regional. But I'm curious with these two very accomplished trainers, how this one is going to be stacking up to kick off our day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I guess we'll see the teams momentarily. And for James here, yeah, we see the Calyrex Shadow Rider paired with Koraidon, a very popular pairing with the ghost type attacks being immune to the normal type and the resisted by dark types, which is being hit super effective by Koraidon. And a supporting cast that I just don't think we see too much, like we see in Storm and Rillaboom paired really well together, of course, but Regieleki, a Pokemon we just don't see in general, but I feel like we mostly see this on Pokemon, on teams that have Calyrex Ice Rider, for example, because the synergy of the offensive Ice type and Electric types is very, very good, but definitely have not seen on this kind of combination. And also Volcarona, able to take advantage of the weather in Sun, being able to reduce its weakness to water while also powering up its fire type attacks.
I love being able to see the Regieleki. I mean, it's not something we've seen the most of within the Scarlet and Violet era, but just so fast, the amount of damage that you can do, or even just that speed control with the Electro Web, I think is just so nice. And I feel like this team is so dangerous because there is those ways of setting up. If you have a passive turn over on Riley's end, we're looking at the Nasty Plot on the Calyrex, we're looking at the Quiver Dance over on this Volcarona, but also you have such powerful, I will hit you right here, right now for so much damage options, where you have to be so careful not to step out of line.
Yeah, absolutely. Like having the bursts in damage from the Koraidon, even the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but also having the option to set up, like you said, with the Volcarona and the Calyrex Effect Shadow Rider. I've always been impressed to see how set up Volcarona can actually do well in this format with two restricted Pokemon. He's saying I could actually be the star of the show too. But over on Riley's side, we see this team that we recently saw Maddie Morgan pilot to top 16 in Prague, with the only difference between the Ogerpon being a different Pokemon on his team, but relatively similar. We were talking about this backstage because because, yeah, this is not a composition that we're really used to seeing. Like, we see Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, and Shenpao being paired with each other pretty well, also Raging Bolt. But the Whimsicott just doesn't usually come too often with this pairing, so it's very, very interesting. But the Whimsicott having multiple options for Disruption in the Fake Tears and Encore is very, very cool. And also the substitute on Calyrex Shadow Rider, not something we see very often.
I love Whimsicott, even if it's not the most typical with this exact 5 Pokemon. Being able to lock down a Pokemon with that Encore, I think is just oh so valuable. And that Fake Tears to really be able to make sure your other Pokemon do the most amount of damage can be so dangerous. I'm looking at Qianpao too when we highlight the ways to be able to set up over on Vex's end of the field. Being able to taunt and shut that down is really, really nice. Notably though, for these Pokemon, we do get ways of kind of stopping those spread attacks that maybe Beck would like to go for when you do have the Zamazenta, one of the reasons why this Pokemon is oh so strong. So I'd be really curious to see what these trainers are eyeing up going into this match.
Yeah, I want to say that I think in this Calyrex Shadow Rider mirror, I would say that Riley has a bit more flexibility on his offense, both because he has the immediate screen control and Whimsicott, thanks to the Prankster ability, versus Bick having to rely on Regieleki, which doesn't have that kind of priority. And also, since there is no wide guard over on James's side, so not able to prevent those kind of Calyrex attacks coming out from Riley, but we see Lilith come out.
And let's get into it. The first match we get here at the LA Regionals between two powerhouses of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet over on Bex, and right away we will get to see that Regieleki come to play.
Lead, we have the restricted coming out, but the different pairs with Zamazenta over on Riley's side and the Calyrex on James' side. So immediately there's a lot more offensive pressure from James because both his Pokemon presumably going to be faster than Riley's Pokemon, but there's a bit of a mind game with the wide guard. Do you press the Astro Barrage? Do you go for the setup? There's a lot of options for both players here.
Especially sometimes just the presence of that wide guard is enough to scare trainers off of using those spread damage moves. So knowing that, we'll have to see how Beck can adjust going into this turn. Right away though, when we see the Zamazenta on the field, we're going to see the Terastallization, make sure it's not taking out too much damage. Regieleki, we're not going for the speed control, instead just a Volt Switch. We're not doing the most amount of damage with that Terastallization, but this is going to be a key moment in the back for Beck to be able to switch out, bring another Pokemon to play. And when you're eyeing up these offensive Pokemon on the opposing end, well, this Incineroar makes so much sense. Drop that attack over on the opposing Ogerpon. Astro Barrage is next, no wide guard, so we will hit into both of these Pokemon, both being brought down to such low health already. Now, for Riley, it's his turn to go on the offensive. Behemoth Bash first. Not really that much damage, but it's going to be the follow-up that will be important. Woodhammer to do the most amount, but that Intimidate doing so much work.
Yeah, I would say there was a lot of bravery from both players there. Riley saying, okay, I'm okay to take this Astral Barrage. I don't think it'll take me too far behind for me to take these attacks. And basically risking a Protect potentially coming out from the Calyrex since, yeah, it's being under threat by these two Pokemon, especially since the Ogerpon Hearthflame has the ability to raise its attack considerably with Terastallization. But James saying, yeah, I think thanks to the Intimidate, I have enough defense so that I can get another Astral Barrage off the next turn. And I think James continues to have a lot of pressure here. The Focus Sash still intact on Regieleki.
Incineroar, it just came in, so it did have that option on the fake out, but instead just an instant swap out yet again to bring the Regieleki back out. And for Riley, knowing there's the active fake out on the board and Pokemon already looking at such low health, it will be a Protect, but only on one. Zamazenta will stay safe, but Astro Barrage will hit into the already low Ogerpon on the opposing end. Very easy KO there, so an opportunity now for Riley to bring in a Pokemon a little better fared for this situation.
Yeah, I think Riley protecting the Zamazenta makes a lot of sense. You don't want to risk Ride Guard and potentially losing to a Psychic coming out from the Calyrex, especially since this Zamazenta, since it was the one that went for the Wide Guard, it is the only defense for the Calyrex coming out on James's side for Riley's Calyrex. So since he doesn't have the opportunity to Dark Terastallization anymore, without any more access to wide guard, if Zamazenta were to go down, then yeah, the offense on James' side goes up considerably. So really good play to conserve it there. But with the Whimsicott coming in, Riley having the ability to get better speed control, but it's still not looking great. Like the Calyrex can potentially switch into the Incineroar to take the potential Behemoth Bash. So Riley may have to go for a read here and say, okay, I either going to predict that you're going to Protect or that you're going to switch out into the Incineroar and go for an aggressive play because he seems a little bit behind right now.
And that's the thing. So getting into this turn, it won't actually be a switch though. We will see that speed control come out on Riley's end. Tailwind from Whimsicott to increase the speed.
Wow.
And Behemoth Bash, sure enough, into the Calyrex. So low health. So easy KO there. Now both trainers down to 3 Pokemon. Regieleki with an opportunity to respond. But again, that Terastallization, you're not necessarily doing the damage. So it'll take this chance once again to be switching out.
Yeah, I think Riley correctly saying there, yeah, I don't think you're going to risk your Incineroar. Like, it's so telegraphed for me to go for the Behemoth Bash that I might well go for the read with the body press. Like, it's very reasonable for me to go for that read and body press there, but because I know that Incineroar is so important for you to, handle my Calyrex in the end, I don't think you're going to risk it. So, yeah, I'm just going to go for the more straightforward play. And now it seems like the tides have turned. The Incineroar is coming in, but not going to be as effective into the Zamazenta, able to attack with his defensive stats. But we do see the Koraidon come out, not having the speed advantage here, but having the Pokemon advantage, I would say, where it has a pretty good matchup into both these Pokemon, especially with the Zamazenta being so low. So, yeah, I think now it's James' turn to sort of fire back and see if he can get through these Tailwind turns.
Yeah, especially too with having just 2 fresh Pokemon on the field. Terastallization not yet spent over on Beck's end. Can go ahead and just Terastallize right away to be able to reduce that damage. And of course, when you have the fake out pressure with the Incineroar, easy way to just kind of shut something down. But then that goes back to it's telegraphed, right? So do you just try and you double into it, or you try and take out the Whimsicott? Well, you can.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what James goes for here for the Fire-type attack, because if you want to, you could go for Flare Blitz and KO basically whatever is going to be there. The Whimsicott definitely going to faint. If there's a Calyrex in the back and it's going to switch on itself, it's still going to faint. So does he say, yeah, I'm going to make sure that I get the speed boost and have the advantage after Tailwind, or say, like, no matter what comes into that slot, I'm going to make sure it's going to get knocked out?
Zamazenta surely protect with the fake out on the board makes so much sense. Moonblast going into the opposing end, just going to target down the Incineroar. Both Pokemon take the hit so well, but we see that James did go for the Flame Charge into the Protect, which means, well, you just got nothing out of that turn, right? Now Riley still has the speed and no fake out.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to me, like, you want to stagger when you KO the Whimsicott, because if you KO the Whimsicott this turn, then you have 2 more turns you have to deal with in Tailwind, where you might have to get a double Protect in order to stall it out. So even though it looked bad on paper for James to double attack into a Protect, I think it was pretty good, because now you have the opportunity to stall out the Tailwind, but not with an Encore.
Yeah, Encore into this Koraidon just to make sure it's kind of locked into one, and Incineroar will be targeted down by the Zamazenta. Now for this Koraidon, sure, you have the Terastallization, you have the Sun, so it's not going to be the least amount of damage that we've seen. Targeting into this Whimsicott, though, will still get the KO. But as you were talking about the staggering, well, now Riley still has Pokemon he can bring out onto this final turn of Tailwind.
Yeah, that was a really, really clever play by Riley, saying, yeah, I see what you're going for. You're trying to stall out the Tailwind, but I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to make sure you KO my Whimsicott this turn so that the Calyrex comes in, and I still have 1 more turn of Tailwind to stall out. But you can't stall it out now because you can't protect. You're locked into a Flame Charge. I guess I'm most curious about, how is this Koraidon trained, right? It's not the Life Orb variant, so it's very possible that it's investing a lot into its bulk. And if that's the case, maybe it can take a body press, Astral Barrage. It's a combination of attacks that you're not known to use, but maybe James, is playing some 4D chess with us, saying, yeah, I actually saw that you're going to go for the Encore, but that's okay because I'm going to make it through this turn, and it's going to be totally fine.
I mean, we'll have to see, right? Because staring down the Calyrex and the Zamazenta on the opposing end is definitely a dangerous feat. And it's definitely a fate that this Regieleki does not want to subject itself to as Protect comes on out. Calyrex first off with the Astral Barrage. Regieleki stays safe, but again, we're eyeing up this Koraidon and its opportunity to try and make it through this turn. Astral Barrage does so much, though, so much. Maybe counting on a misplay from Riley. Absolutely no chance there. Koraidon goes down, only Regieleki out on the field. And considering that this Calyrex is, well, essentially full health, but just minus the Life Orb, and I mean, the Zamazenta you just don't do damage into, it makes sense that, yeah, we're not seeing the staying power here. I think James knows this at this point.
Yeah, I think even with some luck with critical hits or paralysis from the Thunderbolts, especially with the Terra Dragon over from the Zamazenta's end, it's not going to look good for James. So yeah, it's going to be curtains for him for in game 1 here, but it was such an interesting back and forth. Like, it looked like James had the lead for a lot of it. Like, he got a lot of damage down first turn. He was able to, get the Terra out very early as well, but just with that one encore play from Riley, made sure that he was not able to stall out the tailwind and said, oh, actually, I don't have the defensive options like I thought I had. So going to game 2, I'm just really excited to see, okay, how does James adjust for this? Like, he can't get too excited from an early lead momentum-wise. Like, he has to really plan out the end game and say, okay, am I going to get disrupted by the Whimsicott again?
I mean, that was also a tough one because it was a Whimsicott that survived past its initial tailwind turn to be able to go for that too. And that's where James made the play to flame charge into the Zamazenta to not allow Riley these 2 fresh Pokemon on the board, right? So it was kind of tough because you take down the Whimsicott and there's these 2 big battery restricteds on the opposing end to deal with, or you leave it alone and you get encored, right? So Riley, again, from the get-go, just put up such a good board state that was really hard for Beck to contend with.
Yeah, I think this reminds us like why Whimsicott is so dangerous. Like, if you take it out too early, then you get the second restricted in and you have 3 turns of tailwind you have to survive from these really strong Pokemon. But if you don't take it out, then it has encore pressure to just do exactly what we just saw in game 1, where it says, yeah, I'm going to be able to produce a lot of pressure in tailwind, even if it's just Whimsicott instead of my Calyrex in the back. So there's a really tricky line that James has to go through in order to go through this this offense coming out from Riley's end. And I think maybe the key is going to be Incineroar or Rillaboom or something that can give fake out pressure while the tailwind's up.
Well, right away, going into this match, a very strong lead coming out from Riley with both restricteds out on the field. Baby. And Beck, okay, well, Calyrex Shadow versus Shadow, but then Incineroar on Beck's end.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Az want to activate over on Riley's side first over James. Since both these Pokemon are not holding the Focus Sash, it's not really obvious which one will be first, but this is the first time we really see that Riley's is going to be faster, and that gives them such an edge because you're threatening so much damage onto both these Pokemon. With and without Terrestrialization, you're going to be doing super effective damage with the Astro Barrage or super effective damage with Body Press, and this Incineroar does not have access to Protect. So the one defensive play that James can make that will basically be able to get him through the turn is going to be protecting the Calyrex, Terrestrializing the sort of Bug, which is notoriously very good. It's the only Terra type, it's the only type that is able to resist one of the attacks of Zamazenta while being neutral with the other, so of the Calyrex. So that's a defensive play you can make, but then you lose access to Terra on the Calyrex. So I think James has to make a pretty difficult decision this turn.
Especially too, if you use that Terrestrialization on the Incineroar, well then the Calyrex is in a tough spot, or maybe the next turn. And it's also a really tough spot to, well, would I want to then save the Calyrex and go for knockoff? Because there's Terrestrialization over on the opposing end. So much going on to this very first turn of the match, and not surprised to see a Terrestrialization come out, but only on one side. Riley, no Terrestrialization, but not really the damage there thanks to that defensive Terrestrialization on Beck's end of the field. Now we'll get to see one going on back, and as called out with a Life Orb and not that Focus Sash. Instead, it's going to be a Calyrex that instantly goes down. A big KO taken so early on within this match. Now there's a Grimnade boost, a special attack raise over on this Calyrex. Have to see what the Zamazenta opted for on this turn. It is a Body Press, but into this Incineroar. So we'll take a piece of piece, but for Riley, that's, well, one restricted gone.
Yeah, what a crazy turn. I mean, both players had defensive options, right? You could protect Calyrex, you could Terrestrialize Incineroar over on James, and on Riley's end, you could Wide Guard to, account for this Astral Barrage coming out onto your Calyrex that is not Terrestrialized. But both players saying, yeah, I don't think I need to do that. Like, I'm just going to go for the offensive. And I'm wondering which side really liked that trade. Like, on paper, it looks really good for James because he gets to knock out one restricted and trade it for a non-restricted Pokemon in Incineroar and get an attack boost with the Grimnay here. But the problem is that we have a Pokemon that has priority in the Raging Bolt. Luckily, it's not holding the Life Orb that's on the Calyrex. It has a boost energy, so we're not going to have any stacked offenses here with the Sun and the Raging Bolt item. It's just going to be the Sun Photosynthesis boost. But I don't know if the Thunderclap will be enough to knock out the Raging Bolt here, and because, to knock out the Calyrex, and because, the Calyrex is gone on Riley's, and James is the one that has the Pokemon that are both fast than Riley's, so there's a lot of offense coming out here. How does Riley get through this?
That's going to be the one thing. The one thing is Riley hasn't used Terrestrialization. He didn't use it defensively on that first turn. And if you are looking at those offenses going on forward, we do have one extra way to be able to boost the damage of that Thunderclap, and that's with the Terrestrialization of his own with this Raging Bolt. Being able to add a little bit more to these electric-type moves might be that difference maker as Thunderclap comes on out into this Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it will go down. So now James, already 2 Pokemon gone within this match. this Koraidon has to do the absolute most with Terrestrialization out already spent. Collision Course is going to be the first way to try and equalize the score into this Raging Bolt, though. Raging Bolt is just so bulky. Body Press in return. I mean, yeah, Riley taking that KO. Regieleki comes out, and Regieleki's not going to be doing the most to this.
Yeah, although the Zamazenta is chipped, and Regieleki known to have pretty high offenses thanks to its Transistor ability, so I'm curious, depending on how the Zamazenta is trained, it may or may not be able to take this Thunderbolt, and if it can't, that's going to be really bad news for Riley, because this Koraidon, thanks to his typing, able to resist the Thunderclap, and both thanks to the Focus Sash and the typing of Regieleki going to be the same. So offensively, even though James just lost a Pokemon the previous turn, he's still keeping it up. So, oh, we see an Electro Web.
Okay, instead, Speed Control coming on out. So that's going to be a speed drop on both of these Pokemon. Raging Bolt's a little slow, but for the Zamazenta, a little bit more impactful. And we're really increasing that speed with the Terrestrialization, the Flame Charge, and the Sun. You don't need to be doing the most amount of damage to take this KO. So now score is equalized. Beck has a pretty strong speed advantage going on into this. And Body Press into this Koraidon is not quite enough. 8 HP left.
Yeah, that's a big deal because as we see in the back, yeah, this is a Pokemon that doesn't have a priority. So the fact that Koraidon actually has even 1 HP is really important here. And I think that was an interesting play from James because I think he expected Riley to have Whimsicott in the back and said, okay, I'm going to both reduce the speed of your Zamazenta and raise my Koraidon speed so that even if you get Tailwind up, I'm going to be able to threaten the knockout onto your Zamazenta. But now it's an Ogerpon. That changes everything. It resists all of the attacks of Regieleki and, will maybe be able to take an attack from the Koraidon. So this is the really important turn here. Can James get the attacking correct? Can Riley get it correct if he's going to protect or what attack he's going to lock into, because he definitely has defensive options now thanks to the Ogerpon being there instead of the Whimsicott.
And Koraidon, just on a sliver of health, is also going to protect through this turn. Just this double protect, so Beck playing it so safe, trying Baron to protect over on Riley's end to be able to get that information, and sure enough, Spiky Shield does come out. So now Riley can't safely go for that over on this next turn.
Oh.
Or everyone's protecting out here.
That's so interesting. I would expect that James was the one who wants to double protect here because he was the one who wants to scout out what is protecting on Riley's end and then be able to double the slot that does protect. So now, yeah, the Zamazenta can protect again because it just failed, but Ogerpon, it's going to have a really low chance of being able to successfully protect this turn. So if the double up from James' end is able to knock it out, it's going to be, curtains because this Zamazenta probably won't be able to win this 2v1 here.
And knowing that the Koraidon failed, okay, first amount of damage into the Ogerpon. I mean, Zamazenta is protected. Now, that's going to be the recoil with that. And 2 Pokemon still on Riley's end. Thunderbolt to the follow-up into this. Not enough damage into the Ogerpon. So Beck throws everything at this one. Comes up short. Now, Regieleki is on 1 HP with 2 Pokemon still on Riley's end.
Okay, this is the turn. I want to say this is the turn, but the Zamazenta has a little bit more HP than I expected. Because I was going to say, okay, if you have Electro Web here, you can just go for the Electro Web and potentially for a Wide Guard. But yeah, the Zamazenta has a little bit too much HP left. So, oh man, wow, that Ogerpon bulk really coming in clutch, being able to live that double up.
Just so bulky, and now with Regieleki on just that 1 HP, Body Press is all it's going to take to put Riley in that win. 2-0 to be kicking off the LA Regional Championships.
Wow, that was like a masterclass of a best of 3 from Riley, in my opinion, because game 1, he's able to inflict so much pain onto James with that Whimsicott saying, yeah, I'm not going to be able to let you get through the Tailwind. You're going to have to respect me. And then James says, okay, I'll respect you. I'm going to lower your speed while also raising mine so that when your last Pokemon Whimsicott comes in, I'm still going to be able to knock this Zamazenta. And then the Ogerpon comes in, has all the bulk to take both the Thunderbolts and the Flare Blitz coming out from the Koraidon. And that's the difference that changes everything because, yeah, it was supposed to become a 2v1 and then it became a 1v2 for James and it completely changes everything. So really excellently played, showing how much pressure the Whimsicott had game 1 and saying, okay, I'm going to take advantage of that and make sure that you get punished by this Ogerpon.
Yeah, that was just so well done. I mean, looking back at it too, at the very end, that Zamazenta to protect on the second last turn, it seemed dangerous because, I mean, of course Beck's going to be targeting down this Ogerpon. He needs to get rid of it, right? But Riley just seems so certain with that. I mean, there's no way you go for that without knowing your Ogerpon is just the absolute best. And yeah, what a clutch survival to make sure Riley could wrap this one up.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that the speed order between the Zamazenta and the Ogerpon on Riley's end was actually really, really important because the Ogerpon was the one that protected first. It made the protect fail on the Zamazenta, and that meant that, yeah, the Zamazenta actually had to safe protect the next turn because Riley knew that the Ogerpon can take both of those attacks. If the fail happened on Ogerpon, he would have had to go for Follow Me or something to protect the Zamazenta, and that could have been a totally different game because he just doesn't have that safe potential KO onto the Zamazenta. So just all these nuances of how Pokemon are trained and how they're trained amongst each other on the same team can make a big impact on the game.
I mean, we had highlighted that Riley, I mean, for a long time now, but we're focusing on Scarlet and Violet for this weekend with the last one. He has been so strong throughout the Scarlet and Violet era, and I mean, not necessarily surprised to see that again going into the LA Regional Championships. It's early days, but again, you said how well, and like praised how well he was playing that match, and I think it really, really showed. But for Beck, I mean, sometimes you take a loss, but this again was a team that did make top 16 at the World Championships. Super duper strong team, and one of those things where a couple of different turns here and there. So I'm definitely looking forward to his run this weekend. Yeah,
definitely still giving a lot of credit to James. I mean, he made some incredibly strong reads that I think he had to make, like, you know, going for the Astral Barrage when Wide Guard could have been a threat. And I think he really got close in both games, in my opinion. Like, it was just like one nuanced play that Riley made that like completely changed everything for James. But you can see that his play is very, very solid. I definitely wouldn't be surprised at all to see him in day 2.
And now at this point, I mean, there are so many nuances to that match. So let's throw to a thorough analysis of the metagame as it pertains to the LA Regional Championships with Scott Glaza.
Good to see everyone. You know, I've once been accused. We went to Korea with some friends and met some of the VGC players there, and like, oh, you're the caster who tries to talk too fast. So I think that's a very appropriate segment name as I try my best to explain this to you all. So go get this game here. We've got two really awesome players here with James Beck on one side of the field and Riley Fector on the other side, two of the very best players from North America, showing off some of the very best Pokemon from this regulation. I think, you know, kind of the first thing to keep in mind here is the restricted Pokemon on both sides of the field. Is a Shadow Rider Calyrex mirror sort of, but with different partners with the Koraidon on one side of the field and the Zamazenta on the other. If you've just been playing Pokemon Champions and you're tuning into this stream kind of wondering what was different in the previous iteration of competitive Pokemon, Terrestrialization makes a big difference in this match and kind of how it would play out with Terrestrialization compared to without. Koraidon naturally has that type advantage against the opposing Zamazenta, but tends to be flipped in the this format because it's almost always the Dragon type Terrestrialization on the Zamazenta, which makes it much more difficult for that Koraidon to actually knock it out. I think another fun thing to note here is the choice of electric type Pokemon on both of these players' teams. We see a lot of that Raging Bolt, some players even kind of joking that it is a third restricted Pokemon. It is so powerful. The Regieleki, something we saw a lot more in the Sword and Shield era. It synergized very well with Dynamax, but something we don't see so frequently in this generation. So a lot of fun to see it here. Very quick, so naturally giving James an advantage when there was no speed control. But on the flip side of the field, we see that Whimsicott, and was such a key Pokemon in that first game, as we'll see in a second, able to set the speed control with Tailwind and generally just cause a lot of problems by causing the pressure from Riley's side of the field to be a little bit overwhelming. I think the most important thing in that game, as we will get to, was about halfway in here with the Whimsicott making a really critical play. I really enjoyed how Yuki set this one up too, where you know, Whimsicott is a very powerful Pokemon in this format because of the way that Tailwind applies pressure on your team, right? One of the hallmarks of these formats that have legendary Pokemon is they deal so much damage, and because of that, if they can get just a couple of big swings off, often you can kind of just clear the board and you don't need to worry about a second Tailwind the way you might need to in a slower format. So the pressure here is really impressive, where we see Whimsicott using Encore on that Koraidon to deliberately knock itself out. Not something that you traditionally think of as being a strong play in the video game championships, but even though there's going to be a knockout onto the Incineroar here, which was going to help speed the game up, eventually we're going to see this Koraidon go for the Flame Charge and have no choice but to knock out the Whimsicott. It does have that Covert Cloak item, which is critically not Focus Sash here, allowing Whimsicott to get itself off of the field faster, and it's really impressive here, where you know, even though typically that isn't such a good thing, you know, oh, you just lost a Pokemon, then forces this Regieleki to come out in the field and face down this Calyrex with one more turn of Tailwind remaining. Since the Koraidon is now encored into that Flame Charge, it's not able to protect, and the double up that eventually is going to happen here with this Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta just becomes checkmate, where the two of them are able to knock this Koraidon out as things move along here, and then even if Regieleki had not protected, which if you don't remember from the match, it is about to do, it would have been knocked down to the Focus Sash anyway, and the combination of these Pokemon would have been able to finish it off on the subsequent turn. It's a really excellent job by Riley of setting up that Whimsicott to set up the restricted Pokemon subsequently to clear out the game here. And otherwise, it's a really important play because I think if the Tailwind is stalled out here, James would have had a huge advantage, right? You know, Koraidon becomes the fastest Pokemon on the field after the effect of the Flame Charge. Regieleki naturally the quickest Pokemon, and that could have been a very different story at the end of this first game. But instead, the attacks of the restricted Pokemon going to come down here for Riley and give him a very impressive win in that first game of the set. I think before we move on here too, it's important to kind of keep this in mind when you think of the second game, because unlike if you're playing perhaps on the ranked battles in Pokemon Champions, where you're just playing 1v1 over and over against different opponents, what happened the first game affects the second game, and that Whimsicott was clearly the MVP of this match. You know, it's not out there scoring a bunch of big flashy knockouts, but it's still the Pokemon that causes this win to occur. So James in the second game is definitely keeping in mind, okay, well, you know, Whimsicott was very effective in this first game. It's very likely that perhaps Riley is going to go for a Whimsicott-based strategy in the second game as well, because that worked out so well against me. But things play out a little bit differently in the second game. First, we start out with the restricted Pokemon kind of facing off here, and we get one of these really exciting turns that occur in these restricted Pokemon regulations, where instead of a bunch of defensive plays, which would have been available for these Pokemon, we kind of just see them firing some powerful attacks back and forth here. The Astral Barrage is going to go down first, not really going to do a whole lot, but the Terrestrialization is burned on James' side of the field. I think one neat thing about this matchup is James does get a little bit more flexibility with his Terrestrialization, where in theory the Zamazenta on Rowley's side is a bit of a Terra Hog, where since it can't fight Koraidon without being Terra Dragon, it's harder for him to Terrestrialize his own Calyrex. James perhaps taking advantage of that to score a knockout there. But as we find out later, even scoring that knockout in the Calyrex in the very first turn doesn't wind up being enough. The body press on the Incineroar, great, but really just moving the game forward. Not a super critical Pokemon here. But I think it's kind of this decision that James is making that's sort of interesting, where he's thinking through like, well, I'm kind of expecting the Pokemon in the back. Probably there's a Whimsicott there, perhaps based on what happened the first game. The Raging Bolt immediately. So, you're probably thinking on James' side of the field, I have a pretty good idea what the 4 Pokemon my opponent has brought are, and I can kind of plan for that. But perhaps not here, right? Where we know that's not what's going to happen as we maybe skip forward a little bit here. Instead, it's going to be, the Regieleki here as we move forward, slowly burning this down there, but setting up a win condition in theory where these Pokemon have become slower. The Koraidon is going to use the Flame Charge to become quicker, and then, if Whimsicott's in the back now even if it is Whimsicott with a Tailwind, it boosts the speed of the Zamazenta, it's not going to matter because this Koraidon is so quick that it's still going to be able to outpace these Pokemon even in a Tailwind. But it's not the Whimsicott in the back, right? It's that Ogerpon, and whether James had been planning for it specifically being the Whimsicott or not, the Ogerpon makes things much trickier here. I love the following turn where we get the 4 protects, which you don't see very frequently. I think a lot of times when newer players are looking at VGC matches, they're kind of just imagining double protect turns as being a method of stalling Tailwind, a method of stalling Trick Room, where you're trying not to advance the board state. But I think you can get a lot more out of the double protect here. I don't know if either of these trainers were expecting their opponent to go for the double protect, which makes things a little bit trickier. But what you really want usually when you're protecting twice on the same turn like this is to have one of your opponent's Pokemon use protect while the other one doesn't. Catch your opponent trying to make a read, and then you have a much simpler play that next turn where you can double up into the slot with the Pokemon that had used protect already, and perhaps your opponent isn't even going to want to risk the double protect, but if they do, you've got that 70-30 chance to most likely win the game there if a double up is going to clear it for you. That's eventually what we're going to see here, where James opts to go for the double into the Ogerpon because it's the one Pokemon that successfully protected, even though both of Riley's Pokemon tried. The slowest Pokemon in the field, if all 4 Pokemon protect or switch, or whatever happens if the final Pokemon uses protect or a protect-like move like Spiky Shield, it fails. So Zamazenta's protect here is still fully available on this turn. So anticipating either Zamazenta will go for that, or it won't matter so much if Zamazenta attacks or protects. He goes for the double protect, or the double target into this Ogerpon slot. He's going to be able to clean that one up, and winds up being, or he's actually not going to be able to clean that one up. He would have won the game if he had been able to clean that one up, but as we'll see here, Ogerpon just bulky enough, really taking that Flare Blitz well, despite the Sun boost. Impressive here. Ogerpon, of course, not terastallized, so it's only a neutral Flare Blitz, still taking it really well, but also critically a resisted Thunderbolt. So takes both those attacks, able to sash this Gialecki and set up a winning board state for Riley. So really quirky game there where we don't see the quadruple protect very frequently, but winds up being a really critical turn there, and a really impressive match in general by two of the best players in North America, showing why. Great to see Riley back. We haven't seen him in tournaments too much recently, and hey, you know, he is perhaps the best North American regional Swiss player of all time, so great to see him doing so well, and maybe we'll see both these players again throughout the weekend. So I hope you guys enjoyed that breakdown and this excellent match. It's going to be a fantastic tournament this weekend, and we're going to send you to a little break for now, but we'll be back soon with the next round of exciting action.
See a way out. I think we're about to see Japan take all 3 of the video game championship tournaments.
GMPower's got to do something huge. You've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle, and it's the only thing that will be potentially moving. It is dropped down to its focus sash, thanks to that dazzling gleam from the side of the Flutter main. It's got 1 turn to make an impact. It will crunch. It goes into the Amoonguss. It doesn't get any secondary effects. Those Pollen Puff will take out the GMPow, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. That Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Michael celebrating our new champion, somebody who has been chasing it for so long. Both trainers played an absolutely fantastic game, giving it their all in the finals. But this team that was revealed so long ago was built so well and so consistently has finally emerged on top. Japan takes a clean sweep here in Yokohama.
Yeah, you can see how much it means to Shohei to win this game. You know, did such a great job. You know, was inspired by watching some of his countrymen win the World Championships. Was able to achieve that dream himself right here in Japan.
We're here with Kian Campbell, one of our players to watch this weekend here, the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Kian, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm from Arizona, so the trip to LA was really quick, nice 1-hour flight, so I'm feeling great. I'm ready to compete tomorrow.
Hey, there you go. You're going to be more rested than everybody else. So how does that, you are, as I said, you're one of our players to watch. Does that add additional pressure? I mean, you're always consistently getting top 16, top 8s as well, so maybe you already feel the pressure. Does it feel like it's more now that we're expecting and hoping you do well, or were you already putting that pressure on yourself?
Maybe just a little bit. I really enjoy Reg I, and I think it's one of the formats that I'm really good at. So there's always a lot of like personal expectations to do well. But I think like players to watch, it's just something that's nice to get added onto events. You know, like get more recognition. But yeah, no additional pressure. I think personally for me.
And so you got top 8 in Orlando. So you're on kind of a good stretch right now of a couple, I think it's 3 straight top cuts, right? And one of them being in Reg I. What do you like about the Regulation I format so much?
I just really enjoy using dual restricteds. I think it adds like a element to the game, which is really fun just because they're super powerful. I also just personally enjoy the restricted that I run, Zacian and Kyogre. It's just a lot of fun, and it's gonna be like a good last event for Scarlet and Violet for me. So I think it will be really fun.
And it's funny that you're so well known for using that duo, because if we flash back to Sword and Shield, everybody was using Zacian and Kyogre, right? But in Scarlet and Violet, it's definitely not been as popular of a duo. So how have you been able to get so much success out of an unpopular duo restriction?
I just think that you kind of have to understand the meta if you're going to use something that's a little, I guess, people aren't as keen as using. I think it matches up really well into some of the other good restricted duos that are around right now. Zacian covers a lot of Kyogre's weaknesses to stuff like Miraidon and Koraidon with the fairy typing. And then Kyogre helps out Zacian with its weakness to Incineroar and provides it just cover in the rain. That's just something that you kind of have to think about.
Now, we are reminiscing as this is the end of our era here of Scarlet and Violet. So I just want to know, what is maybe your favorite memory from this generation of Pokemon?
I think my own favorite personal memory would probably be seeing Giovanni Siski win Worlds. He's a very good friend of mine, and I was just so glad to be able to see him win such a prestigious event. And that's easily my personal favorite memory. But I guess another personal favorite memory, at least for me, was last LA. Was like the very first like big event that I had, where I got top 4 last time around LA, and I'm hoping to you know, do just as good or even better hopefully this time around. So hopefully we'll have a new favorite memory of me winning this one.
There we go. I like it. Fingers crossed. Hopefully we see you in the finals there. And as we are looking at Scarlet and Violet, we're moving forward towards Pokemon Champions. What's your excitement? Have you been diving into Champions at all? You're ready for Indy, NAIC for the rest of the season with Champions?
Yeah, no, I've been playing a lot of Champions. I've enjoyed it a lot. I've been playing a lot on the online ladder. I think it's really fun. I like the game's presentations, and I personally haven't played a game with Mega Evolutions since I started VGC in 2022. Those have been a lot of fun, just like testing out all the different Megas and seeing what they do. I personally enjoy using Mega Kangaskhan a lot right now. Another Mon that was like super popular, kind of like Zacian, super popular back in the past, and now everyone's just like, oh, this Mon kind of like fell off. I don't know. Maybe that's just something where I like the old ones that were good.
Proving them wrong.
Proving them wrong. Maybe something like that. But I don't know. I've been enjoying a lot of Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Gengar. I think those ones are really fun. So yeah, I'm super excited for Champions going forward.
All right, and then one last time with Reg Eye, with everything Scarlet and Violet, we'll give you shout outs for the whole era, for like the last 3 years. Give us all your shout outs of what's made Scarlet and Violet so much fun for you.
I just think like the community, obviously. I just think everyone that comes around to support each other, support Pokemon as a whole. You know, we wouldn't have this without the community. So I'll just shout out everyone in the Pokemon community that makes the game what it is. So yeah, shout out to everyone watching right now. Yeah, shout out to you guys.
There we go. I love to hear that. Thank you so much, Kian. We wish you the best of luck this weekend. We'll be right back with more Pokemon action.
Going to be the first turn of Sleep Burn, and it is the potential world where those sleep turns could be all the difference. The close combat, not very effective into it, but what is going to be noticeable is that it's only going to be that one amount of chip from that Rocky helmet into that slot. So making this a world where it looks like Chopper Cross will be able to get that title.
That was such a big close combat. I actually need to stress that, because if you click Surging Strikes, you actually just lose your Chien-Pao, or you lose your Urshifu, and then it's Chien-Pao versus Amoonguss 1v1. And then if your Chien-Pao doesn't wake up, you just faint to 2 Pollen Puffs. But Choppa correctly goes for that close combat, and Paul does not spore that slot either. So you'll be able to get another close combat off into Amoonguss. That did a lot of damage, but if it survives, that would be huge.
And here's the second turn of Sleep.
Oh, Chien-Pao stays asleep.
From that Chien-Pao.
Close combat onto Amoonguss. Is that enough? It is! Choppa Cross gets the knockout, defeats Paul Chua, and claims his first regional championship in the Masters division after so much hard work.
One of the most accomplished players that we have out here without ever getting that championship title. And finally, it hit his. He had that second place. He's had those top 4s, those top 8s, and now he can finally add that regional champion title to his list.
Take a bow, Choppa Cross. Congratulations, defeating Paul Chua, one of the winningest players in Pokemon VGC history. And you know, we were saying, okay, like this game probably is over, but yeah, actually the critical decision to go for close combat twice is so pivotal there. And Chien-Pao does not wake up, but it's okay because the Amoonguss does not end up scoring or pollen puffing into the Urshifu slot. What an absolute crazy finish.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are getting prepared for the start of round 3 here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships, but we have a little bit of time on our hands here as we're getting ready. Just a couple of tables remaining out on in the play area, I should say, for round 2. So I'm joined by Aaron Zhang, Scott Glaza, and Rosemary Kelly yet again, and it's time to do a little guessing game, team. So we're gonna do the classic Pokedex, or guess that Pokedex entry game that we like to do when we're taking some time between rounds. But there's going to be a twist, a little Pokemon Champions twist on this, because this is guess that Mega Pokedex entry. All of these Pokemon will have their Mega Evolution Pokedex entries, which sometimes they change forms, they change typings, so the information is going to be different than a normal Pokedex entry. Once you guys get the answer, we'll show it up, and then we'll talk about that Pokemon, that Mega Evolution's viability in Pokemon Champions. Make sense?
Yeah, let's
Makes
do
sense.
All right, so we're gonna read off our first one here. I am as blind as a Zubat, so I'm gonna have to read off the screen to see this. So our first one, its bond with its trainer is the source of its power. It boasts speed and maneuverability greater than that of a jet fighter.
Oh, I think this is Garchomp.
I know all the answers, so
I think
this is all
Mega
up to you, team.
Garchomp. Okay, because
Oh, I like that guess a lot, yeah.
so Mega Garchomp actually is supposed to be able to fly faster than a jet. I don't know why. I don't know where its wings are. When it Mega Evolves, it sits there with like pincer-like things and like looks, you know, kind of like a spider. But like, hey, I don't know. I think it could be Garchomp.
Yeah, I really hope not, because it gets slower after it Mega Evolves.
Yeah,
so like, that'd be like a very weird
slow jet plane, right?
Yeah. You know, I mean, like, as long as you get there, right? You know, it's like maybe it's like carrying a lot of like luggage, so it's not going like. Yeah, I think I don't have a good guess to this one, because like jet usually to me would be like a suspicious keyword, like, oh, like I think that shows up in Latios's entries.
Yeah.
But it seems very unlikely that we were given
these are Pokemon Champions
exactly,
Megas.
exactly,
Yeah. I didn't want to mess with anyone
So it
and
can't
do
be
Pokemon that's
Salamence
not.
either, because it's not in the
So it's like,
game.
how dare you if you had?
Yeah,
but,
that would have been unfair. Yeah.
I think it's Garchomp.
Yeah, I was in the Scott camp where I was thinking Mega Zorua, which I think is actually the fastest Pokemon in existence, but it's
not.
It's way faster, than just the jet plane, and also, not in the game. So
yeah, and it's not in Champions, unfortunately. Okay, so are we locking in? Lock emoji? Mega
Sure.
Garchomp? Show us Mega Garchomp. Ooh,
what?
It's actually Mega Charizard Y. Does that look like it's faster than greater than a jet fighter?
Yeah, I mean, every time it loses to
No.
Sneasler, it's definitely looking like real jet fighter, you know, like actual jet Garchomp there, just zooming by it, throwing rocks at it. Yeah. Whatever you say, Charizard, I believe you.
Yeah, I was very surprised reading this Dex entry.
Yeah,
that
little Timmy wrote that. He's like, yeah, my Charizard's so fast.
It has better maneuverability than a jet fighter.
Yeah.
Is he still eating glue?
I mean, if he thinks it's faster than a jet.
I want to recount.
Okay, to be fair, I forgot the part where it says maneuverability. So I guess Garchomp doesn't make sense in that regard, but I
No,
swear
Garchomp is
that
so
Garchomp...
much more logical than Charizard as a guess.
Okay,
I think you guys had a better
Give
answer
the
than
credit.
Game Freak, honestly.
I will believe in maneuverability, though, because even though it's always moving after those Pokemon, I do miss Rock Slide on it like every time.
I was gonna say, it's pretty nimble.
Does seem very maneuverable, yeah.
So, okay, this is why we started with Charizard Y. What do you guys think about it? Obviously, it is far and away one of the most popular Megas in Pokemon Champions.
I think it's A tier. I think it's one of those Pokemon that will always be good as long as you have the right supporting pieces for it. It's very nice that it sets weather for itself when it Mega Evolves, so it has ways that it can actually capitalize on the same type attack bonus alongside the weather bonus. But there are definitely some things that it struggles with, like it can be a little frail when there are a lot of Rock Slide Pokemon in the format. So it just takes a lot of proper positioning, I think, to make it work.
I really like it. I think it's like a little ironic that it wound up being in basically the same meta position it was in 2014, where it's like the best meta or Mega that people don't think is overpowered, basically, or like instead of Kangaskhan being above it, it's like Floette now. But like, I think it's very consistent. I think it works really nicely where you can, it can be a little best of one sneaky if you needed to right now when we're playing a global challenge or something where it's got a few like tech attacks it can use. You can train it to be fast or you can train it to be bulky, which I think really helps in the open team sheet format once we get there, where it's not like completely obvious what you're doing. But I like it a lot. I think the teams around it still have some room to develop, where it just feels way stronger to me with Wide Guard next to it. I think a lot of trainers sort of incorrectly think that Wide Guard is best of one cheese, which like, no. I think especially like in the old days when Rock Slide was a real threat, we saw a lot more Wide Guard on like serious tournament teams back then. And I think folks will perhaps be surprised in a few weeks by the amount of Wide Guard they see if they think that's just the thing you use on the ladder. I think it's great.
Yeah, if you've been paying attention to like the recent tournament results, like it is constantly winning, like literally finishing in first place. And Part of it is just the support that you put around it. We're actually seeing this adaptation where people were first using Mega Floette as a secondary Mega Evolution for it, but now Sylveon has actually really quickly risen to the top. So out of 8 of the top teams in the most recent Global Challenge, 3 of the best players in Fede Campo, Marco Fierro, and Suika, who are all like some of the best players in the world, all had Charizard paired with Sylveon. And so the adaptation now is you have a Mega Aerodactyl. Mega Aerodactyl now, by the way, also running Wide Guard. Like, people are dropping Protect on this Pokemon, fit Wide Guard on the moveset. So I completely agree with Scott, and I think Charizard will define the Champions metagame for as long as we play MA.
Well, we know Rose's next team she's building with Sylveon.
Of course.
Charizard.
Yeah, we actually get interrupted backstage. I was actually just trying to pitch Rose that you should be using Sylveon on that team. More like, I think like Evan and I, our caster friend, had both been trying Regav's version of the team, which had the Floette there. Both of us was like, man, this team is really good, but it'd be way better if Floette was Sylveon.
Yeah.
Where
Yes.
like not being able to pick them both easily in the same game was just like really tough. And like I think Sylveon's great. I think I've been using it on some of the early Japanese Blastoise teams that had Sylveon on it. And I was surprised by how many games where I'd screw up the Blastoise part, and you're like, oh, well, my Blastoise has 7 HP now, so my Water Spout kind of sucks. But then Sylveon would like inexplicably bail me out. She's like, don't worry, I'm gonna hyper voice everyone, and then inexplicably leave something at 3 hit points and quick attack it, and like, you gave me all the poppins. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, and like I was like, oh wow, this Pokemon stats are just like way higher than I think they are.
Yeah.
They're so good.
Where it's like people like
Right
double
where
it,
you
like,
want
oh,
them
why
to.
do you still have 40% of your HP? Like, what is going
Yeah.
on here? A great Pokemon. I think that the haters were wrong and Rose is right.
That's all that matters.
Have you seen Sylveon use Hyper Beam, by the way?
Oh, it's such a
It is
great.
the
It's
best
so good. It's a
animation
great. Yeah.
in the game.
It's such a great animation. I love it. So poor Garchomp every time in that GIF. All right, let's get to our next guess that Pokedex Mega Pokedex entry, I should say. It can pass through other dimensions and appear anywhere. It caused a stir one time when it stuck just one leg out of the wall.
It's gotta be a ghost, right? So like Gengar or Banette were my first 2 guesses.
What, a leg?
A leg.
Gengar has legs. Mega Gengar, they're like really
Gengar
stubby
has
legs.
feet. It doesn't really have legs.
It's got little stubby legs,
It's
I
got
guess.
arms.
Okay, but we're focused on legs, low punny.
Oh, true.
True.
But I don't think that Lopunny can go through
Through other
But what if
dimensions.
it did?
other dimensions. You
Think
know
of how
what?
much better it would be if
I
it
mean,
could.
when you get
World of
high jump
Pokemon
kicks, like that is
sometimes
from one dimension to another.
I think my Kangaskhan gets sent to another dimension, yeah.
Or Lopunny sends itself when it misses.
Yeah, every
Oh,
time I
man.
queue for single battles, I get sent to another dimension by low punny. But
There is a new ghost type Mega.
Oh.
Chandelier.
No, well, I guess that exists.
That
No.
doesn't have any
Chandelier
legs.
doesn't have legs either, unless you're thinking about the candelabra
I was
arms.
saying Golurk, but
Oh.
I guess Chandelier
Oh,
is technically in the game.
Golurk has
Golurk
also
actually
sent me.
does
Yeah.
canonically make some sense, I guess, because when you think about that's actually a jet fighter. It's a big ship. Golurk is just a big ship, but it does have legs.
It can
and is
use
a ghost
Phantom
type.
Force, other dimensions, right? Leave the field.
True.
I'm going Gengar.
I feel like either Joe is like red herringing us, or he's actually trying to give us the answer on a silver platter, and we're not taking.
Only one way to
bait.
find out. What are we locking in? He's on Gengar. Are we a team?
No.
Why do none of these Pokemon have legs? I was
I
thinking
just don't
Banette
think
too,
that
but like,
Gengar
where
has
are your legs,
legs.
Banette?
We know that Gengar has legs. They're just the size of them is
They're
what's
just
in
feet.
question right now.
No, it's just
It's what would make this Pokedex entry that much funnier if the answer were Gengar.
That's
I
okay.
think
That's
Gengar's
true.
legs are way stronger than Charizard's jet-like qualities, so maybe I'll just concede Darren.
All right. We can lock in Mega Gengar, and that is the correct answer.
What?
So I guess those like
I guess those are kinda
hand
legs.
things
Yeah, yeah.
are legs. I don't really understand.
Those are hands. Where are the legs?
Well, it does have like tiny feet outside of those. I always assumed those were the arms.
But those
I
are
thought that was arms too.
those are okay.
Because
Look,
it kind of looks like Darmanitan a little bit.
But
with
there are
those
feet. There's
arms.
it, like I once it was like a alternate view of Mega Gengars, right? I was like, oh, I've never seen this sprite before, and I'm like, oh my goodness, it has feet. Like
I'm frustrated. No, okay, so you look at this sprite right now. These things are arms. The things that it's like holding onto the ground with. Those are arms, correct? We all agree? Where are the feet?
Well, maybe that's why it caused a stir when it put its foot out there.
exactly. Yeah. People are like, what is this?
Because it's got you in a stir right now.
No, I'm upset.
All right, team. So
I
Mega
love the
Gengar,
arms.
is it just as good as right where we left off back the last time around when it was super strong?
I think so. I think it's like solidly A, B tier. I think that there are things that people can do to optimize the use of Gengar that will make it a lot stronger than where I think it is currently. But like, it can do a lot of different things pretty flexibly. You got Perish Trap as an option, of course with the Shadow Tag ability that it gets when it Mega Evolves. You also put yourself into a really great position if you just catch like the wrong Pokemon on the lead for your opponent. But then it's also just so fast. And who doesn't love a fast Sludge Bomb in this format right now with all those fairy types running around?
I like how we have this panel set up where we have like Rosemary and I giving our takes, and we have like the answer key at the end. I did. Is it as good as it was before? No, I think it's drastically better. I thought Gengar was fine in the previous iterations of Mega Evolution, other than I guess the World Champions it won. Right? I think it was much stronger in that format than some of the previous ones. I think there's a real chance Gengar is the best Mega Evolved Pokemon in this format. I think you do a lot of really cool stuff. I think it's going to be the most difficult Pokemon to play around, but like trapping is a really powerful mechanic. We've already seen trainers do some really neat shenanigans. I think the Encore disable thing with Ninetales is really funny, but there's got to be a lot of different ways to play, and I think one of the weaknesses perhaps of Regulation MA as a format is I think there's a pretty well-defined group of top Pokemon on top, but I think that makes Gengar scarier because if you pretty much know 3/4 of your opponent's team, you can start game planning for ways to trap those Pokemon and get sneaky advantages where I think there's likely to be a solution to this format where like Gengar's kind of just far and away the best in a similar way to how like I was complaining about Aaron's stupid Gothmar team in 2014 where he ruined our format.
Regional champion Gothmar team.
Yeah, just like outrageously powerful trapping team. I would not be very surprised if Gengar does a similar thing.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about Gengar is it's about how it supports the rest of the team rather than something like Charizard or Floette, which just, it deals all the damage. Like, Shadow Tag just plays in such a unique manner that you can't replicate with any other Pokemon, literally, because we don't have things like Gothitelle right now. What's tough about Gengar is, to Scott's point, it's like a lot of the common Pokemon actually match up pretty well in a 1v1 situation. King Gambit, Basculegion, Garchomp, for example, all threatening Gengar with a one-hit knockout. And so the current trend right now is people are making Gengar super bulky. You still do pretty good damage with your super effective attacks, but what it means is like Gengar's not going to be the one damaging, like getting huge knockouts on a Garchomp. So it means you need the right partners around it to truly enable and trap your opponent in. But I think it's such a hard Pokemon to fight against because it feels like if you get one turn wrong, suddenly you either get Perish Trapped or you're locked in and your key carry now gets like blown up by whatever's next to Gengar. So I think it's a exceptionally difficult Pokemon to pilot, much harder than Charizard or Floette. But to Scott's point, yeah, I think if like you can crack the code and team building around it, that might be the key to solving the format.
Yeah, I think, I actually think, going back to it, I think the first regional I ever attended was when you won, but that was Philly, right? With
Philadelphia,
the Rockslide Mawile,
yes,
right?
Yes, Rockslide
Yeah, that was actually the first regional
beat
I ever
Charizard.
attended.
We're talking about being, I was so sick of fighting Charizard. I was like, I'm going to trap you in with Gothitelle. I've got Salamence to make you sad. I've got Rotom-Key to make you sad. And if I've got Trick Room, I've got Mawile to make you sad as well. I'm just going to click that Rockslide button to delete Charizard.
Those were the days. Also, very bold statement for Scott to say Gengar's the best Mega in the game when Mega Emboar exists, you know?
I forgot about him. I will not lie.
I look forward to an exciting Pokemon.com Mega Emboar strategy article soon. We hired Jamie Boyd. He did his best. That's all I'll say.
If there's anyone that can make Mega Emboar work, I would trust Jamie Boyd. So.
All right, let's get on to our next guest, that Mega Pokedex here. It's better at beating things than grasping them. When it battles for a long time, the weight of its pincers become too much to bear.
This is Mega Crabominable, right?
What?
Surely.
I was going to say Mega Pincer.
Oh, no, I agree with Rose.
No,
the CS thing is very critical here.
I think it's Mega Crab.
Okay, yeah, yes, fair.
Why would it be Mega Crabominable?
Because it's just beating things up.
That's fair.
It's just...
What counts as a pincer, though? Does a crab have pincers?
Yeah, but it has, like, you know...
yeah.
But they're, like, enlarged.
They are. Did anyone else get absolutely obliterated by the two Mega Crabominables in the DLC? Raise your hand, show hands.
Hi, I've also gotten obliterated on ladder. Like, this Pokemon is surprisingly very funny. Like, I think it only does like a couple things really well, but when you get the conditions for it to do those things really well, you do just lose if you're in that.
Are you sure it's not Mega Pincer?
Yeah, I'm not even Mega Crab. I'm not
I thought it was Pincer. I'm the dummy that's like, yeah, pincers, you know, pincer. I see.
But maybe I'm the dummy. I'm just like
Scott. You're the middle ground here. You got to break the tie.
Oh no, I think this is definitely Caramel. Who, by the way, For me, it's only crushed my hopes and dreams, where I fell for some of the hoaxes about what its ability might be. I was like, oh man, Crabominable, I'm so excited. I'm going to use this Pokemon. Like, maybe not.
All right, I think we're locking in Mega Crabominable.
Show me.
All right,
Big
show
crab.
us the pincers. It's
No!
Mega Scizor.
Oh, no. Also, okay.
It was a red herring the whole time, Rose.
Get it red?
It's actually
'Cause
red.
Hey.
I didn't even do that on purpose. Let's
No.
go.
Although
no.
I kind of, I see it too. I mean, I think like Rose could still do like the clamping gesture again. It still works for
Okay, so Mega Scizor has had viability in the past, just as a really strong, Swords Dance, Bullet Punch, great into Xerneas, and now that we have kind of mini Xerneas with Mega Floette, it's back in the metagame.
Scizor is an interesting one to me. I always feel like this Pokemon on paper will be better than it is in practice. So like there are a couple of ways that I feel like I've seen it run, and I'm always so excited because of the ability. I'm like, oh, Bullet Punch is gonna feel so nice. And then you, even with a Sword Stance, like don't actually get a one-hit knockout onto any of the
And
fairy
Incineroar
types
swaps in and intimidates.
format. So I'm like, you need a setup turn, and you don't get a one-hit knockout with like what is supposed to be a strong same type attack bonus attack. I think Scizor might be C tier, guys. I don't know.
What do you think, Scott?
Maybe worse than that.
Ooh, I'm definitely higher than that. I mean, I'm not like as high as I want to be. So, honestly, if I went only based on my own experiences, I would actually have it very high on the list. Where Scizor's been incredible for me. I've actually played this Pokemon a lot. I am biased to this one. Actually, so is Aaron. Where maybe with the audience disclosure here, if you're basing your team decisions based around this panel, Aaron won, what, 2 national championships with it, and I played it at Worlds the year I was a competitor instead of a commentator. So like, it's Pokemon near and dear to my heart. So I always try it out, and I think for me, I'm not used to the Sword Stance version as you have to play now, because I was playing Swagger back then with the self-swagger thing, and that plays very differently. I've been very impressed by it. I played it a bunch next to Coil Milotic, which I'm sure is everyone's favorite Pokemon, and I'm sorry if I'm about to induce some toxicity onto the ladder. But like, I thought it was like actually kind of incredible, where there was a shocking amount of teams I ran into where they just like couldn't beat Milotic Scizor. Either like they just couldn't break the board very well, or like I would just click Swords Dance and Coil, and whoever they didn't target would just kind of blow them up. The problem I have with it, and kind of just physical megas in general, is that Regulation MA has very few like really strong special attackers, and they're almost all Mega Evolved Pokemon. And I think if you're using Mega Scizor, it tends to cause team matchup problems. But I think Scizor's strength as an individual Pokemon is like really high, and if there were like stronger special attackers in the format, I'd like have it at like near the AS range. Especially if Floette was actually as overpowered as people think, which like, I kind of disagree at a little bit. But I think it's like low A, high B, and it's mostly the context of other Pokemon that weaken it a little bit.
Fascinating.
Well, Aaron, we know that Carson Confer won LAIC with the Rain Mega Scizor team, and many teams right now in Champions are dual Megas with Mega Floette on it, and they're just choosing to opt out of that mirror by having Scizor as the kind of counter for the Floette teams.
Yeah, I think Scizor is probably best in this format with another Mega Evolution, specifically because Fire is just so threatening, and so Charizard's obviously everywhere. Rain solves for part of that, obviously, but it's part of the reason why you see like Mega Tyranitar being a common partner with Scizor, because you just bring Tyranitar into the Sun matchup. What's cool about Mega Scizor is that it works as a standalone Pokemon as well, so even if you don't Mega Evolve it, you can still just be a pretty strong Pokemon with Swords Dance and Bullet Punch. So yeah, I think it's interesting. It is not the easiest maybe to use because the ladder right now is overrun by Charizard teams, for example, but to Scott's point, if you pair it with the right partner, suddenly that Charizard becomes way less oppressive. And if you think about the Charizard teams right now, well, what do they have on them, right? Like Basculegion, King Gambit, Sylveon, like Scizor actually does pretty well into a lot of those. And I think one of Scizor's selling points is it actually feels really difficult to knock out if you don't have fire type damage on your team. Like you often have to launch 3-4 attacks into it to actually get the knockout. So I haven't actually used it that much, but I think it has a lot of strength just to be able to blow up something like Sylveon or Floette in a format where those are like everywhere right now, right? Like they're taking over the format, it feels like, and having something like it say, you know what, I'm just gonna Mega Evolve and Bullet Punch you and also resist your damage in itself is quite appealing.
And you eat everybody's citrus berry, you eat their lum berries,
That's
right?
true.
I think that's actually like a non-trivial point because this is like the most berry-based format we've had in such a long time because of the lack of items, right? And so being able to steal away citrus berries is actually so nice because most teams will have a citrus berry these days.
I kind of like double of it too, because I feel like one of the other things that like hurts Scizor as a Pokemon, not so much Mega Scizor, is that One of the reasons why I think it works to use Mega Scizor really well is like your second Mega is that like there's nothing to give regular Scizor anyway. He's like, bro, where's my life orb?
No Steel Gem, no life
so
orb.
I feel like he's taking his revenge. Like, fine, if I can't have an item that actually does something, neither can anyone else. My berry. Like,
Scott, the one item I saw like a regular Scizor team today, and the item it had was a citrus berry. So
it's hungry. It wants to go to the stack zone.
Okay, maybe I look the fool over here, but every time that I have played against it, I have had a fire type like move on my team.
So you're ready.
Mega Meganium is ready to punch the Scizor in the face. So I guess that's my bias, is the fact that every time I have played against it, it's felt like it has not done nearly enough into my team that I would have liked to be able to see of this Pokemon. But I agree with you guys, like on the right team, it can be very good. I just haven't seen the right team yet.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where, like, under the skills of someone who's, like, good enough to win, you know, a Regionals, Internats, Worlds, it could look probably absolutely amazing, but on, like, just a regular team, it can feel super underwhelming because I think, like, part of the skill in Pokemon is recognizing when do I actually bring this Pokemon into the matchup, and if you're just bringing Scizor into every game and there's Charizards everywhere, you're probably not going to have a lot of success.
I think it's really important to know your calcs with it, too, just because it's kind of one of those Pokemon where, like, often you're like, okay, I can Swords Dance once, now I'm kind of all in, and, like, knowing exactly how much Bullet Punch does, like, oh, like, I have to protect here, like, oh, I don't have to protect here, oh, I have to use a spread move with my other Pokemon. I think, yeah, it's easy to kind of look a fool if you're not really careful about the board state, but when it's good, it's incredible, or it's definitely one I do recommend trying out. It's just, yeah, I wish there were a few more special attacking Pokemon to make it easier to play.
Someone solve the format for me.
I was going to say, unfortunately for Rose, we are not going to have Mega Floette, or not Floette, Mega Meganium as an answer because its Pokedex entry literally has Meganium and Mega Soul in the definition. So if you
just put it and like censored it, like put it as blanks and see, we could have gotten it.
And it would have just been the easiest guess of all time. So let's see what our next guess that Mega Pokedex entry is. Due to the colossal power poured into it, this Pokemon's back split right open. Its destructive instincts are the only thing keeping it moving.
Blastoise? Its back split open?
Scott before breakfast.
Where's my coffee?
Its back splits open.
I know this one.
It has to be camera upped, right?
It I mean,
but
it does
still has humps.
But now they're flowing lava.
I mean, that's pretty sick, yeah.
I think I will say there are a lot of Pokemon that do expand when they evolve. So not just camera up. I'll steer you into is not camera up. There are other Pokemon that kind of get some things going on.
Tyranitar, Blastoise. That's where my head's at.
But Tyranitar grows spikes. It doesn't like split open, does it?
But sometimes after Scizor fights it.
Yeah, well,
it splits open when it's hit by close combat. It just actually crumbles.
Tyranitar, no!
My guy.
Like, it feels like Tyranitar because Tyranitar feels so destructive, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's like strong dark type vibes of this Pokedex entry.
I mean, I'm inclined to disagree with Scott anyway because he knows the answers to these.
Well, I don't know if I do. I mean, that was what I was thinking too. So Aaron also saying is good. But hey, you know, after the Charizard question, I'm half expecting like, no, it's Venusaur, you idiots.
Yeah.
And also, let's be honest though. Would I really run this segment without showing off my boy Tyranitar?
That's actually so true. I'm happy to log in.
It's gonna be so great when the answer is not Tyranitar.
If it's camera upped, I'm leaving.
All right, let's see. Is it camera up? No, it is Mega Turn. So here's where this discussion starts, Aaron. Many people would argue that regular Tyranitar is better than the Mega because you at least have access to the Chople Berry.
False.
Yeah, those people are dumb.
I actually think there's that's actually so. I wasn't gonna say that.
I didn't say I said it. I said I'm scouring YouTube videos and a lot of people are deciding to go Chople instead of Mega.
I think that the Mega's better.
I actually want to look at the damage count because if it's like Admin Sneasler is so common now, and it's like I know Admin Sneasler is a 50% chance to Oko King Gambit with Chople Berry, so I'm like I would actually probably run like Focus Sash or maybe a Scarf instead on Tyranitar if I were putting an item on it personally. But I just think the ability to Mega Evolve is so important for weather matchups, and like Charizard teams are everywhere right now, and like Tyranitar is like one of those few Pokemon that actually makes those teams like really struggle based on how you play with it, because the Charizard will like high-level players will spend multiple turns not even Mega Evolving just to bait you to Mega Evolve, but then you also just don't have to Mega Evolve in response, and the fact that you can make Charizard so much weaker just by having a Mega Stone and not clicking it, I think is such a big testament to its strength.
Yeah. Same thing with like Frostlass, as that's been going around. Trying to think about. That's the only other one that I'm thinking of that I'm like, oh, I really want to have Mega Tyranitar.
It's positive into all the other weapons.
Incredibly good, I think. Where like I've been playing a lot of Sand, where I think the thing I earned most of my championship points on as a player is just like mindlessly playing Sand teams and just like coasting to early top cut losses. So feel right at home, like doing okay but not great on champions with Sand. Yeah, I mean, I think it's so good in the Tyranitar the Charizard matchup, which I think is a huge one. I'd still rather play the Tyranitar side of the Rain matchup, even though it's weak to like every Pokemon on that team, just because it can enable its friends to beat up the Rain team pretty well. I think it's also just like scary bulky, where like the stats matter a lot, and like the kind of the nature of these Pokemon that naturally have high stats when they Mega Evolve, usually the stats you gain from Mega Evolution aren't super well optimized. But like getting bulkier and something like that is still good, especially because having an alive Tyranitar versus a knocked out Tyranitar is a huge difference in the Weather War so frequently. I just think it's really strong, and like, yeah, I had similar issues. I did try regular Tyranitar a lot, which, you know, as a mostly Gen 5 player, that's where my experience is. Like, man, it would really be convenient if this is good. I think Scarfar in particular, I was kind of disappointed by. I think both because it's not fast enough, where like even before you kind of had to run Jolly, but like now you really need to be Jolly, and then like, well, like Unburdened Sneasler still ruins your life.
Mega Aerodactyl, opposing Scarf Basculegion.
Yeah, even like regular Basculegion where Aqua Jet hits you hard. Scarf Garchomp being so popular is really annoying. It's like, what do you mean I can't Rock Slide spam
What do you mean
things?
I can't go Terra Flying? Like,
yeah,
no.
it's life's tough. Yeah, I mean, like, I do think, like, jokes aside, I get the defensive item thing, because, yeah, like, you know, if you can Mega Evolve something else, great. I think the problem is, like, it's tough to fit another Mega Evolution on the Tyranitar teams anyway, where, like, I've tried, like, the double Mega Tyranitar Meganium thing, and, like, pretty quickly, I was
I've
like,
done
oh.
that.
Yeah, it's like, Meganium is, like, the part of a team I thought was weakest, personally.
That's true.
And, like...
4 rows.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Tyranitar is like, awesome. Like, I did not love Mega Tyranitar the first time around, but I think, to me, it's like one of those like high A options this time.
There are some really important defensive calcs, to your point, that I think Mega Tyranitar gets that you just don't get with the non-Mega version. For example, you can live Basculegion's Wave Crash if you Mega Evolve Tyranitar. I cannot say the same if you don't do that, so that's on you. But the Rain is active, then don't forget it. Neither of those are gonna live the Basculegion Wave Crash. But if you have Stand Up and you're Mega Evolved, you can actually survive. Another thing is like Stomping Tantrum from Garchomp, even with Soft Sand, you can survive that too. So there are some really important things that I think are very impactful with that, on top of the fact that you also get some extra attack stats when you Mega Evolve. So think about like Knockoff, you can one-shot Mega Gengar, you can also one-shot Mega Frostlass. Like, there's just some really important dark type attacks too that I'm like, oh yes, I would rather Mega Evolve Tyranitar here, ensure that I can get a KO, rather than like preserve that for later.
Yeah, and I think my favorite part with the Mega Tyranitar, like the unsung hero portion of it, is that just a little bit of additional speed it receives, because in this format in particular, there's not a lot of fast Pokemon. Like Mega Meganium is a speedster in this format just with the tier that it's at. So now the Mega Tyranitar, it outspeeds Sinistcha, it outspeeds Incineroar, it outspeeds the Frigoraph, like all of those Pokemon that are kind of in the same speed tier. Now, even without investing in speed, you can get the jump over them and start flinching them with Rock Slide.
Yeah, I think my prediction for where Mega Tyranitar teams will go is either like Mega Tyranitar enabling Sand like Excadrill, and then Aiza Soul Mega, or we've seen it with Mega Scovillain and Scizor as secondary Megas right now, and so I think like both of those make a lot of sense, where it's like Mega Scovillain probably ends up megging most of the games when you bring it, because Tyranitar still works as a standalone Pokemon and Scovillain protects it so well by burning things like Sneasler. But if you're up against opposing Charizard, then suddenly you have this Mega Evolution with Tyranitar. So I don't know, I think it is like a very interesting and powerful Pokemon, and like, yeah, it doesn't love going up against Sneasler, but once again, if you support it properly, it can feel amazing. And I think also being able to break Focus Ashes with Sand is like a non-trivial fact in this format, when, for example, Focus Ash Basculegion is like one of the top trends on top teams right now, and it's so much harder to use when you're like, oh my gosh, I actually like probably won't get value out of my Sash.
Yeah, I think it's really strong just in general, where like, it's one of the reasons why I played Sand back then, is because we were playing close team sheet at the time. It's like, well, especially in earlier rounds of the tournament, where there tended to be, let's say, more offensive Pokemon than perhaps you would see on the ladder nowadays. It's like, oh, there's a sash somewhere. I don't want to have to guess correctly on where it is. Like, Tyranitar, just deal with this for me. And I think that's really strong in a game where, like, since there's fewer options for held items, more people just kind of by default use Focus Sash, right? Where by the time you get to the 5th, 6th item on the team, you're kind of already digging pretty deep into the bottom of the barrel. So your Sash is going to be there somewhere, like 9 times out of 10. I think that's really strong. I think one thing I'm excited to see is kind of I think both Tyranitar as a Flex Mega and Aerodactyl as a Flex Mega are both so strong. I think once we start seeing more official events, kind of seeing where trainers opt to go for one Pokemon or the other, and if best of 3 versus best of 1 changes anything is going to be really interesting to me, because they're both just incredible Pokemon.
All right, well, thank you guys very much. I say this was very successful, besides the Garchomp part of it. I'd say very...
I still, you know what? If I speak, I'll be in trouble.
There you go, exactly. All right, we are ready for our round 3 to start. So Sierra and Yuki, take it away.
Thank you so much. How many of those answers did you get right? Because I was kind of struggling out here, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have gone that Tyranitar one correct, and maybe the Metagame would have been perfect for me.
See, I was the one with the pincers, and I was right away. I was like, Mega Pincer! And then Aaron's like, Mega Pincer! I'm like, oh my gosh, same wavelength.
Same wavelength, yeah.
And then they're like, you guys are so silly, and of course it's never Mega Pincer. And I'm like, no. And then none of us got it right. But games aside, we gotta get serious here. Sure, it's still early on in the day here for the LA Regional Championships, but we have a very serious matchup ahead. As said, this is our final Scarlet Violet event here in North America, so it only seemed fitting to highlight 2 trainers that have achieved the accomplishment in winning a regional for our next matchup on broadcast, Montana Mott and Basad Muntazir, which I'm so excited about heading into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Montana being the defending LA champion here, so that's really exciting to feature him so early on in the tournament and already doing so well. But also with Basad having a regional win himself over in the Vancouver Regional in the single restricted format, so a different format that has also consistently performed very well since then. So I think we definitely have an exciting matchup here for sure. And yeah, so many really strong names up here. I think we recognize basically all of them. And yeah, it just goes to show that even with the champions hype out there, there's a lot of serious trainers trying to get those championship points, trying to make that cut into the World Championships.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't even talked about. We're running out of regionals before the World Championship, so trainers trying to get points to make sure they qualify. Oof, especially too, since the World Championships is the biggest stage to be able to show what you got. And Montana is someone who is not a stranger to that stage either. Reminder, not only did he win the LA Regional Championships back in 24, he also did top 4 at the World Championships the past year in this same format. Though, so he's definitely very familiar, though we do get to see a little switch up from what he previously played.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Montana compete here because he's one of the very few players who already has an invite to the World Championships, thanks to the very strong performance from last year. So, and this is not the regulation that's coming up next, so it just goes to show he just loves that Calyrex Shadow Rider so much, wants to continue competing as much as he can, and I don't blame him. I think he's one of the players I think of the first when I'm thinking of Calyrex Shadow Rider players, right? Like he won LA Regionals with Calyrex Shadow Rider, got top 4 with Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, a team that's very similar to this one. So yeah, I'm just excited to see Montana wield Calyrex Shadow Rider, but definitely not to brush off Basad here, also having a lot of exciting teams.
Going on though, as you said, like, I mean, this restricted pairing just makes so much sense for Montana. But when we saw him get that top 4, it was a Dragonite as opposed to that Tornadus. And we got to see that Dragonite at that Orlando Regional Championships too. So very, very recent change, and actually changes quite a lot on this team.
Yeah, I think the Tornadus is pretty interesting, having more options for speed control. Before it was basically just entirely on the Qianpao with the Icy Wind. So taking that pressure off the Qianpao and having multiple options for speed control. And also having a better matchup into the Smeargle, Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta Mirror, where, yeah, before I think sometimes you might have to make some pretty good reads, use your Amoonguss more cleverly, but yeah, with the Tornadus having access to that taunt, you can shut down both the opposing Tornadus Tailwind as well as their Smeargle as well. So I think it's a pretty interesting change from Montana, and goes to show that he's definitely thinking about the team and the meta a lot more, even after having had so much success with something similar at the World Championships.
And going from something that was like a Choice Band Dragonite to that Tornadus is really prioritizing the other damage options on this team. But if we want to talk about switch-ups, well, Basad has definitely switched it all up. I mean, you talk about that restricted pairing with Montana. I thought of Basad and I think of Lunala. That is what he won the Vancouver Regional Championships with in that single restricted format. And at the World Championships, we got to see a run back with it. But now, completely switching it up, it's going to be everyone's second favorite Sunsetter, the Groudon, to really try and pack a punch. And I mean, there's a reason why people do play it, because those ground type moves, that Precipice Blades, can do so much and hit super effective into so many things in this format.
Yeah, it's so fascinating to see this team from Basad because it goes against all of my fundamentals of team building, where I say, okay, if I'm playing double restricted, I want one special type attacker, one physical type attacker, and I want them to complement each other in terms of offenses and typing. So this actually goes against both of them because Zamazenta and Groudon are both physical type attackers, and I just don't really see that many immediate synergies between, you know, ground type and fire type attacks versus fighting type attacks. Like Zamazenta is often paired with Calyrex Shadow Rider because for the Pokemon it can't hit like the ghost types, then the Calyrex can hit for super effective. So that's really disorienting to me. But I also want to point out this Golden Go. We don't see Golden Go that often in this regulation because it's just not as powerful as it is in the other lower power formats where you're just not relying on your unrestricted Pokemon to do damage like Golden Go. But it actually might be matching up pretty well here into Montana's team because if you can, imprison the Zamazenta and you have your own wide guard support, you can wall Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, Tornadus, Amoonguss thanks to its typing, thanks to its ability, and then Shenpao can only hit it with Sucker Punch. So it's actually pretty interesting. I wouldn't count it out as something that gets brought here. I personally don't really see what matchups it comes into specifically, but if there were to be one, it would be this one in my opinion.
Definitely adds an extra little layer to all the complexities within this match, which will be really interesting to see how then going into Montana's team, Basad wants to approach it, especially too when it is something a smidge more that we don't quite see so often, right? We don't really see Groudon, we don't necessarily see this 6, we don't really see Golden Go as much in this format. Well, then I'm really counting on Basad to kind of have a really strong understanding of the metagame and how this team in particular can not just go up against it, but really how to counter it in a way that should put him in advantage.
Yeah, I mean, look at this matchup. It's a little bit awkward for Montana, I think, because the Zamazenta, if it gets imprisoned first, especially before it attacks, it's just going to become a completely sitting duck, only having access to Protect as a move that it can click in front of the imprisoned Zamazenta on Basad's side. And yeah, I don't know, on the other hand, though, that the Zamazenta on Montana's side is even that well positioned into Basad's team anyways. Like, there's not that many Pokemon that you want to hit with, you know, fighting type attacks, other than like maybe the Roaring Moon. And Raging Bolt has like a pretty good advantage into that. So I don't even know if Montana feels the pressure of bringing the Zamazenta to begin with. So it could be a very easy, like, so I don't want to say easy because, yeah, it's very difficult to manage using not using one of your restricted Pokemon, but definitely can come up with a game plan where you don't involve Zamazenta here.
What I'm looking at in this match, something we didn't necessarily talk about in the team preview, was kind of the other things Groudon can do for Basad's team and being able to support. I'm looking particularly at that Flutter Mane and that Roaring Moon, being able to set them up. Sure, we have the double physical attackers for the restricted Pokemon, but when you have that Golden Go and that Flutter Mane to really be able to dish out damage on that special attacking end of things, I think that is going to be something that could be really, really big. Flutter Mane, I mean, it has been a force to be reckoned with for a reason. And for something like that Roaring Moon, it's the way to be able to not just get your own speed on the end with a Tailwind, but try and kind of limit a couple of options either. And it's one of those Pokemon that can pack a punch on a really good day. So I'm kind of intrigued about all of this as a whole. I feel like it'll be really interesting to see and kind of difficult for what forward you want to prioritize, because I kind of feel like with those Sun teams, it's like, well, you have your Sun Pokemon, then the Pokemon that take advantage of the Sun.
Right.
Well, then where do you go from there? Because you can only really bring one more past that, right?
Yeah.
But that would be kind of my eye going into this.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the item on the Roaring Moon. I realized as you were bringing this point up because it has the booster energy, which means that the Roaring Moon wants to be able to have that boost, whether it's in the attack or in the speed, even when the sun's not out. And that signals to me, okay, maybe this is a check into Kyogre teams where even if the sun goes down, I can still have my Roaring Moon to be fast, to be able to set up Tailwinds first before my opponent. So yeah, I'm not sure if it's a Pokemon that you want to bring here then necessarily, but it is a Pokemon that has a pretty good matchup into Calyrex Shadow Rider, and if you don't have to worry about Zamazenta because you're imprisoning it, then it has a pretty good yeah, a toolkit for giving you speed control there. So it feels like Basad has a lot more flexibility just thanks to that Imprison Zamazenta, but having Imprison means that you also have a big opportunity cost, right? You don't have access to your own Protect. So the Zamazenta, one of your restricted Pokemon, you can't treat it as delicately as you would in other teams because you don't have the ability to protect itself. So I'm sure Basad is really used to this dynamic and can position really well so that yeah, you don't have to rely on Protect to have your Zamazenta in good position. But it's also interesting because Zamazenta is a Pokemon where position really matters, right? Because if you're out of position, you want to retreat, you lose access to your defense boost. So I'm excited to see Basad's mastery of this kind of concept, which seems really difficult to use on paper, and seeing in response how good Montana is to adapt because he just knows Calyrex Shadow Rider so well.
And don't worry, trainers, we're almost into the match. We're just really jamming out to this pre-battle music that we have going on, so we had to extend it as long as possible, really get hyped for this matchup ahead of us. But that gives us an extra moment to theorize a little bit, maybe talk about leads that we can see coming out, because we talked again about all these different options that Basad had to be able to counter. So then looking at Montana's end of things, how much does that disrupt his own game plan and how you maybe want to lead these Pokemon to maybe not fall into one of those traps?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the Chenpao is pretty well positioned. I think the only Pokemon you really want to worry too much about is the Zamazenta, since you can't get rid of it too easily. But because you have access to Icy Wind, you can do something like Icy Wind plus even like a Draco Meteor into the opposing Ogerpon, which you don't want to face down as a Chenpao generally. So the Chenpao looks generally pretty good, having access to a lot of control. I think, yeah, especially if the Zamazenta is not led, you have opportunities to get one Ruination off, one Icy Wind off. So I can see that being in the lead. I think I'm curious about is, does Montana decide to bring the Calyrex Shadow Rider in the front or in the back? Because with the positioning on Zamazenta facing down the Imprison, I think Montana's going to really want to rely a lot on the Calyrex, and I think the game plan changes a lot depending on if it's led in the lead or if it's in the back.
And then what about over on Basad's end? Because again, you talked about all these different things that the Zamazenta really shuts down and just how well positioned it is into the team. So is that something you just want to lead right away, just kind of have it stick around the field for as long as possible? Or is it kind of like burst through the initial leads with some offense and then have that as like the standalone pillar in the back?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think he can go for both options because it's not very easy for Montana to get through the Zamazenta, especially if Basad tries to go for a Terra Dark. You're going to resist all the attacks coming out from the Calyrex, and then you're also not going to take any damage from the Zamazenta if you can get that Imprison up first. So you can definitely use it as a Pokemon that Montana has to invest a lot of resources to get through, and then close out with the Groudon in the back. But Basad can also say, okay, I'm going to lead with my Fluttermane and Groudon, do a ton of damage. You don't have that many Pokemon that can hit my actually, you don't have any Pokemon that can hit my Groudon for super effective other than the Qianpao. So I think Montana will also have to invest a lot of resources to get through the Groudon, especially if he doesn't bring the Zamazenta. You won't have any options to prevent the Precipice Blades from coming out. So again, it really feels like Basad has a lot more flexibility in his game plans, and Montana might have to think a little bit about, what is Basad's game plan going to be and what is my lead and counter to that.
All right, one more loop at the song, guys, until we head into this match, probably. But I'll be really intrigued to see how this one plays out. I think going into the match, what I'm really eyeing up again is just the experience that Montana has, not just within this regulation, but with this current iteration of the team. Whereas for Basad, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, gamers, but I believe we did not get to see him at Orlando. So this will be the first regulation I, since its return, that we've gotten to see him. And again, when we know him as this Lunala player that was able to get such a great accomplishment, I mean, winning a regional with it, to then go into something like this Groudon and this Zamazenta is just such a pivot that I'm really, really intrigued to see just kind of how it matches up. Obviously, he is such an accomplished player. He was using the Lunala before people really started understanding the prowess of that Pokemon. And is somebody that is really good at kind of digging deep and recognizing the skills of these Pokemon, right? Which is where I'm really, really eyeing up, like, yeah, this could be a really, really good match. But that's where my concern goes into this in comparison to someone who did top 4 worlds.
Yeah, I mean, I love the point that you brought up because, yeah, this is a very unconventional team, but as you just pointed out, like he's used to using unconventional Pokemon, right? Using Lunala before it was good, winning a regional with it. So I have a lot of faith that Basad has thought a lot about this team because you can't not be intentional with this team and do well with it, right? It's like this team has very specific plays you need to make because there's some, on the very surface, there are some gaps that you can't just play in a standard way. So I think part of what's going to be exciting for me to watch this match on top of just being a good match is how does this team get played? Because it's not very apparent to me from the surface. But it sounds like we're getting right into it, so I'm really, really excited. What are the leads going to be between these top players?
Oh, we finally get to get into the match. Thanks again for holding on, everyone. Montana Mont going up against Basad Mutasir, 2 regional championships within Scarlet Violet era, but okay, what a lead coming out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Montana, like, one way you can get through Imprison is to Tailwind first so that you can get one big body press off before the Imprison comes out on from Bazad's end. So this lead from Montana maybe wanting to check that, but Basad coming with a completely different plan saying, yeah, I might just have the Zamazenta to the back and I'm gonna make you burn a lot of resources on my Fluttermane Groudon because, I mean, Groudon's just so well positioned here. It can threaten one-hit knockout onto the Tornadus, especially if it has Terra available to it. And the Fluttermane also going to be able to get some good speed control up in counter to Tornadus speed control. So I'm curious to see how does Montana get through this offense on Bazad's side because it's pretty impressive.
Especially, too, you talked about the burning the resources on the Fluttermane. That's because we do see the Focus Sash variety, whereas Montana, Focus Sash is on a Pokemon that is not on the field. So sure, Montana, Tailwind on this turn coming out from the Tornadus will be able to set up the Sun, but that is just not the damage you want into that Groudon. Tornadus gets taken down to half. Fire Punch coming out, so kind of middle ground play, but you're not taking KOs. You're not necessarily taking the most damage, and that's going to be a turn of Tailwind where you don't get a free swap into anything else.
Yeah, and the Fire Punch is interesting because it's a move that typically is not nearly as strong as the Heat Crash, being able to hit 120 base power. But against Pokemon like Zamazenta, precisely, you want that Fire Punch because Zamazenta is so heavy, you're not going to get too much damage from that Heat Crash.
Going into this, Focus Sash coming up as Fluttermane will get taken down to 1 HP after the Zamazenta attack. Moonblast into the Zamazenta, though, will bring it down to about a third. But again, Fluttermane on 1. Bleak Wind will double connect, so Fluttermane will go down. Groudon now on about a third of its HP, doesn't have an opportunity to respawn. Will be a Fire Punch again or a Heat Crash into the Tornadus. Fire Punch, and it will be enough damage. I thought it could be close, but the double up is enough to go 1-for-1 on this turn.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting for me to see Basad like really go down onto the Zamazenta specifically because you would expect that the Zamazenta's in the back and yeah, you would have the ability to imprison it later, but maybe saying, okay, because the speed control advantage is on Montana's end right now, I don't want to rely on my Zamazenta being able to get imprisoned off, and yeah, we see the Zamazenta come out here, so it makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, getting rid of the Zamazenta, pretty good decision because now if you're going to Terrasilize your Zamazenta, you're going to resist both attacks from this Calyrex, and because of its bulk, going to shrug off Tornadus' attack and threaten a knockout in return. So even though it doesn't look so good, you know, losing a Pokemon and still having to fight through 2 more turns of Tailwind, I think Bazad's positioned Zamazenta really, really well.
Well, especially too, Terrasilize, like as you called out, that Terrasalization and a Wide Guard, the Tornadus with a Sharp Beak, you're trying to look for these Bleak Winds to do some damage, right?
Yeah.
But if we see a Wide Guard on the opposing end, there's not an attacking move that this Tornadus can really opt into. And of course, the Calyrex just gets completely shut down. So pivot out, Qianpao will hit the field instead. And of course, that's going to weaken the defense, which will matter a little bit more on that next turn. A switch for a switch, though. Groudon also is going to be leaving the field. Zamazenta sticks around, and Roaring Moon is going to be coming out.
Yeah, if we were to see any kind of Terrasillation come out from Bazad's end, then he's positioned 2 Pokemon really, really well in front of the Calyrex, both resisting both of its super strong attacks. And yeah, we see the Qianpao come in, but because this Qianpao is not the typical Focus Sash Qianpao, that's on the Calyrex, it doesn't have things like Sacred Sword to be able to get super effective damage onto these dark types. So yeah, really relying a lot on this Calyrex to do damage, but typing-wise, it's just not looking good for Montana.
It really isn't. The Zamazenta has been set up for success here. Heavy Slam, it will just go into a Protect, so nothing's done this time around. But for Montana, that's another turn of the speed kind of just gone. And again, you're now in this position where the Zamazenta does so well into these Pokemon. Can't really get hit by too much.
Yeah, one thing I'm curious to see is how this Qianpao is trained. Because of the Assault Vest, you would expect it to be pretty bulky, but how bulky is it, especially on the physical side here? Because if it were to Terrasilize, could it take 2 Heavy Slams from the Zamazenta? Because I think you want to see this Qianpao survive as long as possible so you can get as many Ruinations down and then slowly be able to, yeah, get those KOs onto these Dark-type Pokemon. And yeah, with the Calyrex having the Focus Sash means you're not immediately threatened by the Dark-type types coming out from the Roaring Moon. So Montana definitely has tools. I think he just has to be very, very surgical with how he uses it, because if he doesn't get damage down on one turn where he really needs to, that could just spell disaster.
I mean, for one of those tools, it will be Terastallization, but instead on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, when we're looking at, well, the only way to be hitting these Pokemon is with an Astral Barrage, anything to just try and do a little bit more and more damage coming on out. Rory Moon with the Protect won't take any, but again, highlighting the defensive Terastallization over the opposing end and even just how it would be anyways to see how much this is going to do.
Wow.
Nothing, even with that Terastallization. Ice Spinner, it does target into the Roaring Moon, so again, Basad, such a strong position. And that Heavy Slam, talked about how, you know, with Terastallization, maybe it can make through two, but without, well, that's just a clean one-hit KO.
Yeah, really good playing from Bazad's end, identifying, okay, the only Pokemon you can get super damage on this turn is my Roaring Moon, and because your Chien-Pao doesn't have Protect, I'm either going to force you to Terastallize your Chien-Pao, in which case your Calyrex is not going to do that much damage anymore, or I'm just going to knock it out this turn with my Heavy Slam, and now my Roaring Moon is just not going to be threatened. And not to mention that because Zamazenta does have Wide Guard on Bazad's end, Wide Guard just means that Calyrex can't do any more damage for the rest of this game if Bazad so chooses, especially with the Tornadus only having access to spread moves as well. I think this is actually checkmate. I was realizing as I was saying it, but yeah, Montana only has spread type attacks that can hit dark types, and yeah, if Bazad just keeps clicking Wide Guard, yeah, there's no more damage that Montana can do.
Yep, there we go. That's checkmate. Wide Guard comes on out. Protect won't do anything. This Calyrex Shadow Rider is about to do a whole lot of nothing as well. So writing on the wall, it's just going to be whether we want to click the forfeit button next turn or let Basad go ahead and knock out the Pokemon. But I mean, looking back again, just the positioning from the Zamazenta, the Terastallization that was so well spent, and choice of moves here, it was just such a tough position. I mean, early on, it was just so well played. Sun goes. We still get a booster energy photosynthesis for this Roaring Moon anyways, so you still get to maintain that speed. And yeah, clicking the button, but I mean, at one point you'd have to attack, and that would be the kind of one thing coming out from Basad, but still.
Yeah, I think what's really cool about the Zamazenta, the dark typing, really unintuitive because you don't get rid of your fighting type weakness, but when you position it like this, it means that you're not only taking no damage from this Calyrex, but it also means that you're not going to get taunted by something like Prankster Taunt that could come out from this Tornadus, and that is one way that Montana could get back into the game, is taunting the Zamazenta as being Calyrex protects, and then next turn you get the opportunity to get your spread type damage out. But that's not even an option because dark types are immune to pranksters. So yeah, really, really interesting choice from Basad to have the dark typing, but paying off in spades in this matchup, as you can tell. Yeah, like it's in a position where like, as long as Basad doesn't misplay, there's just no way Montana can win.
Yeah, as long as you click the right buttons and don't have the most insane controller drift of your life, which I think Montana recognizes. That's going to be the match forfeited. And this team that we had highlighted as being a little bit more unconventional in comparison with the current metagame, a dominant victory in that game one.
Yeah, you can tell that it's very intentionally built to beat the mirror matchup here. I guess I can't say mirror matchup because of Groudon over on Bazad's end, but tried to beat the Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta compositions because, yeah, that Zamazenta is just so well positioned. If you can get the speed control up, have the Imprison active, or knock out the Zamazenta as we just saw, there's just such little tools that Montana has to get through it. So that's why it made a lot of sense to me that Basad had it in the back. And yeah, as we see here, getting rid of the Zamazenta early on so that the Terra Dark Zamazenta doesn't even have to think about Imprison. It can just start heavy slamming, body pressing, getting KO after KO.
And I feel like a lot of the time we see the Zamazenta, it is let out because you get that defense raise, you can kind of stick around, etc., right? But Basad instead having somewhat more of an aggressive lead, bursting down these options, and then again, as you called out, Montana had to expend these resources that just, I mean, Basad could just run away with that end game. So for Montana, because we need to see the switch up from Montana here, what do you kind of anticipate heading into this game number 2 to put it on a little bit more of a level playing field?
Yeah, I think the Amoonguss is looking pretty good over on Montana's end, like especially if he's willing to commit the Terra, which I think he's okay to. These Calyrex Shadow Rider teams with Focus Sash on them, one of the benefits is that you don't have as much pressure to Terrastallize the Calyrex because it's going to survive one hit anyways. Being able to Terrastallize the Amoonguss means that the water typing really, really hard to punish over from Bazad's end. The only one would be the Cornerstone Ogerpon. And because he didn't bring it this turn, Montana might say, okay, I don't think that's part of his plan, so I'm going to bring my Amoonguss. And yeah, it's going to do great into the leads of Groudon and Fluttermane. Even if he were to lead Zamazenta Zamazenta this time, for example, you're able to absorb those fighting type attacks with resistance. And I think the Amoonguss looks really good, but you know, Basad's a regional champion, definitely not a first timer into this best of 3 matchup. Is he going to mix it up and bring something like the Ogerpon?
Ooh, that would be interesting too, because you don't always expect the switch ups, but we will get a drastic change around coming up from Basad, but not so much from Montana heading into this game number 2.
Yeah, I think maybe this is the lead that Montana wanted to see in game 1, because you have 2 Pokemon on Basad's end that is weak to body press, and being such a strong attack, certainly going to knock out that Roaring Moon and do a ton of damage to the Zamazenta. But I think the question now becomes, is it worth it for Montana to go for that? Because if you go for Tailwind first and then you body press, yeah, you get a lot of damage on that one turn, but if you're getting imprisoned after that, then you just lose like so much momentum. And you can go for the taunt onto the Zamazenta, but if it's going to Terra Dark, it just doesn't, it's not going to do anything. So I think this is a really important turn for Basad to figure out, okay, how much damage can I mitigate in this one turn before getting the Imprison? Because as soon as the Imprison goes up, you're able to wide guard the Tornadus, and you're not going to take much damage from the Zamazenta anymore.
That's the tough part too, especially too with how well posed body press is into these Pokemon, and using the Terastallization that early feels like a little bit of a rough one, but having the double weakness, we'll see a little bit of a switch out, and Golden Go is coming out to play. So if it is something like a body press into that slot, well, it is not going to do anything. Terastallization, sure enough, will come out onto the field for the Zamazenta into the Dark type. So, as said, still going to be weak, that we're inevitable with this Terastallization. But if it is something like the Taunt to try and shut it down, it's not going to do anything. Instead, it will just be the Tailwind to, again, make sure the Zamazenta on Montana's end of the field is going a little bit faster. Body press into the other end just does so much damage. But that'll be the only time it can do that much damage, as it now is going to be shut off with Imprison coming out.
Yeah, what a play from Basad. I mean, Montana got the turn right, so to speak, by going for the body press into the Zamazenta instead of the Golden Go, where there have been 0 damage. But now Basad, it's just looking incredible for Basad here. Golden Go resisting Tornadus attacks, not to mention they're going to take 0 damage if there's going to be a wide guard, as we see Zamazenta trying to go for that body press, but just not going to happen. Oh, not the heavy slam either. And yeah, wow, like
can't click that one either, buddy.
Montana's saying, okay, are you sure this open team sheet's correct? Can I just make sure just in case? And yeah, wow, this Basad's Golden Go looking incredible. Yeah, Montana forced to switch out here to have a better matchup into this Golden Go, but that gives it a free turn to attack or go for the nasty plot. And yeah, we see the Raging Bolt come out. Luckily, it's in that Tailwind, so let's see how Basad reacts on this turn. Can he get damage onto this Raging Bolt?
Ooh, instead going for the wide guard, considering there is, of course, that threat of something like that Leak Windstorm coming out. But Shadow Ball Golden Go is on the field, and that's a lot of damage into the Raging Bolt on the opposing end.
Yeah, so good turn from Basad in terms of getting damage onto the Bolt, but getting it wrong with the wide guard, not wanting to take that Bleak Wind Storm. And now it's a little bit back onto Montana. You have 2 more turns of Tailwind left, and you have Raging Bolt that has a pretty good matchup into both those Pokemon. The Zamazenta can't protect. The problem is, can this Golden Go set up even more and give even more damage out onto this Raging Bolt that is, yeah, positioned really, really well right now. The only other issue for Basad, though, is that as soon as the Zamazenta goes down, that Calyrex is looking really, really good, right? Because the Translations are already coming on the Zamazenta. Golden Go doesn't have that option anymore, and you lose wide guard. So Basad has to be really, really careful what he does this turn.
Going into this one, though, as called out, the Protect was already used. The other 3 moves can't be clicked at all. So instead of going for the gamble, a little bit of a switcheroo instead. And of course, into the Calyrex, if it is a body press, well, of course, it won't do anything. Zamazenta's also going to retreat over on Basad's end. You had called out how strong it would be for Montana to get rid of it. So Basad's recognizing that and will switch out. Groudon coming out to play is going to be setting up that Sun, which actually activates a photosynthesis and the special attack over onto Montana's Raging Bolt. Something that won't come into play this time around, though, as Montana is forced again on the defensive. And Golden Go, well, you have that option to protect on this next turn, which could be big, because again, Montana was the one that had that speed, and he's had to spend all of his Tailwind turns kind of just protecting around and pivoting.
Yeah, like excellent turn from Montana's end, because now you have this Calyrex Shatter that can just wreak havoc, right? Like you have this Astral Barrage, you can't protect on the Groudon, the Golden Go typing can't be changed anymore thanks to the Terra being on the Zamazenta, and the Raging Bolt being boosted even further thanks to the Photosynthesis boost. So, you know, it looked really bleak in the first turn, but like just these 2 important turns from Montana, completely switching the matchup on its head, and now it's going to become the Calyrex show.
Yeah, and the thing that's tough about this Calyrex Shadow Rider is this is where the Focus Sash is into play too. So again, it's going to be a Pokemon that can deal so much damage on this turn and can't be taken down because this Golden Go is just not going to make it by, right? Terastallization as well. It was on the Calyrex Shadow in that first game to try and do a little bit more of damage. Now we'll see it in the second game to do the most, as this is going to pack a punch onto Basad's current board state. Gonna try and alleviate that pressure a little bit though. Golden Go can't make it through. It is forced to protect. Groudon does have the Assault Vest, but this will still do a good amount of damage into it. And again, with that Focus Sash, won't be able to OHKO it in return. Have to see exactly how much it's going to do. Okay, so it won't be a 2-hit. Heat Crash coming on out will bring it right almost down to Focus Sash. 3 HP, essentially the same.
Yeah, really heads up play from Basad there, saying, okay, I know you're not going to just sacrifice your Raging Bolt, so I'm not going to go for the inaccurate Precipice Blades. You're going to cover that with the Tornadus Switch. So I'm going to go for something much more reliable with the Heat Crash, make sure that the Sash is definitely going to be gone on the Calyrex. But yeah, it's still looking really, really strong for Montana. No priority moves on Basad's end, as you can see here. So even though Calyrex has such low HP, with the speed control on his end, it's going to be pretty difficult to get a knockout this turn. One thing that Montana does have to be careful about is that the Zamazenta is still in the back, and you have 2 Pokemon that can get a lot of spread damage out. So positioning still going to be important for Montana.
Where this could also get weird too, we saw how much damage this did last time, and again, the Groudon won't be taken down, and if the Bleakwind misses, which it does, the Groudon gets to stick around, so Groudon gets the opportunity to attack one more time, and will take the Calyrex down.
Yeah, big miss over for Bleakwind. That's the... Yeah, Bleakwind takes, Bleakwind gives, but yeah, it's going to be the former this time. And the Calyrex goes down, but Zamazenta is still looking pretty good position-wise. You have Terra Dark, Zamazenta in the back, where, yeah, you still have access to speed control to be able to attack before it imprisons. And the Groudon's so low that, yeah, the super effective fire and ground type attacks are much less of a threat because you can safely attack into that slot this turn while you still have the Tailwind up, and there's no protect on the Groudon. So, yeah, even though it didn't look so great for that one turn for Montana, I think the momentum's still definitely in his favor.
I mean, yeah, the health bars of these Pokemon are just so strong, and it's called out, like, yeah, nothing really hits the Zamazenta in the way that would really need to about at this point. So still set up pretty strong. Even if the last turn you would have loved to be able to get that KO, that was more of a nail in the coffin as opposed to the still extremely strong board state that Montana has now.
Yeah, I think one thing that Montana has to be really careful for is this Golden Go in the back, because you lost the one big tool that you have into the Ghost type Golden Go. And yeah, as you can see here, it's a perfect pivot right here because you're going to be immune to the fighting type attacks coming out from Zamazenta and resist the Bleakwind Storms. So yeah, this turn, the body press is also going to the Golden Go. Wow, so big turn for Basad. He crashed onto the Tornadus. Oh, so close to a KO. Wow, and now this Golden Go looking incredible. No Raging Bolt in sight, which is the one Pokemon left on Montana's end that has a good matchup into it. So yeah, it didn't look so good in those previous turns, but as soon as we saw the Golden Go come in at full health still, not taking that Astral Barrage is big game plan for Basad.
I mean, that's the one thing for Montana, with both of the Pokemon being so low and just looking at, well, the damage the Groudon's going to do in comparison to what this Rain moves do. You kind of have to pick and choose, right? But getting that wrong, the body press into the Pokemon it can't affect is a really rough one, and kind of leaving the door open for a little bit of shenanigans going on forward. We body pressed this time into the Groudon. I mean, so low health. Just take care of it. Get closer to trying to wrap this game up. But I'm going to be curious with what and how much this Golden Go to do. Another Bleakwind miss, though. You really wanted to start getting that damage. And it's going to be a Golden Go. Basad's putting everything on this Pokemon. Nasty plot to make sure it does the most amount of damage next turn.
Yeah, I think the one thing that now Basad wants to be really conscious of is having the speed advantage or having the health advantage to the Raging Bolt by the time it comes in. Because right now, it's not going to take that much damage, but what Montana can do is make sure that Tailwind is still up by the time the Raging Bolt comes in, or just making sure that the Raging Bolt is so low that you don't need speed control by the time the Raging Bolt comes in. You can just go for a Thunderclap. So those are the two things that Basad has to be really mindful of. And I think he does have flexibility because he has the Roaring Moon right here that has the ability to threaten going for a Tailwind. So I think the toolkit is on Basad's side to have that Golden Go sweep come out in the end. He just has to execute and make sure that, yeah, either the speed advantage doesn't go his way or that the health advantage doesn't go his way. Just needs to pick one of those two.
And this is where things can get quite interesting as well, right? Because if you know, well, from Montana, you do not want this Roaring Moon to get this Tailwind up to be able to match that speed and then have the advantage when 2 turns. Well, then you have to go after the Roaring Moon, right? But then also that's kind of leaving this +2 Golden Go by itself and lonesome. And if you do try and target down this Pokemon, well, all of a sudden the Protect could be huge. Zamazenta instead, though, is going to start trying to chip some damage into this Golden Go, and a Bleak Windstorm is the next one. Again, Roaring Moon is going to be able to stay safe past this, and we finally will get a connect. Still not very effective. Golden Go can, that was even a critical hit. Golden Go can go on the offensive, make it rain, +2 into these Pokemon. Torn goes down, and Montana, only 2 Pokemon left in this match, and 1 more turn of that speed advantage.
Yeah, that was a pretty big turn for Montana, though, because especially with the Life Orb tick, yeah, even a Heavy Slam might be able to KO this Golden Go now, and especially with the Thunderclap, yeah, you can lose a speed advantage and stall out the Tailwind, but then you're still going to, yeah, you only have 1 more turn of Tailwind left, but you just might not need it anymore. So with the Roaring Moon having just protected, that's going to be vulnerable as well. So that 1 turn might have changed everything. If that Bleak Wind had not connected, then with the Raging Bull not having access to Terra, may not have gone that knockout with Thunderclap. So wow, yeah, I feel like the tables have completely turned. I wonder if Basad has a way out.
We're just making up for the missed Bleak Windstorm on the previous turn. We're trying to equalize things here, right? The miss 1 turn, the critical hit the next is called out. Montana still has that speed and ways to try and check into these very low health Pokemon. So keeping that in mind, Golden Go will protect. Body press into the Roaring Moon, again, at super effective, will be enough for a KO. Another critical hit coming by. Crit mattered. But now Basad also down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, so then there's one last mind game this turn, which is, okay, does the Golden go for a double protect? Because if it goes for a double protect, regardless of if it succeeds or not, the Thunderclap will fail. So in that case, the Golden would be able to survive, and then maybe the Zamazenta will be able to knock out the Raging Bolt before it can knock out the Golden Go. But yeah, also with the Zamazenta on Basad's end, being threatened by the Zamazenta on Montana's end, could go for the body press and get that knockout too. So yeah, it's not looking good for Basad. I think if Montana plays this well this turn, it might be locked up for a Game 3 in this match.
Oh, it's a tricky one though, because we know all the shenanigans that can happen, and you get the call wrong, or if we do see this Protect come out of 1 and 3 and Montana plays into that Protect, things can start to go a little sideways. And is this where we eye up? I mean, the one thing with things like those priority moves and offering that Thunderclap is, well, do I go for a different move in anticipation that they won't click an attacking move? In Prison, coming out from Basad, though, is the one thing we didn't quite talk about, and that is going to lock down. No Thunderclap is also there, so Shadow Ball will take care of the Raging Bolt. So low health on that Golden Go, but no priority move means no chance of survival. A game that looked so strong in Montana's favor, just a few turns ago, completely turns on his head. And that is going to be Basad Muntazir to take the set 2-0. What an incredible comeback.
Wow, it felt like Basad really thread the needle, so to speak, in that turn, because he both had to make sure his Zamazenta could imprison first. I'm not sure if the players knew the speed interaction there, but Montana looked pretty surprised when the Prison went first, so I think, yeah, maybe it was not known to the players. And then second of all, the Raging Bull had to not go for Thunderclap, because surely the Golden Go would have been knocked out there. But he said, yeah, I'm sure that you're going to read the fact that I'm going to go for a double protect, and I'm just going to, yeah, attack without Thunderclap. And Basad gets both of those correct and gets it right on. So, wow, I mean, I was despairing on behalf of Basad, but really, really getting that turn correct.
Oh, I mean, looking at like halfway through that match, when it was the survival on the Groudon, because of the Bleak Wind miss, it was kind of like, well, that looked like the KO that would have completely sealed it, right, for Montana right there. But instead, there was this slim opportunity. But Basad played that so cleanly. I mean, we got to see, sure, there was like the miss to make it possible in the first place. But again, that's just what Bleak Wind Storm does, right? But looking at how well able to go into this match, and again, like, it could have seemed just so simple. Yeah, I have to go for the protect, right? But instead, trusting and getting that turn right is everything. And that's why I just love VGC. The mind games that go into these turns to make comebacks like that possible are just oh so impressive.
Yeah, it's like the mind games, but also like the luck element as well, because it's not the Bleak Wind missing that's the only important part. It's the fact that you didn't have an opportunity to get a speed drop, because Torn just used Bleak Wind Storm twice in front of the Golden Go, and it only connected once, and it didn't get the speed drop there. But if it had connected the other time, on top of the damage, if the speed drop had happened, then yeah, the Raging Bolt didn't have to even think about, oh, do I go for Thunderclap or do I go for Thunderbolt? You could just say, yeah, I'm going to be faster. I know that based on how these Pokemon are trained. If you have a speed drop, I'm going to be attacking first. So I don't even have to think about that mind game. But because that speed drop didn't happen, because the opportunity didn't even present itself, because Bleak Wind Storm missed, it was just, yeah, it was so much harder for Montana to get that right and was forced into that 50-50. So yeah, wow, there's just so many things going on, both in terms of luck and how the players are thinking about each other's minds of, you know, how are you thinking about the game state here? And it came out on top for Basad there. So what an exciting set to watch.
Even just like at the end, they imprisoned with the Zamazenta. We talked about so many options, but that wasn't one, because at first would have to rely on the Zamazenta just being faster, right?
Yes.
Which was something that seemed to take Montana by surprise. But up until like that turn in the match, Montana had that speed advantage with that previous Tailwind, right? So Basad really being able to play out that Tailwind, position the Pokemon in the right way, and then of course just getting in Montana's head, and you know, I'm not clicking protect, I'm just attacking, and that Thunderclap not coming through was just everything. So it was just like the perfect storm of combinations, and so well played that, I mean, yeah, they're both regional champs for a reason, but this team that we had highlighted, we really got to see what it's made of and just how well it countered, and it really came through in that way.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool to see that game tune in particular from Basad, because we saw that the Zamazenta came out in the lead, which made it a lot more vulnerable, and we saw that, yeah, Montana tried to capitalize on that, right? Getting that speed control, getting that Raging Bolt, and positioning it so that it threatens a knockout onto the Zamazenta, and thinking, oh yeah, you're not going to want to retreat your Zamazenta, because that's something that I won't want to do, and just saying, yeah, I'm going to take advantage of it.
I mean, I got to hear about this team. I got to hear about that victory and that end game. So fortunately for all of us, Joe Brown is standing by with Basad now for our post-match interview.
Thank you very much. We are here with Basad after that crazy round 3 victory. So congratulations. That was a really fun set. Beat one of the best players in North America in Montana. You know, what was going through your head when you sat down for the matchup?
Excited. I was very excited to play that matchup. I saw Montana in the pairing, and I had a feeling like what he would be bringing, because he did so well with it at Worlds last year. And I built my team first and foremost to have a good matchup into CSR and Zamazenta, which Montana was running. He had the Tornadus, right? He had like Life Orb Bull, a couple of scary pieces that like he made it very, very interesting in game 2. It's a real testament to him as a player and how good he is. I was scrambling at some point, but in terms of like my overall feelings toward the matchup, positive, and I'm glad that I could prove it on stream.
Yeah, let's talk about that team, because you were a darling of the casters as we were watching, because you know Rosemary's a big Groudon fan. You have Groudon, not the highest usage of a restricted Pokemon. So what led you to the decision of having Groudon as one of your 2 restricteds?
I've been like repping Groudon for a while. I brought it to Portland last year in Reg I. It didn't go so hot. My friend got top 16 with the same team though. It was Groudon, Miraidon. So I thought about Groudon again for Worlds. Like I've been thinking about Groudon a lot in this format. The ground typing is just very good. Like there's not many good ground attackers. You have like Ursaluna and Landorus, and that's about it. And the Sun is good. I mean, it's got a lot of stats. I think it's a good Pokemon, like especially when you're hitting blades. And I feel like I found a way on this team where I wasn't forcing Groudon to be on the team, like just because I liked it. It was the natural fit to cover the kind of weak points that I needed to.
Okay, that's pretty good to hear that. And yeah, there aren't a lot of great ground attackers, so it makes sense. The other big thing that got a big pop off was the imprison on your Zamazenta. So where did this tech come from? Because there's a moment in game 2 where Montana literally just cannot click a single attack on his own Zamazenta.
Yep. I actually brought that to Worlds too. I brought Roaring Moon plus Imprisoned Zamazenta. My second restricted at Worlds last year was Lunala, so very different team than this one. The only like commonalities are the Roaring Moon and the Zamazenta, but that had Imprison. And yeah, with Imprison and with like Roaring Moon's typing, like you kind of just like have a really good like duo into most CSR and Zamazenta teams, and then you kind of just have to round it out. Being able to deny opposing Zamazenta from doing anything is very nice. But at the start of Reg I 2.0, I was not planning on using it again because I brought it to Worlds and I faced 0 Zamazenta at Worlds.
Oh wow!
And it was not fun. It wasn't a fun time. I think I did decently. Like the team was pretty good. I went 5-3. I think final placement is like 80th or something at Worlds last year. So yeah, I was thinking about doing something different, but then I just saw so much CSR Zamazenta, and I came back to the core idea of Imprison Zama, Roaring Moon, and built the team out in a new way from here.
Is it ever like a scary position to not have Protect on the Zamazenta because it's such a key piece of so many restricted teams? Like, or is the positives of Imprison outweigh the lack of Protect?
Protect is great, yeah. I definitely miss it. Like, would love to run 5 moves, but unfortunately, you can't. So definitely miss Protect. I think that in the case of Zamazenta, like on this team and the way it's used, like as well as like its natural, like it has so much defensive stats that like it's hard to remove anyways, that I feel like I don't have to try too hard to protect Zom and just like need it to imprison the opposing Zom in that matchup whenever I face an imprisoned Zom, and then when I'm not facing Zom, like just be kind of like a big stat ball that like eats an attack or 2, fires back with body press, supports the team with wide guard. Like it doesn't have to stick around for forever and ever. So even if it's more vulnerable without Protect, I think like you said, the positives outweigh the negatives.
And then I want to talk to you about your Golden Go, because that was a roller coaster. I don't know if Golden Go was giving you heart attacks or not, but it dodged a Bleak Wind, and then it got crit by a Bleak Wind afterwards, and you get to the Thunderclap mind games of on those last couple of turns. So like talk us through how your game plan was to use Golden Go effectively in that game too.
Yeah, Golden Go is not a commonly used Pokemon in this format. But it's quite good on my team, and in this matchup, I liked how it fared into like the kind of Tornadus Zama board states that I was seeing from Montana in game 1, because you know it kind of walls both, right, with its typing defensively. And then I figured like in front of Astral Barrage, like as long as I positioned carefully and had wide guard support, like I could, you know, like with wide guard it actually walls CSR as well. And then yeah, like this Chien-Pao can't touch it like with anything other than Sucker Punch. So I can like play like more like, you know, like Golden Go's pretty good too in the matchup. And so I was just like switching it up in game 2 and trying to use it as effectively as I could. And it did just barely enough, I think, in game 2. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was really impressive that it was able to hang on and get that KO against the Raging Bull. But this is something we're going to do throughout the whole weekend, asking all of our trainers here in the lounge. We're going to walk down memory lane. Let's think about Scarlet and Violet the last 3.5 years. What has been your favorite memory from this era of VGC? You can say the regional championship. You're allowed to, but if you want to give something non-accomplishment for yourself, just whatever you feel like your favorite when you think about Scarlet and Violet, what are you going to think of?
Yeah, I think about NAIC last year and the prep going into it. I had like a really fun group with my close friends, and we were all running a Ice Rider Miraidon Iron Treads team. And we were, yeah, like we were all in on the treads. That was like our call for the tournament, and we were like really hyped about it, and we just had like a really fun prep cycle going into it. A really fun tournament. My kind of like good friend and first prep partner, Michael, got his first kind of like really solid finish at that event, kind of like breaking a barrier for himself, and so that was cool to see. And yeah, we got like treads, like stickers and stuff afterwards. You know, we were just like the tread heads that weekend. It was a good time. I think that was my favorite memory from Scarlet and Violet for sure.
All right, and then we don't want to keep you too long as you get ready for round 4. So last one for you. Do you have any shout out? Do you want to give to any friends, family watching at home?
Yeah, shout out to my family. Shout out Mom, 1 day early. Happy Mother's Day for tomorrow. And then shout out to Peak.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Basad. Best of luck. You're 3-0. Hopefully we'll see you later on in the tournament as you continue on your success.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to head on over to have a little bit of a breakdown about this last round. So let's go for a thorough analysis of the metagame as it pertains to the LA Regional with Scott Glaza.
Sorry, Joe, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat that for me, please? Welcome back, guys. We just saw an incredible game there. I've been throwing a little shade at this format throughout the course this weekend, but I think that was a lot of fun. I think we get kind of a really great example of kind of what high-level VGC looks like there. We have one of the best players in the region at playing kind of like the really well-optimized version of kind of the expected team comps in Montana against Basad, who's kind of one of the great chefs of fun teams in this format. So I think as we get into team preview here, it's a lot of fun kind of comparing what the sides have done here. Montana has a similar team to what he brought at the World Championships, as the casters mentioned, but critically as those changes in those last two slots there with the Raging Bolt and the Tornadus. If you remember back to our highly serious caster prediction slide, I wrote down Montana's team. I think in a lot of ways it was sort of interesting to think about how the Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider team might do coming into this format. I think particularly because of how well Montana himself did at the World Championships, where I think at that tournament, well, we all really want to see who wins the regional this weekend. Certainly, the World Championship's the most important tournament in this format, and in that tournament, I think that combination of restricted Pokemon was by far the most targeted team. And I think that Montana was able to make it to the semifinals despite playing a team archetype that was targeted so well. Really spoke to maybe having a good opportunity this weekend because, with another team instead winning the World Championships, the focuses of players and their preparations a little bit more spread out, perhaps in different archetypes than it was at the World Championships. Despite this, Montana makes some big adjustments to his team with those final two Pokemon that wind up being pretty critical in this match. However, Basad mentioned it in the post-game a little bit, but man, in the 30 minutes they were sitting there waiting for the match, you have to imagine he was just psyched about what he had across the table from him. Teams like this one are really what breaks down the logic of it I just explained, where he has so much hate for this matchup on his team, where kind of like he came into this one like, hey, no matter what happens, I'm not going to lose to Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider. As we saw throughout the course of Game 2, it still could have happened, but there are just so many tools here for this matchup. We'll get into that in just a second, though. I think in this one, it is fun to look at the team sheets. Specifically, we're starting out with Montana here, and those final two Pokemon, right? The first four, pretty much the same thing as we saw at the World Championship. So definitely go back and watch those matches if you can. I think he particularly has a mirror match against Michael Kellish that's a lot of fun to watch. But it's the Raging Bolt and the Tornadus that I think really wind up being critical here. I think if he still had the 6 Pokemon he brought to the World Championships, I'm already done with this segment because we talked 15 minutes ago after he got blown out in the second game. But being able to make those adjustments, I think, were pretty big and really gave him a chance to win that second game. And I think it's a little admirable too, right? I think it would have been very easy, like, hey, I got that top 4 at the World Championships. I'm already qualified for this year's World Championships. I don't need to go too crazy. I'm just going to repeat what I did before. Instead, using some Pokemon that did give Basad enough trouble, even with what was very much a counter team to the archetype that Montana was playing, that he had a real shot at this match. So props to him there. But it really is the other side of the field where, oh boy, this is a tough one. There's the predictions that go on the Twitch.tv version of the stream, and Montana was real popular until folks started to see what Basad's team sheet was, and then suddenly perhaps folks thought the matchup might go a different direction, and you see why, particularly with this imprisoned Zamazenta. I think the way it played out in the set was pretty funny a couple of times in that second game, but it really just so miserable to play a matchup where you have the same Pokemon as your opponent with 3 of the same moves, and you have Protect instead of Imprison. Sort of guaranteed to wind up in a tough spot. We eventually find out that this Zamazenta is also quicker than the one Montana was running. Like you all at home, I was sort of excited to see what happened there, because we do have the trainers' team sheets, but unfortunately both of the Pokemon, both the Zamazenta are different levels, so I couldn't easily eyeball which is going to be quicker there. We winded up having a very exciting moment that we can get to later. But it isn't just the Zamazenta, right? There's a lot of other tricky Pokemon on this team that make things difficult. We got some speed control that make things more difficult with both the Icy Wind and the Tailwind option from the Roaring Moon, and then Golden Go, Pokemon that, maybe appropriately that it showed up and did well here in this final North American tournament of Scarlet and Violet, but has been just an incredible Pokemon throughout this generation, be able to do a ton of damage and generally be powerful with that ability that allows it to ignore a lot of status moves. Going into the actual match here, first up, you kind of see that first game where the trainers here are going to lead off with you know, the sort of Pokemon you expect to see. We're a little bit into the game now where Calyrex and Qianpao are facing down with Zamazenta and Roaring Moon, but we kind of see the problem with this matchup in general for the Calyrex, where, you know, facing down the opposing Zamazenta, which does have a Terra type we don't normally see, right? Previous round, when we were breaking down the match, talking about the Dragon Terra type that Zamazenta almost always has, and this team, because it's so focused on winning this matchup, and instead it's that Dark Terra type on the Zamazenta, still proving to be the Terra Hog that Zamazenta always seems to be, but even with this terrestrialization that's coming in here for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, the Ghost Terra, most of the most powerful Pokemon in the format, it also avoiding the more common defensive Terra type for this Pokemon in order to do as much damage as it can. It's going to come down here with a Astral Barrage that perhaps is going to leave you wanting a little bit more, right? Where we're kind of used to this just devastating Pokemon, and rather than the damage that we would have done to a Terra type or a different Terra typed Zamazenta, it's not good, right? Where that is looking like it might not have even been a 4-hit KO. Pretty scary from maybe the single best offensive Pokemon in this format, and one of the best offensive Pokemon we've ever seen. Qianpao going down for nothing there as Montana sort of being forced to try to get the super effective attack, and there just wasn't anything going from this game one, right? Where a very difficult matchup, and there's not too much to show because it was really never that close. I think the second game is a lot more fun to talk about. Jumping into the action again, we see the effects of the Imprison in the first half. I thought it was fun. Montana having a little bit of fun on the stream here, showing us he cannot use Body Press, Heavy Slam, or Wide Guard, and boy, is that just miserable. I kind of thought the game was over right here, which is why I clipped it immediately. But as we skip ahead one more time, not two more times, it winds up not being quite so simple, where he is able to get Tailwind up and then kind of switch around, and he gets this excellent bait here where Calyrex Shadow Rider comes in on the final turn of the speed control here. Basad going to play a little bit defensively. What he really wanted to avoid on Montana's side of the field is that Calyrex versus Zamazenta matchup, able to bait it into switching, switch in the Calyrex critically on a turn where Golden Go is on the field, kind of the one Pokemon that's really easy in this matchup, theoretically at least, for Calyrex to knock out and kind of catch them. I just thought this was an incredible play where it's really easy to imagine this going in a similar way to that first game where, you know, Montana kind of just does nothing forever and then gets choked out, but he's able to put himself in a position here where I think he's probably heavily favored to win the game at this point. Unfortunately, I believe it's another clip here where we see what happens next. Golden Go going to switch out there, not so excited about the odds of being decimated by the boosted Astral Barrage there. Roaring Moon going to come in and eventually take a piddly amount of damage from yet another resisted Astral Barrage, and we can see what Groudon does as well here. Not a super commonly seen Pokemon in this format, but the Assault Vest looks really powerful on it here, going to turn what otherwise would have been a 2-hit KO from Astral Barrage into a 3-hit KO, giving it the opportunity to dodge this Bleak Wind Storm, which certainly easily would have knocked it out, and instead of being knocked out on this turn, going to pick up the knockout on the Calyrex on Montana's side of the field and put Basad back into this game, which previously it seemed like Montana had turned around. I do want to pause it here. I didn't get a clip of everything happening in the middle, and I don't want to make it seem like, oh, well, you know, there was one critical miss there, and then Basad got to the last turn of the game, right? It wasn't that simple. I think Montana still had a fairly significant advantage from this point because of how excellent that switch in was with the Calyrex, but throughout a number of turns after this, Basad makes some pretty positive trades. I think it's worth watching that one back if you're looking to get better at this format. But we wind up in this really interesting endgame situation where we have a bit of a mind game where there's just 4 Pokemon left on the field. It is the Imprison coming in from the Zamazenta, and event effectively seals the game. The casters talked over it while it's happening. There's a lot of different things that are happening here, right? I think the most critical read in theory is the battle between this Raging Bolt and the Golden Go, where, you know, will the Raging Bolt go for a Thunderclap? Will the Golden go for it or protect, anticipating it? I think the part that Montana perhaps wasn't expecting was the Zamazenta on the opposite side moving first. I don't think we'd seen that interaction at any point in the set. To me, I'm not shocked by it, where I think one thing to keep in mind, maybe in your own matches in future formats, typically Pokemon with Imprison are trained to be quick, right? It's sort of just the critical element of that gimmick where, it doesn't work in the mirror if you're out in the same turn if they get to swing once before you imprison. So you'd really like to outrun your opposite number, especially a Pokemon like Zamazenta that isn't usually trained to be like maximum speed, so it's a more tolerable investment to train yourself to be a little bit quicker. In this case, we do see the Zamazenta move first, able to imprison the attacks of the opposing Zamazenta for the second time in this battle, and poor Montana here just getting outrun by the Golden Go as Shadow Ball knocks out the Raging Bolt and ends Montana's chances in this round. I think it was just a really great set where even though it was a little bit strange the way things played out, there was a lot of strange rolls with 2 missed Bleak Windstorms, a critical hit Bleak Windstorm, no speed drops on the Bleak Windstorm, which is the more likely outcome, but could have led to a different result there. But wound up being a very exciting match played by both players. And I think if you're the sort of player who doesn't like playing the most common archetypes, there's always a lot to be learned from players like Basad there, where it's not like he's using anything super crazy, but certainly we were joking about in the pre-show, Groudon, a Pokemon that we keep hearing about, but never seems to make it to the point where it shows up on a stream too deep in a tournament looking for its first regional win in this region. So maybe it'll happen with Basad there. He looked really good in the set. And, I think both players showed why they are regional champions in the Scarlet Violet format here as we look back at an excellent championship series throughout Scarlet Violet this weekend. So I hope you all enjoyed that breakdown, and we'll be back soon with some more exciting Pokemon action.
Here with some very special people of our finalists. Aurelion Sula's mother, who travels so far around the world with Aurelion, and a very special guest here is Patrick's dad and family, who have driven from Jacksonville and arrived at 3 a.m. today to surprise him, to see him here today in the final.
Patrick coming all the way from Florida with the support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion.
Patrick Connors, hero of the Florida local VGC community. Day two top 64 placements to his name, is your North American International Champion. New Orleans, this is where dreams are made.
And it just goes to show you that you don't have to have all the experience. You don't have to have all the accolades. You can show up to these tournaments with your family and friends to support you and take home the crown.
This is the most beautiful winner celebration I have ever seen. Congratulations, Patrick Connors. Incredible play there in the finals.
We are here with James Beck, one of the best players in North America, one of the best players overall for VGC, and we're going to go through some advice. I need advice. Whenever I need life advice, I go to James Beck. And this is not life, James. This is Pokemon. This is VGC advice, because we're in a very unique era right now of the end of Scarlet and Violet and the beginning of Pokemon Champion. So I think a lot of players would like the advice from a top player like yourself on how should they be using this time and this opportunity when these kind of two games are happening at once to improve at Pokemon Champions on the horizon.
Well, I'd say a lot of it would probably be just like getting down to basics, just being able to figure out board position, which is probably the biggest one. You should be analyzing your matches, which is probably going to be the key factor. Like regardless, Pokemon is still Pokemon. Skills do translate depending on the formats, and maybe some might be a bit more than others, especially like for instance in Terra formats, pinning was super important because you want to be able to catch like if the opponent would Terra or not. So you might go for a double up into it with like an attack that's super effective against it when it doesn't terastallize, and then if it does terastallize, you still have that pin situation. Now, because Pokemon are still a bit more vulnerable because they aren't able to terastallize, that's still probably a factor that's a little bit less important, but still pretty valuable to have. So there's definitely some skills that you can always improve, and regardless, it will still work out depending on the format.
Yeah, I want to ask about the terrestrialization change from Terra to Mega Evolutions, because we know the game has grown so much over the last decade, plus from our old days of using Megas all the time to where we are now. There's a whole slew of VGC players that have never even gotten to use Mega Evolution yet until Pokemon Champions. So how do you compare the team building and the mind games of playing around terrestrialization for how they should be preparing to use Mega Evolution?
Well, I think team building is definitely a bit more, I'd say, more reliant on types this time around, especially without terrestrialization, because with terrestrialization, for example, like let's take an example, like let's talk about like Marco's Regulation H team from LIC, where he was using like Torkoal, Charizard, and Incineroar, right? Alongside like Ursaluna. He had multiple Pokemon that were super weak to like the same coverage options, right? Like super weak to water and the fighting coverage on that team specifically, where you could get away with it because with terrestrialization, you could actually have like a defensive Terra that you could go for, and you wouldn't be like super weak to just one type alone. Now you have like these options where, hey, that's not going to fly out because now terrestrialization is not in the game. You can't change your type. So team building is actually going to be a bit more impactful, especially with types. So you will have to have better type synergy with most compositions now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these players that have went 3.5 years with terrestrialization are going to have to, they can't just leave Scizor in front of an Incineroar, right, and turn into a water type anymore. So I think, but one thing, you're big on content creation as well, and I wonder how, the new era of champions is when you're making videos. How, what's your idea? Are you looking to post videos for your viewers for what's the strongest team right now? Use this team because it's good. Are you trying to use fun Pokemon that might intrigue your viewers? Like, what's the content creation angle for champions? Because it's popping off right now.
I think there's a lot of room for just any type of content creation in champions. Like, it's been a really big blow up, I think, ever since the game came out. And realistically, it just really depends on the creator, like how you want to go for it. I think, for instance, Aaron's really good as a content creator, probably one of the biggest well-known ones in VGC, where he's just like super educational and super informative about like, okay, what's the latest trend? And he's able to break down some really cool teams. For me, it's kind of like I'm still doing educational, like I'm still showing high-level gameplay, but I also like showcasing, hey, there's more to VGC than, of course, just like, oh, like a lot of people complain about, hey, there's the same Pokemon that are being used over and over again. I try to find some Pokemon that, like, a little less utilized, maybe some more interesting stuff, and I showcase, hey, there's a lot more ways that you can have fun in VGC from even just trying out like some of the other things, and you shouldn't just write them out because you never know. That's how teams, like, for example, like really interesting teams, how I used Regieleki at the 2025 World Championship. I was the only one who brought it. Like, that's how you find out, hey, this Pokemon has a really cool niche in this format. You can explore it and how to utilize it.
And now we can head back to Scarlet and Violet, where we are this weekend for LA. I've been asking people what are their favorite memories from this era of Scarlet and Violet. So it could be personal, it could be you as a viewer. You're just like, when we look back 20 years from now and think about Scarlet and Violet VGC, what's your favorite memory?
Oh, what's my favorite memory from Scarlet and Violet? That's a bit tough. I mean, I think it felt really good. I think 2025 Worlds was like a really nice memory for me. I mean, of course, that's probably one of the events I did well in, but in general, I think it was like just really cool just seeing like the final like Worlds in Scarlet Violet. Like everyone was at such a high level. Double restricted didn't really allow for too many mistakes. And I thought it was a really fun World Championship just to play. And it felt like I was playing at an extremely high level back then. So was really happy just to have a great tournament run and also just like see really high level gameplay the entire weekend.
Well, speaking of high-level gameplay, how are you playing right now in Regulation I? You're here. You're trying to take home the title, win another regional. You won 1 million regionals at this point, just trying to add another one onto the shelf. How are you feeling confident going into this weekend? You could, who knows, by the time we watch this, you could be the last Scarlet and Violet regional champion.
I'm not sure. I switched up teams last minute again, so...
Well, you've won regionals doing that before, though.
That is true, but I was on Geo's World's winning team, unironically, for like the last month. I actually was using it at locals for the most part and pretty much had a very high success rate with it. However, it just felt like there were some things that are a bit tough, and it's kind of hard to prepare for this regional because everyone's playing on champions. So this is like a regional that you just don't know what to really expect realistically, because you don't know who's actually playing this, who's actually seriously prepped for this tournament. It's also hard to just prep online because there's a lot less like players on Battle Stadium because everyone again migrated to champions. So it could go either way. And I only played one tournament this entire regulation, which was Worlds. So not exactly too sure. I'm just gonna see what I can do with the team that I have, and hopefully it turns out well.
Hey, well, James, we're always rooting for you, so we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, this has been Life Advice with James Beck. We'll be back with more Pokemon action right after this.
Welcome back, everybody. It's day one of the Los Angeles Regional Championships for Pokemon, and I am so excited to get back into the action. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang, and it's so cool to be behind the desk with you once again. When we were there at the beginning in San Diego for the first Scarlet and Violet event, and now we're here for the last one in North America.
It's been too long, Rose. I'm so happy to be back here with you. And like you said, yeah, it's wild to think it's been, what, 3.5 years since we cast that very first regionals over in San Diego. What a journey it's been throughout Scarlet and Violet, and couldn't ask for anyone better to close it out with than you, Rose.
Likewise. We've been able to travel to some really cool places during this era.
Absolutely.
And so we're excited to see where else these trainers can take us, because we are just in round 4 of our tournament. So take a look at the standings that we have here for our competitors that are going to be at an undefeated record so far. I think there are some familiar faces in here for who is leading the charge so far in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. A mix of, players who have won regional championships before, players like Alex Underhill, Emilio Forbes, Riley Factura, all of those have won multiple titles, actually. And so looking to add another one to their belt. And for Emilio and Riley, they've been two outstanding players in Pokemon history. I actually haven't seen them compete that much this season, but I think they're from California, so it's cool to see them competing in this one in particular. And then Brian Collins, actually a player that I've had my eye on for a while, because I feel like he's constantly piloting really cool teams and has made it very far, consistent, top 8, top 16s, hasn't won a regionals yet, and so wondering if this might be the one.
I hope so. It's gonna be exciting to see who can actually get to that finish line at the end of tomorrow, but we still have a bunch of Swiss rounds to get through today, and so that's why we focus in on the next upcoming match on our stage. We're going to have Brandon Davis up against Luke Bower, and these two players in particular are exciting because the teams that they're using are incredibly unique.
Absolutely. It's one of the reasons why we thought this matchup could be a super one to feature both incredible players to begin with, but also running some of the more unique teams that we're seeing in this format. Coming into this tournament, I think a lot of us were talking about Calyrex Shadow Rider plus Amazenta, Miraidon plus Calyrex Ice Rider, Koraidon, but it's actually going to be some very unique pairings here in the Zacian and the Giratina. I don't think I've actually ever seen that pairing before. And on the other side, we've got Lunala and Calyrex Ice Rider on a Hard Trick Room team on Luke's end.
And Luke is known for Hard Trick Room, so it doesn't surprise me a whole lot that we're going to see him actually commit to that core of Lunala and Calyrex Ice, alongside something like the Indeedee, and of course that Torkoal that can take advantage of the Trick Room once it is set up. But we gotta talk about the big elephant in the room, which really is this restricted pair that Brandon Davis has brought to this tournament. Giratina, and this one's so interesting because it's also a mixed set.
It is.
It's got Shadow Sneak and Poltergeist, which are physical attacks, but it also has Draco Meteor, which is a special attack.
Yeah, super interesting. That Draco Meteor will allow you to burst down opposing dragon types like Koraidon or Miraidon. And normally with Draco Meteor, it feels kind of bad because then you kind of feel like you need to switch out to get rid of that special attack drop. But Giratina's like, okay, I'll Draco, I'll KO a big dragon type, and I can still just use my most powerful attack basically in Poltergeist and keep spamming it. And so Giratina's interesting, of course, because it can completely wall something like Zamazenta, which of course is one of the more popular picks in this format. And then I normally see Giratina when used paired with Zamazenta. It's actually going to be Zacian here as its partner. This is a Sword Stand set as well, so you can see there's double Fake Out on this team with Grimmsnarl. There's Disruption with Thunderwave and Light Screen as well, so you can protect the Zacian, and once it gets its Sword Stance off, this Pokemon can be pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I also like that we've got double ground types. Landorus Incarnate, of course, that's going to naturally be a ground type there with Earth Power and Sansir Storm, but Rillaboom's got the tech move of high horsepower just in case you can't get that Landorus into the right position. And of course, an Urshifu. We're going to have an Urshifu on both sides, but for Brandon, it's the Rapid Strike variant. So you're going to have Searching Strikes, Close Combat. You're also going to have Coaching on a Choice Scarf set.
Yeah, I think Coaching is really interesting because what it means is you can lead Urshifu with Zacian or Giratina and immediately give your restricted Pokemon a boost. And both of these Pokemon already hit for pretty good damage. Imagine getting it to +1, then the Pokemon can follow up and just get a +1 Poltergeist, +1 Behemoth Blade, for example. So a lot of different combos from Brandon's end. I imagine, like, for example, leading one of the Fake Out users in Rillaboom or Grimmsnarl paired with Zacian is pretty strong. Urshifu can be led with either of the restricted Pokemon. And on Luke's end, we've got Hard Trick Room.
This is going to be exactly what you would expect. Luke's name of the game is going to be getting that Trick Room set up and then getting those sweeper Pokemon in to take advantage of that speed control. So you've got Calyrex Ice Rider and Lunala, as well as Indeedee Female, that are all going to provide an avenue to get this Trick Room activated.
Absolutely. And one thing that's interesting about teams like this is you also have Urshifu, which normally is a pretty fast Pokemon, actually utilized under Trick Room. So it's normally going to be as low speed as possible to try to be the fastest Pokemon or one of the fastest Pokemon under Trick Room. And so with teams like this, the idea is you can lead Smeargle with any of the 2 restricteds normally, pressure with Fake Out into Trick Room, or just an immediate deck rate. Indeedee, of course, can also provide further support. This Indeedee notably has Heal Pulse as well. That's not a move that we see that frequently, so can potentially, for example, heal up Calyrex Ice Rider and Lunala back to full HP. So Smeargle is one Pokemon I have my eyes out on this matchup because it can be so disruptive. Getting a Spore off into Zacian or Giratina can give you a big advantage. And then Power Meteor Beam, immensely powerful, especially into the Giratina, which I imagine Brandon will want to bring.
And then we got this Torkoal that's actually going to be holding choice specs. Now, sometimes we see this Torkoal in Trick Room being able to have something like a Charcoal and Protect in case you need to have a defensive play available to your Torkoal. But that's actually going to make this a little bit interesting to see how Luke is actually going to choose which move to lock into with the choice specs. You can't make a wrong decision, because what if you lock yourself into Eruption and then you do get attacked? So let's see what happens as we get into the first game of this set. We're going to see Luke lead the charge here with this Ice Rider Calyrex next to the Indeedee to give 2 different avenues to get this Trick Room up, where Brandon is going to have the Grimmsnarl next to Landorus Incarnate.
Yeah, this is a nice lead from Luke, I think, because first of all, Psychic Terrain means that you can't go for Fake Out, Thunder Wave onto the opposing side, so it means you can consider foul playing, like you're seeking here, or light screening, but light screen doesn't really get any value here. Landorus is in an awkward spot, right? And you can see, yeah, the way to get around this is Water Terra. Another play you could potentially make is switch the Landorus out into Zacian, which of course then resists a potential Glacial Lance. So from Luke's end, you'll basically be able to get Trick Room up here on turn 1. So the question is, do you want to maybe follow me with Indeedee and Trick Room just so Calyrex does not eat up the foul play? Luke can also considering going for a Terra with his Ice Rider. It's going to be normal so that it gets around the super effective hit of foul play, which will do a lot of damage.
It's still going to be taking neutral damage from everything else too. So I think you're okay if you are Brandon, letting the terrestrialization go up for Luke, and almost makes it feel a little bit better for yourself because now you know which Pokemon is terrestrialized and what you need to play around with. But to start out this turn, we are going to see Brandon commit to the terrestrialization onto the Landorus to get that Water Terra, and as you called it, there is going to be a match Terra for Luke.
Yeah, I think it makes sense from both ends, just saying, look, if I don't Terra, I'm just going to take way too much damage here, and so the idea is both players now will likely be able to survive with their Pokemon for the turn, but I think this probably favors Luke a little bit more, assuming that Trick Room goes up, and Sansear starts off with the miss already. That Calyrex taking 0 damage.
Oh, that's really unfortunate because you're missing out on just a critical amount to actually deal with this Calyrex, but even though that is going to be a neutral hit, the Grimmsnarl took this Ice Rider Calyrex down to basically half HP. As it fires off a Glacial Lance back, it's going to be doing some nice damage across the board here to Brandon's Pokemon, but Luke gets that Trick Room up with the Indeedee.
Yeah, it's a big miss on Calyrex there because had the miss not happened, I think another Sandstorm Storm would potentially get a double knockout, right? And so that is the downside of running Sandstorm Storm. It is not exactly the most accurate move, and this is a pretty non-traditional Grimmsnarl on Brandon's end as well. There's no Reflect, so you're not able to really do that much in terms of support when Indeedee's out on the field. So foul play, as you called out, yeah, very powerful. It's the advantage of the same type attack bonus from it. And so this next one you can consider, yeah, switching into Zacian. The question then is, does Luke potentially predict this? And what's also scary is Indeedee does have that heal pulse, so it can actually just heal the Calyrex back up. This lead just seems really strong from Luke's side right now.
How do you get rid of the Ice Rider Calyrex before it starts to get that attack engine boost going with knockouts? Brandon's first call to action is going to be switching in this Zacian, as it has to take this Glacial Lance. But since this Landorus does have that Water Terra type, it's going to be resisting those hits. But there's the heal pulse. This hard work that was done by the Grimmsnarl gets undone in a second, and another miss of the Sandstorm Storm is going to ensure that the Indeedee sticks around for the next turn.
Oh, and it did a lot of damage to Calyrex there, as you can see, just under 50%. And so, yeah, I think, you know, Luke is happy just playing it safe the last couple of turns, and that normal Terra just allows you to be in a pretty nice defensive position. And right now for Brandon, what you really want to do is obviously ideally stall out this Trick Room, right? But normally what you want to do to stall out Trick Room is protect, but should you protect, of course, then you can eat up a Heal Pulse from the opposing side. So I actually think it's like such a brilliant tech to have Heal Pulse on this Indy. Once again, not the most common move on this Pokemon. So Brandon wants to conserve this Landorus, help it stick around for a little bit longer. Should you go for the protect on that side, you do open up vulnerability to something like a Helping Hand plus a high horsepower to just knock out Zacian. So we'll see if Luke wants to play it safe here, maybe go for a Follow Me or just Heal Pulse and attack again.
Well, the protect for the Landorus means that it's not going to be taking this Glacial Lance damage, so unfortunately the Zacian not going to be so lucky. As it takes another Glacial Lance, you can see though that resist typing is going to help it out tremendously to get through the rest of this turn. But with another Heal Pulse, this Calyrex just won't go down. So Zacian's last hope is going to have to be this Behemoth Blade, as that takes it down to just about below half. But with Heal Pulse still on the table, this Calyrex is going to need 2 hits to take it out.
Yeah, it's, you know, Brandon has stalled out a couple turns of Trick Room, and like you can go for Heal Pulse here, but should you go for Heal Pulse, will the Calyrex be able to get a knockout, right? If it's high horsepower onto Zacian, that might just KO it. We saw Brandon lock in both of his attacks in Behemoth Blade and Sandsear Storm. So the debate here is, do you want to Heal Pulse? You could also go for a Follow Me. I think Heal Pulse and high horsepower is really safe, honestly. So yeah, Zacian doesn't protect. That's a KO. And like you said, the engine now is rolling. +1 attack immediately to this Ice Rider.
Off to the races now with a +1, and it doesn't get any easier here for Brandon. There's still going to be a Heal Pulse to keep this Calyrex so safe. And this Sandsear Storm, if it misses again, would feel pretty bad. It does hit both targets, so the Indeedee finally goes down for all the trouble it's caused in this game, but it feels almost too little too late.
I can't remember the last time in Scarlet and Violet we've seen so much value out of Heal Pulse. Like, that move got clicked basically turn after turn after turn and kept Calyrex around for so long, and this is kind of the ticking time bomb, which is Dark Urshifu, right? You've already committed your Terra to Landorus, and so the Wicked Blow right now is so strong. There's no Spirit Break on Grimmsnarl either, so this is looking really, really hard right now for Brandon, because the Dark Urshifu is just free to click Wicked Blow, and the Calyrex is free to click Glacial Lance. So in my opinion, Luke just had a really excellent lead that Brandon felt committed to, you know, I have to Terra to get out of it, but by Terraing, then you're still also not doing enough damage in return because of the Heal Pulse. So maybe knocking out Indeedee a little bit quicker with like Earth Powers could have been valuable. The misses were obviously really unfortunate. The problem is, once you get the knockout on Indeedee, Dark Urshifu just comes in and clicks Wicked Blow.
And this Psychic Terrain is about to expire as well, so it doesn't even have to be Wicked Blow. If you're playing for the long game of being outside of Trick Room, we could also consider locking in something like the Sucker Punch, but I think you're right with still having this next turn. Go for it. At least this Giratina is going to come out and be here in style. I think Giratina is one of the best shiny Pokemon in the entire game, so it's very cool to see it make an appearance here. But it's
how long will that appearance be is my question to you, Rose.
I don't think it's going to be very long, as this Glacial Lance is going to hurt really bad. It's actually just a 1-hit knockout at +1, and that's another Glacial boost for this Ice Rider.
Yep, and now let's see, is it the Wicked Blow? It is. That's going to go through Protect. Choice Band going to get the knockout here, and this hard Trick Room combo just looks so hard to deal with right now. Lunala was not even revealed in the back. I think it would probably be a pretty strong pick with that Meteor Beam you can thread in Giratina, but you know, what are the key lessons here? It just felt like there wasn't enough damage output, and the Heal Pulse was really the thing that moved the needle, in my opinion. Like, this probably would have been pretty different if you're able to just, like, get damage and, you know, you can't heal on Luke's end. But Calyrex is just like, hey, like, enjoy doing 50% to me. My partner's just going to heal me all the way back up. So, I don't know. I'm thinking about adaptations for Brandon already going into Game 2, and, like, Zacian's interesting because you do at least resist Glacial Lance, and we saw it took Glacial Lance pretty well, right?
That was going to be, like, a 5-hit knockout.
Exactly, yeah. So with Swords Dance, you can, like, set up a Swords Dance maybe on turn 1 and then play the game from there. Rillaboom also does give you terrain control potentially, but Indeedee presumably will be slower than it, so if you lead Rillaboom, Indeedee will override it, but maybe a Rillaboom in the back with Fire Terra could be valuable. Either way, it just feels like, yeah, you need to be able to do a little bit more burst damage because this Heal Pulse is just too annoying to deal with otherwise.
And I'm thinking about all of the Sandsear Storm misses, and I'm not entirely convinced that you get the Calyrex Ice to go down with a Foul Play and a Sandsear Storm. Because, you know, the rolls looked a little bit like
I think it would have been
close.
off by like 5-10% maybe.
Exactly.
Yep.
So I think you're right on the money, and with the like Swords Dance maybe being there to help out with the Zacian, at least, you know, Brandon does get one here on top of the Indeedee. The Ice Rider Calyrex finally goes down as he just takes some time to think about what to do next.
Exactly. And of course, you get important information. Was it Lunala in the back? It absolutely was. But sometimes on these hard Trick Room teams, you can actually drop one restricted because maybe you want your Torkoal to be the sweeper, right? So one other suggestion, Rose, that I think could be interesting, if you think it's going to be the exact same lead of NDD Calyrex Ice Rider, you could go Urshifu potentially and go for that coaching paired with Zacian. So
I like
just some food for thought. I think it's interesting because like the main problem with Zacian maybe into Ice Rider is, well, you don't want to eat up that high horsepower, right? But if you get a defense boost onto it, it's actually not doing that much damage. And so it feels so unintuitive to bring something like Urshifu into a matchup like this, but I mean, it also threatens with damage, and it's not Rocky Helmet on NDD on the opposing side, right? So you could go for coaching, you could also just go for damage, something like a U-turn plus a Behemoth Blade, and so those are some immediate options I'm thinking about if I'm in Brandon's shoes.
Yeah, that Grimmsnarl unfortunately just felt really bad on the second turn. That's a really hard matchup to have to take. As we see this Moongeist Beam from the Lunala finish off this Grimmsnarl, and we now get to go into game 2. So I'm with you. For Brandon, I would really like to see something like the Zacian and the Urshifu in the lead. The coaching, of course, is going to be that twofold, where you get that attack boost as well as the defense. And when you look at what Luke has actually brought into this match, well, there's two very powerful physical attackers that would be a little bit difficult with the coaching.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, you know, Brandon may have been like, I'm worried about Lunala because like Lunala is pretty annoying for, say, my Giratina to deal with, and it takes a little bit of time for Zacian to deal with it as well. So I think like the Grimmsnarl Landorus combination makes a lot of sense if you're trying to respond to Lunala, where you can say, look, I'm threatening you with a super effective foul play. I can go for Light Screen and reduce your damage output, right? Because this Grimmsnarl is not running Reflect, it just means that like if it's not able to really get value out of that Light Screen, it feels quite bad, especially with Psychic Terrain on the opposing side, right? And so I'm wondering, like, maybe Luke then is like, I'm gonna potentially lead Lunala now, thinking that you might not go with Grimmsnarl. Either way, though, just felt like NDD plus Ice Rider was so oppressive, but I do think Brandon has potential answers to it. I just think, like, I mean, Giratina is another interesting adaptation because you can go for Fire Terra, but the thing about Giratina is that it just, like, doesn't do anything into NDD other than maybe try to, like, launch a Draco Meteor into it, and so that doesn't feel good as, like, a lead either.
Yeah, I think what's hard about facing off against hard Trick Room teams is that you've got to get the call right from the very get-go. What is the Pokemon that is going to be setting Trick Room?
Yep.
Where is it going to be in the midst of the other Pokemon that are in the back? It can be a really difficult mind game to have to get correct before you even get into the game.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's so much about, like, sequencing as well, right? Because part of what makes hard Trick Room so threatening is that turn one, they don't always have to click Trick Room. They can go for something like, you know, just damage, like even Helping Hand Glacial Lance, right? Or with Smeargle Calyrex Ice Rider, you can go for Deck Raid onto yourself. And so I think, like, hard Trick Room is a really, really scary matchup because if your opponent like gets turn one right, it often feels like things can snowball. So we're gonna get into game 2. Let's see what the adaptations are. It's still gonna be Calyrex NDD. Is there an Urshifu here?
There it is.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, so the Urshifu and the Zacian are going to be what Brandon's adjustment are for this game, but what is he actually going to do on this first turn?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like coaching is probably the best approach. Like, I think Brandon now actually has a pretty significant advantage. Rose, my question to you then is, what is also in the back potentially from Luke's end? Is there a Torkoal this time, right? Because, of course, that would be pretty darn good into Zacian. So, yeah, this is exactly the adaptation I was talking about, and I think now it actually puts Calyrex Ice Rider in a much worse position. One of the interesting things to think about if you're Brandon is like, oh, do I want to get immediate knockouts, right? Because if I do, then, of course, it grants a free switch-in potentially, and that can actually be a little bit annoying to deal with. The Terra is going to be the Dragon type on Zacian, so that is good into Torkoal, should that come out, but not very good into Glacial Lance.
So you're forced in this position to just leave the Pokemon as they are. There's no terrestrialization committed from Brandon or Luke on this first turn. But as you see the coaching come through, Zacian's going to benefit from this tremendously. You see that attack increase that it's going to get on top of the Intrepid Sword boost that it got from just hitting the field on the first turn. His Behemoth Blade comes out at +2. That is just an instant one-hit KO, which is going to feel great to get that first KO on the board. But what does this Ice Rider Calyrex do? It just goes for Trick Room here. So you got the speeds if you're Luke, but Brandon did get a KO.
Yeah, and it's a very different game already from game 1, right? Game 1, it was like NDD staying on the field for 5 billion turns and you know, consistently healing up the Calyrex Ice Rider. Now, but this Zacian is so scary, right? +2 attack, +1 defense. and it's going to be Urshifu in the back, so no Torkoal, which makes me think like this Zacian is so scary to deal with right now, right? Yeah, Wicked Blow will get a critical hit onto it, ignore the defense boost, but is that enough damage, right? At the end of the day, this Zacian right now is threatening a one-hit knockout to both Pokemon on the opposing side. The downside for Brandon's end is you do have a Choice Scarf Urshifu stuck under Trick Room right now, so the question is, do you want to stay in and go for another coaching boost, or do you want to just switch out? As you see, there's that Landorus in the back and Giratina, but if you switch out, you eat up a Glacial Lance, you might actually just lose that Pokemon.
I think you're okay leaving the Urshifu in, because if you are for some reason lucky enough to get another coaching boost onto your Zacian, well now like it doesn't nothing is going to actually be able to stand tall to the Zacian. And with your point, I don't know how much you really want to give up a Pokemon here, but Brandon is going to decide to leave the Urshifu for later. If you're able to get out of Trick Room, then Urshifu can still be a very big threat with that Choice Scarf intact, but Giratina's going to come in instead. Look at that. High horsepower is going to do about 50% to the Zacian, but the close combat to follow up.
Oh, the crit!
The crit, no way!
Oh my gosh, I just don't think that's KOing without the crit. They had the defense boost there. It would have been close, but yeah, my guess is that that would have survived, and unfortunately now, that is a disaster for Brandon here. It feels like, yeah, he found the adaptation that he needed, but yeah, unfortunately, either of those, you know, who needs Wicked Blow critical hit when close combat is just gonna crit instead?
I think something's up with this Urshifu. No, but I mean, that is really unfortunate, because I'm with you. I don't think that KOs otherwise. There was that defense boost, and then maybe this Giratina would be able to come in and actually do something on the next turn, because Brandon's thought process there was, I get to swap in the Giratina, and it's not going to take, if it takes a Glacial Lance, whatever, but also I should be able to KO this Calyrex, or I'm just expecting that it's going to go for high horsepower, so it's free to bring in the Giratina here.
Exactly, yeah, and I also think part of it is last game we had an attack boost, and then it just fainted, but this time it was like, well, I probably am bulky enough to at least survive a regular Glacial Lance without the boost, but it's just tough because now Brandon is forced to bring Choice Scarf Urshifu out under the Trick Room, which never feels good, and this is normal Calyrex on the opposing side, so should it go for that normal Terra, well then you can't even go for the Poltergeist, which is like your best offensive option, but it is going to crucially be Giratina terroring first here.
So Terra Fire will be the type for this Giratina. It's going to help it be able to use those Glacial Lances just a little bit better. As you can see, that's what Luke decides to opt into. It's going to be nice resistant hits on both the Urshifu and the Giratina, but with this close combat, I mean, Luke just called it right. That's going to be another knockout earned by this Urshifu. Now, could you imagine if Urshifu had a Glacial, like a you know, Ice Rider type ability?
Oh my goodness. Don't give them any more suggestions, Rose. You know, we already nerfed it for the next game. But just so powerful. Really nice call there saying, look, I know that if you go for a Terra, well, then close combat will work into you.
Yeah.
If you actually don't go for Terra, that could have been a really interesting turn, right? Because close combat basically just would have had not done anything. And I think Giratina maybe can be bulky enough to actually survive that Glacial Lance from the Ice Rider. So, you know, Luke making a really nice call, and it's going to be the Lunala coming in. I just don't think there's enough damage at this point, especially because basically the Urshifu is locked into close combat right now. Trick Room is still up as well, so it's kind of all up to Landorus at this point. Yeah, you can hope to close combat into the Calyrex. And I think Luke also crucially, you know, hanging on to the Terra there, not going for Terra on Ice Rider. If you do, then of course you open up the weakness to close combat. But Glacial Lance comes out, and I think this is just going to be GG.
Yeah, I mean, this should just be a follow-up here from the Lunala with something like a Moongeist Beam or a Meteor Beam just to be able to KO this Urshifu, as we see Calyrex get that Chilling Knee boost first. But it's just Expanding Force. That also seals the deal. Super effective hit into the Urshifu is going to get Luke the set win, 2-0.
I wish we could have played this game out without the critical hit, because it felt like Brandon found the right adaptation that he needed, and my guess is I think Zacian would have been bulky enough to survive that close combat. Should it survive, it gets a knockout in return, right? And then suddenly Giratina becomes a really interesting late game Pokemon because you are threatening so much damage onto Lunala as well as Ice Rider, and so definitely unfortunate. I do think like Luke's team just matched up really well into Brandon's side, and Luke had some positive luck throughout this game, but also executed really nicely. I don't think there were too many plays that I would say, oh, you should have done differently. So when you have a good matchup, you're playing well, and the luck goes your way, well, then it's all things just, firing in your favor.
Here it is again. You got the high horsepower, and then the close combat to follow it up. Oh, it does feel so bad to see the Zacian fall to that. But it's hard to say when you know that there's a choice band that's going to be boosting the damage on the Urshifu. but I'm inclined to agree that that +1 defense boost from coaching should have been enough, bar the critical hit.
That's what was interesting too, because we were talking, you know, do you switch the Urshifu out? And given that it was a double up onto the Zacian, if you protect their close combat, will still go through the protect. And, you know, given that it was a critical hit, it would have also just done 1 million damage anyway. We would have knocked out, but basically it's like, you'll eat up close combat through protect, but then you get another coaching boost, and then now the Urshifu's locked into close combat, right? So it's like you have +2 defense into Calyrex Ice Rider and the opposing Urshifu. And then, like, one thing that I think Brandon was considering that turn was actually, oh, maybe I do want to Dragon Terra my Zacian because it does take away the weakness to high horsepower. The only awkward thing is if you commit Dragon Terra there, it opens up the weakness, obviously, to Glacial Lance afterwards. And so I think some different plays are going to happen, but at the end of the day, just, I think this Trick Room team just seems really difficult to deal with.
There's just so many different options, and even though we saw Luke actually go for a different sequence of plays within the first couple of turns of the game, like, it still resulted in a game win nonetheless. And I think even if you had talked about the Torkoal coming in as an adjustment for that second game, he gets a win that way. It was still a Lunala in the back where he held onto that Grass Terra, so it would have been very difficult for something like the Giratina to get through it regardless. So I don't know. I think it's very flexible, and Luke is also one of those players that is known for using hard Trick Room, so it would be best to hear from the man himself. So let's go to that post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Rose. We're here with Luke, our round 4 winner. You're currently 4-0 on the day, halfway through. How are you feeling?
Feeling a lot better than my last couple tournaments, so 4-0 is a good start. Really excited right now.
Well, you've had, throughout Scarlet and Violet, you've had some really, really strong runs. So, like, when you were going into this event, what was, obviously everyone wants to win the regional, of course, but sometimes we have to be like, what was your expectation? Was it top 16 were your hopes? Was it top 8? Like, obviously you want to win, but I'm saying on top of winning, what else would you be satisfied with?
I think I'm trying to lock in the World's invite right now, so it's really just about, you know, the cumulative CP. I think, you know, anywhere around 100 to 120 will get me to that 850, 875 mark that everyone's kind of banking on. So that was the expectation, was to show up here and actually make the, you know, 7-hour trip from New York worth it. Make sure the time away from my family was worth it. Hi, Annabelle. Hi, Luke, by the way. I wanted to make this tournament be something that I could talk about in the narrative when I went to Worlds.
All right, yeah. I hope you get those championship points this weekend, so you can start booking your plans for the World Championships. But let's talk about your team and talk about this matchup. You're one of the most famous North American Trick Room players out there. It feels like every event you go to, people know you're running hard Trick Room, and that game 1 really showed why. You just click Trick Room, and then it was just like Calyrex popping off and heal pulsing. Like, has that consistently been the strategy, or was that different this round?
I think the pivot that I made with Heal Pulse for this tournament was I was discovering that I could really get to a good spot. I could get to a turn 4 or turn 5. I'd be able to eliminate some of the sweeper mons. But then I would struggle just with the last 1 or 2. And I don't need any damage from Indeedee at all. It doesn't really bring anything in terms of like a low-level Psychic or a Dazzling Gleam hit. The ability to bring back either Lunala to full hit points and provide another Shadow Shield, or to get Calyrex, like you saw, back to, you know, 75, 80% in one turn. I couldn't find something that was more prevalent for Indeedee to use other than Follow Me. The sweepers on the team, Torkoal and Urshi, that's pretty standard when you're running hard Trick Room. I got rid of Necrozma, which was really fun to use. I had to swap that out. Just there wasn't enough damage reduction without Shadow Shield. But all in all, I think Heal Pulse is helping me get through some matchups that I really struggled with previously in this regulation.
And one thing the casters had noted during that game 1 was that your opponent was just trying, as many players do, try to just stall out the Trick Room turns, make it back to the normal dimensions, right? So you're obviously so used to playing under those twisted dimensions. What is the strategy when you really have those 5 turns to, you know, boom or bust essentially in a matchup, right? Very hard to get a second Trick Room up with how fast the gameplay is with double restricted in VGC. So what was going through your mind in game 1 as they were trying to stall out the Trick Room turns?
I thought this is going to come down to, am I going to get a second Trick Room up, or am I going to get Urshifu on the field to start eliminating some of the mons? Realistically, when I looked at his team sheet, I was worried about Zacian. That was the big concern. It can take off anything on the board, does a ton of damage into everything I've got. Glacial Lance took care of about 50% of his team just with like a single shot or close to it when I was looking at the math in my head. So I just realized if I can just take the Zacian out, there's really not a lot that he can do to take any of the defensive hits. Still in Trick Room. So I made the focus on that completely. The big change was in game 3. I was really, really worried about calling the wrong Terra when I went into the close combat on the Giratina. That could have cost us the game. But then as I thought about it, if he hadn't Terra'd, I think he just dies anyway. I don't remember if I was +1 or not. So all in all, really happy with how that's turning out. Urshifu, Torkoal, Indeedee, of course. I didn't really bring Smeargle in that one. Which is
Thank you.
Yeah, that's more of a Wild West kind of setup. You know, you're looking at Spore, Decorate, Fake Out. And to be a little bit more RNG based, I threw Ghost on it instead of Grass. So I actually did use that to win in the second round, game 1. Incineroar went for a Fake Out in one of my previous matches, and I was able to just get a quick Spore off. Really just start setting that snowball effect. So that's about the 6 from a thematic standpoint. I'm hoping to keep them going for the next 3 rounds.
Now let's talk about the Giratina, because honestly, like, that's in theory, without terastallizing, is pretty favorable into both your restricted, right, as psychic types. That would be worried to see Giratina facing down. So how much prep do you have against Giratina in Regulation I? Like, I imagine it's not a very common thing. So when you saw your opponent's team sheet, you're like, not only is like, this is an unfamiliar strategy, but also, oh man, these Poltergeists are gonna hurt my restricteds.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Those are 2 very valid points. There was a third one too, and that Brandon really did a number on me down in Mexico about a year ago too. So in our last matchup, he dog walked me pretty hard. Really happy to have a return match against him. But I was a little fearful. I'm like, okay, the last time I played against this guy, he really put me in my place, showed me that there's levels to this game. So that was cool. One of the most fun players ever. Brandon, by the way, you're awesome. We've talked plenty of times. But that was it. It was playing against somebody who had a team that I've obviously not prepped for in any way, and an opponent who had just beat me 2-0 previously. So had to just go in there as confident and try to make a couple calls, and I think I made the right ones.
Now, one thing we're asking all of our trainers here in the lounge this weekend, as we wrap up this era of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, what is your favorite memory from these games? It can be a personal one, like a favorite accomplishment, or as a viewer, like what's the thing you're going to remember when you look back on this era of VGC?
It's a real simple answer. It's how happy my kids are when they get to see me play this game. There's probably like some deeper like dialogue I could have, but this is really neat that my children think that Dad's a cool dad. And that's probably the biggest thing that I can take away from this. I'm finding something that I enjoy that's keeping my kids involved with me. I don't know, just feels like the biggest win right there.
They don't just think you are a pretty cool dad. And let's transition that too, if you want to give any shout outs to them. I know you talked about them earlier, but for your family and anyone else that supports you with your team.
Oh, yeah, there's a million people I could shout out. First and foremost, my dad and my brother, thank you for everything. My children, Annabelle and Luke, you're just absolutely my inspiration and my motivation in life. There's tons of people that I could say thank you to for helping me out with, you know, my teams. I'm the worst procrastinator. I think it was 9:30 last night when I was deciding on what team to use, messaging like 6 or 7 people. So thank you to Nick, thank you to Joe, thank you to Mo, thank you to Taryn, thank you to really anybody, Tom, everyone else who's helped me out. I really appreciate it, and I'll do you well over the next 4 rounds.
All right, yeah, I hope you go undefeated throughout here on day 1, and we'll see how it goes in day 2 tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Congratulations, Luke, on the win. Now it's time to break down that round 4 matchup with a thorough analysis of the metagame as it pertains to the LA Regional with Scott Glaza. Whatever happened to the Joe Brown breakdown? It was so simple.
Well, happy to give you a simple breakdown here of that match. Luke actually gave you quite an extensive one. I think that was a fantastic interview. So, you know, maybe I'll spend a few more words and make it a little bit worse. Anyway, as we go into the team preview here, I think this was certainly a matchup that nobody was expecting to see this weekend, where we've got the highly vaunted Giratina-zation combo, which I think exactly no one was expecting. A few other fun Pokemon that side of the field with the Grimmsnarl as well. Pokemon we see a little bit more, especially in these restricted Pokemon formats, but not something super common. Brandon's always a super fun team builder. Was excited to at least to get to see bits and pieces of what he was doing. But then on Luke's side of the field, we have a pretty crazy hard Trick Room team here. So crazy, but we didn't really get to see a whole lot of what Brandon's team was trying to do. So let's check it out maybe on the team sheet instead, since unfortunately most of these Pokemon didn't get to do a whole lot of action. I do think this is really neat, right? And hopefully we get to see Brandon again in a matchup where he's able to show off a little bit more about what his team does that he was able to with this crazy matchup he had in this one. Again, we see the Grimmsnarl. Super excited to see the Giratina. I do not know that I recall watching a single Giratina match at any point in this regulation, despite this being a repeat run of this regulation. So, hey, you know, it took us about 1,000 stream matches, but we finally found Giratina. Unfortunately, I don't think it actually acted at any point in this match, but it's cool that it made it. Hopefully it didn't pay too much for its airfare. I also got to see the Zacian here with the sword stance. That's something we always see, but the potential of that snowballing, I think, in a different matchup is really high. It's just, you know, it tends to be tough to use that sort of move against Trick Room if you can't stop the Trick Room because it exerts so much pressure. Then the coaching of that Urshifu also a cool thing to note. I think there's certainly an alternate reality where that was a big game winner in game 2, but not the game that we watched. On the other side of the field here, yeah, there we go. Okay, well, Luke was very excited, and I can't find a clip where he wasn't very excited, so we can just enjoy his excitement. But really fun team comp, right? And I imagine on the other side of the field, Brandon reacting similarly to his team sheet. Luke's probably seen the Giratina for the first time, so you know that's probably a very fair response. But lots of fun stuff on this team. The heal pulse on Indeedee winds up being big, as we'll get to in just a second there. Not a move we always see, but really paying off here. There's a lot of different Pokemon on this team that could snowball. I really like Luke's description of his own team here, so I won't go too much further and repeating what we already just heard, but there's lots of different ways it can get you. The Pokemon I really want to point out is the Urshifu, which I think could have been even more impactful if these battles had gone in a different way. It wound up being that Urshifu as a potential win condition didn't matter too much in practice, or at least it wasn't really utilized, but I think the threat of Urshifu coming in the end of the game and just kind of punching everybody down led to some of the decisions that we saw instead. Very impactful Pokemon. Sometimes, you know, Pokemon can do a lot just by threatening them, by hiding in the wings, even if they don't actually score the knockouts themselves. I do think that's what happened for the Urshifu here. Very effective there, and I guess something we've seen going all the way back to the first World Championships on Scarlet and Violet with the Regulation D format, the similar Urshifu helping out in Trick Room there. I think that one, I think Ben Grismer had a speed reducing item on it even, but it is a bit of a thing that we've seen with the dark type Urshifu on these teams, so sort of fun to see that once again in this final regional championships in North America on Scarlet and Violet. As we play out the first turn, or the first turn here, we see the we see Landorus attacking. Doesn't attack super well, misses the Calyrex. The foul play going to come down, damage. The Calyrex certainly wouldn't have been a knockout anyway, but doing a little less than half damage, going to be a big deal as this plays out here. Indeedee going to get the Trick Room up relatively free. We do see the weakness of Grimmsnarl here now. Instead, at least this is one matchup where it can sort of threaten damage, but really passive slot in the board, right? Kind of just a Chilling Neigh boost waiting to happen. So because of that, sort of gets forced off, creates a free turn for this Indeedee here to heal up the Calyrex, which isn't something, you know, you'd always see, where perhaps at a different sort of Trick Room team, the Indeedee's kind of not doing anything either, where usually just kind of like gets Trick Room up and then tries to follow me so that it can knock itself out and become a free switch for its partner. Here instead, providing some value with the heal pulse. I think it's still so threatening that it has to be knocked out, so it kind of has that pressure on itself all alone, where you know, you could try to focus down the Calyrex, but burning it down through the heal pulse is much more difficult than just knocking out Indeedee, so you kind of get the effects of both Follow Me and heal pulse just by having that impact on the battle. Glacial Lance not really going to do a lot here, although certainly the presence of the Glacial Lance forcing that terrestrialization on Landorus, but we see the first of many heal pulses there, bringing Calyrex all the way back to full health. Certainly healthier than it would have been had it not dodged this attack that we're seeing here, but yeah, it's pretty crazy there. We're skipping ahead a little bit. We'll go to a point later in the battle where the Giratina going to join. You know, I think we're all excited to see Giratina. Here's Giratina. It made it. It's switching in. Landorus is protecting. I wonder what Giratina will do. Uh-oh. Oh no, yeah, so this ends up being the story for poor Giratina in this matchup. I'm really excited to imagine what it might do in some different matchups. Certainly if it perhaps played the Groudon we saw last round, the Giratina would be a lot more impactful. But unfortunately that Giratina was just triggering the one-hit knockout text a few times during the course of this match. Not ideal. This first game winds up being a pretty big blowout here as we see Urshifu finally getting to swing once. Like I said, I think pretty impactful Pokemon in this game despite it only attacking a couple of times. But we kind of see one possible permutation of this matchup, right? Where this time around we see a very in a traditional setup where Brandon had attempted to burn down the Calyrex, he wasn't able to, and then Indeedee was able to support it in order to keep moving the match forward as Calyrex attacked. This time in Game 2, we see something a little bit different, where the threat of Urshifu and Zacian is a little bit too scary for Luke to go for the same sort of setup that he went for that first game. Instead, we see the more traditional way of playing Indeedee here, where set up the Indeedee, you get the Psychic Terrain to avoid any potential priority moves, although not a concern in this game. Use the Follow Me, you sacrifice Indeedee in order to allow Calyrex to use Trick Room here. I think the coaching is really cool here, as we'll see in the Urshifu. The damage it otherwise would have done would have been irrelevant anyway, because it would have just gotten sucked into the Follow Me and the Indeedee, and then would have been overkill from the Zacian. Instead, putting a buff on the field that at least theoretically would have helped with the remainder of this game. I think it's a really cool tech there, and we see the Trick Room instead from the Calyrex. And one of the great things about these restricted Pokemon is they tend to have really wide move pools, so both the sweeper and the setup Pokemon. But we also see the consequence of knocking Indeedee out. In the previous game, Indeedee was pretty effective, but it wasn't doing a whole lot, right? It was just sort of helping heal. In this game, we instead see the other way that this can go, where Urshifu comes out for free because the Indeedee was knocked out, and this is just a devastating Pokemon in this matchup, where basically everything in these teams except for Zacian is just hugely threatened by this. And while coaching was really cool, that Urshifu is locked into the coaching because of Choice Scarf, so it's threatening no damage at all, while the Pokemon on the other side are ramped up. Rosemary kind of threw out the idea that maybe you just leave Urshifu on the field here and sacrifice it. Maybe that would have been better, maybe that would have been worse. As we're going to see, the switching out makes a lot of sense here, but it doesn't wind up really helping out here either. So just a tough spot. I think this is an excellent matchup for Luke, and he played it really well to get in this position. Having 4 turns of Trick Room with the Dark-type Urshifu and the Calyrex on the field. Urshifu hasn't had to select a move yet. It's a dream scenario, right? Other than that coaching boost in Zacian, where it does have 2 levels of boosted attack and 1 level of boosted defense here. So really in this situation, Zacian is Brandon's hope. We see Giratina once more entering the field. Hi, Giratina, you're here. High Horsepower does a bunch there. Because of that, we kind of know close combat shouldn't be able to do enough, except we get that critical hit. Perhaps learning the ways of Wicked Blow and applying it to its other attacks as well there. Unfortunately, scoring a knockout. If that had not happened, we likely see a knockout in the other direction instead, and this is a very different game where, perhaps the Giratina can then terrestrialize and try to make a difference. But this is just tough, such a tough spot that Brandon winds up in, where Urshifu and Trick Room is terrible. Not only being forced to potentially lock into a move for the rest of the game, but also guaranteeing you're going last against some really scary offensive Pokemon, even though it does resist most of the attacks that these Pokemon have. And then we'll see one last go for poor Giratina here. In the first game, it came out in the field, it switched, it was knocked out before it even got to move. This time, at least it switched in safely. This time, for sure, we're going to get to see Giratina do something, right? Surely? As you may remember, no, we will not. This poor Pokemon. It's very impressive that Brandon has been able to do so well with this Pokemon so far, but just a very cursed feeling matchup where I think this team matchup would have been difficult anyway, but Luke's read on this play is really awesome. It's not just the team matchup, it's not just the critical hit that's last play where, there's certainly a path where Luke could just get this very wrong. You potentially whiff a close combat into a non-terrestrialized Giratina, and it's an opportunity to get some ground for Luke. Instead, see this fire terrestrialization. Giratina, this time for sure, trying to do something to help its team win, but the Glacial Lance going to come down, do a decent bit of damage here and start weakening the Giratina, and that close combat once again just going to score yet another one-hit knockout as this poor Giratina just can never get a chance to actually move. Giratina, we were rooting for you, and we're hoping you do well in your future rounds, but there just wasn't much going in this match for Giratina or for Brandon. A bit of a blowout here, but it's a lot of fun, and props to these players for bringing such interesting teams. I think we were all kind of hoping, hey, it's the last regional championships in this regulation in North America. Hopefully the players will have some sauce, and win or lose, I think both these players delivered. So thanks a lot to both of them for putting on an excellent show, and hopefully we get an even better match in the next round of the Pokemon Regional Championships.
Is a -2 Make It Rain from the Golden Go into the Ogerpon. Does not get a KO onto either of Rogov's Pokemon. What can Ogerpon Wellspring do in this spot to bring him back into the game? The Horn Leech, at least, even though ineffective, still gets the KO onto Golden Go. But now Farigiraf gets to attack against 2 low HP Pokemon on Rogov's end. Golden Go goes down, but it has done more than enough in this matchup. There's the Hyper Voice.
There it is.
That That's gonna do it. And Dragonite proudly watching from the sideline as Giovanni Costa wins his first regional championship at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
What an incredible match for Gio there. He played that match so incredibly well, especially that second game. He had so much offensive output with that Golden Go, with the Flutter Mane. Oh, look at all his friends celebrating with him. That's so cool. I love this so much. Gio's such a great guy and deserves this more than anyone else I can think of. So it's not at all a shock to see so many people rallying around him after such a great performance here in San Antonio.
That's so exciting. It's almost like his entire crew feels like they all just won the regional as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, when one of your friends that you're so close with wins, you can't help but feel that excited for them. And it just, I'm sure it means so much to Gio. It means so much to everyone around him. And even Raghav, you know, having just lost this match in finals, taking home second place here in San Antonio, you have to imagine at least they're happy that if it was to be a loss, it was to
I would say I spent about, I'd say like 6 hours on average is a good estimate for how much I spend each week. I think leading up to tournaments, I might spend up to like 12 or 15 even. So, I mean, I'm really committed to the game. I want to make sure I come and give my best showing, you know? My favorite Pokemon is Mimikyu. My first game was X and Y, and then the game I really fell in love with VGC overall was Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So, you know, Mimikyu, the totem Pokemon in that game, it was really good in that format. It was really good in 2017. So yeah, I mean, it's my favorite Pokemon. I think it will be my favorite Pokemon forever. It's a tough one. I would say in-person play is what I love the most, just because I get to see my friends at every tournament. Online play is a bit different. You know, I'm kind of sitting at home. I don't get the same experience of seeing my friends, being able to chat, check in after every round. So in person. For me, the current meta, Regulation F, I would say it's not one of my favorites of Scarlet Violet, but I do think it's maybe one of the better ones. Personally, I was not a big fan of Regulation H, but I definitely think now that we're nearing the end of the format, we've kind of adapted, you know, like a new meta. I think new teams are very popular, so I'd say the way it's ending, it's a good format. One piece of advice I would give to any trainer watching the stream is you should always be playing to win. Don't play not to lose, if that kind of makes sense. I think when people play not to lose, you know, you're kind of making safe-ish plays. It's kind of like the snowball effect, right? So if you get one turn super right, then your opponent is like, oh, I need to get 2 turns correct now to win the game. So, you know, I would say play to win. I'm a big math guy. I don't know if that counts as like a hobby, but I actually do math competitions. Recently, we did this like applied math project where we estimated like the negative effects of gambling in America. So it's kind of cool that I can take something theoretical like math and kind of show, oh, well, here's some real world impacts. Here's how we can, you know, help other people. I also play the violin. It's a lot of fun. So if I were to create my own Pokemon, I would say I would want it to be a support Pokemon. I miss support Pokemon so badly. I feel like right now, a lot of the teams are popular. A lot of the current, you know, the past formats, they're very like, the games are very short, you know, you're just kind of trading attacks, and whoever trades attacks better is winning. I really miss like back in the day when we had, again, like when we had Mimikyu, you can use Z-move Destiny Bond, and then, you know, your Snorlax can set up. Like I love strategies like that. So I would say my Pokemon, maybe I would give it Intimidate. Maybe it'd be better than Incineroar at being that one support Pokemon. Honestly, if I were to relive a match, it would probably just be like my 2022 NAIC win. That was like the first event I had ever won in my entire life. So, I mean, it was crazy to me. And I was like, wow, I just won an international. My opponent played so well. We're still friends to this day. Like, I saw him recently at the Latin America International Championship. So yeah, I mean, if I were to relive a match, it would definitely be that one. I'm a night owl, unfortunately. I can't wait for college when I don't have to get up at 7 a.m. for school. I feel like night is when I do a lot of my work because, you know, sometimes I think about my Pokemon team during the day. At night, I'm like, okay, well, now I'm going to do some sets. I'm going to practice with it. I'm going to put the stuff I was thinking about during the day and take action. So a night person all day.
And it's time for a little Pokemon-friendly feud. We have 2 friends here. Let's see how well they can answer these questions. Justin Tang, Navdeep Joshi. It's going to be a fun time. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready as I'll ever be. All right, NJ, I'm going to need you to go stand off somewhere. Make sure you can't hear Justin's answers. Listen to some music. Listen to a podcast or something like that. Justin, you're going to have 5 questions, rapid fire. Don't think, just answer with your heart, okay? All right, are you ready?
I think so.
All right, we're going to start with our first question. Name a Terra type you would never consider on your Pokemon.
Rock.
Rock, 28 points. There you go. If you could add a 4th status condition to Dire Claw, what would it be?
Freeze.
Freeze, 18 points. Number 1 answer. Which Pokemon champion from the video games would you, or do you think would be best at VGC?
Leon?
Leon, 14 points. Name a move you'd expect to see on a size spam player's team sheet.
Expanding Force.
Expanding Force, 26. Number 1 answer. Name a Pokemon that starts with the letter J.
Jumpluff.
Jumpluff is... Hold on. No, I don't see any Jumpluff on here. 0 points.
No, what?
Hey, you did great in the other questions, though. So let's see. We're going to pause real quick, do some calculations, and then we'll have NJ's 5 answers. Okay, NJ. Justin did very well. He got 86 points.
Okay.
So you only need 14 to cross that 100 threshold. All right, you ready? All right, you got 5 questions coming at you right now. Name a Terra type you would never consider on your Pokemon.
Bug.
Bug is 6. If you could add a 4th status condition to Dire Claw, what would it be?
Confusion.
Confusion is... Oh, Confusion's 9. Which Pokemon champion from the video games would be best at VGC?
Pass.
You just say somebody.
I honestly don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll come back to that one. Name a move you'd expect to see on a size spam player's team sheet.
Expanding Force.
Guess again.
Psychic.
0. Oh my God. I think it's going to come down to the last one. Okay. Name a Pokemon that starts with the letter J.
Jinx.
Jinx is 3. Okay, we're gonna bring Justin back in, calculate, and see if they hit 100 points. Okay, after intense calculations, we have a combined 104 points. Congratulations, guys. You got the win. Your prize is you're now going to land all of your rock slides.
I'm not even running rock slides, so I'm saving it for champion.
That'll be hard to miss if you're not running it.
So I think it's great for me this weekend.
There you go. Congratulations, guys. We'll be back with more Pokemon action. What makes a Pokemon viable in VGC? There are many factors to consider. Fluttermane has strong offensive pressure. Amoonguss has incredible defensive utility. Rillaboom has valuable support with an ability that boosts its damage. And if you're looking for a Pokemon that can do all of the above, then Incineroar has got you covered.
Knockoff here. Incineroar using knockoff, knocking off the choice by
These are the skills trainers look for when building teams. These are also traits lacking from legendary Pokemon Articuno. Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For nearly 2 decades, Articuno was better off left in the Seafoam Islands than it was on the battlefield.
It's going to be Articuno. How much can this Pokemon do?
Oh, that's a miss. That's huge.
The other 2 legendary birds from Kanto had many more accolades than Articuno. In 2019, world champion Paul Ruiz got top 4 at LASE by using Moltres as a Xerneas count.
The way that he builds his team is just phenomenal. You can see that wonderful Moltres.
Zapdos has a fantastic typing, great utility, and a decade's worth of top finishes to its name. The Paldean region introduced terrestrialization, giving Pokemon the chance to change their typing and potentially change their fate. Scarlet and Violet also changed Hail to Snow, now boosting Ice Pokemon's defense by 1 stage. Terrestrialization and Snow were the missing pieces needed for Articuno to finally show us what it's got in VGC. 2 brave trainers were up to the challenge, Amir Abdulovsky and Nikhil Reddy. At the Utrecht special event, Nikhil cracked the code on Articuno, and Amir also saw the potential in this diamond in the rough. The most important teammate was Alolan Ninetales, which set up the snow, giving Articuno accurate blizzards and helping it take less damage thanks to Aurora Veil. Hisuian Arcanine was the other key Pokemon in this core, with Intimidate to lower attacks and Rock Slide or Flare Blitz to threaten the Pokemon that resisted Blizzard.
Rock Slide there, launched out from the Arcanine.
Nikhil and Amir took Utrecht by storm with one of the coolest strategies we've seen in VGC.
There for a particular point in time in a match where you need that one-hit KO. Body press does connect through. Articuno able to take that really well thanks to the Aurora Veil.
Sheer Cold though does connect. It's connecting onto the Registeel, and the Registeel is down and out. One-hit KO.
There it is.
Choice Spec Sheer Cold sent a shiver down the spine of Articuno's opponents.
Wrap-up trainers is getting cold in here.
Sheer Cold!
It connects!
He's going!
Not every day you see an Articuno taking down an Incineroar, but the king of Pokemon video game has been felt. Exactly how Articuno gets it! The Sheer Cold comes through. All of Registeel's efforts are null and void.
Thanks to this high-risk, high-reward team, Articuno finally had a chance to climb the mountain in VGC.
Amir Abdulovsky is here providing sheer entertainment on stream.
Destiny would pit Amir and Nikhil against each other in top 8. These two trainers were completely in sync during this chilling battle, choosing the same Pokemon, clicking the same attacks, and understanding this team like no one else could. We had never seen an Articuno exceed expectations like this, let alone 2 of them.
That's going to wrap up the game for Emir.
Look how much help that hand is doing to the damage count against that opposing Articuno. Critical hit, single target attack.
Often the winner in a mirror match is the one who can use their common information against their opponent and do something unexpected. After losing game 1, on the brink of elimination, Nikhil would leave Articuno on the sidelines to even up the set.
There's the Moonblast guaranteeing that if the Rock Slide connects, it will get the knockout. It does find its mark.
And it is a double knockout for Nikhil, getting Ninetales and Articuno off the board.
This showdown in the snow was starting to heat up, now tied 1 game apiece.
It looked like Emir was on the front foot for the early stages of that game.
I love a game 3.
Nikhil continued to rely on Arcanine in game 3. Knockout after knockout, Arcanine snowballed momentum for Nikhil, closing out the set and securing the title of Utrecht's strongest Articuno.
Let's be honest, the star of the show there, doesn't matter whose team it was on, it was the Hisuian Arcanine.
Articuno's cold front would continue in the finals. Nikhil already proved that all it takes is the right time and place to capitalize on your potential by taking one of the least viable legendary Pokemon in VGC history and turning it into a champion.
And that is going to be Nikhil Reddy, your champion of the Utrecht special event.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Well, here we are once again in Los Angeles, California for another Pokemon Regional. But this time, it's the last Scarlet and Violet Regional we will have in North America forever. Which is wild.
It is wild.
Well, we're back, and so that means we've got another round of Swiss ahead of us. But before that, Aaron, I gotta ask. You know, we got to see a great Pokemon feud segment there between Justin Ting and Navji Joshi.
We did.
And so I want to ask you some of your answers to these questions. You've also had some time to think about it.
I have.
So let's see. What is the first Pokemon that comes to mind when you think of the letter J?
Jigglypuff.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I actually don't know Justin's answers, so I don't know if he said that, but I think I would have said Joltik, and I don't know why.
Wow. Yeah.
I think that might be an unpopular answer. But what about your least used terrestrialization? Mine is rock.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
I can't think of any Pokemon that I have said I'm going to use Terra Rock.
I feel like the only time I've seen it was like something cheesy where it's like Terra Rock, like Sneasler. Yeah. Let me cook. Let me cook.
Don't let him cook anymore. I don't want you cooking anymore.
Rock's a really good one. So Bug was interesting because I thought about it, but I was like, Bug is actually pretty common on like Incineroar and like won the World Championships on Iron Hands as well. So like, I don't know if I like that one too much. Maybe Terra Psychic?
Ooh.
I can't remember the last time I had Terra Psychic on something.
Iron Crown for bigger expanding forces.
Yeah, yeah.
But it is definitely one of the more unpopular ones just
I think
because
partially
of its
because
defensive profile.
Exactly,
right?
like Chiyu and Fluttermane were so common, and just like being weak to Dark and Ghost is not amazing.
Yeah.
So maybe Terra Psychic.
Okay, I think these are good answers. I like it.
Oh, we got some answers from Joe. Jolteon #1.
Oh.
Jigglypuff 2. Joltik was #4.
Whoa!
That's crazy.
I'm pretty impressed with that one, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, but Jolteon makes a lot more sense, I think, because it's an Eevee evolution. So, you know, shout out for that. Rock was #1. Ice was #2.
Wow.
And then Bug was #3. Which is funny because when you think about where we went with Terra Bug as a defensive type, I was like, I do think of Iron Hands, Raging Bolt.
Incineroar.
Yeah. I also think it was the best Terra type design in the game.
Yeah.
The antenna on our Chaladon.
It's pretty cool. Cool for us, not for our opponents, you know.
Yeah, that's
Thank
true.
goodness
but
our Chaladon cannot Terra anymore, folks. Thank goodness.
I'm already sick of your Sableye.
Oh, Joe's giving us
Chaladon
the full cheat sheet here.
Oh, okay. I gotta see a little more of this. We've got, okay, if you could add
someone wanted to add Perish Song to a condition for Dire Claw.
No. What? Okay, it makes sense though. Like Freeze is the obvious choice there because, you know, that would make like sense in terms of like a non-volatile status condition, right? Burn? Oh heck no. Oh, no.
Automatic knockout. The fact 7 people said that is actually pretty I'm impressed that 7 people. I would not have even thought about that as an answer choice, you know? So they're thinking out the box right now.
Ooh, I don't like that either. But could you imagine if it was only like a 1% chance to trigger?
No. I'm good. Pass on that one,
okay.
as Navjeet said.
What about move you would expect to see on a size spam player's team sheet? Obviously, Expanding Force was the #1 answer.
How many people took this? Like, how is that not more popular as an answer?
I mean, it's actually quite a few when I think about like the total number. That's like, okay, 50 per question.
I'm actually surprised it wasn't like, I thought it just everyone would have said it. So it's interesting. 50, wow.
Wow.
Wait, so that's only half of the field, 26 out of 50, said Expanding Force as their answer.
That is low.
Right?
Actually, that's like really low. I think Expanding Force is the first one that comes to mind. I'm really surprised that nobody said Fake Out. Well,
it's like the psychic terrain is up, so
I guess that's true.
It's a little bit awkward because it probably can exist on those teams. Like we saw actually just now, right? Lunala plus Niddy, but there was still a Smeargle with Fake Out.
That's true.
But I bet people were just like, oh, size spam.
I was thinking about Hard Trick Room and not size spam.
Yeah.
Okay, no, these answers do make sense. All right, and then, which Pokemon champion from the video games would be the best at VGC?
So the thing is, Cynthia was the #1 answer here, but I was like, I would have said Cynthia just because I like know her best, like Gen 4, you know what I mean?
But
like
also
I don't
because
know
like
who
I
else
think her battle is the hardest.
That is true, and she's got Garchomp. Like
that's base.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, like I think Cynthia is the baddie we expect to be really good at competitive Pokemon.
Yep.
But I actually appreciate that also people said Leon. Because Leon does make sense.
Yep, he's got Charizard, right? It's pretty good.
Charizard instantly in Aaron's book is a huge success.
Yep. We were talking about how it's, dominating in Pokemon Champions right now. So,
that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a lot of merit there. Charizard has been with us through the ages of competitive Pokemon. I feel like I can't really remember a time where Charizard has been bad. Okay, Scarlet and Violet, we won't talk about that. But,
it won an Internet. Rose, you and I cast the Charizard winning an Internet, right?
Okay, that's true. Terrestrialization helped quite a bit, but also, like, when the power level was a little lower, I think that was also very helpful. But yeah, I think this was really fun, and it was very exciting to hear Justin and Navjeet's answers to these. I hope you all enjoyed that at home as well. But we are just about ready to get to our next round on stream. Before we do that, maybe you guys are just excited as us to actually go and play. We've got Pokemon Champions right around the corner.
Yep.
I've actually already been to a couple of locals that are featuring Pokemon Champions, but without the championship points, since, it's not available yet in the rule set. But I'm really, really excited. I hope that people are inspired to come out and actually try out the game in a competitive setting.
And there are so many different events, folks. Video game, trading card game. As someone who actually started playing the competitive TCG before the VGC. Locals were always, I thought, the coolest way to really get to meet my community. I made so many friends from going to these events, and there are so many local game stores out there now that offer these events. I recently got back into opening trading card game packs, and I've been going to pre-releases. The pre-releases right now for this new set, they're coming out literally, it's like this weekend, next weekend, and so seriously, if you want to meet your local Pokemon community, start getting some experience, and just, yeah, see what a tournament can be like, then this is really the first starting point for you. And of course, hopefully we can see you at one of these regionals or internationals or even worlds one day.
Definitely the best place to get started, and you would be probably quite surprised to see what Pokemon trainers you might be playing up against if you go to your locals. I mean, here in New York is pretty stacked.
It is pretty stacked.
So I feel like you actually get some really good practice going to your locals.
Well, you know, no, like jokes aside, back in 2015, you know, locals were actually quite important for qualifying for the World Championships because you could get a lot of points from them. And, you know, we would have like 40, 50 people at these regional at these locals, and it's like everyone in top 8 of the local were people getting top cut at the regional championships and nationals that year. And so it was really fun competing in those events because you were actually getting like such high level practice, and like, of course, they're like best of 3 as well, just like actual tournaments. And so I think like that actually can't be like, it's something to really say how much you can grow as a player by attending these events, right? And it's like Pokemon is a game where you're gonna have to lose a lot in order to get better, and like what better way to like go to locals, play against some of the best players out there, figure out how you want to refine your team, then bring it to a regionals.
And boy, does it feel good when you finally get those big wins too. You know, that's how you can tell that you are actually getting better in your skill level, and you're really able to elevate that level of gameplay. So try it. Scan that QR code, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see you soon. But now back to the regional that we have on hand. We are going to be going into Swiss round number 5. We are at the halfway point for today. Here are your competitors that are going to be at the undefeated record of 4-0. We are definitely starting to see some more familiar faces on this list. Many regional champions.
Absolutely, and there's I think probably about another 10-ish role players who are also undefeated that aren't in this. This is just the 16 right now that we're showing, but lots of players that I think had performed incredibly well in this format. I'm looking at Kian Campbell and Keanu in particular, that I feel like have come so close to like winning a title in this format, but you know, just fell a little bit short. And what better way to do it than to do it in the final event? Like I think, you know, everyone here I'm sure is looking to win, but for these players in particular that are like, hey, I like really feel like I had a good grasp on this format. I've done well. I've gotten top 4, top 8 at regionals. Like, can you take it home with the championship title? That would be amazing to see.
I mean, Kian is already on such a hot streak in terms of top cuts, top finishes, and we're going to be focusing in on his next match for this upcoming round versus Matt Bruno. And as you can see how the rest of the cards fell for our other competitors, I'm particularly excited to see players like Emilio Forbes, Carson St. Dennis, like Carson in particular.
A regional champion from this year.
It's just so cool to be able to see that he achieved that goal of being a regional champion. And of course, he's still competing against the best. So very exciting as we focus back in on our top table here, Matt Bruno versus Kian Campbell.
I'm excited to see this because I feel like both players are just using the teams that they have piloted throughout the course of this entire format. Matt has been on this hyper-offensive team featuring a Choice Specs Terrapagos as well as a Life Orb offensive Calyrex Shadow Rider. The idea is click Tailwind and just deal massive amounts of damage with everything. Also does have that Smeargle, which is a Pokemon that really started picking up in popularity in this format. Kian is, I think, the premier Kyogre Zacian player in North America. When I think of this team specifically and this duel, I think of Kian. He's probably had the best results out of any player in the world, consistently bringing this to basically every event in this format, and has had so many strong finishes with it.
I think he was telling me even back in the Sword and Shield days when Dynamax was a thing, you know, Zacian Kyogre was definitely one of the premier duos back then. He said, well, don't have Dynamax,
let's bring it back.
Let's go ahead and run it back for another time. And so I think for both of them, when they are looking at the amount of reps that they have with these teams, the amount of practice they must have had versus other archetypes, I think it's kind of interesting that they're matching up against each other, because how much real practice can you say that you have had against an expert with a duo like this?
That's a really good point. As we take a quick look at Matt's team here, once again, super offensive. You've got the 2 Restricteds in Calyrex and a Choice Specs Terrapagos. Choice Spike's not the most common item on this Pokemon, but this set is just designed to hit as hard as possible. And of course, one thing to pay attention to is if you Terra in this matchup, then of course you can get rid of the Rain for a turn. That can be really crucial when fighting against Kyogre. Otherwise, you've got just really, really strong supportive options in Pokemon like Smeargle and Whimsicott.
And I'm thinking about how much support you actually provide with those Pokemon. You've got Decorate here on the Smeargle. We already saw a Decorate set earlier on our stream, but when you pair that with something that is really just kind of looking to like go hard and hit fast, like the Terapagos, like the Chi-Yu, that can really help out there if you're against those physical attackers. On the flip side of things, you've got Price or Tailwind here from the Whimsicott. You do have three very powerful special attackers here with the Calyrex, the Terapagos, and the Chi-Yu, so Fake Tears is also very powerful.
It absolutely is, yeah. And the combination of Fake Tears plus a Life Orb, Astral Barrage, or a Terra Starstorm can be really deadly. I'm interested in a couple of things here. I think like Iron Hands, for example, on paper is pretty nice into Kyogre. When you go for that Water Terra, you'll be able to survive for a fairly long time. Kian's team also has that Roaring Moon, and Roaring Moon, of course, is actually really disruptive to Calyrex Shadow Rider, threatens it with Knockoff, for example. So Iron Hands can be brought out potentially to, say, Drain Punch it. It feels like the odd Pokemon out on this team because everything else is going to be so fast, and Iron Hands naturally is not a super fast Pokemon, but can be used to patch up some matchups and, of course, take a lot of hits while also being able to heal back with its attacks.
But when we look at Kian's team, I think a recent development that we have really seen here from Chien-Pao is actually some of them have been holding Assault Vest. And that is something that can be really powerful against things like the Shadow Rider Calyrex. But this Chien-Pao is going to be Focus Sash with a Stellar Terra.
And to your point, I also think the moveset on Chien-Pao is interesting because we've seen things like Crunch, for example, Throat Chop being used, but this is going to be triple coverage with Icicle Crash, Sucker Punch, Sacred Sword. However, what that means is against a Calyrex Shadow Rider, you aren't threatening with a non-Sucker Punch Dark type attack, right? So if Calyrex normally feels forced to Terra immediately, but here you don't necessarily have to because it's not like, if you don't attack with the Calyrex, then of course Chien-Pao just won't be able to get that Sucker Punch off. But otherwise, this team is just super offensive. There's so many different ways that you can play with it, so many possible leads. You've got Roaring Moon, which once again I think is a really valuable pick into something like the Terapagos, like the Calyrex here on the opposing side. Kyogre here crucially has that Grass Terra, so that's something like you utilize in this matchup to get around Spore, for example, from Smeargle on the opposing end. Chien-Pao, of course, still threatening Pokemon to Calyrex, even if the Calyrex isn't attacking, right? You can still launch Sucker Punches into that slot. So I'm mainly curious how both players will approach Terra in this game, because it feels like Calyrex is a Pokemon that still likes to Terra, especially if you're up against Roaring Moon in particular, for example.
I think the hard thing that Kian's going to have to work around is the fact that there's a lot of spread damage options on Matt's team. You look at Astral Barrage here from the Shadow Rider, something like Heat Wave or Snarl from the Chi-Yu, and even looking at Terapagos if it Terrastalizes using Terra Starstorm to get that spread damage. There's not really a great way for Kian to get around that. I looked at a Pokemon like Amoonguss and maybe saying, oh, Rage Powder would feel quite nice here, but that's one way that spread damage can just get around that. In the leads, though, we are going to see the Zacian next to the Roaring Moon, and quite a passive duo here from Matt with the Smeargle and Whimsicott.
Yeah, the most passive duo, honestly, possible. So interesting. I think when I see a lead like this, it's screaming to me, Smeargle probably just really wants to get a Spore off, shut down one single Pokemon, right? So it's going to be the immediate Moonblast plus Spore launch here. Wow, okay. So playing super aggressively here on turn one. Now, normally Whimsicott's a Pokemon that won't deal a lot of damage, but it's pretty darn good into a Roaring Moon specifically.
You do still have Terrastalization on board. Roaring Moon could Terra away from that weakness to the Flying type, and then all of a sudden you're also still getting additional boosted damage to something like the Acrobatics, since you did see that booster energy consumed. It's just going to be a fake out for now into the Zacian as Roaring Moon gets away with a free Tailwind. Now there is an opportunity for Matt to match that on the next turn since the Whimsicott does have Pricer, but there's no Terrastalization committed, so this is a free switch here for Kian on the Roaring Moon.
It is, yeah, and so getting, I think, that Tailwind up now puts Kian in a really offensive position as well. Matt, this next turn, of course, can just set up Tailwind himself and match it, and so the question is, what are you bringing out here right now? It's going to be that Urshifu. That is really powerful, of course, threatening Smeargle with something like that Surging Strikes immediately, and so Kian right now is in a position to potentially get a double knockout, right? You can just Surging Strikes into Smeargle. Zacian can go for a Behemoth Blade into Whimsicott. Of course, then you could follow me here to make sure that the Zacian moves first, and that is what Matt is indicating he wants to do. And it's actually going to be the Moonblast, however, saying, I don't even need Tailwind right now because it's like I don't need to outpace you this turn.
And also, how are you actually going? You would also need to get the KO here on the Zacian to begin with. But we are going to see a terrestrialization committed onto the Urshifu. So you know that the Moonblast could be coming in, but now you also have the defensive Terra alongside the other side of the coin, which is going to be added offense if you decide to go for something like those Surging Strikes. So as we see this Smeargle go for the Follow Me, it's going to redirect away the Behemoth Blade, but that's where you see something like that Focus Sash really coming in clutch. But even without that, the Smeargle actually has quite a bit of bulk as it goes for a taunt. No incoming damage. This Urshifu just shuts off the Smeargle's supportive options.
Yeah, it was a really interesting turn, right? Like, Kian can do a bunch of different things there. You could actually even Swords Dance and Surging Strikes, knock out Smeargle, get the boost up on the way, but actually intentionally goes for that taunt. And the logic here is once I've taunted you, you're in a really awkward spot. This Smeargle just can't do anything basically at this point, right? And it's saying, well, if I taunt you, you're probably gonna have to switch. But if you make that switch, something like Calyrex or Terrapagos has to come in. This is such an offensive team. There aren't really that many defensive pivots. Iron Hands would have been the best one, but wasn't brought out into this battle. So we're gonna see the switch out here. Calyrex is gonna hit the field, but can Kian just get a knockout here?
I mean, Surging Strikes into that would be a pretty quick 1-2 punch. The Zacian also packs a mean attack pool with something like the Play Rough, as well as that Behemoth Blade. But for starters, we're going to see the Whimsicott go for the Tailwind. It's been staggered, so there are a couple of turns where Matt might be able to get that speed advantage later on, but the Behemoth Blade is going to ensure a knockout here. And this Urshifu is just going to go for Surging Strikes. With the Mystic Water on top of the Terra Water, that's just a knockout onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex as soon as it comes in.
That is so much damage coming out. Calyrex now, of course, will faint. And this Urshifu does have Aqua Jet, right? So if you are Kian this next turn, you could, I think, just protect both of your Pokemon. Your own Tailwind will stall out, but then you can just Aqua Jet finish off Smeargle, and then, like, can Terrapagos handle all the remaining Pokemon? I'm not quite sure. So I think like this game highlights the downside of hyper offense, which is that you often don't have good defensive pivots, and when you have to switch in a Calyrex to get around that, so dangerous. So one thing that Matt could have done there was just say, you know what, you taunted me, but I'm just gonna stay in with Smeargle anyway. And I think Kian didn't want to Swords Dance earlier because of course then you face the pressure of Encore from Whimsicott, so saying, look, I just want to like click Behemoth Blade because it's such a consistent attack to go for. But yeah, I think Matt in a tricky position right now. Of course, can go for the fake out and can commit the Terra here, but then you also have to lock into an attack, and like there's still too many Pokemon, I think, on Kian's end. It doesn't feel great to commit to. So I think Kian can just play it safe here, and if I were in their shoes, probably just like double protect, then Aqua Jet KO Smeargle the following turn.
And you still have that unrevealed Pokemon in the back. Like, I'm just thinking about how Matt would get through this, and you're right. I think there's just way too many Pokemon at his disposal. Kian doesn't even go for the double protect here.
Yeah,
just decides
why not?
I will have an advantage here with the amount of offense that I have. Smeargle, you get to fake out, but that's gonna be it for the rest of this first game. As Urshifu flinches, we get to see this Terrapagos just go for a kind of a sad little Terra Starstorm. At least you do get the knockout onto the Urshifu here, but you still got two Pokemon that are going to have to fall to this Terrapagos first.
Yeah, and the reason to not go for the protect there is specifically because Smeargle can theoretically decorate Terrapagos and saying, look, I just have like, I know I have enough offense, so I don't even really need to worry about Smeargle, knowing that I can just like launch both of my attacks into you. Terrapagos being slower here is what makes this so awkward as well, right? Like, as you saw, like the Urshifu flinched before Terrapagos got to move, and so it's just not going to be able to do enough in this endgame, staring down two super powerful attackers.
Is there any way out of this if Matt is still able to utilize these Tailwind turns?
No.
Yeah, like I'm only throwing it out there because you know he did do a great job of staggering Tailwind such that he does have an extra turn to play around with now. But you've got this Zacian that can just go for protect. The Chien-Pao as well does have the ability to do that, to stall out at least one turn. And then where do we go from here?
Yeah, the reason why I say no is because I just think Terra Starstorm won't get a knockdown onto either Pokemon here, and so then Sacred Sword plus Behemoth Blade should just be enough to knock out the Terrapagos in return. And so that's why it's actually quite smart for Kian to cover for the potential Decorate option previously. But yeah, like, at the end of the day, Matt just didn't get any value out of Calyrex Shadow Rider, right? And it's like, it actually maybe have been better for that to have been an Iron Hands rather than a Calyrex, so you can at least safely switch in. But the taunt on the Urshifu was so crucial in basically forcing Matt to make that switch out. So Terra Starstorm comes out, does really good damage actually, but it's not going to be enough, crucially.
I think that, yeah, the double up should be able to secure Kian in this very first game of this set. If Behemoth Blade is going to be the first to go, and yeah, Sacred Sword to follow that up should do enough. Now, as we head into game number 2, you're starting to talk about some of the adjustments that Matt could potentially bring to game 2, including the Iron Hands. But do you think that there's anything else that you feel like Matt may be able to do here that would be a little bit better? Like, just start out in game number 1, the lead was too passive, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that game was interesting, right? We saw the 4 Pokemon that Kian brought out. There was no Kyogre, right?
Yeah.
So he actually dropped the restricted Pokemon.
It.
And so, like, I think shows really strong awareness of, like, how to approach this matchup. I thought Matt could have gone for Spore on turn 1, potentially, instead of going for the Fake Out, because, like, you Tailwind then and, like, can immediately maybe put the Zacian to sleep, for example, giving a little bit more momentum. But instead, yeah, he opted for a Fake Out Moonblast, which, like, it worked okay, but the thing is, like, Kian just had full speed control throughout that entire battle, which it's like Matt staggered the Tailwind, but basically didn't get anything out of those extra turns, right? So if you are going to stagger your Tailwind, you ideally like will want to get more value out of it. And also, you called out, right? Whimsicott Smeargle super passive in terms of damage. Moonblast actually did get the knockout on a Roaring Moon, but then it's like you're in this awkward position where you don't have your damage dealers out. So like you can consider leading Calyrex or Terrapagos here. Both truthfully feel a little bit awkward because like the Calyrex is just weak to knockoff, right, from the opposing side. So then it's like maybe you consider the Terrapagos instead and just start dishing out massive amounts of damage. Because I think like what Matt wants to do is ideally knock out that Roaring Moon, then Calyrex on your side can potentially come out and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and so he was able to secure that first objective very early on in game 1, but then struggled to do so in the subsequent turns. As we take a look at the start for game 2, we do see that adjustment from Matt, leaving Smeargle on the bench or potentially in the back as the Terrapagos hits the field in front of the Zacian and Roaring Moon for Kian.
So Terrapagos now obviously exerting a lot more offensive pressure. You can immediately just go for that Tailwind as previously indicated. Hovering the Moonblast, oh, this is interesting. Water Terra Moonblast saying, look, I think you might go for Acrobatics this time around because you saw that I was just willing to click Moonblast last time around, right? That was actually quite risky for Matt to even go for it, but it was smart calling out that Kian would maybe Tailwind. However, it means that you are committing your Terra to Whimsicott, right? So that means no Terra Terrapagos, no Terra on Calyrex, and it does put both of those in a much tougher defensive position.
Yeah, and I think when I worry about that, I mean, Terrapagos does have at least like that Cherish Shell to play around with for the first hit that might help you soak up just a little bit of damage. We're going to see the Terrestrialization committed onto the Roaring Moon, so maybe Matt actually does get this first turn correct. But it's about where do you navigate after that, and can you get enough out of this first turn Terrestrialization that it makes that risk worth it? And so as we see the Terras matched on both sides of the field, Water for the Whimsicott and Flying for the Roaring Moon, this is where things can start to get a little explosive. It's the Acrobatics. So Matt does get that first call correct, as the Whimsicott is going to be able to live through that for now, but it's the double up of the Behemoth Blade that's going to cover for that Terra that knocks out Whimsicott before it gets a chance to move.
Yeah, that's a disaster, to be honest, right? Because now you do not have Tailwind in this game. It will be at least a Choice Specs Earth Power, but Kian saying, look, this covers for any possible play that you could go for. If you double up, if you don't Terra, then I'm just gonna knock you out. If you Terra, well, great, I'll like still get the KO. So Spear Release comes in, does pressure with Fake Out and Spore right now. Can also consider the self-decorate as you're seeing here. And I like this. Okay, Matt's saying, you know what? Like, I feel like I'm already behind in this game. I'm just going to make a big play, and maybe, just maybe if I can get this deck rate on Calyrex, it has the potential to sweep with Astral Barrage. But this is a big risk. Will Smeargle actually get this deck rate off? Either slot could get doubled into quite easily right now. It's going to just be another Acrobatics. No need even for that Tailwind.
Yeah, Kian sees the goal right in front of him, and it's going to be that first Acrobatics onto the Smeargle to activate the Focus Sash. But as Zacian doubles up into it, this was a huge risk. If it had paid off, you're right. I think Matt is firmly back in the game. But now with the Smeargle and the Whimsicott down, and you're stuck with these two special attackers, I'm starting to see a hard time that Matt gets through this.
Yeah, I think Kian's approach in this game was honestly just play it safe and just like target aggressively, right? Like I know your Whimsicott doesn't have Protect, so I can just launch my attacks into it. So really nicely done. Protecting here, trying to bait out a Protect from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And you know, if Calyrex does Protect here, then next turn you can just go for knockoff into it, get a knockout. So Matt does a nice job, at least not protecting this turn, opens up the door to Protect next turn as you knock out the Roaring Moon. I think it basically keeps him around for a little bit longer. So let's pay attention to this next turn. Will there just be a knockoff and a Calyrex? Does Calyrex Protect?
But you also know now that the Terrapagos is stuck, choice locked into this Terra Starstorm, which is going to be a single target attack for the rest of the game because you expended that Terrestrialization early on.
Exactly. So, Matt just goes for Astro Barrage, and it's just knockoff. Yeah,
no.
to Calyrex.
Yeah, well, I mean, but you have to make the aggressive read because you're so far behind already.
Yeah.
You may as well try to go for it and see if you can catch some sort of mistake from Kian. But there are none to be had here. Behemoth Blade is going to break that Terra Shell from the Terapagos, but I think this is a sad turtle here. It still has a lie, even though you have that Terra Shell.
It sticks around for a little bit, yeah. But we'll get a...
Oh, it doesn't even get the knockout out of the Roaring Moon. No. Okay, well, we are going to see the forfeit from Matt and a 5-0 as Kian continues through his day one of LA.
Proving why he is the king of this composition. And I mean, we didn't even see Kyogre hit the field. That was all about just Roaring Moon, Zashi, and Urshifu doing what it does best. But I think Kian just kind of made the most optimal play, it feels like, on every turn, right? And I really like how he basically didn't really give Matt any room for opportunity. He was like, look, I'm just going to keep doubling into things, and as long as I double into things, I should be okay. And I think what made it awkward for Terapagos here is Terapagos is a Pokemon that generally loves to spam Terra Starstorm, but it wants to do it when he can actually get knockouts. And the fact that Roaring Moon and Zacian can like take an attack was really what I think did him in. And also not setting up that Tailwind on turn one was, I think, a big problem because then it just meant that you have no speed control. And it's one of the scary things about hyper offense where you like often feel like you want to make a call on turn one. You have to be like, do I actually really need to go for that Tailwind? I'm not sure I do. But by not going for it on turn one, I felt like the game was just over here immediately.
It's hard, though, because I think you have to give props to Matt knowing that the pressure is on. You lost that first game. You do feel like you need to do something maybe extravagant to get back into the match. And unfortunately, that risk did not pay off in the way that Matt was hoping that it would. But for Kian, when you take a look from his perspective, that turn one play was always very safe.
Yep.
If the Whimsicott doesn't terrestrialize, okay, well, yeah, you get to set Tailwind, but then I get to Behemoth Blade your Terapagos. And then I've done a ton of damage to it that I know it can't recover.
Exactly, yeah. And it feels like the Roaring Moon was the huge problem on Kian's end, which is why I was initially talking about Iron Hands from Matt's team, because Iron Hands does threaten Roaring Moon for super effective damage before and after Terra. So you can Drain Punch it or Wild Charge it if it turns into that Flying Terra, but we never saw Iron Hands come out in this matchup, so I think that could have been a piece of the equation potentially, but it shows why Roaring Moon is such a powerful non-restricted Pokemon, because Calyrex just has a terrible time into it. And honestly, Choice Specs Terapagos also was miserable into it, right? Because so much of Choice Specs Terapagos' damage output comes from that Choice Specs. If Knockoff goes in that slot, removes the specs, then you really aren't doing much damage either. So yeah, this Roaring Moon just being so hard to break through, and without Iron Hands, I think just too much. Especially, I mean, in game one, it did go down immediately, but then Kian, recognizing I should actually bring Urshifu instead of Kyogre, getting that taunt off into Smeargle, and then getting the knockout as Smeargle switched out was just masterful.
That's just the expert decision-making that we expect to see from a team that is piloted by a person like this. You know, Kian has had so much experience with this particular 6 that I feel like he knows and has that heads-up recognition to be able to make that decision where, like, okay, Kyogre, you gotta sit this one out, buddy. I'm so sorry, but this is not the matchup for you. And maybe there was a world that you bring it because you knew that the Iron Hands was sitting in the bench there for Matt, but I don't know. It's great heads-up decision-making here from Kian. It is a reason why he's been able to get top cuts at basically every Reg I tournament that he's played in, and is halfway through the day here to finish with an undefeated record to get a good head start there for day 2.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about, why would you drop Kyogre, right? It's a restricted Pokemon, it's so strong. But if you look at Kian's team, the other Pokemon are also so good, right? Urshifu felt like it was a restricted Pokemon in that second game, able to basically deny the Smeargle from being able to do anything with that taunt. And then also that Surging Strikes, Water Terra, Mystic Water, just knocking out the Calyrex in one hit, right? So it's like, oh, I can deal damage, but I also have taunt, which is really valuable into Smeargle, right? Because Kyogre is a matchup into Smeargle actually can feel a little bit awkward depending on how it's trained. Smeargle can actually outspeed it. And then you're like, well, I'm just Spore Bait, right? And I think Kian was basically as long as I always have Pokemon that are faster than Smeargle on the field, you can't Spore me because I can just keep launching attacks into you. And the Smeargle here did not have a protecting move either, right? So Kian just applying maximum pressure and saying, look, I actually think Chien-Pao and Urshifu get the job done, and Chien-Pao having that Focus Sash means it's actually very good into Terapagos and Calyrex, especially with that Sacred Sword.
I love it. It was a really fun match to watch there from Kian's perspective, and let's go ahead and hear from him about how he's feeling being 5-0 on the day.
Thank you very much, Rose and Aaron. We are here with our round 5 winner, Kian Campbell. You're 5-0. You're blitzing through the day. You're speed running through that round. Super fast victory. Congratulations to you there. How are you feeling? You're undefeated.
I'm feeling great. You know, being 5-0 is a really good feeling, especially since I put a lot of time and effort into this event. But you know, the day's not over. The job's not finished. I've gone 5-0 to 5-3 before. So just gotta keep looking forward, focus on the next one.
That's right, one round at a time. You gotta have that proper mentality. Let's talk about that last round that you just had against Matt. He had some, you know, funky things there, right? There's a Smeargle. You never know what's gonna happen with Moody. You also got really fast Pokemon in Calyrex Shadow Rider. When you saw his team sheet, what were your immediate thoughts of how to counter his squad?
Yeah, so I played a friend of his at Orlando, so I was pretty familiar with the team. And I knew that the Pagos was probably going to be faster than my Kyogre. So going into the match, I was thinking that I probably shouldn't bring it and stick with a Roaring Moon Zacian lead, which was the most balanced lead I could offer into his team. Though it wouldn't let the Smeargle or the Whimsicott get out of hand. And then Urshifu and Xianpao was really good in the back in order to punish the Calyrex, because Pagos was only really going to be doing huge amounts of damage if it Terras. But then if it Terras, then it's weak to Xianpao Sucker Punch. So it puts me in a really good position in the beginning, middle, and the end of the game.
Now, I actually wonder, because you might be a little too young to remember the old Kyogre speed, you know, mirror mind games from back in the day, back in like the VGC 2016 or 2019 and stuff. But you had mentioned how Tropicos might be outspeeding your Kyogre. And how do you train Kyogre? Because there are so many restricted Pokemon that are relatively within that close speed tier of each other. And, you know, of course, you have to worry about Trick Room speeds, or if your Electro Web drops your speed, or a Tailwind, are you going to be faster in Tailwind or something like that? And I feel like Kyogre is a very tricky Pokemon to train the speed stat properly.
Yeah, it all kind of just depends on the meta. I think that since I have a Tailwind as an option on my team, I kind of wanted to invest more in like HP and defense and special attack first, and then the speed I was left over with, I decided to just put the rest in speed, and that's kind of how I ended up on it. But yeah, that's about it. I think, like you said, it's really awkward since there's so many Mons that are like around that speed tier and they want to try to outspeed each other. So I kind of just opted out of playing like the speed war game and decided to go more in HP and bulk. That way I can live like stronger hits.
Now, I do wonder, because we've already had this is our second interview this weekend with each other, so we've got a lot of time to catch up on it. So we talked about your Zacian Kyogre, affection for that duo, and I'm wondering, when you're looking forward towards Pokemon Champions, obviously not every Pokemon is available in Regulation MA, but are there any enticing duos or any Pokemon that are kind of emulating the excitement that Zacian or Kyogre give you right now, but for Pokemon Champions?
I've liked Whimsicott and Charizard a lot, just because it kind of has like a similar vibe where you have the instant Tailwind plus a really strong spread move with Heat Wave, and like Kyogre has Water Spout and it sets up the rain, and then Charizard Y sets up the sun and has Heat Wave. Even though it's not as strong, it's still like very powerful and puts your opponent in precarious situations where they always have to like be aware.
Yeah, listen, that makes a lot of sense. You got the weather, you got the Tailwind, and we actually noted on the top 12 graphic for today's usage that there's only 2 of the top 12 are in Champions, and it's Incineroar and Whimsicott.
Yeah.
So, like, why is Whimsicott so strong? A multi-time world champion, one of the best Tailwind or Prankster users. Like, why do you enjoy Whimsicott?
I think that Tailwind kind of fits how I like to play. It's a lot more offensive, and it's just the fastest Tailwind in the game. I think only Talonflame might have a faster Tailwind with Gale Wings. It also has really good pressure with Encore, as I see that Matt had it. It can put your opponent in difficult situations where they might not want to lock a fake out or protect into you, which is good if you're playing offense, because those things tend to slow down your Tailwind. So if your opponent goes for that stuff, you can Encore, put them in a bad spot and kind of snowball the game forward that way.
And we already asked you your Scarlet and Violet memories from a prior interview, so we'll skip that and go right on to the shout-outs. You want to give any shout-outs to friends, family, loved ones watching at home?
Yeah, of course. I'd like to shout out all of Team Z, Momo Nation, all my friends there, my parents, of course, and then specifically Antonio Sanchez, Roxanne, Mizu, Ko. All of them helped me with matchups going into Orlando in this event, and it's actually paid off. I played some of the matchups that I practiced, so it was really helpful, so thanks to them. Yeah, that's about it.
Well, congratulations on your success so far. We have 2 interviews. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, we get a 3rd one tomorrow out on that stage for your regional championship.
Hopefully, that would be great.
That would be awesome. All right, Kian, best of luck in the rest of phase 1 here. Got a couple of rounds left. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, going to be guessing some more mega Pokedex entries.
Sort of an awkward situation now for the Smeargle, where although Lander's coming in is very interesting. So the Fergif's going to sleep for 1 more turn, and now there's the problem, sort of, where if you try to use Spore again, if Miraidon comes back in, it could use Electric Terrain to negate a Spore, and you can't switch your own Rillaboom in because you can't switch out the. You're either going to lose the Decorate on Raging Bolt, or you're going to lose the Speed Boost at Smeargle. However, Landorus, as a flying type Pokemon, isn't benefited by Electric Terrain, so you could still try to Spore into that slot if you wanted to. Also keep in mind, there's still that Armor Tail on the field, making things further complicated, making it impossible to use that Thunderclap move.
Yeah, and of course, Landorus also has the ability to Terrastalize if it really wanted to avoid a Spore there and become grounded as a poison type instead. So many different small things going on here.
What a great cover. It looks like that's exactly what's being predicted here.
Oh, that's going to be the cover here as Farigiraf switches out, and in comes the Miraidon, sets the Electric Terrain here, will boost the power of the Electric type attacks from the Raging Bolt, and here comes the Terrastalization. What a perfect cover. The Landorus goes for the Poison Terra type here, which grounds it on the Electric Terrain. Will block the Spore, but means it's now vulnerable to that Thunderclap from the Decorate Raging Bolt. Huge 1-hit KO. What a play for Kinugawa to see.
Oh man, it's so hard to lock into a Thunderclap against a ground type Pokemon with Armor Tail on the field, but he hits it and picks up the knockout.
What a perfect play there. The only situation you could ever really make that kind of cover, going for the double Spore and Thunderclapping into a ground type.
My name is Bushan. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Bushan Tumsey will make it into the semifinals here in Orlando.
He keeps upgrading his best finish here.
Sandslash-Alola. It's my favorite Pokemon. In 2023, I started playing VGC for the first time. My favorite early memory is my first regional tournament, Orlando Regionals 2023, where I got to meet a lot of friends who I'd only met online before that. I did pretty well. I finished top 32. I'm a big competitor, and competing in a real-life tournament is the pinnacle of competitive Pokemon to me. You make a lot of friends along the way, and that is equally as impactful to me. I've had a lot of friends who have helped me as I've team built and gotten better at playing Pokemon. And I really credit that peer group to being instrumental in me learning how to play the game. The fondest memory I've had from the 2023 Worlds was being able to meet every single friend from every single culture all in one location. The number one thing I've learned is that perseverance is really, really important. Learning how to fight in double battles can be tricky, and you might lose a lot in the beginning. But as you keep learning, as you keep growing, you'll realize that you can do anything as long as you keep trying hard, and that's what VGC has taught me. The most difficult matchup was my matchup against Paul Chua. His Smeargle was very, very deadly, and it took a lot of energy to try to defeat that Pokemon.
Here, Smeargle is a Pokemon that, if it comes to battle, can just sort of ruin an entire game plan here.
Did the fact that it was Paul Chua also make it tough?
Absolutely.
That is enough to pick up the KO, but Sean Tumsey is making it to the finals.
On turn 1, when I encored the Whimsicott, predicting it to use Tailwind, I put myself in a really good spot because I knew that Whimsicott had to switch out, and I had a Terra Ghost Astral Barrage for whatever wanted to come in next.
Richard knows the game is lost, the set is over, and Bushan Tumsey wins the Orlando Regional Championships.
I'm feeling great. I mean, who isn't happy when you win something? My number one goal was to win the regional, which I did. So now my number one goal right now is to win Worlds. I guess I need to book a flight to San Francisco. I picked Michael Kelch. He's one of the best players in the world, and he's also a good friend of mine. So playing against him in the finals would be a dream come true.
Are you winning Worlds this year?
Absolutely. You have to aim for the stars. You'll reach the moon. It would mean everything. It would be the culmination of a lot of hard work and effort, and just a validation that if you really believe in yourself, you really can do anything.
It is time for a battle of the Titans, the Scarlet versus the Violet in a Pokemon-friendly feud. Very fun, very simple concept. We have 5 players for Team Scarlet. They're each going to get 1 question. 5 players for Team Violet going to get the same 5 questions. If they guess the number 1 answer, we polled 50 VGC trainers for these questions. If they guess the number 1 answer, they will earn a point for their team. So let's get it started. Team Scarlet, come on in. All right, first question. Besides Incineroar, name the greatest Pokemon in VGC history.
Wow, that's a crazy question. Among Us.
No. Okay, next one. It's on the list. Not the number 1 answer. All right, so still 0 on the board. Okay, second question. What is the best not fully accurate move your Pokemon can use?
Close combat.
Well, close combat is 100% accurate, and it is not the answer. Okay, Next question up. Come on, guys. Come on, Team Scarlet. Let's get on the board here. Name something a Raging Bolt player would hate to see their opponent use.
Fluttermane.
Fluttermane, that counts. Fairy type is the number 1 answer. We are on the board here. Congratulations. Okay, come on in. Up next, name a Pokemon that puts things to sleep besides Amoonguss.
It's got to be Smeargle.
Smeargle, number 1 answer. Okay, congratulations. And then last one, let's get on a streak here. Fill in the blank. Double blank.
Double Team.
Double Team, great answer. Was not number 1, unfortunately. Thank you very much. All right, so it looks like Scarlet has 2 points here in the friendly feud. Let's see how Violet does. All right, now it's time for Team Violet to see how many answers they can get out of these 5 questions. Come on, Team Violet. First up, besides Incineroar, name the greatest Pokemon in VGC history.
Amoonguss.
Amoonguss is not the number 1 answer. Lander Asterion was the number 1 answer. Come on up. What is the best not fully accurate move your Pokemon can use?
Rock Slide.
Rock Slide, number 1 answer. Congratulations. Team Violet is on the board. All right, let's make a run here. Let's get another one. Name something a Raging Bolt player would hate to see their opponent use.
Terra Fairy?
Terra Fairy, Fairy type, Fluttermane, they all count. Number 1 answer on the board. Okay, a lot of pressure here. Name a Pokemon that puts things to sleep besides Amoonguss.
Jumpluff.
Jumpluff does, however, not as often as Smeargle, our number 1 answer. Unfortunate. All right, last one for Team Violet. Gotta come in the clutch here. Fill in the blank. Double blank.
Hit.
Double Hit is a good answer, but unfortunately it is Double Protect is the number 1 answer. And that looks like both Team Scarlet and Team Violet only had 2 successful answers. So either they're all winners or all losers. I'll let you decide. We'll be right back with more Pokemon action.
And it will be the Gallade that goes for the terrestrialization into the grass typing. And that would normally be pretty good, but it's actually just going to take a Sludge Wave and knock itself out.
That may have been the worst terrestrialization I've ever seen. I don't know if...
I was all ready to think that Choice Band Urshifu in the rain was still going to pick up that KO, but it's the Sludge Wave that does it.
I kind of love this. I assume Brandon kind of just like, you know what, whatever. Here we go, game 3.
Let's go next.
Yeah. Gonna get there in a hurry, I guess. Urshifu gonna pick up another knockout, and I'm not totally sure what I'm watching.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Los Angeles Regional Championships. We are through 5 rounds here of Phase 1 for the Pokemon video game in the Masters Division, and we have a little bit of time before Round 6 gets underway. I'm joined by Scott Glaza and Aaron Zhang. And you know, Scott, sometimes, who among us has not Sludge Waved their own Terrasalized Pokemon?
Well, let's not answer that literally. But no, I mean, yeah, it's a... I was a little concerned we show that clip. It's like, well, I mean, like, you know, maybe not a great play, but like I think it was both like a misclick and like stuff happens. I feel a little bad for Brandon in general. Or like between that and the Swiss round earlier, it's been a tough weekend on stream for Brandon. But great player. He was going for a big play. Did not quite get the big play in the clip that we showed.
But I do give Brandon credit because remember he was one of the players. I forget which regional it was, but Brandon made a I think it was a Terra. I forget what Terrasilize, but he called the Terra Blast on his Stellar or Shifu as a Terrasilize for the big damage on it. So listen, sometimes when you swing big, you can hit a Grand Slam or you can strike out.
Exactly. And like I always respect too. I mean, the player's kind of willing to make plays like that. I was kind of thinking the same thing, even in his stream match, right, where well, I guess more for his opponent than for him, but like calling like the Terrastalization and Giratina and getting that close combat instead of whiffing it into the ghost typing originally. We're like, it's tough to make that play, I think, in general in Pokemon, where it can be a little embarrassing if you screw it up. But it's like 1,000 times more difficult to make that sort of play on stream, where like you're gonna look bad on a recorded footage, and like maybe we're gonna clip it and put it on stream again later, apparently. But like, yeah, you can't make the great plays without making the bad ones, and I think especially for the players playing a little bit more rogue, you're gonna have to take a few more risks doing that. And like sometimes they're gonna work, and sometimes they're not.
Aaron, have you ever had any silly plays like you forget that you're, I don't know, like you click Earthquake and you switch your teammate in, like you forgot you already clicked Earthquake and your teammate takes damage on the way out? That's how I kind of just see that play.
Yeah, I feel like all the time. There's so much pressure at these things, and I think the timer actually is something that like can get to you when you think you have a play in mind, but then suddenly you're, I'm not so sure I want to make that play. I think the most common mistake I probably make is forgetting that I already protected the previous turn and clicking it again thinking it's safe, and suddenly I'm like, oh my god, like I just attempted a double protect and then it fails and you're like, well, that was a total waste. So I think yeah, I'm trying to think if I've made any like egregious, like mistakes on stream. I would say maybe not like crazy mistakes, but more just like, oh, that like just wasn't a very good play.
I've made some bad ones. I've made Darkinium Z Tyranitar into a substitute, but I was like, oh, which one do I target? And then I target the slot that just substituted. I just did like 25. Like my opponent was like, oh no. They like said it as they saw the animation, and I was like, oh no. So I just did like the worst 25% of all time. But enough about the past. Let's talk about the future of Pokemon Champions. You like that segue? We have more Guess That Mega Pokedex entries for us. And then, of course, we're going to talk about the Mega's viabilities afterwards. So I think the last one we left on was Mega Tyranitar. So we should have a good stretch of more Megas to discuss. Remember, these are all Megas currently in Regulation MA in Pokemon Champions. So you don't have to worry about something, crazy out there. Mega Evolution has dialed up this Pokemon's spiciness. It swings its necktie around to wallop its foes.
Surely it's Scovillain, right?
This isn't another Mega Pinsir red herring situation?
No way.
I mean, how many Pokemon can be spicy?
Yeah. And have neckties?
I feel like another brand, this could be different, but like, there's no way we're using spicy in a non-literal sense, right? That's a caster word, not an in-game script word, so.
I think the necktie is the giveaway,
Lock it in.
Let's lock it in. Mega Scovillain here. So
okay.
This is one, well, I know you guys were going to get this one pretty easily, obviously, because of the description, but I wanted to have a conversation with you two about Mega Scovillain. This was a bit of a Pokemon that somewhat got let's say, underappreciated when it was shown off. People didn't like its stats or its move pool, didn't think, oh man, it must need a really broken ability in order to be viable. And Pokemon Champions sure delivered.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think the other thing too is like even once we got the ability, I think it was a little bit underestimated just because like the concept of a support Mega didn't work the first time around, right? Where like the closest thing we had was like maybe Mega Gengar, who itself is still like an elite special attacker. It just also has a very good supportive ability. Yeah, I mean we've never, guaranteed burn is really good. It's Aaron famously has some burn-related issues that were not so guaranteed, so imagine how strong that would be when you can use it repeatedly without even having to spend a move. Yeah, I mean, I think it's I think that the context a lot of us were missing was that the non-Mega Evolved Pokemon in this format are far more powerful than in 2014, right? Or 2015, or like even the Sun Moon era afterward. And I think because of that, you can get away with your Mega supporting the other Pokemon sometimes instead of the reverse, where when you have Basculegion running around and Kingambit and all those other very well-balanced Pokemon, it lets you do a little bit different things with your Mega, right? And even Scovillain itself, like it kind of hurts where like, as a Blastoise aficionado, Leaf Storm is just such checkmate that it is irritating. So I'm a believer.
Yeah, because it's not just about the automatic burn for physical attackers, like let's say Basket Legion. It's the fact that it gets redirection, right? So you're able to force a burn onto an attack, keep your partner around. But then think of how much rock slide spam there is that you can burn that Pokemon, or Pokemon that are clicking Hyper Voice. Like even if they're a special attacker, you're still getting that residual damage every turn. That the Scovillain, even if it's not the strongest statistic-wise compared maybe to other megas, oftentimes it's forcing your opponent to bring Pokemon that they don't want to get burned, which might be a worse matchup.
Yeah, I think one thing that's also really interesting is people think about burns strictly in terms of making physical Pokemon weaker, but if you think about special attackers in this format, like Mega Dragonite's an example where its ability, of course, is multi-scale, right? Or you think about something like Archaladon that wants to run leftovers, and burning them actually is a big deal because, like, stopping Archaladon from healing is such a big deal in a format like this on Archaladon teams. And for Mega Dragonites, like sometimes even just trading the burn for a turn of redirection, breaking multi-scale, and then letting a Pokemon next to you set up can play a really big deal as well. So I think Mega Scovillain has so much potential, but to Scott's point, because it's a defensive, supportive Mega, it's not like as intuitive to use because it's not going to be carrying your games. And I think a lot of the Mega Scovillain teams we're seeing right now are pairing it with the secondary Mega, like Aerodactyl or Tyranitar. We already talked about both of those earlier, but for good reason, because Scovillain does not want to go up against Charizard. You just have a terrible, like, you can't burn Charizard, it's just going to Heat Wave you. So having a Rock-type Mega then means you can bring that into the Charizard matchup, and then Scovillain in a lot of other matchups.
Yeah, I think similar, too. I mean, like, I do think it's, like, positioned very well into the metagame of Regulation MA, and, like, I think perhaps in future regulations, if we were to get more Pokemon, Scovillain might not be as strong as it is in this one, where I think it benefits a lot from how weak special attackers in general are in the format, because, yeah, certainly would prefer at least to fight mostly physical attackers. I think there's a lot of really physical attacking heavy teams that are just really bad in this Scovillain. I think also it benefits a little bit too, just like there's not a whole lot of Pokemon that like directly checkmate it super well, and even like the Leech Seed set, right, which sometimes we see, sometimes we don't, but like you know, I think like there's so many teams that are like very physical based, so it kind of checks that. Then the stall teams don't do so well against the Leech Seed. Like you wind up with a pretty good matchup spread where I feel like it'd be a little scary where like, especially some of the Pokemon from Pokemon Legends EA that we haven't seen yet, if they wind up having good abilities, I think a decent chunk of those look like special attackers. And I think if that's starting to dominate the format, but we don't see Scovillain so much. But there just like isn't that much that's popular if it's like a huge problem for it, other than like Gengar.
I was gonna say, once Mega Salamence comes back, like, good luck, buddy. Good luck. Good luck redirecting my Hyper Voices that will also just KO you in one hit.
I was same hive mind. I was saying once my guy Mega Salamence comes back, I'm going full special attacker. Don't care about being burned because you're not making it to the turn after my my Hyper Voice. I love that, and you know we'll see what the other Megas provide, and maybe we'll run more Mega Pokedex entries when we get theirs later on. Let's go on to our next guess that Mega Pokedex entry. It will attack anything that moves. Mega Evolution is a burden on its body, so it's incredibly irritated, like Scott before his morning coffee.
True.
Who sounds like an irritated Mega Evolution?
Yes.
Beedrill is like my first guess.
It's technically it's in the game. It's an option. It's an option.
I'm thinking. The team of these have been good Megas, so I feel like probably not Beedrill.
Yes, I would say this one.
Beedrill lovers.
It's going to get more off the wall after this, but this one is considered a viable Mega Evolution. So if that helps narrow it down.
What's viable that we haven't done in like mean?
Aerodactyl?
Oh, that's a pretty good one.
That's my next best guess.
It looks angry.
It does, yeah.
It does seem a little irritating.
And it's like all spiky. Yeah. Probably hurts a little bit.
It definitely hurts my Pokemon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's so irritated it has to inflict pain on everyone else with Rock Slide, right?
Yeah, maybe stop wing beating me, you big jerk. But.
Are we locking in Mega Aerodactyl?
I can't think of anything else.
I like that one, yeah.
All right, let's go for the Mega Aerodactyl.
Okay, cool.
This is, dare I say, gentlemen, potentially the greatest glow up I've ever seen in VGC. Aerodactyl, I know it got top 8 at Worlds 2014, but like, whatever, like it wasn't like a huge staple. Regular Aerodactyl, Mega Aerodactyl is a phenomenal Pokemon in Regulation MA.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And like, I do want to briefly touch on your previous comment. I still think it was probably a mistake in 2014-15 that we didn't play Aerodactyl more. I kind of like I would enjoy going back and like us taking Ryosuke's team a little bit more seriously. Right? He went 6-0 in Swiss in 2014. It's like where I was like, nah, that never happened. And there's like no metagame adjustment. That doesn't happen in the modern VGC where more people are exploring things. I do think Aerodactyl may have been underrated the first time. But yeah, I mean, it is incredible in this format where I think regular Aerodactyl is probably like the bottom part of a top 10 best non-Mega Evolved Pokemon, and then Mega Arrow is probably a little bit better than that relative to the Mega Evolved Pokemon. Could put it in almost any team. Tailwind's great. Like I said, saying before, I think Wide Guard is underplayed and is great. Rock Slide, not my favorite part of this format, but hey, even better with the same type of attack boost and 100 very high base speed. So
yeah, it is. I think it's always so funny to me when it's like, oh, I want to put a Choice Scarf on a Pokemon so I can outspeed everything. But then Mega Aerodactyl's like, haha, you thought. And then Mega evolves and Basket Legion's like, crying a little tear, which is actually why I feel like with the rise of Mega Aerodactyl, now Focus Sash is like the most common item on Basket Legion on top teams. But it is interesting. I think like, we first saw regular Aerodactyl with Rock Slide, Dual Wing Beat, Tailwind Protect. Then we saw Dual Wing Beat being dropped for Wide Guard. And then now we're seeing Mega Aerodactyl being used over regular Aerodactyl. And then the adaptation on Mega Aerodactyl recently is we dropped Protect for Wide Guard. And so, like, the Pokemon Champions metagame has been moving so quickly. Mega Aerodactyl is interesting because if it is hitting for neutral damage, it's quite nice, but against steel types, it is absolutely miserable. And so like King Gambit's like, cool, man, like enjoy rock sliding me for like 15% of my health, and then you get hit with an Iron Head and just like faint in return. But I do agree, yeah, it's like so incredibly strong to Charizard, which of course is one of the top Mega Evolutions. And
non-Charizard teams as well.
Yes.
It's like, it's hitting both sides of the fight.
Yeah, totally. But I'm curious where the metagame heads right now, because it feels like a lot of the top players have optimized the Aerodactyl, Charizard, and then plus, like King Gambit, Basket Legion, Floette, Garchomp, Sylveon, etc. It feels like that team has kind of become public enemy #1. Like, and the Japanese actually national championship qualifiers are happening this weekend, and I feel like Japan was a big reason for why this comp got so popular. So I think we're going to see another meta shift away from it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be really interesting as we kind of look from where the metagame is right now until where we see it for the first time in our stream in, Indianapolis in a few weeks. Where like we're going to kind of find out, is this the chalk of Regulation MA, right? Like, I think it's very well optimized. I think it's like clearly the strongest team. Will it be strong enough to overcome being targeted, right? Kind of look at like Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta in today's tournament where, yeah, I mean, it's still strong. I think it did a great job at the World Championships, but like not quite able to be chalk level dominant when it's being focused. And we saw games, like the Montana round where it's like, well, I'm just not quite sure what he was supposed to do here. And can you do that to this team? I think it's more difficult at Regulation MA where there's kind of just fewer really powerful Pokemon available where you're making a counter team kind of like you're forcing yourself to have less total power on your team in order to have the good matchup. But we'll have to see what people cook up. I've noticed far fewer teams being shared by the Japanese players recently, so they got to be cooking up something.
Yeah, they're trying to get those Worlds invitations. I get it. Also, I think with Mega Aerodactyl, like my one question is about, I think it is great Pokemon. It's great as a secondary Mega on a lot of teams. We see it on Floette teams also, Charizard teams. But its viability once we get to open team sheet, once we get to formats where you are going to know, does it have Wide Guard or not? Does it have Dual Wing Beat or not? And I think, at least from my experience, when I'm playing on the ladder and I'm playing in the 2 global challenges we have, a lot of its viability is I don't know if it's Sash versus Mega. I don't know if it has Wide Guard or Dual Wing Beat. So I wonder how that's going to affect it when we get to official tournaments with open team sheet.
My guess, I mean, we saw regular Aerodactyl with Wide Guard win like, a huge grassroots tournament, and that was open team sheet best of 3 and it went 19-1. So it makes it, I think it's less frustrating to fight against, at least when you know what's up your way. But I mean, like, just knowing your opponent has Wide Guard means that you're like, you always have to think, do I actually click the spread move? And that in itself is a big enough deal.
Yeah, sometimes it's almost worse to know it's there. We're like, oh man, like.
Yeah, I know my opponent knows I know, but like, what if I just go for the obvious rock slide, right?
Yeah, like it becomes like spookier. Or like, I think the mind games are fun, and like, it's hard to enjoy VGC if you don't like that sort of thing, right? Where it's like, okay, we've both discovered this information. What decision do we make with it? How do I mitigate the risk of being wrong if I don't make the call? But like, yeah, I think it's a funny thing to have in your team sheet. Yeah, like moves like Wide Guard and like Feint, I think are, to me, usually better in open team sheet, where like, maybe you'll cheese a win here and there and close team sheet, and that's fun. But I think your opponent having to play around it, even if you don't show it, sometimes is good for you too.
All right, so let's keep it moving here on this Mega Evolution discussion. Now, I will let you know, we are going a little more off the rails with the rest of the Megas. So the first 6 were very viable meta threats. Not to say that these ones are, you know, all Megas are wonderful. We'll see how this one goes, but its movements have become more human-like. Whether it's simply trying to communicate or wants to supplant humanity is unclear.
This is a real Pokédex.
This is a real Pokédex entry.
That's crazy.
I really hope I have a hard counter to this on my team. I'm going to add one if I don't. Like, oh, this Pokemon can't win.
You can't supplant me. I mean, there's some mean.
I was thinking of Pokemon become more human-like, and like, I was thinking like, you know, if it's Frostlass, it seems like it should have like a more like spooky themed Pokedex entry, but at least that like sort of makes sense. Malamar becomes more human-like, but I think isn't in the regulation, so
it's not.
That seems very unlikely to be the answer.
I don't know, I was thinking like the Ghost types, Banette, Sableye. This felt like a Mimikyu entry to me. I was like, do we give Mimikyu a Mega? But obviously not.
Please don't.
You definitely want a Dark type on your team, as you're talking about, to try to switch in on its attacks. It's tough.
Like, is it not a Ghost type?
It is not a Ghost type.
Whoa.
So it must be Psychic then, probably?
Yes, it is a Psychic type.
Trying to think, what's Psychic? There's you know, Meowstic, a Pokemon in the game.
Alakazam, also a Pokemon in the game.
They are certainly Pokemon in the game that are Psychic types.
It's like Gardevoir and Gallade, who are definitely too friendly to supplant humanity.
Definitely they would not be so
never.
devious.
They're our friends.
Yes. I will say it is, I'm trying to give hints without giving it away.
I feel like you've given us enough, honestly. The fact that we still can't get it is
Yeah, this is not looking good for the team here.
This is gonna be our last one.
No.
We're like, oh, that's an interesting one.
But it feels friendly.
It's our friends. It's like first partner Pokemon.
Yeah.
Surely.
It is a new Mega, so it's not Alakazam. It is a Psychic type new Mega that looks humanoid. It gets a little taller. It likes to run a little faster now. In some
sounds like Delphox.
Some videos you see on the internet. Using those legs, those strong legs to run a little faster. Those iconically famous Legend ZA legs that it grew.
What?
All right, we're gonna have to reveal this one. Let's reveal the Pokedex entry. Mega Starmie. Doesn't that look like a face that wants to supplant humanity?
Is that a face? Like I still I don't.
You gotta be careful. Like, I remember like the TV show at the beginning, Ash said something like that, and Misty was like implying he was like some sort of like Pokemon racist. So be careful. You know, it's definitely Pokemon without faces have feelings too.
I'm sorry, Starmie.
I'm sorry. Listen, I will admit, hand up, I have lost a game to Explosion Mega Starmie. I hope this is a safe place for me to admit that.
Oh, sure.
Because it's a strong physical attacker now instead of the old version, which was you relied more on like Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Psychic. Now it's really all in on physical attacking.
I'm gonna be honest. I have played probably 400 or 500 games at least. I don't think I've ever played against Starmie.
Oh, really?
I'm intrigued by it because I feel like it hasn't fully been cracked yet. I saw one team that put it on just a rain team, and it's like Liquidation does a lot of damage, and part of it is just like Basque Legion also is a strong physical attacker, but you can actually have an item on it. It's like having a Focus Sash or Scarf makes it really valuable, but I don't know. I feel like there's something to be done with Starmie, and we haven't exported it enough yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree for the record. Where it's like, I think it has a really interesting move pool, right? Like, there's got to be stuff there. I think something that concerns me there, though, is that you'd think that sort of Pokemon would be better in closed team sheet, and that it's already not doing anything. Doesn't seem to bode well for open team sheet, but
hey, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I was trying to stump you guys with the Mega Alakazam, thinking you might think that was evil or had ill intent.
No, I guess yeah. I mean, Starmie's it makes total sense now that you say it, but I just like it didn't strike me as something that was I don't know.
Now you got to be nervous.
Yeah.
I'm less nervous. It's like, thank Arceus that that's the Pokemon that thinks it can supplant humanity. Like, yeah, whatever, Pikachu, go deal with that. You know?
Exactly. Just any light breeze will be able to knock it out. But thank you guys so much. We're going to have a couple more Mega Pokedex entries throughout the weekend. But for now, we're going to head it back over to the casters for our next round.
Thank you so much, guys. I have to admit, I haven't been beaten by an explosion Mega Starmie, but I will say I have faced a couple of them, all by trainers who had their names hidden to the point where I was getting like scared. I was like, what trainer is preparing with this for Indy? Like, is Mega Starmie about to win? I don't know, but it was good.
When they're anonymous, you know that they're in it for serious business, so it's always scary to face those.
Right? You're very quiet though. Have you lost 2 explosions?
Yeah, like too many to count, honestly. Like there's Mega Glalie Explosion. So many niche ones. It's like if you pair it with a ghost type, like you can like attack with your partner and not protect and still get the explosion off. So I think I think it's like Faint Sableye plus Glalie or something.
No.
That was rough.
We're going back. We're all explosions. I don't know, man. We gotta move on from champions for right now. I can't bear to think about it. Let's bring it back to LA. Let's bring it back to Reg I. And who is leading the competition so far? 5-0 means you're so close to locking your spot in phase 2 of the competition. Just need 6 wins for that. Kian Campbell, I mean, we just saw him on broadcast with a swift win. So yeah, 5-0 there, but some other really strong names on this list.
Yeah, it's really cool to see all these different names, like a lot of regional champions, right? Justin Tang, Alex Underhill, Gavin Michaels, Aaron Trailer. There's so many like names that we recognize here, but even a couple that we also don't recognize. So yeah, it's very exciting to see both new players and established players taking up the top spots here and 1 win away from that phase 2.
That's always the fun part, is being able to see who's leading the competition, because I mean, there is so much that goes into one of these tournaments. Obviously, you have to be good at the game, but if you just get a rough start at the day, you can go against some really not so fun matchups for your team and maybe can't really show what you're able to do. So every competition, being able to see what trainers can really come out of the gate, and I don't know, one of them could be our next regional champion, is a really exciting prospect. But for this next match, we're going to focus on people who have won in the past. And of course, talk about one of the breakout stars of Scarlet and Violet in Justin Tang going up against an oldie but goodie in Aaron Trailer.
Yeah, it feels pretty fitting to feature Justin Tang here, having like really broken out in Scarlet and Violet, winning his first regional that he ever attended, and then winning another one shortly after. So yeah, really like starting to shine through Scarlet and Violet. I think, yeah, starting VGC through Scarlet and Violet. So really exciting there. And over on Aaron Trailer's end, yeah, I mean, he won the first regional in Sword and Shield, actually, I think. So both players just having so many accomplishments from old and from recent, and we're just going to be featuring these top players face off.
And I always love being able to see people who have been playing this game for so long and their take on it, right? Because there's something to be said about just so much experience. And of course, the runs that he's been able to put together, like Dr. and Trailer is, I mean, at this point, the Doctor's got to be in Pokemon, right? Because he's so good.
Doctor and Pokemon, get it going. But we see the Toxapex. That's the thing I'm keeping my eye out for the Doctor. I'm not sure what he's cooking up. Maybe he's a chef this weekend as well. But that Toxapex, not something that you see very often. We saw Daniel Yu pilot earlier a couple of weeks back, and just missing the top cut, going 9-3, I believe. But Aaron Trailer off to a really strong start with this Pokemon that you just do not see very often. It doesn't have great offensive stats, so it's purely in the support role, and it has a really interesting moveset, right? It has Baneful Bunker, which is a strict improvement on Protect, being able to poison opponents that come into contact with it. Wide Guard, very good into the restricted Pokemon format where, yeah, a lot of spread type attacks are strong. Toxic, not something you see in VGC very often, something you see a little bit more in singles, but able to whittle down opponents who like to set up. And finally, Infestation is a move that many players might not be familiar with, but is just like Fire Spin, trapping opponents and doing a little bit of chip damage every turn.
This team just has so much support too. I'm looking at the Sinistra, and I mean, you do have an attacking move with the Shadow Ball, but that is a supporting Pokemon. You Rage Powder, Hospitality to be able to get some of the HP. Even looking at something that is so offensive like this Ogre Pond, you have Follow Me, your Spiky Shield, and then Encore instead of another move. You only have this Ivy Cudgel. Incineroar, you're going for, you know, support, and then a knockoff. So a lot of pressure on things like this Miraidon Trapagos to be able to deal that damage. Trapagos too, this is going to be a little bit more of that setup. We got that Calm Mind. So that makes a lot of sense when you look at all of the ways to kind of slow the pace of the game on this team.
Yeah, taking a step back on this archetype, we had Francesco Piopero have a lot of success with this team last year, pairing Terapagos with the Choice Scarf from Miraidon along with Incineroar and Sinistra to provide a lot of control in the game, but usually it was the pair with Sinistra and Incineroar, and the other two are pretty free. So it's really exciting to see Toxapex and Ogerpon being the pick for Aaron Trailer here. Over on Justin's end, we see a Groudon that we recently saw as well. This one also having the Assault Vest item and being paired with the Imprison Calyrex Ice Rider. I think we saw it paired with Imprison Zamazenta, so I'm not sure what it is about Groudon wanting to be paired up with these imprisoning Pokemon. But yeah, also holding Citrus Berry, like there's so many interesting sets in this one team.
Especially too, for Tang, this is something that is a little bit more familiar. There's not necessarily too many people that are outrunning this Sun variant with this Jump Bluff, but this is something we've got to see out of him from Worlds. And I mean, it is, when you see a Sun team with Jump Bluff, it is so strong for a reason. Jump Bluff and just the ability to be able to shut things down and even just have the speed control with the Tailwind is so nice on this team. And that's really nice too, paired up with a couple of these really strong attacking options. There's so many Pokemon that can really utilize this Sun. Chi-Yu, well, you have your super strong fire type attacks, Flutter Mane, being able to get that Photosynthesis boost, the Raging Bolt as well. Like, there's so much synergy here with the Sun that I'm really excited to see. And of course, when you are talking about that Calyrex set that does have that Imprison, it's a Pokemon too that if you are looking at that slower pace that Trailer's trying to play in, well, something like that Leech Seed for that longevity can really make sure that you can play at that pace as well.
Yeah, I love how you pointed that out because it's not really apparent at first glance like that everything takes advantage of Sun, but it's true. Everything except for Calyrex Ice Rider really benefits from the Sun in some shape or form. The Jump Bluff here actually seems to be one of the matches where it might be the least oppressive because there's a Miraidon on the other side being able to, yeah, not only set the electric terrain, but also threaten really strong electric type attacks into it. And yeah, I think it makes sense that we see the Groudon come out here, which pretty hard to check over from Aaron's side.
Right away, starting with 3.5 restricted Pokemons. Let's give our respect over to Raging Bolt, as Sun is going to come out over on Justin's side of the board, though. Of course, we have to see all the activations out here. And for Aaron, that is first going to be, well, Electric Terrain with that Miraidon and the Electric Seed for the Strapgos to furthermore help us stick around.
Yeah, pretty awkward position, I think, for Aaron's perspective, like where you want to Volt Switch. If you want to Volt Switch, you want to go into the Raging Bolts because it would be immune for the Groudon, but then the Raging Bolt could protect, and then you could eat a pretty big Precipice Blades. On the other hand, you could go for something like a Draco Meteor into the Raging Bolt to KO it, but of course there's a risk that it would protect. If you want to go into the Groudon, it's holding the Assault Vest item, so it's going to be able to start it off pretty well. And on the other hand, this Raging Bolt's really strong now, right? It has the boost from the Sun, and it also has the boost from the Electric Terrain. You can turn both the Sun and the Terrain off with the Terapagos Terastallization, but you'd be committing that pretty early on. And I'm not sure if that's you. I think you want to be really careful when you Terastallize your Terapagos on a Sun team because Sun is so central to Justin's strategy, as you pointed out earlier. You want to be really like pinpoint precise on when you decide to get rid of the Sun.
Well, we're saying we do not want that Sun around at all. Right away, Terastallization will be spent. Terapagos, well, it's going to get terrifying. And of course, with that Terraform Zero, we are getting rid of all of these nasty field effects. You've already gotten your boost for yourself. You don't want the other Pokemon to have that as well. As called out, though, that Raging Bolt, the only viable option to Volt Switch into is going to go for the Protect, but never the target. Draco Meteor in Groudon instead, but as called out as well, that Assault Vest just makes sure you're not doing much damage at all. And Precipice Blades in return, not enough for a one-hit KO, but oh so much damage. At least with the Terapagos, sure, you're not fishing for KOs this turn. You're looking to start setting up to make sure on these next coming turns you can do the most.
Yeah, you can see the one anti-synergy that you can see with the Miraidon Terapagos teams, which is that if you Terastallize your Terapagos, you lose the damage output from the Miraidon. It would have done more than half into the Groudon, and next turn, yeah, I guess you wouldn't be threatening a KO since your special attack would be dropping. But I think, yeah, it makes sense that Aaron went for that because if the Raging Bolt decided to attack that turn, it would have done a lot of damage with those damage multipliers we talked about earlier. But I think he's still in a pretty good spot, like having taken very little damage on the Terapagos and getting a Calm Mind up. Means like the matchup into the Raging Bolt is a lot better now, and with the Sun gone, really able to mitigate a lot of damage, especially if there's a Sinistra or Incineroar ready to switch in. There's a lot of support ready for this little turtle here.
And even Miraidon, it has that special attack drop. It's not going to really do too much damage. So Sinistra hitting the field instead would be able to take any majority combination of hits quite well and bring this Terapagos back up to full health. Precipice Blades will be one of those attacks that it can shrug off pretty well. Terapagos has that earlier defense boost, and Thunderbolt as well. Sinistra, it gets brought down to about a third of its health, but that still seems relatively fine because Terapagos has virtually just gone, well, undamaged. Terra Starstorm now, we have that special attack boost, and it will be hitting into both of these Pokemon. Bring Raging Bolt down to a considerable amount. Groudon will go down next turn if it takes that hit.
Yeah, really good switching in for Aaron there, soaking up not only the Precipice Blaze, but also the Thunderbolt from the Raging Bull. As you said, the Terapagos basically not taking that much damage. It basically took 0 damage between the Hospitality game from earlier, and now threatening a double knockout onto both the Groudon and the Raging Bull. If Justin wants to set the Sun again for those Pokemon that really like to benefit him, you'd have to probably take a +1 Terra Starstorm in that slot. So yeah, really, really good turn for Aaron. Now the Sinistcha has a lot of flexibility because it just provides that support to Terapagos. There's not really a knockout being threatened onto the Terapagos here, so Aaron can protect the Sinistcha, switch out for something else in the back. And also another important point is that the Raging Bolt was faster than the Terapagos, which is something that both players would want to take note of because naturally Terapagos is supposed to be a little bit faster.
At this point, too, the Sun, needing it for maybe later on, will just be a little switcheroo as Calyrex Ice Rider. Oh, the double switch, though. Okay, this means that the only momentum that Justin can take this turn is just this double switch. It will be jump up in the back, so again, imperative that you get that Sun up. At least for the switch, the Sinistcha isn't doing too much, but it does mean both of these Pokemon hitting the field will be taking this hit. How much it's going to do? Well, wow. Jumpluff won't be able to survive another one of those.
Yeah, and the Jumpluff, a little bit surprising to me to see since, yeah, the Miraidon is such a good check into it. And I guess you want to see the Jumpluff come in right after the Calm Mind happened, right? Because then you can lock the opponent into the Calm Minds and not be able to attack again. But it feels like it came out just maybe 1 or 2 turns too late, where now the Tropico's already set up. Yeah, you could lock it into Terra Starstorm, and that's just not going to be really enough. And as long as Aaron makes sure that he has the Electric Train up while the Jumpluff is on the field, then there's no risk for the Terapagos to go to sleep. So I think it makes sense that, yeah, he would be risking the Miraidon here.
I mean, Miraidon will re-hit the field at this point, and speed control over on Justin's end. Jumpluff has a decent amount of speed, and we're not looking at the most of it over on Trailer's end, so it makes sense it would outspeed, and that's going to allow this Calyrex Ice Rider to take the hit as well. Miraidon, just a sacrifice, as it will go down instantly, but again, just not too much damage has been done onto this Terapagos. Now a Terra Starstorm yet again. The only thing this Jumpluff will have been able to do is be able to set that Tailwind. Calyrex, again, is just taking a lot of damage turn after turn.
Yeah, it's you can see the Electric Seed from the Terapagos pay off dividends here, because with the Calyrex getting the attack boost here, it becomes a little bit scarier, but because just that extra boost in defense means that it has more than half its health left, could recover even more from the Sinistcha if it wanted to. And yeah, it's just such an interesting battle of like offense versus defense, where clearly like Justin's just trying to push as much damage onto the table to overrun the Terapagos, but Aaron just has such a strong, defensive backbone, whether it's the Miraidon that can set up the electric terrain, it's a Sinistcha that can heal this Terapagos, which, as we can see, it has so much HP.
At this point, though, eyeing up the Sinistcha and the Incineroar that Aaron still has, it's a lot of eggs in the Terapagos basket at this point. Sinistcha re-hitting the field again will bring this HP up even again. So again, the Terapagos has not taken much, but that is going to be your main way of dealing damage to get through these 3 remaining Pokemon over on Justin's side.
Yeah, the one thing that makes me nervous when I see things like this is like, okay, like Aaron looks like pretty favored here, but all it takes is 1 critical hit to do a ton of damage, right? Like the Calyrex is boosted, the Raging Bolt is also boosted with the electric terrain. If you can ignore that +1 defense boost or +1 special defense boost, that can quickly, kind of steamroll through the rest of Aaron's Pokemon, because, he's invested so much into this Terapagos. If it goes down, the game plan's basically over. He just doesn't have that many offensive Pokemon, so the 4th, as we saw, was Incineroar, just not going to be able to carry the team. So really needs to make sure that he manages his risk very appropriately and opens himself up to as little critical hits as possible. And Justin, on the opposite side, is just trying to get as much offense, get as many attacks out so that he has 1 more extra opportunity to get that critical hit, get that paralysis, etc.
I mean, that last turn, everything on the field except for that Calyrex going for the Protect now. So this gets interesting because for this Raging Bolt, I mean, even just for anything on Justin's side of the field, like we do have a little bit more of that speed. But Raging Bolt, just another swap.
Yeah, it's going to basically sacrifice the Groudon, so now you get the Sun up, really setting up for that Raging Bolt to come in the back, but yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough. We see their Sinister go for the Rage Powder, yeah, wanting to soak up the Raging Bolt damage, so it makes sense that Justin would want to switch out there.
Glacial Lance, though, this is going to be the dual hit, so Rage Powder doesn't do anything, but Terrapagos was not. Well, Terrapagos was spared from the critical hit. Sinisha was not. So if that's going to go any which way, well, it's good it happened how it did, because it would KO anyways. That'll be a second Chilling Day boost, give it over though. But eyeing up this Terra Starstorm and the amount of damage that has been done. Oh, okay. Actually, it's not going to be enough after that prior Citrus Berry recovery. So Groudon does go down, but the Calyrex sticks around for one more turn.
Yeah, I think this turn is going to be interesting because when you're face down with a Fake Out here and you have two Pokemon that can protect, it's very... Oh, I guess we don't have a Protect on the Calyrex, so that's interesting. Yeah, so Justin doesn't have that option. So Aaron, if he wanted to, can knock out this Calyrex this turn if he wanted. So it seems to me that Justin has one more opportunity to get a critical hit. Aaron can stop a attack coming out from either the Raging Bolt or the Calyrex, but the other one will be able to move before the Tropius thanks to the Tailwind. So if he can get through this turn without getting a critical hit, it can change everything. Oh, wow. Justin Tang calling out, saying, I think you're going to Fake Out into my Raging Bolt.
So Raging Bolt has protected, and Justin Tang is going to get it right. Aaron trying to target down the Fake Out into that slot, and notably, Calyrex did not protect. So Glacial Lance, once again, no critical hit, though. So it's a Terrapagos that is still going to be at an okay amount of health for that, and can fire a response with this Terra Starstorm. And of course, Raging Bolt stays safe, but now we have gotten to the point where so much damage has been done onto this Calyrex. Only one Pokemon on Justin's end of the board.
Yeah, and with how low this Raging Bolt is and seeing how, yeah, Incineroar has access to a Dark-type move, I think, no matter what kind of critical hits that Raging Bolt can dish out, I think Aaron would be able to take home the 1v1 at the end. So, yeah, like, really, really interesting game again of like all this offense coming out from Justin. Could it get through the, the defense on Aaron's side, and in the very end, in the very last turn where Justin got that call correct, it just wasn't enough.
I mean, we'll go for the Terraplization at this little endpoint, and called out the speed earlier. Thunderbolt will take down this Terrapagos, so at least you end off taking it out, right? But again, you've taken so much damage on this Raging Bolt. There's going to be that Life Orb recoil. And with knockoff on this Incineroar, that'll be enough for Aaron Traylor to put himself up 1 in the set.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking from like Justin's perspective, like how do you adapt from here? Like it didn't feel like Jumpluff was really worth it. Like sometimes you want to bring a Tailwind setter just so that you can get the Tailwind up and then really ride the momentum of the Tailwind to overwhelm your opponent, and you're really okay taking that Pokemon deficit. But it just didn't feel that worth it for Justin because I don't think his offensive pieces were strong enough to like fully take advantage of the Tailwind, and a lot of his Pokemon are just naturally faster than Aaron's Pokemon. I think Miraidon is really the only Pokemon, especially out of his brings, that are faster than the majority of Justin's Pokemon. As we saw, even the Raging Bolt is faster than the Terrapagos, so maybe he'll realize, okay, I actually don't need Tailwind as much as I initially thought. Maybe I can bring something that's a little bit more offensive. Fluttermane doesn't seem that appealing to me other than to get like an Icy Wind off because, yeah, it's just not going to get the kind of boost that you want. But Chi-Yu is pretty interesting to me. You have a Choice Scarf that can get Snarls off, Snarl being really important into a double restricted pairing that is both special attacking. So that could be another adaptment. But yeah, I think not having Protect on the Calyrex Ice could also be a little bit tricky because you can't even go for that Leech Seed into the Terrapagos and try to stall it outright. Like you're going to just keep taking damage because you can't Protect.
I mean, even just going back to the beginning of that game, we got to see a lot of damage dealt, but not quite enough. And it was never really damage in the Terrapagos that made any sort of significant impact, right? So sure, the Miraidon takes a lot of damage, maybe doesn't deal the most in return, but Terrapagos makes it out of that turn relatively unscathed, right? You set up your Calm Mind, you bring your Sinisha in, and everything else just kind of seems like this big distraction for what really is the main event, which is this Terrapagos that it now had that Electric Seed defense raise. It now has this Calm Mind boost, and it just never looked like it was in danger, right? So maybe targeting down or making sure your lead can target it down, not let it get away with that.
Yeah, and speaking of getting away with that, like, Justin could have switched in that Jumpluff a little bit earlier, right? Like as soon as that first Calm Mind went up saying, boom, I'm going to threaten you with this Encore. And especially since the Sinistra Rage Powder not follow me means that it can't redirect Jump Bluff's Encore. Like, you are immune to the Rage Powder effects. So it definitely is an option for Justin. And now I'm wondering if Aaron decides to lead with Trapagos again, is he going to want to go for that same move and potentially be trapped into Calm Minds?
Okay, a switch up though going into this. Set the Flutter Mane maybe wasn't the the greatest option, but will be prioritized going into this one. And that's going to be one thing with this team is when you get the Sun, Flutter Mane is a Pokemon that can benefit so much from it, being able to right away get that boost and pressure from here on out. So a way to maybe try and pressure, definitely would pressure into this Miraidon.
Yeah, it's another awkward turn for Aaron where he wants to maybe go for a Volt Switch, get rid of the Focus Sash on the Flutter Mane, but can very easily protect. I think it was a little bit more obvious, so to speak, for Justin to go for Protect in that slot in Game 1 because you're threatened by that Draco Meteor getting a KO. But here it's a little bit more like opaque to me, where the Flutter Mane could easily attack if it wanted to, maybe go for an Icy Wind, go for a Moonblast to get some big damage onto Trapagos before it gets that Calm Mind up. And yeah, this Groudon's still pretty well positioned here. Again, yeah, I'm not sure if that Jump Bluff was going to come in to potentially check that Calm Mind, but we see that there's no switches up from either player.
No switches. We're just taking this turn how it is. And the Flutter Mane that would have loved that Sun is about to get it taken away as yet again Terrestrialization on this very first turn coming out from Trapagos. Sunlight is gone, and so is this terrain. Now, from where it goes from here, Flutter Mane will protect, so not looking to really pressure with this Pokemon and maybe anticipating a hit into it. And that's going to show to be true. Miraidon Volt Switch. So not only do you no damage, but you're also stuck on the field, which means you will eat this Precipice Blades. It took it last time. It'll survive again through this. But Aaron, notably, is not going to go for a setup. Instead, right away, trying to get some damage out on the board, going for this Terra Starstorm. Again, it's just going to be Groudon taking the hit. And, I mean, with the Assault Vest, it's barely any damage.
Yeah. At face value, with this kind of setup, it would be really tempting to click that Calm Mind because, yeah, like you have two Pokemon that aren't threatening a lot of immediate burst into you, but Aaron's saying, yeah, I want to respect that Jump Bluff potentially being in the back and going for that attack instead, and it ends up being a pretty good turn for Justin getting a lot of damage onto that Miraidon. And I wonder now, does Aaron think he's safe? Does he think that there's no Jump Bluff in the back? Can he start setting up those Calm Minds? Because, yeah, that would be very, very beneficial for him.
Yeah, you now know 3 of the 4. Volt Switch will find its mark into the Flutter Mane, so doing some good amount of damage, but notably as well a little bit of a switch. And we get to see we are running back the same game plan from game number 1, aka we have a lot of support for this turtle. And as well, I mean, it's going to be Incineroar to hit the field to also do a really good Intimidate onto the Calyrex on the opposing end. Will take the Moonblast as well, won't deal quite half health, but Terra Starstorm, again, no boost coming on out, and Flutter Mane's not knocked out, and Calyrex just takes that hit so well.
Yeah, I think it's actually not bad for Aaron to see that Flutter Mane not go down because, again, it just doesn't, it's not really pressuring a lot of burst onto either of these Pokemon, and it gives Aaron one more turn to reposition, bringing in a Sinistra maybe not so great into the Calyrex right here, but has the opportunity to fake out here. Again, with the Calyrex not being able to protect, he could get a lot of damage onto that Calyrex if he wanted to do that. But it makes sense that he would want to preserve his Flutter Mane for a little bit later into the game here.
Yeah, already taken so much damage. It's going to be Groudon to re-hit the field. Something that, again, with the Terra Starstorms on the opposing end, it's really just not doing the most amount of damage. So you get to preserve the Flutter Mane. Groudon can soak up this hit. But also, this Calyrex hasn't been stopped in its tracks, so it's going to be enough damage to take it just into Citrus Berry range. It'll leave it about where it was, but it doesn't get flinched. No fake out means a Leech Seed. So if we're looking at longevity on the board for Terrapagos, it is no longer there. And Knockoff just not doing the most amount of damage. We already ate that berry.
Yeah, I guess if the removal order was slightly different, it would have been a lot of damage to the Calyrex. Maybe not knocked out, but having done so much more damage with that knockoff, not only that, but also not eating its Citrus Berry like you identified. So yeah, if that was a parting shot maybe, then you'd have an interesting situation where Aaron would be able to Volt Switch for sure this time if he wanted to, since there's a Pokemon that can't protect a rank to the Groudon. But now, really being faced down with a lot of pressure, this Groudon going to be able to do a ton of damage into this Incineroar that cannot Terrastalize since it was used on that Terrapagos. And this Terrapagos is Leech Seeded right now, so yeah, pretty scary position for Aaron. I wonder if he wants to switch out the Tropicos since there's no Calm Mind set up yet, and the opportunity cost is not so big.
Yeah, you definitely don't want your Pokemon to be leech seeded. That's going to be sticking around, but then it's also kind of an awkward spot because of the amount of pressure that these Pokemon can do into anything swapped in.
Yeah.
And so it's a rough one. Precipice Blades from the Groudon is going to prove true to that, but oh my goodness, Terrapagos critical hit takes so much damage. Miraidon goes down. Now just the one Pokemon out on the field. Does go for the Calm Mind, but I think it's just a little too late for that critical hit. And this Calyrex that hasn't gotten to move. And of course, when you're eyeing up the Leech Seed damage that's going to take effect at the end of the turn, if we even make it there. Single target now, Terrapagos goes down. And now we just have supporting Pokemon with, well, no big battery restricted left to support.
Yeah, I like we talked about, since there's so much pressure on the Terrapagos to get damage down, as soon as it goes down, you have these two support Pokemon that just really can't face down these two restricteds over on Justin's end. I think on a lot of other matchups, maybe Aaron can rely on the Miraidon for offensive output because Justin has, Sash Flutter Mane, has Raging Bolt that can resist electro type attacks, has Groudon that has, a notoriously good matchup into the Miraidon. Just can't rely on it as like a secondary weapon, so to speak, as much as he can in other matchups. So there's a lot of pressure on this Terrapagos, and I wonder if the fourth Pokemon on Justin's end is that Jump Left Sierra. Like, he was accounting for this entire time, but what if it's just like a Raging Bolt?
Right? But, and I mean, at this board state, I mean, he's going to try and take out these Pokemon and never gets revealed. But yeah, if he was playing so carefully to just make sure that you're never going to get Encore locked by something like that Jump Left, I mean, it worked out so well. And by the time it's like, okay, well, this feels relatively safe. Justin's not bringing in this Pokemon. I haven't seen this fourth Pokemon yet. The Pokemon the Terrapagos had just taken too much damage. It hadn't really accomplished much. So we'll get into closing moments of this match. 2 Pokemon left for Aaron on the field. And now, well, Terastallization coming on out for Justin's end. They might be supportive Pokemon, but there's still a little bit that can be done, and you got to make sure that you're closing this one out strong. Groudon doesn't get to do much on this turn. Terastallization, well, Sinisha with the Shadow Ball is going to hit into it for really just not that much damage. The Glacial Lance in return, it won't necessarily do the most either because of the Intimidates that have come on through, but Sinisha still takes a lot.
Yeah, makes sense for Justin to go for that very safe water Terastallation on the Calyrex. The Sinistra, very unique in not having the typical Matcha Gotcha, the signature move that it's known for, having Shadow Ball to check those Calyrexes, but since Justin didn't expend his Terastallization yet, able to have a lot more defense into the Sinistra. Precipice Blades, is it going to be able to knock out this Incineroar here? I think every Precipice Blade has hit so far, so maybe Aaron thinking, okay, surely in the game 3, there's going to be some that are going to miss.
Don't put that energy out here is all I'm saying, okay? We already have enough trouble with Bleak Wind Storms and Regulation I. We don't need to hear it from Groudon as well. I mean, that's just going to be so much damage into the Incineroar. We want to talk about misses. I think you jinxed the wrong person.
Well, I think Aaron was okay to see the miss happen there over any other. Yeah, and also with that critical hit earlier, also making a pretty big difference. So you can see Aaron thinking a little bit, saying, yeah, I'm not sure I can bring this one back, so let me think of my game plan for game 3. I think Justin identified maybe not a weakness, but noticing that the Leech Seed is particularly effective on that Terrapagos, not only because it's a set of Pokemon, but because it has a really big HP stat, right? So Leech Seed being able to take out a percentage rather than a hard HP number means that Justin's Pokemon can recover a lot. So I wonder if he can maybe position the Miraidon in front of the Calyrex. If he can do that, Calyrex can't even Terrastallize out of, getting hit by a strong electric type attack. And that means he can check that Calyrex Ice Rider before it can get that Leech Seed off. So curious to see how the position is going to be different and whether if we'll see that Toxapex in game 3.
Oh, that would be an interesting one for sure. I love to see where Aaron can take this in game number 3 because, yeah, in game number 2, I mean, you called out that Leech Seed, the fact that we didn't even get that setup, and then just the pivoting on Justin's end as well. Something like the Groudon, when it doesn't eat a Draco Meteor on the first turn, has so much staying power in this match thanks to that Assault Vest, right? So the targeting from Aaron to try and Volt Switch into this Flutter Mane instead that it just protected, well, you didn't really get to accomplishment, and it really left a big piece of the puzzle for Justin. So healthy. So once we got into later points of the match, well, you could switch it out. You could switch it back in to be eating these hits. And Terrapagos without those boosts just really wasn't that damage potential. So going into the game 3 now, I'm curious where this could go, especially too for Aaron. He never really did get to figure out what that fourth Pokemon was, and that changes things a lot.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing is that Justin's team feels pretty weak into Intimidate more than I would expect. The Calyrex Ice Rider known to have something like Clearing Amulet so that you aren't taking those attack debuffs from Intimidate, but this one actually has Citrus, and the Groudon has the Assault Vest item, so also a little bit more defensive. So maybe Aaron could leverage the Incineroar a little bit more aggressively and maybe even lead it, right? Because there's a lot of Pokemon that don't want to see that Intimidate, and it's pretty good defensively as well. Over on Justin's end, I mean, the Groudon feels really, really good, right? Like, there's no Pokemon that can hit it for super effective damage over on Aaron's side. I guess the Ogerpon can sort of free ride onto the Sun, but that's basically it. It's really hard to punish a Groudon lead. So from Justin's perspective, you know, do you have that jump up in the back? Like, I don't think even as viewers we figure that out in game 2. So does Aaron want to go for the Calm Mind or not? Like, I'm actually really excited to see the first few turns here. I think it can determine the momentum for the rest of the game.
I mean, it definitely did in game 1 and game number 2.
Yes.
Again, Aaron has such a Terapagos-focused team, and really being able to set it up for success or not has been, I mean, pivotal in these last couple of matches. But I'm curious then with where we can see these adjustments come out, and if it's going to be enough. Reminder, both of these trainers are sitting at 5-0, so a win here would not only keep them undefeated, which is always great, but will put them into phase 2 of our competition. Lock that up for our final Scarlet Violet event. Let's get into it, figure out what's going on. Fluttermane Groudon yet again for Justin, and Terapagos and Miraidon for Trailer.
Yeah, Justin Tang saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Aaron saying, yeah, I'm going to be able to solve this lead, even though I lost with it in game 2. So pretty interesting here. Yeah, it's like the Incineroar is not a great switch in to want to take a Precipice Blade. On the other hand, Sinistcha is not a bad position here either. But again, I think the question for me is, does Aaron go for the Calm Mind or not? Because I felt like even though he was attacking, right, it was a more passive game 2 for him where he just kept attacking these Terra Starstorms. They just don't do enough damage when you don't have that boost there. But we don't see a switch in from Jump Love, so Calm Mind here could be big.
Yeah, but it is a Fluttermane that protects and not going for the damage on the Groudon. Instead, again, trying to find this pivot, trying to find that damage onto that Fluttermane. It is not going to be successful. Going on the opposing end, though, no Terra coming out from Trailer means that, you know, all the trains stick around. Terapagos takes no damage, but Miraidon, again, a hefty fee to sticking around on the field. It will be a Calm Mind, though, so Terapagos, no Terastallization spent, and it will get the special defense and special attack boost for the next turn.
Yeah, that was a pretty heads-up play for Aaron to not Terastallize Terapagos turn 1 like he did in the first 2 games, because here he's able to maintain the Terra Shell, able to take that resistant damage from that Precipice Blades instead of neutral. And now also, if he decides to Terastallize, this Miraidon will be able to attack before the Fluttermane, since the Terastallization will be able to get rid of the Sun, and the Miraidon will be able to pivot out before the Fluttermane can attack. So we'll be able to maintain that Miraidon and maybe bring in something like the Sinistcha to heal up the Terapagos while also providing it some pretty good support. And yeah, really, really important that he got that Calm Mind up there while that Jump Bluff nowhere to be seen from Justin's end.
I'm still worried about those Groudon, though, and just not really taking any damage on that first turn, because again, even if it will be taking a bit more coming out from these Terra Starstorms, it still has that Assault Vest and is been so well matched up against this Pokemon. It will be now Terastallization, so Terrain is gone, the Sunlight also gone, and Fluttermane just a little bit more vulnerable out on the field, as yeah, we can just go for this Volt Switch once again. Dealing a little bit less than last time. We got 2/3 of our health left, but this is where we can see either the Incineroar, maybe not if you're expecting the Precipice Blades, but the Sinistcha would definitely be nice to get all of that health back. But Incineroar would give an Intimidate.
Yeah, I guess with Sinistcha, you'd get a little bit more value if the Terapagos had taken a little bit more damage later, getting that full 25% of the Hospitality. And maybe also just judging that, yeah, maybe Incineroar is a little bit more expendable for Aaron. And connecting both Precipice Blades again for Justin's. Yeah, wow, this Incineroar, really, really good training here, taking both those strong attacks and firing off with this Terra Starstorm. Is it going to KO that Fluttermane? It didn't without the boost earlier. Oh, and it's the knockout.
Fluttermane goes down. Groudon is going to be able to soak up the hit, and Incineroar making it through the turn. I didn't think it was going to be able to take the Precipice Blades, but sure enough, Incineroar almost always somehow survives through the craziest of turns. And now fake out pressure from Aaron going on to this next. A change up from Justin though, as Chi-Yu will be coming out. And this one gets interesting because not only is there a lot of strong offense here, you have speed with the Choice Scarf, and there is also options like Snarl to mitigate what this Trapagos can do.
Yeah, Snarl seems really high value here because Incineroar's so low, even though it resists it, probably in range of that Snarl, and also be able to lower that Trapagos special attack. So that seems like a move that's pretty tempting to go for. And we see that Chi-Yu does have access to that Ghost Terrestrialization, so does Aaron have the bravery to go for the fake out there, and does Justin want to go for a Ghost Terrestrialization, which would mean that, yeah, the Trapagos would be able to hit it for super effective damage.
Ooh, no Terrestrialization, so fake out very good here into this Chi-Yu. And Terra Starstorm now in response. Chi-Yu isn't necessarily the bulkiest of Pokemon, can't go on any offense this turn, but does stick around. But again, these Calm Mind boosted Terra Starstorms are just stacking up so much more damage than what we saw in game number 2. Even the Calyrex on the switch-in was brought into just below half. It recovers thanks to Citrus Berry, but there's still so much damage.
Yeah, I think what I'm most curious about now is how are the Chi-Yu and the Miraidon trained? If Chi-Yu and Miraidon are both trained to be as fast as possible, then the Miraidon would be able to be faster than it because they both have the Choice Scarf. But if the Miraidon is supposed to be as bulky as possible, and maybe the Chi-Yu is supposed to be as fast as possible, there's still a chance. But if the Miraidon is faster than the Chi-Yu, then there's a pretty nice attack into the Chi-Yu slot, going for a Draco Meteor that will do damage into both. But yeah, we see the Snarl here that was really, really high value, as we identified earlier.
I mean, and Incineroar, maybe it stuck around for one more turn than you would like, but on just a sliver of health will be enough to take it down. But Terra Starstorm now, again, now you'll be a neutral, but
getting that Beads of Ruin is pretty important here.
Yep, and that is still, I mean, Chi-Yu is already so low, and the Calyrex, I don't think it takes another one of those.
Yeah, but I think this is where the, I was going to say the lack of protects over on Justin is going to bite, but with the Trick Room up, now everything is different. Now I don't think Aaron wants to bring in that Miraidon. It's forced to bring in that Sinistra. And it's going to be a question of, is Trapagos going to be able to withstand the attacks coming out from the Groudon in the Calyrex? Thanks to Electric Seed and also this Hospitality boost, it's looking pretty good, but again, there can always be a critical hit.
We keep putting that energy out there in the universe, and we've seen it go wrong once or twice. Really quite interesting, especially too, I mean, we've seen how much damage these Pokemon have been doing, and with the defense boost that the Trapagos has, it's been kind of scary, right? And even if you try to single target, there is always the redirection from the Sinistra if you're trying to go for something with the Groudon, so it's a tough one. Trapagos is probably good through this.
Yeah, I think based on the speed, the Calyrex will definitely be faster in Trick Room. But yeah, let's see if it'll be able to take these attacks. I think it'll have to take at least 2 Calyrex attacks. Oh, but we see the Leech Seed miss the Trapagos. This is huge.
Yeah, instead of going all the offensive with it, Leech Seed to try and make it through, but it is going to miss. The damage comes on out. Calyrex does hold on, so okay, that Snarl paying off huge. Now the Groudon, the only one from Justin's end able to actually go for an attack.
Wow.
And it is going to be the miss. It's been so accurate up until this point, but finally in the closing ends of game number 3.
Yeah, this is so funny to see all those critical hits in game 2 and the misses from the Will-O-Wisp from Aaron, because it's like, yeah, it was like kind of already over him. For him, he was happy to see that there. I think he's really happy to see the misses happening now because it's such an important moment. And yeah, we see the Glacial Lance come out, not even enough to get the Sinistra down to the Focus Sash. And yeah, no critical hits there. So let's see, maybe this Groudon will have one last time to attack, but nope, the Trapagos is going to be faster in Trick Room. And we see Aaron Trailer make it into phase 2 with this 6-0.
Congratulations to Aaron taking down game number 3 there. And I mean, Trapagos has been one of those restricted that has had varying levels of success. Sometimes it seems like the strongest Pokemon out there, which kind of how it felt like after that game 1, but then you really got to see the weaknesses of it in that game number 2. So learning how to adapt and overcome to take that game number 3 was huge. I mean, yeah, there was a couple misses at the end, but I still think that he was in such a strong position that not only for Justin would you have to connect the moves, but maybe even go for like fish for a critical hit, right? So even if it does feel a little bit bad in the match, I think it still would have been like okay.
Yeah, I think the critical hits is probably what Justin wanted to see. Maybe he was okay with a miss as long as there's one critical hit on the other side, but unfortunately not being able to get that. And yeah, I wonder like how what Aaron's thinking now is like, huh, I wonder if I was, you know, just getting my head too much in game 2, just going for that Terra Starstorm instead of the Calm Mind. Maybe he didn't even bring that Jump Bluff in game 2 at all. And as we saw, yeah, as soon as you get one Calm Mind boost up in that game 1 and game 3, it's just so hard to get through this turtle, especially when you don't have Flying types, right? Like I feel like the big weakness of these Terapagos is the fact that you can't protect it from the Urshifu, and it's going to do super effective damage into you as you don't have your Terra Shell intact. And I think it was a big load off of Aaron's back to not have to deal with that, just having to think about a little bit of other things coming out from Justin's offense there.
Yeah, and even just looking at Justin's team across the board, like there's quite a few key Pokemon without Protect, which made things a little bit weird when the Incineroar came out onto the field as well. I mean, we're eyeing up the Choice Scarf Chi-Yu that, I mean, was faked out and didn't really get to do much. It did the one Snarl, but that was about it, right? We got to see kind of the pressure in the earlier matches with things like the Calyrex not having it. So definitely a couple of choices here that have proven so strong in the other matches, clearly at 5-1. But with this Incineroar and this slower style of team coming out from Aaron just wasn't enough here.
Yeah, that's why I feel like it's so important to think about like all these different matchups you can have, because it seems like the Calyrex Ice matchup is so good for Justin, right? Like you have Imprison, you're imprisoning the Leech Seed, you're imprisoning the Glacial Lances, okay? Like if you have high horsepower, it's just not going to be enough for you to justify bringing your Calyrex Ice Rider. So that Imprison is probably so important there, but I can only imagine he wished that was a Protect there so that there's no free fake outs, able to salt with those Leech Seeds a little bit better. So it's all these nuanced, it's just one move, right? Imprison versus Protect. It just makes the entire matchup so different. So, so fascinating, especially in these restricted formats where the power is just so high.
Really does. But I mean, Justin has been successful in the past with this team. So I'm sure even if, you know, would have liked to win that one, would have liked to get the phase 2 now.
Yes.
Still more opportunities throughout the day. But for Dr. Aaron Traylor, 6-0 for the final Scarlet event here in NA. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with such an innovative team, right? We didn't get to see the Toxapex come in, but I'm sure that's such a good Pokemon into so many restricted. I mean, Zamazenta surely doesn't want to see that. Kyogre doesn't want to see that. Like, there's so many Pokemon that has a good matchup into. And yeah, I can see why I didn't want to come here, because Groudon was the hardest Pokemon for Aaron to deal with on Justin's end. So it didn't really have its place there. But both these players just having these compositions that are so unique. Like even Jump Bluff, I feel like we saw a little bit more in Regulation G paired with Groudon, paired with Koraidon, but just didn't see it as much over in this Regulation. So just really exciting to see both teams here.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get to see more of them, because I've really got to see that Toxapex at some point, even if it wasn't meant for this matchup. At least, like, you know, keep going on these wins, see you tomorrow, play the Toxapex then. I don't know. Let's go ask him, because now our interview is ready. Joe Brown is standing by with Dr. Aaron Traylor for our interview.
Thank you very much, Sierra and Yuki. We are joined by Dr. Aaron Traylor here in the lounge, and they're a little disappointed that there was no Toxapex on stream.
First off, please, Dr. Traylor is my mother. You can call me Aaron. And so, yeah, you know, I don't think, you know, Toxapex, it would have been sacrificed to so many Precipice Blades, and that Raging Bolt wasn't a Toxapex time. There are fairly few Toxapex times, let's be real.
I was just saying, have you been using Toxapex to much success in the prior rounds before this round 6?
It came to like 1, and it fainted to a Landorus Earth Power like immediately. So it was like, you know, kind of window dressing, honestly. But I believe my Toxapex is nicknamed Earl, and it's shiny, so it's hot pink. And that's, yeah, it's pretty awesome. So I'm rooting for Earl.
Hey, I think we're all rooting for Earl here this weekend, and it's putting in work. You're 6-0 right now. You've already secured your spot into phase 2. Tomorrow, the last Scarlet and Violet Regional. How are you feeling?
Well, hard to say anything but great. You know, that match against Justin was a huge nail biter, you know, like down to the very last turn. Like, really clever trick room by him, because I was positioned to let, you know, once everything fast went down, it was pretty easy for me to get Miraidon in, hit the Calyrex, and then I just, you know, my Pokemon clutched out for me, which I'm really happy about. But yeah, it's been, all my opponents have been so strong today, that's been kind of a roller coaster.
And then one thing the cast was really focusing on throughout all 3 of those games was the concern of jump fluff swapping in as you clicked Calm Mind.
Yep.
So was that something that was in the back of your head every turn, like, oh no, I might get punished for this?
Yeah, that's a great question because, it was definitely in the back of my mind, especially because I lost game 2 so quickly, I didn't even see the last Pokemon. I was like, that could have been jump off the whole time. I had a feeling it was Chi-Yu. Well, I mean, after game 3, I was like, oh, maybe that's Chi-Yu. But like, yeah, I was terrified, but like, Justin is really strong, and I tried to keep my, I tried to just make it as hard for him to go for it as possible. So the reason that there was so much time between me being in a losing position game 2 and the start of game 3 is because I cooked up this whole thing okay, I'm gonna do Ogerpon because Ogerpon can redirect this Encore with a Sleep Powder if he tries for something like that. So I was gonna lead Ogerpon in Terapagos. Then I realized, oh my god, that just loses to what he just did. And so with 7 seconds of the clock, it just yeah.
I think what's so fascinating with Terapagos is the second time we've seen it, or maybe the second or third. I think the second time we've seen it on stream today, but I think what's so difficult about it, if correct me if I'm wrong, but having to know the damage calculations is worse than just a regular Pokemon, Miraidon, your Choice Scarf Miraidon. It just does the amount of damage it does. But you need to know how much it does at neutral, at +1, at +2, how much damage it takes at neutral, +1, +2 special defense. How do you do it?
And if you're ever wrong about one of those things, the House of Cards comes crashing down. For one of my friends, I was working with one of my friends from high school, actually. She lives nearby, and we were helping her prepare, and she was like, this game is so hard, you have to learn so much. And yeah, that's the hard part, is if I don't manage all of those really carefully, I can't do it. And so I had never clicked Terra Starstorm into an AV Groudon that was faster than my Pokemon before. We were just gonna see what happened, and that's the fun part of it to me,
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense. And the information reveal is always critical throughout the best of 3 like that. And one of the best players in the world in Justin Tang, certainly difficult. So you kind of knew early on Toxapex was not slated for this matchup, but and you talked about the concerns with jump up, but how were you going to get through the Groudon, the Calyrex when they do potentially threaten you with solid or strong super effective attacks?
I mean, the thing is, due to how Justin's Pokemon are trained, Incineroar was so strong there. And, you never want your Incineroar against, literally, the greatest ground-type Pokemon ever created. But also, it was really strong there, and I had to weave it in really carefully. In all 3 games, Miraidon, in Game 1, Miraidon did a Draco Meteor, and then it fainted. And then in Game, I switched it in, right, to protect Terapagos. And then in Game 2, it hit into Volt Switch, went down to Red immediately. In Game 3, I was like, no way he does it at the same time, because I was kind of thinking oh, something will switch in. Boom. So yeah. I don't know, I just trusted the Incineroar, I think was the way to make it through that team.
Yeah, no, Incineroar put a lot. I mean, Incineroar had that huge survival at the end of Game 3 as well. I think it hung on with 9 hit points or something like that. So.
I'm very grateful. That's a bunch of. I'm going to feed that Incineroar several Poffins after the tournament.
Absolutely deserved for the Incineroar. I wonder, as we're looking forward towards Pokemon Champions down on future regionals and internets and everything like that, the World Championships as well. I'm wondering what your excitement is for Pokemon Champions, and have you been truly locked in on Regulation I for this regional, or have you dipped your toes into our next game?
I've dipped my toes. I'll have you know I have over 100 wins on Venusaur, so I'm now the Venusaur Professor. That's right. It's oh my god, I like Charizard more. What am I doing? That's who I chose when I was 3 years old. I gotta focus on Regulation I because that's what's in front of me, and then after this tournament wraps up, I will be very, I will enjoy Champions for everything. I can't wait for what's next for all of us. It's very, very exciting.
Oh, 100%. Really excited. And you might be the Venusaur Professor. Remember, there is that Watchog Professor out there.
Oh, I gotta watch out.
Definitely.
I gotta watch for the hog.
Yeah, watch out for Watchog. We've been asking all of our players here in the lounge as we're wrapping up Scarlet and Violet. We're wondering what maybe some of your favorite memories from this era are. It could be a personal achievement or maybe something you watched throughout Scarlet and Violet. When you look back on this generation of Pokemon, of VGC, what are you going to remember?
That's a lovely question because This generation of VGC has meant a lot to me. You know, it has not, like, I had most of my success in Generation 6 and like a little bit in Generation 7, but like I haven't like had the results that I kind of wanted recently, but I did have a lot of really, really fun memories. Like, I mean, the first Miraidon Regional, like how electric was that, you know?
That was awesome.
And then this is the first time I ever went to Japan to play in like a local grassroots, which was an incredible, amazing experience when I was preparing for 2023 and 2024 Worlds. Gosh, just so much fun stuff. Like Lunar Blessing Cresselia, new move here, and like and so I'm really like, it's for me, it's like I've used this one Miraidon since the very beginning of the regulation, and now we're here at the very end, and I just like, I want to do it justice. I want to get at that chip that I know it's worthy again, you know?
All right, and you got 2 more matches, but before we get you out back onto the field, I want to know your shout-outs for any of your friends and family watching at home.
Oh, I would like to shout out all my friends and family. Like I mean, right here in the moment, it's like hard to think about anything other than getting out there and like preparing for the next one. But they're like, when you see somebody up here, know that there is like so much that goes into like every moment, every button press, every, you know, mood that they have during the tournament, how they feel, and there's like just so much love. So there's a lot of love in my life. I'm very grateful for that, and I am very grateful for everybody who's even just, you know, a small part of this tournament.
And we love seeing you have the success you have here this weekend in LA. Best of luck as we move on to Phase 2.
Thank you very much.
Now, Aaron, I do believe we have a pretty exciting little segment coming up next. If you want to introduce it.
Yes. Okay. So I would like to let y'all go over to a thorough analysis of the metagame as it pertains to Los Angeles Regionals by Scott Glaza. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you to Dr. Aaron Venusaur and Joe for that lovely segment there, and excited to dig into that match. Really fun to see Aaron on stream. We've gotten to see him a lot over the course of this generation. Justin as well. But we'll do a little different this time. Shame we didn't get to see the Toxapex, but I think a lot of fun as we look at these teams on Team Preview once again. Not too much to say here. The Trapagos, Sinistcha, Toxapex thing has kind of jumped up more and more. If you're interested in seeing a game where the Toxapex does appear, we saw a little bit of a similar team with one of Aaron's fellow original members of the inaugural senior division of the VGC on the Hong Kong Master Ball stream last weekend. So you can check out that video on the YouTubes if you like. Other side of the field, you'll get a pretty traditional Groudon team, a little different than what we saw the previous time that Groudon was on stream with the more traditional Sun team. Not too much else to say about that. Looking a little bit closer at Aaron's team, though, the key thing to keep in mind here is that electric seed in the Calm Mind. I'll spare you watching the animation every time, but one thing to keep in mind is, as long as that Terapagos doesn't switch out of battle, it does have that one level of boosted defense, and with a Calm Mind, as was able to be put on the board in both of the winning games for Aaron, an additional level of special attack and special defense as well. So it makes it really difficult to knock out. Terapagos' stats are incredible after it goes through that terastallization and changes form. So it really does get a lot out of these boosts. And, this team is built to protect it as well as it can, right? You've got some very supportive Pokemon, the Incineroar, that fake out, and you knock off the Parting Shot, the Will-O-Wisp. We see a lot of it in this format. Got to enjoy the last bit of it as, knockoff is fortunately going away in Pokemon Champions. And then that Sinistcha, which we see a lot in Pokemon Champions, not so popular here. So, hey, Aaron mentioned he hasn't practiced a whole lot of the Pokemon Champions yet, but a very Pokemon Champions forward team here. And then, like I said, we didn't get to see the Toxapex yet, but a very interesting Pokemon. Infestation does damage, applies a damage over time effect, and traps the opposing Pokemon. So you can do some goofy stuff with that, especially against opposing Zamazenta. Maybe we'll get to see that later in the tournament. Just inside of the field, pretty traditional Sun team with, the Jumpluff, which wound up being, I guess, more impactful as the specter of Jumpluff. You kind of weighed over all of Aaron's decisions rather than what it actually did on the field. But we will see it briefly in the first clip I have here, where Aaron is going to switch this Miraidon into battle. I thought it was kind of funny in this first game. This is kind of the decisive play as Aaron put the lock on finally, where the low HP Miraidon switches into battle, really just to turn that electric terrain active again. Winds up not mattering. The Jumpluff does not go for a Sleep Powder there onto the Terapagos, instead goes for the Tailwind, and support Miraidon kind of just goes down here. But I thought it was just sort of fun to think about, where usually in these two legendary Pokemon formats, we think so much about how these Pokemon are supposed to be these big damaging Pokemon, right? And you're supposed to build around them. But this is really, in a lot of ways, a one restricted Pokemon team. It is all about that Terapagos, and even Miraidon is there in large part to support Terapagos, that electric terrain. preventing any sleep moves. If you've played a Terrapagos team, you know how annoying that can be, where you really need to be taking an action every turn, and then also kind of just getting that little chip damage earlier in the battles to help out Terrapagos. In the next game, we see once again this Terrapagos excited to get into its much larger and more exciting and colorful form here as it terrastalizes. But this first turn doesn't go so well. You'll see the same thing kind of with both Game 2 and Game 3, where these four Pokemon face off with one another. The terrestrialization of Terrapagos, as we haven't mentioned it already, removes all the field effects, so we see both the sun and the electric terrain going away. In this game, that kind of just working against Aaron a little bit, where it does slow that Flutter Mane back down because the sun has gone away and deactivated photosynthesis, but attacking with that Volt Switch into the Protect and then getting nothing because, as we've been talking about during the match and in the interview afterward, afraid to use that Calm Mind and the threat of a potential switch in from a jump bluff that could encore it, instead doing a Terra Star Storm, and Justin just gets his turn exactly right and sets himself on a path where he's going to slowly win this game. I believe we have a similar clip here from a little bit later in the match where we see the Terra Star Sword coming down from Terrapagos, but without the help of that Calm Mind, it's just not quite enough damage. You see it kind of doing a trivial amount of damage to the other side, going to be a 5-ish hit KO, and that's just not going to be good enough here. The Citrus Berry activating for that Calyrex is critical here, I think much more so than the critical hit that happens on the subsequent turn. The Leech Seed goes down, and because the Citrus Berry is already activated, not only does it have the HP from that, but it halves the damage of its knockoff. If instead the Terra Starstorm had just left the Incineroar at 50.1%, there's a real world where the knockoff just knocks it off, and this is a 2-game set. But I think that's really the key move in this match, not so much the critical hit afterward, although perhaps Aaron would have been able to battle that. I do love the Leech Seed from the Calyrex of this matchup as well. Really powerful in a situation like this Terrapagos where you only get the Electric Seed bonus once. So Leech Seed very likely to stick, or at very least have a huge impact by removing that defense boost, potentially opening up the ability of these mostly physical Pokemon to deal damage to that Terrapagos. In the final game, we see once again the same Pokemon being led here. We get to a similar position in the turn afterward where Incineroar or Sinistcha are the two Pokemon that could come out on the field, but Aaron able to make the right call here, bringing in the Incineroar, which is going to survive this Precipice Blades and the Moonblast. I think critically able to do that and give Sinistcha an extra turn to not only just bring a more effective Hospitality later, but also the fake out in the subsequent turn winds up being really important. One of the weaknesses of Justin's team in this matchup is it just doesn't have a lot of Pokemon that can protect and slowly wear that Terrapagos down, so ends up having to bring in one of two Pokemon in the back that don't have Protect, either the Chi-Yu, which is what we saw he wound up doing, or the Calyrex, which most trainers teach Protect, but Justin didn't in favor of that Leech Seed. And while Leech Seed was so great in that second game, ends up being part of the undoing here in the final game of the set. As we see once more the Leech Seed coming down and missing in the final game onto the Terrapagos, and then as Terra Starso comes down in the middle, Precipice Blades will miss as well. Unfortunate here for Justin, where I think Aaron's position was pretty good in this matchup anyway, where perhaps he would have been able to finish this one off anyway, but especially with the misses, it winds up being a very decisive finish. So a really impressive game by Aaron. Also, I don't know about you all, but I was really excited to see how Kyogre talked in Pokopia. It always made me wonder how Groudon might talk. I kind of imagine it's got to be the opposite, right? So what's the opposite of the Southern accent? I always imagine maybe it's hey, I'm earthquaking over here, to try to be as different from the Southern accent as possible. But anyway, great set by both players. I thought it was a lot of fun. Finally, we get a 3-gamer. I feel like we've had such blowouts on stream so far. We've gotten some really wonky team matchups, but both these players playing well. Aaron, congratulations on moving it on to day 2, and I think there's a pretty good chance we're going to see Justin there as well. So hope you all enjoyed this wrap-up, and I believe the matches are going to be ready pretty soon. So stay tuned. We'll have the next round for you pretty soon.
Well, the mouse hold is sometimes the little family that could, and it's gonna be going after each of these hits.
Whoa.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Doesn't miss. 10 hits. What a start for Nicholas. He knocks out Paul True's Dragonite in one hit. Paul now no longer has Terra to play with and is down such a key piece in this match.
I think the best strength a trainer could learn to have is really mental fortitude. You're going into a tournament, you're playing 8 rounds of Pokemon at least, whether it's VGC, TCG, GO, that's a lot. And so you really need the mental fortitude to go through that, and you also need the mental fortitude to bounce back. In case you lost a round, you need to go into the next round with a fresh mindset, make sure you can do as best as you can.
I think the best strength is adaptability, because in this meta right now, there's so many curveballs, especially with normal type being one of the top. So I like it. It's lots of different varieties and different kinds of Pokemon we don't see normally.
Honestly, the strength of, persistence to keep going, no matter, what happens after each round. And that's, also something, I'm myself am continuing to learn every day.
Confidence. I feel like confidence is like one of the biggest things, because you'll play test all the time, and then when you get to the event, you'll start being scared because like, oh, I'm fighting that matchup, or oh, I heard there's a lot of whatever deck that counters yours. It's like sometimes you run hot, sometimes you won't even see that matchup that's the most played. So just being confident what you practice, what you're doing, and that goes for everything in life.
I've been playing Pokemon my whole life, but new to VGC, and one of the things I've learned is like figure out what you're bad at and cover for that. Like as an example, the team I'm using often carries an Amoonguss. I'm too new and too inexperienced to really use Amoonguss effectively, so I just dropped it in favor of Fluttermane. And that has covered a lot of my weaknesses, and that has really helped me get through some games that I don't think my Amoonguss skill level would have.
One of the best strengths a trainer can learn to have is timing, is pace, is learning all the different move sets, especially in Pokemon GO. This game is very strategic, and it's all about split-second decisions. If you catch a move, if you know when to throw, if you know how close your opponent is to throwing their charge attack, knowing all those numbers in your head, being able to count multiple things simultaneously, and having that just in the back of your mind is a skill that's going to help you go from a casual player to professional.
My name is Carson St. Dennis, and I am from Portland, Oregon.
Carson comes back and feels like he's absolutely dominating.
I like to think I would be maybe water type, just with the sereneness that I try to have. From Gen 4, I first had Piplup, and that's just really stuck with me. It just gives me such nostalgia. I played Black and White, and I did the random matchup thing as like a 9-year-old. And my mom drove me to the Seattle regionals there, and it was a lottery system. I got absolutely destroyed. I lost in my second round, and I just broke down in tears. I'm still not over it. I've been having the worst allergies all weekend. As a senior, I didn't take losing well at all. In 2017, I actually had a really bad reaction at an event, and I got suspended and wasn't allowed to play in Worlds that year. I was a 15-year-old, but I think what it really helped show me was it's important not to have your self-worth so tied up to VGC or any game in general, because after that I was able to slowly find value in the relationships I create with other people and not have my life be so tied up into one thing. I think it was just a really important lesson that I'm very grateful to have learned. I am a strong competitor because of the ways that I am able to practice and iteratively improve on my ideas and also recover from setbacks. There's a high level that you can perform at. I think my big overarching goal for this season is in any event I play to kind of uphold that without complaining about extenuating circumstances. I was on stream at Las Vegas. I was in top 4 and I got very close. I used my bad luck and ego from game 1 to justify my decisions in game 3. I think that was generally like something I regret. This tournament, I have choked games. I see as a point of pride now. Instead of being upset about that, I was able to build on it and say, that stuff happened, it's in the past, now it's time to lock in.
This best of 3 is going to determine a new regional champion in the Masters division, so let's kick it off.
I knew that I won at the second to last turn of the game.
That opens up a huge window for Carson to take this game and take this set. This has been a long time coming. Carson, your Seattle regional champion!
I'm feeling quite good. I mean, I don't feel any entitlement to results at events, obviously, because there's so much variance and dependence on other people. But I did work really hard for this event, especially on the mentality side, and I've also gotten a lot of help from the friends around me. No, I have allergies. Carrie, who just won the Toronto Regional Championships, helped me prepare so well. He stayed up until like 3 in the morning last night, and he set an alarm for 6 in the morning to help me get a warm up. He is just like the kindest person you will meet. My best friend, Maddie Morgan, he's from Ireland. We met each other through Pokemon in, I think, 2017, 2016. Like, we were just 2 peas in a pod. This tournament booked my ticket to San Francisco for the World Championship. It might be the first time that Maddie and I get to compete together since the 2017 NAIC. And I just feel like I'll be so honored to compete around people who have helped, like also Marco Silva as well. It felt like I assigned so much value to Worlds in the past, but I guess overall goal, I think this game's pretty intellectually stimulating and it's fun. And I think I just want to have fun with it.
And as it goes for the victory lap, this Fluttermane brings this Calyrex down to its focus sash, and it's going to be the Chi-Yu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion!
In an arena with over 5,000 live fans watching, unprecedented in Pokemon video game history. An arena that's crowned Olympic champions before. Gio now can call himself world champion. His very first tournament win, and what better way to do it than to win the world championships?
An incredible stage for an incredible player. Something that he has been dreaming of and striving for so long. Gio Siski, take a bow. This is your moment, your day, your stage. It's all yours.
You can see the emotions. He's worked so hard for this, and it was an unbelievable win.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here with round 7 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships on the horizon, but for now, just gonna have some fun time in the lounge and reminisce about the memories of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I think we can all agree as we're here, Scott, Rosemary, Aaron, Gio winning Worlds, potentially, for many Americans at least, or North Americans, the #1 memory of this era.
You know, winning's more fun than losing, right? We're like, I guess it's been a long time since I was in the field, so it's not really on me, right? Y'all get your stuff together. But like, especially after how bad NEIC went, seem to recall you interviewing some folks about that one.
I may have.
Yeah.
One of my favorite memories, Scarlet Violet for sure. But it was nice to see things go a different direction.
It was very cool to be able to see 2 incredibly deserving trainers in the finals of the World Championships. And I felt like for both of them, especially, I remember you and I, Aaron, were talking about the fact that both Gio and James had actually been so invested into Koraidon as a legendary Pokemon in the restricted format. And so the 2 of them almost getting rewarded for that loyalty in that World Championships too.
And to do it in an arena, like,
yes,
guys, that was crazy. And it's only getting bigger here as well. So what an experience that was. And for Gio, he had never won a VGC tournament before and said, you know what, I'm going to pick one to win and pick the World Championships, and worked out pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome time there in Anaheim last year. Can't wait for San Francisco as well. But I think it's time to get a little plugged in on social media, guys. And the Pokemon, I think the official Pokemon Champions X account made this post, and we're used to our top 12 usage for regionals, but here we have our top 10 usage Pokemon from the Global Challenge that just happened last weekend. I'll run through the 10. Sneasler 1, Garchomp 2, Basculegion 3, Kingambit 4, Incineroar 5, Charizard 6, Aerodactyl 7, Archaludon 8, thank you, Aaron, Sinistcha 9, and Pelipper 10. What do we think, team?
8, 9, 10, that's a pretty good trio right there. Just missing a Sableye.
Let's say no thank you, Aaron. First of all, I'm going to give the Pokemon Champions a kind of follow. I think it's been posting a lot of really nice content, especially if you're a newer competitor. so I checked it out. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny to be watching Sinistcha last round, kind of a Pokemon that we haven't really seen much of at all in Scarlet Violet. But certainly we've seen far too much of already in Pokemon Champions, which is a much more, I guess, setup-based metagame compared to this one.
I'm just laughing because I've been joking around with a lot of people looking at the top couple of Pokemon where I'm like, hot dog, taco, hamburger. Hot dog, taco, hamburger. Hot dog, taco, hamburger. Why are there only 3 things on this menu? It's because the usage is so high from those particular Pokemon. Whatever you assign a hot dog, the taco, and the hamburger is up to you. But and maybe pizza. We got to throw pizza in there. I think Kian Gambit's a pizza.
Hercules like a fish burger, I guess.
Or hot dog. Is it the hot dog?
I was thinking Scizor was the. Let's not talk about this.
This one's going somewhere. This is.
I think the thing that surprises me here, by the way, to like talk about the usage stats by accident, is like, what is Charizard doing in the 6th slot? I know hating on Charizard's like my gimmick, but it's weird to me that it's like the top like Pokemon that definitely has to be Mega Evolved above Aerodactyl, who's like so good as a non-Mega Pokemon and also doesn't.
Because those stats would be combining both regular Aerodactyl and Mega in usage.
I don't. Too many people are playing Sun. That is my hot take, which makes, Aaron, your team has not made it far enough. You need to convince the Charizard players the errors of their ways.
I will not be responsible for any meta manipulation here. I have no comments.
Well, but how many of those are Charizard X? There's at
Like
least
3,
2.
4?
Yeah, at least 2, right?
Yeah.
I think at one point the statistic was like 96% or 97% of Mega Charizards were Y and like the remaining was X. And so I think X got a little bit more attention because it started doing like decently well, but it's just a lot harder to use than Y in my opinion, because Y is like you just press the Mega button and you click Heat Wave and like it doesn't matter what Pokemon you are, you're going to take like 30 to 40% of your health at minimum most of the time.
And the same Pokemon that are going to Rock Slide Charizard Y are just still going to click it and like, haha, I'm Charizard X instead. It's still super effective.
Well, I mean,
Or you can EQ it.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I think it's underplayed. Like all jokes aside, like I think I might have been one of the persons who started one of the conversations whining about the Charizard usage rate. Where like, I think it was even lower than that, right? I think I checked it like a week in. It was like 1.6% or something. Like, okay, like Charizard X is not a Pokemon I expect to win any regional championships. It is not 1.6% of all Charizards bad. Like, let's get it together. Like, I do think, like, it's sneaky enough, especially in closed team sheet best of 1, where, like, if I was trying to qualify for the Japan National Champions, I think I would think about Charizard X just because, there are times where you're trying to make a play that would work really well against Charizard Y that really doesn't work against Charizard X, and especially now that you can use like that feature so that your trainer name is hidden, so it's like less obvious that you're Charizard X guy. I think there's some ways to do it. We've seen it be well in some grassroots tournaments. Again, next to Coil Milotic, which I promise not to mention again for the rest of the weekend. And I mean, it's very playable. It should not be that low usage, but it should also not be so used that it helps Charizard get above Aerodactyl.
I do want to talk about the Sinistcha, though, that we were, it's number 9 in usage, and it's really had a glow up. It's not that it was an uncommon Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. It certainly had viability on some Trick Room teams compared to Amoonguss, but really because of the lack of Amoonguss being in Pokemon Champions, it's absolutely skyrocketed in its usage. I want to give a sports analogy for anyone that's a baseball fan. If you ever heard of Lou Gehrig, the guy that played 1 million baseball games in a row, right, for like 14 years straight, it's a term getting Wally pipped. Wally Pipp was the original Yankees first baseman, got sick one day. They started Lou Gehrig, and then Wally Pipp never got his job back for like the next 3,000 games or 2,000 games, whatever it was. And so it's called getting Wally pipped in sports if you lose your job to injury. I feel like Amoonguss has gotten Wally pipped here.
No. Once Amoonguss is back, he's taking his crown, man.
Hospitality's so good, man.
I think it's the other way around. We're like, Sinistcha's enjoying that spot while Amoonguss is on the DL, but I mean, I think the moment it comes back, it really is because like it's not quite the same Pokemon. I don't agree with what I'm saying. So I think Amoonguss is better at the redirector job, like kind of by a lot. But I think Sinistcha has some really cool like role consolidation, where like
Trick Room, hospitality.
Yeah, exactly. I think it does a lot of things not quite as well. But there are times where I would rather have Sinistcha, where like Amoonguss counters Trick Room better, even despite not having Trick Room itself. Just being that slow and sporing things, I would still rather have that as the anti-Trick Room Pokemon. But I do think Sinistcha's support is pretty interesting. Like Matcha Gotcha, like does so much to water types. I think it's like reasonably scary as a attacking Pokemon in that regard, and like the threat of getting burned, it makes it really scary to play passively against it. And then I do appreciate that like Sinistcha single-handedly makes some Mega Evolved Pokemon that were pretty bad previously work. Where like Blastoise is definitely not so good that its Pokedex description should be part of your 12, but I think it's like very viable now, and like at least is like a real like low B, high C tier mega maybe, where before it was just like psychos like me trying to make it work, and I think Sinistcha really helps it.
Oh, I don't know. I think, especially when you think about the limited Pokédex that we have right now in the game, and I think about the redirection support that is available, Sinistcha is just the Pokemon that comes to mind first. What else do you have? You have Volcarona,
Clefable,
which
Ariados.
Yes.
Ariados.
Yeah. We gotta talk about Ariados later, but you know, there are very few options that are available, and a lot of those I'm like, Rock Slide looks mighty nice. I will just click Rock Slide into you.
That's fair. I mean, that's one way to get around Rage Powder, right?
Yeah, just click rocks.
Guys, it's just Amoonguss puts Pokemon asleep, and there are not there.
But Sleep got nerfed.
It doesn't matter. It's
That's
still
true.
really good. Like, but part of the thing about Amoonguss being such an effective sleep user is because it's so slow, it will often be moving last, meaning that the Pokemon that gets put to sleep then has to take a guaranteed turn of sleep the following turn. So that guaranteed turn gives you so much room to work with, essentially. And like, the nerf like definitely hurts it, but then one thing that's also interesting is now with the nerf, you know that it'll be waking up after 2 turns, which means that like going for Sport immediately after is also a strong play. So I actually think it's interesting because I actually think Amoonguss and Sinistcha, yes, they both have redirection, they're both grass types, but they actually fill very different roles because like if I'm using, like when I use Sinistcha, it's mainly actually for healing right now than it is for redirection. The redirection is nice, but we are playing in a format with a lot of spread moves. Like the kit of Hospitality plus Life Dew is just, it does not exist on any other Pokemon. The redirection is obviously still quite good, but I'm also interested to see how Amoonguss will now play when it inevitably gets added back because it no longer can Terra, and I actually think that's one of the things that made it most dangerous because it was almost always guaranteed to Spore in Scarlet and Violet, but in a format where, hey, you have Charizard or Aerodactyl to get rid of your potential Berry, there are just a lot of things that can hit you for super effective damage. But don't doubt the cane, Joe. Amoonguss is coming back, and he's coming for you.
So we asked 50 trainers. Statistically, Amoonguss, not the king behind Amoonguss, or behind Incineroar. Landorus was the second vote for the...
Who did you poll?
People. They were some people, some VGC people. That's
Fascinating.
All yeah, it was Landorus was the #1 answer. Amoonguss was second. There were 2 people that put Pachirisu as well, actually.
Okay, that's
so
understandable.
They watched a single YouTube video of Pokemon VGC.
Yeah. I think there's another Pokemon. The glaring Pokemon we need to talk about is the Sneasler, guys. There's just something about it. There's something about Sneasler. I don't know if it's the design. I don't know if it's one-shotting on my Pokemon. I don't know if it's putting me to sleep from Dire Claw. It's so frustrating, and it's just as good in Regulation MA as it was in Regulation H.
I think there are a couple of reasons why Sneasler is as good as it is right now. First off, like there are very few items in the game, but that makes Sneasler's Unburden ability so much more powerful. When you are already quite fast as a Pokemon, and then you can also double your speed. You don't have to worry about setting Tailwind. You don't have to worry about setting any other type of speed control. Sneasler's just going to be faster if you can get rid of your item. When you have Intimidate in the game, White Herb then activates. You are now super fast because you have Unburden. Well, what if you have Focus Sash? Well, then you can also just endure a hit, and then all of a sudden Sneasler is faster, and you can activate the White Herb by yourself by clicking Close Combat. There was a small nerf, like Dire Claw did get changed in Pokemon Champions, so that you have a smaller percentage of chance to get paralyzed, slept, or poisoned. Thank you.
Or
I
frozen
was like,
if it's up to Justin
what?
Tan.
No, I
That's
know.
what-
I was
that's what he
worried. I
wants,
was
yeah.
thinking about that, but I was like, wait a minute. Joe's questions are throwing me off.
Or Perish Song. That's what Scott wants.
Bro code. Jeez.
Yeah, 7 people wanted it to be an instant KO of a Dire Claw.
I would like for
activation.
those 7 people to be instantly disqualified.
But yeah, it's just like, it's a good Pokemon. And I think a lot of people have also realized now that you can bulk it down quite a bit. You don't need to put a lot of attack investment into this Pokemon. If you give it the defenses, then like you're surviving Earthquakes, you're surviving, what else would be super effective?
Dual Wing Beat.
Dual Wing Beat. Yeah, exactly.
It's
Even
not
with a
surviving
focus-
Mega
it doesn't
Camera
need
up
the focus
Earth
attack.
Power.
That's true. Not many Pokemon actually can survive that, but you need to
Yeah.
get the Trick Room
I need
up
to
for
get
the
the Trick Room
camera.
up
Yeah.
first, which is the
Just
scary
7
part.
easy steps. You too can knock out Sneasler.
I will say I'm actually kind of surprised it was #1 on this list because I actually think it doesn't command like as much power as something like Basculegion. But I wonder if it's like new toy syndrome is part of it as well. I don't know. I see that a lot of the top teams right now are actually dropping it, and so it's like an interesting thing of like how many people are using it relative to like say the top 100 teams and how many of the top 100 have it.
I'm really interested in that, just kind of like from a like not quite sociological standpoint, but like I think Scizor is like maybe the easiest Pokemon to use in the format.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you click Fake Out, you click Close Combat after, like you're gonna get okay value most of the time. But like other than like the super bulky Scizor, which I'm also starting to really enjoy, and like doing dumb things with the 4th move slot instead of teaching it Protect, or instead of teaching it Fake Out sometimes. But I think like the raw power there, especially in open teams, he especially gets a good opponent. Like to me, Basculegion is easily the best Pokemon in the format.
Yes.
Like, I don't think it's that close. The only reason there's even a conversation is because King Gambit is so annoying to it. But like it's outrageous. Or like Scizor, like it's good. Like, but I was expecting it to be better. Like I don't know if I just didn't play as much Regulation H as I thought I did, but like I remember thinking it was like a really powerful Pokemon, and like outside of the context of legendary Pokemon, and then being in Champions, like this Pokemon's good. Like I think there's a lot of context where it's strong, but like it's never felt like broken to me the way that sometimes the strongest Pokemon in the format will, just by virtue of being the strongest. But like this Pokemon is not Urshifu.
Yeah, I think the power triangle to me in Champions MA is really Scizor, King Gambit, and Basculegion, because they all kind of cover
Hot dog, taco,
each other.
hamburger.
Yes, exactly. And Basculegion, I agree with you. I've made the joke several times that Basculegion is the best mega in the format, because it's not even a mega, but it hits so strong, and you build your team around it. It feels like it's the best. So like Basculegion can one-hit KO the Scizor one-hit KOs the King Gambit Sucker Punch sometimes can one-hit KO the Basculegion, right? And I think that cycle is why their usage is so high. We're at this regional here in Regulation I. There's only one Pokemon over 23% usage on the non-restricted in Incineroar. Everything else is super spread out. When you look at champions and those top 10 Pokemon, like they're really high usage. One, because of the lack of Pokemon, but also they're just really good synergy with each other.
Yeah, I think maybe to your point, they've been able to suppress Incineroar itself is probably an interesting point, right? Where Incin down at number 5 is, boy, I can't remember the last time I saw it in like almost any format where it was that low, but like it doesn't really like any of those Pokemon, right? Where it loses type-wise to Garchomp and Sneasler and Basculegion, and then it intimidates King Gambit so it can go beat up all of its friends. So what a time to be alive.
I know we were like kind of joking about it beforehand, but I really do wonder how long it's going to stay the trend that Incineroar is down that low. Because I think about where the meta ends up developing sometimes, and is this still going to be the case where Sneasler is at the top? We already maybe suspect that it might drop a little bit if you're looking at like the top X% of players. But similarly with Incineroar, how much is it really going to stay sat there?
I think it's a fascinating question because, for example, the team that won the global challenge, piloted by Federico Camporesi, one of our international champions, he mentioned oh, this team is actually pretty Incineroar weak, and actually having tried out a bunch of the top teams that the best players in the game are building right now, a lot of them actually don't seem amazing into Incineroar. But I think part of what makes Incineroar harder in this format is that King Gambit is one of the kings of the format, right? And so in this format, for example, you don't get punished for bringing in Incineroar. There's no threat of King Gambit or Milotic saying, hey, thanks for coming out and giving me a Defiant or competitive boost. But in the format that we're playing right now, it's a lot of teams will have King Gambit or Milotic. And so it means that if you have Incineroar in your team, you actually have to be a lot more mindful about whether or not you bring it into battle, versus it feels like most of the formats we played, there's just not much to punish Incineroar, so it's super safe to throw onto a team.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if there's not going to be a big skew in the day 1 and day 2 usage stats of the first regionals that we run into, where maybe day 1 looks a lot like this, and then, oh no, in day 2, Incineroar's back, it's 33%.
Yeah. Like the Fluttermane jump scares we've had throughout Scarlet and Violet.
I do also think once Incineroar starts rummaging on the ground and finds an assault vest and just puts it on, once that's in the game, I think that's going to help, right? Because you can have access to that 4th attack and have your Intimidate for physical, your special defense covered on the assault vest as well. I know Garchomp has been the topic of conversation for a lot of teams, either Scarf Garchomp on these Levitate Mega Delphox teams, or even on Tyranitar teams. You going back to the old day, Bright Powder, right? And the Sand Veil, the good old days is maybe something from the olden days would like to say. But like, why is it that Garchomp always performs so well in the low-powered format or low-power format event areas? Because there are other powerhouse Pokemon that have similar stats that do not nearly perform as well as it does every time these low-powered formats come around.
I mean, it matches up well in the format, right? I think kind of just ignoring everything else. Like, well, it has a type advantage against a lot of those Pokemon, right? Like being just faster than Charizard and, you know, being super effective on both of its forms. Like, pretty great. God, Rock Slide spamming, so good right now, and Garchomp is so good at it. Like, it also, like, I think especially the way it's trained is really interesting. We're like, it was fascinating how fast this time trainers decided that Jolly Garchomp was for newbies, and the correct way to play Garchomp was to make it really bulky. But like, that's a hard Pokemon to get off the field, right? Where it starts feeling like Mega Scizor does. We're like, well, I hit this thing 3 times, like, go away.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think especially when you're looking at just how versatile Garchomp is as a Pokemon, you already brought it up. Like, what kind of moveset is it going to have? What item is it going to hold? I feel like there are at least 3 or 4 items that are completely viable on this Pokemon right now. On top of the fact that you can train it to be really bulky, or you can give it like Stomping Tantrum as an option to have, or Dragon Claw, or kind of a bunch of different moves. But yeah, it's just good.
Yeah, I think if you think about the move spread, like Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Stomping Tantrum, Rock Slide, and then, I don't know, there's tech moves like Scale Shot, for example. Those can hit everything on our top 10 list for super effective damage or neutral damage, right? And like, it is the best Earthquaker in the format, and Earthquake is just one of the best moves in this game. And so combine that all into one toolkit, and the fact that there aren't that many super threatening like Pokemon that can get a one-hit knockout onto it, and it just makes, I don't know, it's like Citrus Garchomp. I actually thought was kind of a crazy concept because we didn't see that when Garchomp used to be popular, but I fought against a billion. Every time I fight against one, I'm like, why is it living every single attack I throw into it? And so it's a testament to, yeah, like, this Pokemon's fast, it does a lot of damage to everything, but also can be quite bulky.
Well, thank you guys so much for helping us get through here as we are ready for our round 7. Hopefully the viewers at home feel a little bit more prepared as we talk about the top Pokemon going into Pokemon Champions. But let's get back to round 7 here in LA. Sierra, Yuki, take it away.
Thank you so much. I feel like we're all learning so much about top Pokemon going into Champions, but again, we got to focus it back to Regulation I, guys. We are not done, gamers. We're getting so close here on day 1 of our competition to locking in trainers for Phase 2. Some already having locked their spots, and of course, anyone at that 5-1 is so close as well.
Yeah, and we see the top trainers here. Very similar to what we saw in the last round, but it's just so important. Even though a lot of these trainers here have already made it to Phase 2, continuing that undefeated streak, continuing to be only 1 loss is such a big difference. Just going into the second day, having only 1 loss versus 2 loss, it's such a big difference. I mean, just speaking from personal experience, the fact that you made it to Phase 2, yeah, you're pretty happy, but to think you have to win every single one out to make top cut, it's very different from thinking, okay, I still have 1 margin of loss I can still afford.
Yeah, and I mean, as the competition goes on, I mean, look how stacked this list is, right? You don't want to take a loss and have to rely on the next one. You kind of want to be closing this up right now. And I mean, for those 6-0s, I mean, it's only going to get more and more difficult as you get closer into trying to lock your spot in for top cut. But looking at this next match, who we're going to be focusing on, it's going to be Lewis Markle going up against Sidar Singhal. I mean, looking at this too, it's a trainer that we haven't necessarily gotten to see too much of in the recent time, but so early on in the early era of Scarlet and Violet, up against, you know, someone traveling very far out, with Lewis coming out from Germany.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see these trainers come out from overseas for these regionals. I think in this tournament, maybe we see a lot more, you know, Americans, Canadians, and not too many from overseas, but Lewis, it's a trainer I'm excited to see also because he is another player that I feel like is known for the Calyrex Shadow Rider. I feel like we talked about Montana a bit earlier, but if I think of Calyrex Shadow Rider, another trainer I definitely think of is Lewis Markle. Be using it very, very extensively since Regulation G, when you can only have 1 restricted Pokemon, now pairing it with the Zamazenta, and having used this team maybe almost exactly the same to get second at the Utrecht special event last year, and just continually to have really strong performances, gain top 32 at the World Championships with the same build. So yeah, really, really excited to see. And also paired up against Sid here, who started more in the maybe Sword and Shield era. We haven't seen too much of recently, but continuing to show that he has strong fundamentals, having 5-1 here.
And a really strong team. I mean, to address the elephant in the room, we do get a mirror in terms of these restricted Pokemon. I mean, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta have proven to be so popular, but the supporting cast for both of these pairs is so drastically different, with only overlap being that Urshifu. So eyeing up the Pokemon over on Sid's end first, I'm seeing the Zamazenta, the Calyrex, but then also the Whimsicott with getting that speed online, a Chien-Pao and a Raging Bolt that have priority options, and an Urshifu as well that can always fare so well. Like, there's so much damage out here on the board that you get the speed and the damage. Well, that's just a recipe for success.
Yeah, as you pointed out, like contrary to Lewis's team, which is a little bit more control-oriented with double fake out, it's a lot more hyper offense here, and yeah, it's really again interesting to see the subs to Calyrex. I just don't feel like we've seen too many of those, especially in the regulation I. But we already saw it earlier in the day on stream, and also paired here with the Chien-Pao with the Focus Sash. It's almost like a relief to see Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao because you see so much Assault Vest. It's like, okay, this one can survive one hit, this one can protect. It's just such a different Pokemon, and of course, love to see Whimsicott just able to spread that Encore and the fake tears. Just such an offensively oppressive Pokemon.
And of course, just eyeing up, when I look at these mirrors with the Zamazenta and the Calyrex, notably then with the Focus Sash being on the Chien-Pao, we don't have that for our Calyrex. Instead, it will be Life Orb. So you get that damage, but it does mean that you are at risk of, you know, maybe getting O-Code, but at least we'll level the playing field here because Lewis is also going to go for that Life Orb damage. But again, the supporting cast is what I'm looking at. This Urshifu, it will be different than what we do get to see over on Sid's end. Instead, we go for the speed over that damage. But as you called out, ways to kind of slow things down, that Incineroar and the Rillaboom, the double fake out.
Yeah, there's a really strong defensive backbone here, you know. It's championed by the Zamazenta having that Dauntless Shield ability, and generally being such a bulky Pokemon, but having Incineroar or having a Selfless Rillaboom, it feels a little bit reminiscent of like the last round where we saw Aaron versus Justin, where it feels like the offensive team is over on Sid's end, and Lewis has a little bit more the defensive team. And you know, can the offense beat out the defense? That's what I'm curious to see. And of course, in these kind of mirror matches, it's so important to see, is the Zamazenta faster on Lewis's side or on Sid's side? Same with Calyrex Shadow Rider. It just makes such a big difference, especially with the lack of speed control over on Lewis's end. Is he going to be able to naturally be faster? Is Sid going to be forced to use Tailwind to be able to attack first?
That's always the other thing I look at too, because being able to go for that Tailwind, well, then you don't have to play the game of which Calyrex is faster, playing into those speed ties. But it does mean that you have a non-attacking option on the field to then, well, there's going to be a barrage of hits coming out from the opposing end, right? So be curious to see if he does want to prioritize that early on going into this match, or if it'll be something maybe saved for a little bit down the line. But it's time to get started here again. Both of these trainers are sitting at 5-1 and trying to make their way into phase 2 of the competition. Let's get to it. The matchup between Sid and Lewis. Starting off the match, right away it's going to be Calyrex Shadow Rider out to play next to that Rillaboom with double restricted coming out on Sid's end.
Okay, so we see the As1 activate first on Lewis's end, so that's going to be a lot of important information. At worst, it's going to be a speed tie for Lewis, and at best, it's going to mean that his Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be able to attack first. As expected, we see the Dauntless Shield happen before the Grassy Surge, and yeah, it seems like the Calyrex is under a threat here over on Sid's end, both from a Astral Barrage from Lewis's Calyrex, as well as a very strong Wood Hammer. So yeah, not looking as threatening over on Sid's end, but the Zamazenta positioned pretty well, really not going to take too much damage from the Rillaboom and having defensive options into the Calyrex. So to me, it's going to be, my focal is going to be on, is Sid going to attack with the Calyrex here?
Especially, too, the one thing that you don't have to worry about for the mind game, at least with the Calyrex, is no wide guard option on the opposing end. Whereas, you know, Sid has that, okay, well, I do have that pressure if I think you're going to be clicking into it, right? But there's always the wide guard. Another way to be getting around a super effective hit from that would be the Terastallization. For both of these trainers, we get to see them opt into the defensive with the Dark type, and it will be Lewis that has to click it. Sid, for his defensive play, will be that wide guard. So no spread attack damage will come on out. And that means you get to go before this fake out. So now you're protected your Pokemon. Notably now, it will be that Calyrex from Sid that acts first. Not too much damage considering the board state, but now confirmation, we are at speed tying. Whereas Nasty blocked Lewis. So this is gonna mean, ooh, a lot of damage on the next turn.
Yeah, it was such an interesting play from both players, because from Sid's perspective, he's thinking, okay, I know you're so inclined to fake out my Zamazenta because yeah, I'm threatening a Astral Barrage plus a Body Press, and the only way you can cover for your Calyrex to not get KO'd this turn is for you to Terastallize and Fake Out. So I'm going to Wide Guard to make sure that I get value, even though you're faking me out, and get an attack off with Calyrex, since, yeah, you don't have your Zamazenta on the field. But Lewis saying, okay, I don't think you're going to, yeah, attack into my Calyrex. It's like in a pretty vulnerable position. I'm just going to get that free Nasty Plot off, especially since the Fake Out is protecting the it from the Zamazenta. So really excellently played from both players, but it feels like Lewis is in the advantage now because the Calyrex is so well positioned, not only having that +2, but also being faster, as we saw in the speed orders.
Well, we got to see a little bit of a tie, so it is going to be a weird one. So you are kind of susceptible, but with the Terastallization, it does mean that you're not necessarily taking the most coming on out. The damage really is stacking up with that second round of hit. Psychic now, we are at +2 and eyeing up this Zamazenta.
Oh.
Okay, it is going to be holding on just a little bit of health, but that will be a body press for Sid to take the KO.
Wow. I feel like, yeah, Lewis is thinking, okay, I think a lot of Zamazenta are trained to take, you know, the +2 life orb, Astral Barrage, so I'm going to get that Fake Out chip and then also the Grassy Glide chip to make sure that, yeah, I'm going to get just that enough small percentage to make sure my Astral Barrage or my Psychic here KOs, but it didn't even go down to single-digit HP. It was at like 11 HP there, so this Zamazenta trained to be very, very bulky.
Yeah, and that means it's a Zamazenta that, well, sticks around, and if you think that's going to be a Wide Guard, well, then you got to click that Psychic. That still is, that's not the same amount of damage. But that now goes the other way as well. Sid has been stacking up these Astral Barrages, and with Rillaboom going down, Zamazenta hits the field, so now you have that pressure on both ends of things.
Yeah, and I think what makes it tricky is, as you noticed, the Calyrex is arch speed tying, so especially with how low the HP is on Lewis's Calyrex, it's going to be really important to see which one gets to attack first. Which one is it going to be here? Okay, Wide Guard from Zamazenta. We see a fist bump from Sid, and it sounds like he called that.
All right, protect for one, and it'll be Sid's outspeed. And I mean, that's a single target attack, so you do get so much damage onto that opposing Zamazenta. And okay, for protect, you're good either way.
Wow.
But that's just not really that much damage. You have to imagine, well, if it was an Astral Barrage.
Yeah, it felt like that was the impactful turn since both Calyrexes were threatened to get KO'd, but Sid saying, yeah, I know you're not going to go for the Astral Barrage with the threat of my Wide Guard, and it pays off in dividends. And now it's just going to be delayed one more turn. Like, in this turn, whose Calyrex is going to be able to attack first? Like, I think that could make the game. But you also have to get the Wide Guard versus not called correct here, too, as well. So there's just so many variables on this one turn. It's really hard to follow up. Like, you know, what is a safe play for either player? I'm not sure if it exists.
I mean, it's just getting it right, and I don't think there is necessarily a safe one about it. And that's just the pressure with the Wide Guards, as well as, I mean, even just the pressure of it can drastically change how your opponent plays. Now, ooh, Protect coming out again. It will be the single target and into a Protect.
Okay.
But Body Press will equalize things. So now you don't have to worry about those mind games. Zamazenta is taken down. So sure, the Calyrex from Sid's end does stick around for this next turn, but now it's still at pretty low health. You no longer have your Wide Guard, and we're still sitting across from a +2 Calyrex, but Raging Bolt could be a good way to try and equalize that.
Yeah, this Raging Bolt is positioned so well here, still being at full HP, being able to threaten a knockout onto the Calyrex before it can even attack with that Thunderclap, but also a knockout onto the Zamazenta having access to that Thunderbolt. So yeah, really, really well positioned for this Raging Bolt here. I think the pressure's a lot on Lewis to get this turn right, because if he gets it wrong and just loses the Calyrex for free, then it could be a huge momentum swing back into Sid. Whereas, yeah, if you're just passive and you protect your Calyrex and you just get your Zamazenta KO'd, that could also be bad news. So, okay, so we see the Protect coming out from the Calyrex on Lewis's end. What did he do with the Zamazenta?
That's exactly it, but it does mean with the Protect that Thunderclap doesn't get to do anything. So Calyrex sticks around, and for Sid, going for Substitute with such low health, you don't get to see that one quite as often, but trying to stick around. But eyeing up something like that Heavy Slam from the opposing end, Substitute comes on through, and it is instantly gone. You make it past the turn, but that's about it. But again, you protected last turn, you substitute. You can go for the Protect next one if you want. You've now burnt the Protect on the opposing end.
Right. And one thing that's important to call out is that Calyrex has exactly enough HP to survive on 1 HP after 1 more Life Orb tick. And Sid should know that. Lewis does not. So Lewis may make a game plan now to say, okay, worst case, I take another attack from a Calyrex, but I'm just going to trade with it because it's going to get knocked out. But it's so hard to estimate from this level of HP, is it going to be enough to KO from the Life Orb recoil or not? But yeah, we see this Translation come out from the Raging Bolt, maybe having more confidence to be able to KO that Calyrex since it just protected and can get a Thunderclap.
Yeah, make sure you do as much as possible. Wide guard from Zamazenta again, eyeing up any Astral Barrage to make sure that is not coming on through. But Thunderclap, no attacking move from the Calyrex, means that you can't do anything into that slot. It will be a single target from the Calyrex over on Sid's end though, and that means Zamazenta is taken down. 2 Pokemon remain for Lewis here, and that will be a Grimnay boost, a boost to that special attack. And as said, it was Life Orb, but you stick around, and disastrous. You get a +4 now, but still so pressured by this Thunderclap, and I mean, Sid still has his other restricted.
It feels like what I was just talking about happened to Lewis there, where he was like, really shaking his head as soon as he saw the Life Orb recoil not take down the Calyrex there, because I'm sure he was thinking, okay, because I have my redirection option now, I'm surely going to be able to win if that Calyrex is not there, and I don't have to worry about a spread type attack. And now there's definitely going to be an important speed tie here. If the Calyrex gets to attack over on Lewis's side first, this Calyrex is going to be gone. Follow me going to happen, not going to matter here since it's going to be a spread type from both ends. Who's going to attack first? Oh, it's a Calyrex on Sid's ends.
All right, we get to see Sid's activate, and I mean, that is going to be the Calyrex taking down and Ogerpon down to just a little sliver. I mean, the follow me to make sure the Thunderclap couldn't go into the Pokemon, but Raging Bolt just opting to protect instead in case things went wonky. I mean, that's huge. Only 1 Pokemon remains for Lewis. It will be a self-KO with that recoil, but now Raging Bolt, you have full health. Whimsicott comes in full health and should be able to deal with this Ogerpon quite well.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, we really understand why Lewis was counting so much on that Life Orb recoil to take out that Calyrex, because if it was just this Whimsicott and this Raging Bolt versus Ogerpon and Calyrex, like that Calyrex is going to win 100 times out of 0 because you have that redirection option, you're boosted up so much. You just can't get to the Calyrex in time because the Ogerpon is in full health. So yeah, really well played from Sid to recognize, yeah, I have 2 more attacks in me before the Life Orb takes me down, and makes that game plan executed perfectly, being helped, of course, by the speed tie going in his favor there. And this is where it gets interesting to me on the game too for both these players, because yeah, I think both players have different game plans, whether they're faster or they're the slower Calyrex. But now it's a speed tie, and it's really, really volatile based off of that. The information that we did get on the Zamazentas, though, is that the Lewis's is faster, which makes sense to me because we saw the Psychic do over half to the Zamazenta, whereas the Psychic earlier, or the +2 Psychic, didn't even kill the Zamazenta, even though there was Grassy Glide chips. So I wonder if, yeah, Lewis is able to take that information to his advantage, at least knowing that his Zamazenta is faster.
I mean, I'm going to sign up the Calyrex Shadow Riders, and I feel like after that first activation in the match, that Sid's Calyrex went first every time. Like, I'm starting to doubt my own eyes. Do I need glasses? Did I see what I thought I saw in that first turn? Because I feel like anything past that, because the activation doesn't really matter, anything where it actually came down to attacking, I mean, Sid had that upper hand, and that one definitely hurts, especially, too, when we called out, I mean, we got to see that speed, not that speed, the special attack increase, the nasty plots, etc. But it's not really going to do much if you have no way of being able to capitalize off of it. And then even those pivotal turns in those mid-match, I mean, it's the wide guard versus wide guard mind
so
game,
many
right?
Mind games.
Yeah, and it just, unfortunately for that one, it's a 50-50, you get that wrong, and those psychics just weren't that same down, like that amount of damage that you really would have wanted to take advantage of. So really well played by both. Sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles, and I mean, speed ties surely got to go in your favor at some point, right? And the mind games, well, you just got to get them right this time as we eye up game number 2. Again, Cali Shadow and Rillaboom to lead. Whimsicott right away from the start next to the Zamazenta.
Yeah, so this Rillaboom looking even worse than before, where it was able to threaten some damage onto the Calyrex, but now it's replaced by Whimsicott, which is another Pokemon that can resist its grass type attacks, but probably going to be using it mostly as a fake out and a pivot here, so really leaning more into its support role. Calyrex really isn't pressured to terrestrialize this turn because, yeah, this Calyrex Shadow isn't on Sid's side anymore, so he has a little bit more flexibility. Only thing to keep in mind is that if he goes for a setup move, he is threatened Encore, and if you're being threatened Encore, well, you can get through it with Terra Dark, but if you're Terra Dark, Body Press is going to do a ton of damage.
There's a lot of weird things to potentially get locked into on this turn. Fake-Out also included among them. It will be Wide Guard to make sure you go faster, but Encore instantly coming out after. That is always a big call, because if it was something else, well, I mean, it could be a little bit wonky, but now Rillaboom can't really do anything on this next turn, and sure enough, this Cali Shadow will go into Encore, into the Nasty Plot. Where it gets weird with the Encore, though, is you do have the Terastallization, which does mean that, well, I mean, you can go ahead and send that, and you can't get locked into anything.
Right. Yeah. Sid recognizing, okay, because your Rillaboom has such a bad matchup here offensively, you're just going to lean to support. I'm going to punish that with the Encore. And now you're threatening both a Tailwind Body Press into the Calyrex, but also an Encore. So, yeah, Lewis will have to protect here to make sure that it's definitely not going to be Encored or KO'd this turn. But I wonder if Sid is going to read that and try to push his advantage even further.
I mean, Rillaboom essentially forced to switch out. You're not really doing anything. And also Terastallization essentially forced out as well with that Dark Terra type to make sure that you just cannot get Encore locked into any sort of setup, right? Which does mean, well, I mean, anything like a Body Press down the line would do so much, but no Encore, instead Tailwind to get the speed advantage on Sid's end and calling the Terastallization, knowing it's so telegraphed that Lewis does not want to get locked into anything. Of course the Dark Terastallization comes out, right? Then Prankster doesn't do anything, but goes for the Body Press, gets it right, and already a huge Pokemon advantage in this match.
Yeah, you can see Sid smiling there, and for very good reason. I mean, if you got that wrong, right? If it was just no Terastallization, attacked, Nasty Plotted again, I mean, Lewis was in a perfect position. Having Follow Me at full health next to a Calyrex at full health, maybe at +4, maybe having done a bajillion damage already, but now it's completely different. Getting that read correct means that the setup was for nothing, and now Lewis only just has one restricted left, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. We still don't know the fourth Pokemon, I have to imagine, but I mean, Sid still has so much staying power on his side of the board. Terastallization for the Zamazenta to make sure that it is just going to be resisted damage coming out from both of the Pokemon at Lewis's end, but yet again, the Encore, the MVP of game number 2. Rillaboom, again, is locked into this Fake Out on this next turn. Can't go into any other type of attacking move. And Zamazenta with that Terastallization is essentially that was a critical hit. That was a critical hit, man.
Yeah, this really goes to show how good Terra Dragon Zamazenta is into the Fire, Water, Grass core. Just being able to just all these attacks, and wow, you see the forfeit happen there. And that was just such an aggressive game from Sid. I mean, just calling Lewis turn after turn after turn. Like, Encore turn 1. Tailwind Body Press into a Ghost type turn 2. Encore into Rillaboom turn 3. I mean, every single turn he made a hard prediction that turned out to be correct. And yeah, it was just like unrecoverable, and Lewis saw that coming in. I'm still at a loss of words. Like, that was just incredible, incredible reading like a book.
I mean, Sid was a lot more active in the game during the early parts of Scarlet and Violet and the tail end of Sword and Shield, and I think he's just been busy with life, right? But at this point, it's probably for a lot of people's benefits that he's been a little too busy to play the game, because that game 2 was just incredible. I think that was the fastest match we've seen so far today, and we've seen a couple of really fast matches, but wow, what can you do? What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a contrast to the match we featured just previously, where like the defense was just so rock solid, and it was just really hard. Like, Justin had to play so aggressively to even have a chance to break through, and defense ended up winning. This time it felt like the offense was just overwhelming. Like, you just like burst through all the defense, encored everything, whatever, and it just came not just from like the compositions of Sid's team, but also his play style of being so aggressive and saying, I know you're not going to just throw away the turn this turn. I know that you're not going to use your Rillaboom for support, so I'm going to encore it. Like, all of these aggressive reads just paid out in dividends and resulted in this lightning fast match.
It was, yeah, that was just incredible. And I mean, those are also the types of plays that you feel a little bit better about doing when you are up a game within the set, right? Because something like that Tailwind into the Body Press into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, I mean, it is a risky play if like something else doesn't happen, right? Because I mean, if there was no Terastallization, that's going to be a lot of damage, and your Zamazenta's not really doing much, right? But just willing to make these big plays. The fact that we saw the encore into the fake out not once but twice, already once. I feel like the amount of times I've tried to click that combination and it's not worked out for me is so high. But being able to going for it twice and getting it right twice is just so impressive. And I mean, Lewis Markle is such a strong player as well. Like the amount of like top cuts and just runs he's had at regionals over in Europe has been outstanding. So to be able to see, I mean, how this match played out. I mean, Lewis still has another chance to make his way into phase 2, but wow, I mean, Sid definitely deserved that.
Yeah, absolutely. And well played by both players. I wouldn't be surprised if we still saw Lewis in phase 2 next year, winning, clutching up his last round of today. But yeah, wow. Like, I feel like if you're using such an aggressive team like Sid, like you just have to have like good acumen. Like you have to kind of like sniff things out and be like, okay, I think you're gonna play passive this turn. Okay, I think you're gonna play aggressive this turn, and just get it all right. Because both game 1, game 2, he made plays that he could have just lost on the spot too. Like he protected Zamazenta, attacked with Calyrex in front of opposing Calyrex without terrestrializing. Game 2, he attacked into a Calyrex that was still a ghost type before, and if you didn't terrestrialize, that Overpawn was there ready to support and just let Astro Barrage after Astro Barrage happen. So yeah, wow, what a match. I'm still reeling here.
It was absolutely crazy. And we got to hear from Sid and about that match, locking a spot in phase 2 and all of that craziness. And he's standing by now with Joe Brown for our post-match interview.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Sid. First thing I don't know, what are the winning lottery numbers? Can you tell me? Because the predictions you're making, you just know everything that's going to happen. That game 2 was insane. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great, Joe. I'm like, honestly, I like didn't really think that would work out. I kind of was just going for broke. So I feel like, you know, I mean, it worked out, right?
So is that a decision you would make in general as an aggressive play to catch your opponent off guard, or was it the fact that you had the barrier of winning game 1 that even if it doesn't work out, you have wiggle room?
So I'd say like I think I'd only make it in game 2 if I was up, but I've also watched like Lewis play a lot, and like from what I know when I've seen him play, he plays like super aggressively, and I was like, I feel like you wouldn't really want to waste the turn after you get to like +2, and like body bursting your Calyrex is just like such a crazy play, right? Like I feel like he's like a good player, and I know he probably expected it, like kind of, but I don't know. I thought like he wouldn't really make the safe play there.
Yeah, and I think, you know, with how fast those 2 games were, because it's like, I think you can count on one hand maybe how long the set was as a whole, maybe a couple of fingers on the other hand there. But has your team, you're 6-1 right now, going to the last round of Swiss, have most of your matches been that lightning quick? Has there been any long drawn out things, or are they all, you know, just a couple of turns and it's over?
Honestly, this is like one of the first game 1s I've won all tour, so like I feel like all my sets have gone pretty long, which I guess you wouldn't really expect with like the team. I've like fake tiers Whimsicott. You'd think every game would end in like 3 turns, but I feel like they actually go on like pretty long most of the time.
So how have you been able to adjust? Because I think that is a difficult thing for trainers that often lose game 1, is like, that's a different skill, being able to win a set after that first game, right? Because you're kind of losing on information. You're obviously losing, don't want to get crit or anything like that. How have you been able to persevere through some of those first game losses in the sets?
Yeah, I feel like I just try to play a lot less like conservatively when I'm down a game. I feel like something that ends up happening that I like whenever I don't do super well at tournaments and I lose sets, I notice that like when I'm in like a bad spot, I end up being like super conservative, and my opponents are really easily able to like exploit that. So I guess like kind of like I did in that game too, even though I was up, like just going for broke when I'm in a bad spot, kind of like, you know, that kind of works out.
And I know Castro was talking about, you know, you played in different parts of this era for Scarlet and Violet, but not through the whole thing, took some breaks here and there. How does Regulation I feel as a format for you compared to some of the other formats throughout Scarlet and Violet?
Yeah, I love Reg I. Like, I know it's like an unpopular opinion or something, but the first like format I got to play like live events for was in 2022, which was also like a double restricted format. So it was just like super fun to get back into that. I mean, I like Dynamax more than Terra, another hot take, but you know, I mean, Calyrex Zamazenta is super fun. It reminds me of like some of my favorite games I got to play when I was playing 22. So
that is certainly a hot take, but I respect you for it. Listen, everybody is different, you know. So if you like the Dynamax more, totally acceptable. You know, you're 6-1 right now. You've secured your spot into phase 2 tomorrow. Obviously, you got one more round to go. We hope you get that 7th victory. But how confident are you feeling? Was it maybe 3 rounds in, 4 rounds in? Like, at what point you'd be like, hey, I got a really good shot to make it to phase 2?
Yeah, like honestly, I feel like it was somewhere around round 5. Like I felt like for the first few rounds, like I didn't really have my footing. I was like making some kind of bad like misplays, and then I was just getting kind of bailed out by like either luck or like my opponents not catching the misplays. So I feel like right now, I feel like after that round, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm like super excited. This is the first tournament I've played in like 6 months now, and like second tournament in a year. So I'm just glad to be playing more Pokemon, you know?
Now, this is a question we've asked all of our guests here so far about looking back, reminiscing on Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, this era coming to an end for VGC. And we're curious, it could be a personal accomplishment, it could be as a spectator. What is your favorite moment from Scarlet and Violet? Think 20 years from now, what's the thing you're gonna remember the most from this era?
Honestly, it would be when I made Day 2 at NAIC in 2023, because that locked my Worlds 23 invite in Yokohama, and that was just like super exciting. I think Worlds 23 is probably like my fondest memory of like Scarlet and Violet for sure. So, you know, that was great.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's an awesome feeling to have, for sure. And last question for you: do you have any shout-outs for your friends, family watching at home?
Yeah, of course. I just really want to thank Carson and Keanu for helping me like with the team. Carson made the team; he's great. Carson St. Dennis, he's an amazing player. NJ for helping me like prep some matchups the night before. I came into this with like 2 games of Reg I in a year, so I'm like super grateful. And just all my friends, like Momo, everyone else, you know, you're all the best.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, congratulations. We wish you the best of luck going in tomorrow, but the job's not done. Make sure you go out there and win round 8.
I'm locked in. I'm locked in.
All right, thank you very much, Sid. We're going to head over to Scott and whatever his segment's called. Scott, go for it.
Anyway, welcome to wherever we are, I guess. We had a great match there. I'll try not to keep you too much longer than the match went, which is going to be a real threat with this one. What a decisive win. But looking at team preview here, the seemingly the longest segment of the match. We had a mirror match of restricted Pokemon, but boy, I barely even remember the restricted Pokemon in this one after what happened with the match. I do want to comment too, just listening to the interview. Love Sid talking about having watched his opponent's footage from different tournaments. I think that's just really clever, right? I kind of wish more players would do that sort of thing. I love a studious trainer, and it really seemed like it paid off for him here because, wow, what an impressive set against a really good player. And I think, you know, if you're watching this match and you haven't seen a bunch of Lewis's other games, don't believe that this match is indicative of him as a player. Really good. It's just, you know, sometimes you get the other guy and sometimes you get got. And boy, did Sid get him this time. See, once again, yeah, Sid's team, that Whimsicott there getting the real MVP honors of this one. But, you know, otherwise a relatively conventional composition. Other side of the field, similar sort of thing. You know, we've seen kind of a lot of text for other versions of, or other restricted pairings kind of trying to counter this team, but sort of interesting to see with this matchup. Instead, it was the mirror match that was making it feel nearly unplayable. Jumping into this first game here, if nothing else, we do get a nice look at my favorite light pull here as Raging Bolt terastallizes into Terra Electric here. In the middle of game 1. I see the wide guard from the opposing Zamazenta. There was a few of those throughout the course of this set, but we see that extra play. I loved how Yuki called this one. The HP bar is not going to show up here, but it's exactly 18 HP on this Calyrex, so it's able to Psychic this Zamazenta, survive with a single hit point. Creates a great bit of dramatic irony where, because of who player 1 was, we all knew it was going to happen, but just not a very predictable thing. I'm sure, you know, the segment of life bar that he's working off of there looked exactly the same, whether it had been 17 or 18. So you kind of see that player cam reaction there, but definitely not what he was expecting. That +4 going to wind up being useless here, and it kind of just ends the game. Well, not quite on the spot, because then we end up this next turn. I don't know for sure if this is a speed tie. You always assume it is with Calyrex, where it's very rare that they're trained to be anything less than the maximum speed. As usual, the team sheets are not the same level, so hard to eyeball for sure. But as we'll see as this goes out here, eventually the Calyrex is going to win the speed tie and on Sid's side of the field and close this one out pretty nicely. But I think it's the second game once we watch poor Calyrex fall off the field here. That's going to be fun to get back to, because I think I speak for all of us, or when I play Whimsicott, it doesn't look quite like the way it does here in game 2. Wide guard going down for the Zamazenta to cover for an Astral Barrage, and then, wow, what an incredible set of turns we're about to see here for the Whimsicott. Encore is the fake out, the turn fake out's used. You know, like a lot of people are very willing to go for it. You know, the second turn, like, oh, you know, I'll encore it if they switch, whatever, but doing it same turn, so much riskier, so much higher value. The Calyrex getting that nasty plot off, which it seemed to be a bit of a bait out the course of the set. This is going to be, I guess, 2 clips in a row where Calyrex gets the nasty plot and probably shouldn't have. But because it has nasty plottage, you know, it's being threatened by the Encore and Event slot. Dark-type Pokemon, whether you're naturally a Dark-type or you've terastallized into one naturally just immune to the Prankster-boosted moves. So going to eventually go for a Terra Dark here. And as we saw the first time around, just horrifically punished there by calling that play by the Whimsicott here on this side of the field, just going to ignore it and knock it out with the other Pokemon instead of mistakenly encoring and wasting the turn. It's a beautiful play all around by Sid there, where you know, it's not very common you can win a turn or a match in 3 turns, and I think it's even more uncommon to do it with a supportive Pokemon like this rather than, you know, something like a big eruption or a water spout that's clearing the board over and over. But beautiful tailwind there, and you know, that sets the future turns too. And now as you avoid whiffing the Encore, but creates so much more pressure by getting the tailwind there, and then, you know, we'll set up a turn right after this one where we will see the Rillaboom come back out and then immediately get encored into fake out a second time. Not too much of a game there when something like that happens. Sometimes you just gotta shake your head. Really impressive play, and like you said in the interview, you know, it's really interesting that he was using a tendency that he'd seen from watching previous games from his opponent in order to feel more confident in those moves. You know, it's easier when you're up 1-0, I guess, but really impressive, excellent play. And hey, you know, I guess we should all get to practicing and hope we can play like that ourselves someday, because incredible set by him. Good luck on him in day 2, and maybe Lewis will make it as well. And we'll be back soon, I assume in the lounge, to enthrall you with our amazing podcasting.
Looking at a Porygon 2 to try and close out this match, it's a little bit better posed than what we saw the Torkoal versus Politoed yesterday. A little bit of a better chance, but this damage slowly being done. With the terastallization for the Politoed, that is going to be a nice little chunk, but no freeze means Politoed can retaliate. The Weather Ball, again, consistent. No. The critical hit, bringing it down to 5 HP. Just a sliver away from closing this out.
And if there was any chance for Marco to win this game, I think it just evaporated. The Twisted Dimensions returned to normal, and since Politoed acted last on the prior turn, it will go first on this next turn.
So Weather Ball, Politoed, the last little bit of damage, and with that, Wolf Flick, a historic 10th regional win, taking down the Toronto Regional Championship. One of the best trainers competing again and again, proving it to everyone out there.
And having to deal with Marco Silva, who is on fire this season, a reigning international champion, someone who has made multiple finals already this season, put up what is a really tough fight, especially considering, you know, their match yesterday in Swiss wasn't particularly close. Wolf took that one pretty quickly, but Marco gave Wolf a really strong run for his money. Just unfortunately, in the end, wasn't enough to defeat the now 10-time regional champion.
To start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go, every sacrifice we made. Would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time, we've been waiting so long, feels like forever, now the moment has come, finally it's our time, we'll remember this day until forever, we can hold our hands high, come stand with me, it's our time. 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 It's our Let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got a starter, no, I really started a team. From the first loss to the first badge, I've articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends. I look back at every battle and I do it again. Every high and every low, and again and again. Knowing just where the path would go, all the way up to victory road. Every sacrifice we made, no regrets, so I live for the game. Traitors, let me hear you say, let me hear you say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands tight, come stay with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run from humble starts to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our
Going to be Fluttermane coming in. Justin is just one turn away from winning his first regional championship, and Palafin is also so close to claiming yet another consecutive title here in Series 2 VGC.
What a match done by both players, but now it's just about clicking the buttons, bring the armors down real low, the Shadow Ball. This should be enough to clean it up. Justin Tang, your Knoxville regional champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
Congratulations, Justin. Congratulations to Aaron for putting on a phenomenal tournament performance. I am so impressed by both of these players, and their ability to adjust and really play towards the ins and outs of their team has just been so impressive. And I can hear the crowd roaring right now. That's one of the loudest crowds I've ever heard in a VGC tournament. So take a bow, Justin. Take a bow, Aaron. Congratulations on an incredible finals. What a 3-game set here.
The excitement continues to grow as we continue our Phase 1 coverage of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Only one round remaining here today, but we have a little bit of time and we can have a little bit of fun as we wait for round 8 to happen. Joe Brown, joined by Scott Glaza and Sierra Dawn here in the lounge. So are any of you two big game show fans?
Well, I think I'm about not to be.
Hey, listen, I'm a very big game show fan. Growing up as a kid with my family, used to watch a myriad different game shows all over television. You know, kind of a lot of game shows recorded in California, right? Especially in Hollywood. So we're gonna play Match Game, or Poke Match Game. We want to see if you guys are on the same wavelength, how good your friendship is. I'm gonna ask a question. You're gonna write down your answer on your whiteboards, and Scott, no cheating. and make sure we'll reveal at the same time. See if you guys have the same answer. It's a simple concept. Are we ready?
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Let's do it.
All right, so it's our first question here. And these were technically questions we asked for our friendly feud. So we have our 50 people that guess, but their votes don't matter at this point. It's only you two. So it doesn't matter what they said is the number one answer, just what you guys are gonna say. Will you match? All right, first one. I love Garchomp. It's such a great Pokemon when I use the held item blank. I love Garchomp. It's such a good Pokemon when I use the held item blank. Garchomp, we just talked about its viability. We just talked about in Champions, there's so many different held items that Garchomp can use. Let's see if they start off strong or if it's immediate disaster from question number one.
I'm ready.
You're ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, Scott's writing a thesis. Hold on.
True.
Hold on one. Okay.
The world's most indecisive man needed a second, but
All
we
right.
made through.
I love Garchomp, and you'll reveal when I say blank. It's such a great Pokemon when I use the held item Choice Scar.
Bang.
Yes, number one answer. I realize we don't have any like erasers if production has anything to help these guys because they're just gonna have to use their fingers or something. Maybe we get an eraser or something like that.
I mean, I don't pay to dry clean this. So.
Because yeah, I guess.
Why'd you write so big?
Oh yeah, you did write really big actually. Maybe some paper towels.
I need
or
the
something.
children to be able to see what we're writing, Joe.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. That's a great point. But we're starting off 1 for 1. Do you feel your friendship growing?
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength.
I really like the metagaming there. I was like, well, we just talked about a different item being better, but I think this is the right one to match.
I just like clicking Rock Slide, and I like it when it's
Yeah,
faster.
same.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Some of the other answers for that, Choice Scarf was the number one choice. Life Orb, Bright Powder, and Loaded Dice were the other options of those 50 points. All right, we're ready for the next one?
Yes.
Disaster strikes. I've locked my team in for the regional and accidentally gave my Fluttermane a blank. Disaster strikes. You're here at the Los Angeles Regional Championship, the last Scarlet and Violet Regional you're attending. You put Fluttermane on your team on Arcanine, and you accidentally gave Fluttermane which held item? Fluttermane has a lot of great held items, but not every item is great on Fluttermane. Something truly disastrous.
I don't know how to metagame this one. I'm drawing a blank.
There's no meta. You're speaking from the heart. The meta is your heart, Scott. I'm sure many people can relate watching. They go to they play at a cup or a challenge. They play at a regional. Accidentally gave their Fluttermane a blank.
I like how he's metagaming. I just picked the right answer.
That's fair.
Like, I don't know.
See, I have no idea what Sierra's gonna pick for this one, so I'm really into the role play now. Like, what would I actually screw up?
Yeah.
Because you could literally, if there's only like a certain amount of good held items for it, there's 1,000 bad held items,
Oh,
right?
yeah. And I know exactly what bad held item I would do.
As an accidentally giving it to.
Yep.
All right, disaster strikes. I've locked my team in for the regional and accidentally gave my Fluttermane a Focus Band Amulet coin.
Mine's definitely a team sheet error, because certainly Arcanine wouldn't say that. but,
Yeah.
like, you know, I
You're
was,
trying to get more regional pricing?
I was like farming that tournament, you know, and like get my in-game resources. Forgot to change my team back before I locked it. It was a disaster.
Focus Band is a great answer, because usually you could be Focus Sash.
Because we focus Sash. And then
The
you
other
click the
option,
wrong
I would
one.
never make that mistake.
The actual number one answer was Choice Band, because a lot of
that's a
people
good
use
one.
Choice Specs Fluttermane.
And like, at least if you're gonna pick Amulet Coin, pick it for like a clear Amulet Pokemon,
I thought you were going to say
know?
Clear Amulet too. And other answers, the Iron Ball Lagging Tail. So like you give it a really slow held item, went super fast. That's what's number 2 answer there. Focus Band had 10 people. 8 people said Wrong Nature. I mean, that's not a held. I wish they read the prompt because that's not a held item.
I was
Can't
actually
call it
thinking
a
what I
Wrong
was thinking too.
Nature.
I was like, attack
And
training?
4 people
Yeah,
wanted to be real
a
funny
subpar nature.
and said they gave Fluttermane an Oranberry, which
That is a bad item.
that is a bad, that's for certain a bad item. All right, we got to lock back in, guys. We got to share that same brain cell again. Come on. You've accidentally been trapped in Trick Room. Name a Trick Room setter you'd want to help you escape the twisted dimensions. I don't know how you got into the twisted dimensions, but there's only one way out.
Sierra, I swear to God, if you don't know me well enough to get this one.
When I wrote this question, I thought of Scott. So I'm very happy that he is here with us right now.
No.
And you'll be disappointed with our viewers' answers as well.
No.
I always am disappointed in our viewers. So. And after that round, they should be also disappointed in me.
That's true. Remember, Sierra, there's no wrong answers because you're writing the correct answer every time.
But now I'm in my head.
What Trick Room setter would you like to help you escape the twisted dimensions?
Now I feel like our friendship is on the line if I get this wrong.
I'm not going to say it's not on the line.
I'm struggling. I mean, I picked what I think is a right answer.
We're ready? You've accidentally been trapped in Trick Room. Name a Trick Room setter you'd want to help you escape the twisted dimensions. Porygon 2 and Cresselia! Oh, so close, but so wrong, Sierra. It's a great answer.
It's just like I wasn't around for the old head era of Cresselia.
But you know my main attribute is being old.
I know, but that's why I went from Indeedee to Porygon 2. And then I didn't think old enough. I forgot how old you guys are, okay? You guys are dinosaurs in VGC.
Yeah, you'll be upset that only 2 people said Cresselia. And I think
it's okay. Most of them weren't born the last time we used Cresselia.
A lot of these votes were actually champions pilled because number 1 answer was Farigiraf. Then it's Indeedee female, obviously great with side spam. Mimikyu, Oranguru, and Sinistcha. So people were playing Pokemon champions when they,
as they should be,
answered this survey. Exactly. All right, we're 1 for 3, guys. Let's see. Let's get back to a good spot. Ooh, this should be a fun one. You're in the Elite Four Championship, and your opponent is Ash Ketchum. Which of his iconic Pokemon are you most afraid to battle? And look at Ash's battle with a lot of Pokemon. So there's a lot of great answers. No wrong answers, unless you say the Butterfree, because the Butterfree left. So be hard for him to battle with it.
I heard it flew to a farm upstate.
With the pink Butterfree.
It's a great episode.
It really is a great, it holds up all these years later. It's like,
I'm not sure about the canon of Pink Butterfree, but
I miss Pink
But
Butterfree.
I am sure about the canon of True Love.
That's true. That's true. And nothing more lovely than 2 Butterfrees. Okay, you're in the Elite Four Championship, and your opponent is Ash Ketchum. Which of his iconic Pokemon are you most afraid to battle?
Yeah!
Pikachu!
Yeah!
That's right, Max. He always brings the Pikachu to the regionals.
He knows the pure strength. The other trainers aren't pure of heart enough to run Pikachu, but Max knows. Max is different.
And you can use Pikachu in Pokemon Champions as well, right? With the light
Ash
ball
is pure of
there.
heart and uses Pikachu and wins. Max Shirley too, I'm seeing a trend.
Pikachu was the number 1 answer, followed by Charizard, actually, which I kind of want him to use Charizard because he's going to loaf around. Ash Greninja, and then Infernape, and then Dracovish. People know Dracovish is not to be messed with here.
Yeah, the Dracovish team was pretty cracked. It was a strong Ash. Actually, so was Greninja. Once we stopped being children, Ash got pretty good.
Yes. All right. Ooh, this is going to be a fun one. Okay. I'm ready. I'm so excited, guys. Okay. All right. Name a reason Bulbasaur would complain about its trainer's garden. Who's going to write faster? Name a reason Bulbasaur, the one and only, would complain about its trainer's garden. When I was a youngster, my only goal in life was to grow up, be a Pokemon master, and have a nice little Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur in my garden, grow plants, have a greenhouse. And I could do that in Pokopia. I actually did do that. I put all of them in one little section, and then I also put Pinsir and Heracross in there. It did not go well in Pokopia, but they don't like each other very much. Okay, name a reason Bulbasaur would complain about its trainer's garden. Hold on. Technicality, production. The humidity. No, technically Bulbasaur wants it to be humid. So it would be, how you wrote that is a little confusing, Sierra.
He's complaining about the humidity. It's not humid enough.
Production will allow it.
Thank you, production. Thank you.
No thank you to Joe, who clearly we were on the same wavelength.
Hold on. Complaining about the humidity and being upset it's not humid enough are 2 different Bulbasaur grievances.
If you're complaining about the humidity, it's just the humidity's wrong.
It's
Is it better?
it's the
Could be
wrong
worse.
level of humidity.
Yeah.
You guys,
it's just
I
wrong.
swear to you,
It's
you
like if
will
you're
be
complaining about the temperature, well, is it too hot or too cold? It's just wrong.
you'll be stunned by the amount of people that did not talk about the humidity. There was only 29 of the 50. Should have been 49 of the 50. And other answers were not enough flowers, not enough sunlight, and poor foliage conditions. So like bad flowers. They weren't healthy. You know, I had to combine a couple things for that category.
Sounds like more people should play the hit game Pokemon Pokopia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I recently, I went out to visit my family, and my mom showed me her Pokopia world. Is crazy, by the way. Mine, I thought I was doing pretty good. I'm looking at her. She's got like this custom beach house. She's like, look at all of this stuff. I tore down this mountain and created a new village. She's crazy, guys. She's crazy.
She's clutch. She's clutch at Pokopia.
crazy.
Yeah, I get some incredible content every once in a while on social media. Like, oh yeah, you know, like I rebuilt this entire video game. I made a house.
Yeah,
it was
right.
a house. Pokemon live in it.
I haven't put a roof on my house yet, but like the rest of it's
what?
kind of cute.
Your Pokemon drowning?
Just
in
put the
rain?
flag.
I don't know how to build a roof.
All right, so we're 3 for 5, so it's pretty good right now. You guys are sharing that same brain cell pretty well here. Let's go on to our next question. What is the best Pokeball to catch a shiny Politoed in? Arguably, I would say inarguably, one of the greatest shiny Pokemon of all time. The cotton candy shiny Politoed, we like to say.
This is going to
with
be
the
a
blue and
question to see
pink.
if Scott knows me.
Now,
Ooh, I don't, yeah. This is going to be, I'm going to screw this one up because...
it is blue and pink, so think about your knowledge of Pokeballs. It's also a water type. I'm trying to help because I don't want Sierra to be mad at you.
So I don't think you're helping.
I'm making it worse?
You're making it worse.
I'm sorry.
Uh-oh, well,
I'm sorry, Scott.
I know where Joe is leading me, so do I cheat?
Well, I don't know what Sierra's answer is going to be. I
Oh.
just, for your sake, I hope you get this one right because she
I
loves
think
shiny
I'm-
Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, I hate shiny Politoed, so...
I have only
What?
used. Can I give a hint? Can I give a hint?
Yes.
On my answer?
I don't know if he deserves a hint after that slander, but go ahead.
Yeah, considering you're rooting against us. Since Scarlet and Violet, I have caught every shiny Pokemon in this Pokeball. Every single shiny Pokemon.
Oh,
And every Pokemon that I use competitively as well. It is just the Pokeball that I'll always use.
I do not know this one, so now I'm even less likely to get it.
I'm
so
going to preemptively say...
So it's not like a Politoed color thing. It's every. It's,
Okay, yeah,
it's the only
Yeah, I
one
was
I
going
use.
to say, you want to change your answer, change your answer.
So
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
screwed no matter what, so what's the worst guess we can make, chat?
What? Scott's
Oh, I know
saying,
what the-
what
if I know
continual
what the
mistake does
worst-
Sierra make on every catch?
Easy.
I mean, honestly, this was probably the most widespread vote of the 50 points. Like, there was a lot of different options, so I guess it's not as clear of a consensus as I thought people would have appreciated on Shiny Politoed.
I use non-shiny Politoed at Worlds, so I feel strongly about this one. But
all right,
I did know exactly the wrong Pokeball to pick.
No, don't
What
say it.
is the
say it,
best
so.
Pokeball to catch a Shiny Politoed in? A Premier Ball? A Dream Ball? No!
I want to you know what?
Scott!
You know, in retrospect, though, I do think I agree if you're going to catch them all in the same ball.
Wrong answer, dude.
Scott's being punished by Sierra opening a pack? So,
Okay,
what do we got?
okay.
Okay. Shaman?
This is the best pack you can find?
That's yours.
That's your hit?
That's your...
No.
That's like a Dream Ball worthy hit right there.
No worse than his answer.
So do you feel bad about yourself now?
No, I feel bad about her not matching her shiny Pokemon to appropriate Pokeballs.
That's what I'm saying.
It's because it's clean for everyone.
So Premier Ball is a sick
Yeah.
Pokeball, though.
Yeah.
I don't think it matches like pretty much any of them, right?
But that's
I think
in
we're
Sierra's
wrong.
It's just
mind.
clean.
It's not
It's just
about
clean.
matching. It's about.
Yeah, I think we have a 100% rate of selecting the incorrect Pokeball. That's what I'm.
I
So
thought you were
here's-
gonna put Quick Ball, honestly.
So-
I'm sorry that I threw this at you. It wasn't deserved since you didn't put Quick Ball.
Yeah, I was like,
Quick Ball would've been rough.
Yeah, once you said it was every Pokeball, I was gonna be like, I'm gonna write Great Ball down just to be a jerk. But
Well-
no, I mean, I will agree if you're gonna use the same Pokeball for all of them, Premier Ball. But I am
It is
aggressively a color matcher, so I'm a little offended.
It is unfortunate for Sierra that technically more people agree with Scott.
How?
So first of all, number one answer by and large, dive ball, because it's a water type.
That's what I erased for the record.
Right. That's also what I would have caught it in. Number two was a lure ball, which
that's the correct answer.
Where's everyone get all these lure balls? I have one in ZA and I refuse to use it, like because I want to save it for the perfect shiny. Where was it? Dream Ball was 6, Heal Ball was 5, Premier Ball 4, and Luxury Ball 2. I was gonna say Scott kind of needs his.
You kind of need your board
his
back.
whiteboard back.
I'm sorry.
So how do you feel?
It was for the bit. It was for the bit.
Sarah, how do you feel knowing that most people disagree with you on the correct shiny Pokeball?
I mean, people also use quick balls for Pokemon, you know? So, like, it is what it is.
See, but I got punished when I missed out on a shiny Gibble because I brought it down. I did the false swipe, brought it down to 1 HP. It did takedown and knocked itself out, and I lost a shiny Gibble.
Rookie mistake.
And Chip tweeted at me, said, "Should have used Quick Ball, bro."
I mean,
there's a reason he plays TCG.
Although I would say, well, nothing matches real great. Quick Ball's not too bad there.
I'll take it. All right, last one here for our match game. We're 3 and 3. So this is actually really important. And if
Enjoy your Pokemon
this
card.
is the hardest. This is the hardest question.
Okay.
Of them all.
Okay.
Name an electric type Pokemon not weak to ground. You would think there's only a couple. There's actually a lot. We are counting abilities, so it's not just typing. Name an electric type Pokemon not weak to ground. Sierra's nervous. Friendship on the line here. We're 3 and 3. 3 correct. 3.
I'm glad someone's putting thought into this because I definitely just wrote down the first Pokemon that came to mind.
Yeah.
It might be the correct Pokemon.
It might be the incorrect Pokemon.
Are we ready?
I'm good.
All right. For all the friendship marbles, name a Pokemon or name an electric type Pokemon not weak to ground. Flip. Bang. Rotom. Yes, any of the forms count. We're not gonna say, oh, technically you said Mo, but
well, we
said
both also just said no form,
Yes.
so we were.
Yeah, I'm imagining just like the weird little like the naked Rotom. We're like, oh, we didn't give him any appliances. Weird.
Yeah, and all all of them, unless you're facing a Mold Breaker, Earthquake, Mega Emboar, they're all gonna go.
And if we are, that Emboar deserves it.
Yes. Other answers: Rotom, all forms was the number one answer. Electros, those is what I would have voted for if I was voting. Emolga, Vikavolt, and Zapdos were the other options. No Thundurus. Thundurus, like iconically,
I can't believe Zapdos wasn't higher. I mean, I guess I'm being old again.
It'll get you sometimes. All right, so has our friendship been vindicated, or we got 4 right?
Honestly, shocked we got over 50%.
I'm not shocked.
Yeah, I thought you guys were good friends.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm terrible.
It's whether he still wants to be my friend after I
after the fiasco.
Yeah. She assaulted me with cards. She didn't get my favorite Pokemon. It's been tough. Well, our friendship feels strained to me, if I'm being honest.
I'm sorry, Scott. I'm sorry.
Fingers crossed these two can remain friends after such a tumultuous show here in the lounge. Thank you very much for playing Match Game with us. We are ready for our final round of Swiss here. So, Rosemary and Aaron, take it away.
I think it's so funny that nobody answered Thundurus, but that was your first Pokemon that you said for the electric type that wouldn't be affected by ground types.
Yeah. The people these days, these kids just don't know the legend that was Thundurus. But you know what? It's for the better. Y'all, everyone's complaining about Basculegion, Sneasler. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know what. Back in my day, old man yells at clouds.
Well, at least we all now have trauma from Rock Slide. As we look forward to Champions in just a couple of weeks, we still got a regional on our hands here in LA, and so let's get ready for our final round of Swiss of the day. We only have a handful of players now that are at a 7-0 record. They're already locked in to play Phase 2 of Swiss tomorrow, but we still have a couple of players that can join them. The rest of the competitors on your screen here are sitting at a 6-1 record, also locked in, but the more the merrier in the wins.
Absolutely, and we've got
A bunch of familiar names here. Carson St. Dennis actually, of course, won a regional championship earlier this season in a different format, so he's already punched his ticket to the World Championships. But the other players at 7-0, Jordan, Shane, and Navji, I don't think any of them actually are in the World's range right now, so this is a really big event for them. Every championship point that they can get from this is absolutely huge, and of course, if you win the tournament, well, you qualify for Worlds, and both of these players that will be featuring are certainly looking for that.
And I'm so excited because I think you know that that theme is being ever present throughout the rest of the LA Regional as well. A lot of people knowing that this is one of the last chances to get those championship points you need to qualify for Worlds. After this for North America, we just have Indianapolis and the North America International Championships left, which are also in a different game. So right now, get that expertise that you have from all of these years of experience in Scarlet and Violet, put it to the test. And for this next match, we do have Navji Joshi versus Shane Gaffney.
And for both of them, they are, as mentioned, looking for points here. Shane actually has 566 championship points going into this tournament, and I think the general estimate for the World's cutoff somewhere around the 850 plus range. And so, you know, not that far away from here, especially with the deep finish, but still looking to try to secure a run. And for Navji, this is someone who has gotten top 8 at the World Championships before, back in 2024 in Honolulu. Has not played very much this season, only coming in with 229 championship points. But in my opinion, I have been so impressed by him as a player and team builder in the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So excited to see these two go off against each other.
Yeah, Navji has classically only been on the West Coast regionals, has not traveled too much outside of that particular region in order to attend events. So seeing him down here in LA is very, very exciting. As we take a look at the teams on a deeper level, we do see that Navji is going to have kind of that restricted pairing that has the biggest target on its back. That's the Shadow Rider Calyrex alongside that Zamazenta. I don't think that there are honestly too many surprises when you take a look at this team. This is also going to have the updated Chien-Pao with the Assault Vest, so notably having only Dark and Ice type attacks, no Sacred Sword on this one. But everything else is kind of what you would have expected to see as classic partners for the Shadow Rider Calyrex and the Zamazenta.
Yeah, totally. I think the things that maybe stick out to me most are going to be the Calyrex moveset. There's no Encore. It's actually Astral Barrage, Psychic, Pollen Puff, and so Pollen Puff gives you some additional typing coverage. People like using it on Calyrex, of course, to beat opposing Calyrexes that are Dark Terra, and people often go for Dark Terra to get around Astral Barrage and Psychic, and of course, Pollen Puff, you can heal yourself up as well. And the Amoonguss and Ogerpon on the same team is interesting just because they often provide a similar role with that redirection, but Ogerpon here crucially also running that taunt rather than, for example, a grass type attack like Power Whip. And so I think normally when people look at Cornerstone Ogerpon, they just expect a super offensive Pokemon, but you can actually make this quite bulky. So at the end of the day, double redirection and a Calyrex that has a little bit more offense thanks to that Pollen Puff as well. And as you called out, this Chien-Pao, 4 attacks, it's got that Ruination, so you can often go for something like Ruination into a body press, just double up and try to get a knockout.
Or Ruination is going to help take some of those resistant hits from the Astral Barrage into a comfy range, and the Shadow Rider Calyrex can also clean everything up and start to get those Grim-Nay boosts. On the flip side here, you have Shane Gaffney, who's going to be using a restricted duo of Kyogre and Calyrex Ice. So a different Calyrex form on this side, but this is also not really a common restricted pairing we usually see.
Exactly, yeah. It feels like it is probably, if you are going to use, you know, Kyogre, Ice Rider is just one of the best partners for it. And we did see it top cut the World Championships, but this is kind of a new take on it, right? We've seen teams like this normally have Rillaboom and Fluttermane, for example, but this is a little bit more offensive where you've got the Tailwind potential from the Tornadus. And of course, there's the Smeargle here, which is a really scary partner because it can, of course, go for Decorate onto either of your restricted Pokemon. Smeargle Tornadus, of course, also won very much in the previous year, and that was often with like Calyrex Shadow Rider, and so but still paired with Tornadus, you can also decorate your Tornadus, give that boost as well. So at the end of the day, the Smeargle just allows for, you know, Tornadus, Kyogre, Calyrex to do so much damage with their spread moves. And the Calyrex is interesting because it's Grass Terra Seed Bomb, which is not something we see that often.
No, I mean, usually when you see that grass icon on the team sheet, that's going to be a Leech Seed. It's going to be a more kind of supportive option there just to add to the natural bulk that the Ice Rider has. But I think the other thing that I think is important to call out here is just weather control in general is going to be easier for Shane to keep hold of. There's no weather reset on Navjeet's side, and you also have the ability to go for Rain Dance as just a manual option here on your Tornadus. So let's say you have the Urshifu in the front, then you're able to reset the rain in a different way. We are going to see the restricted pairing for Navjeet hit the field with the Zamazenta and the Shadow Rider Calyrex, but for Shane, it's going to be the Kyogre next to Tornadus.
So I think one thing that's really interesting here is you have to play the mind game of Wide Guard, because Navjeet, of course, does have Wide Guard. You can see he's locking in his moves so fast. He said, I'm just going to Wide Guard, I'm going to Astro Barrage. Good luck dealing with this, because you don't have taunting your Tornadus. You can't taunt my Wide Guard, and so Tornadus here, of course, can set up a Tailwind. Then the question is, what will Kyogre do in the subsequent turns, because it could Hydro Pump into either slot. So free Tailwind for Shane on turn 1, but Navjeet's saying, look, you just can't really deal with my team because I have Wide Guard. I'm free to just keep spamming Astro Barrage.
Yeah, now though, once the Tailwind has been set, you do at least have that speed control for the subsequent turn. I think Tornadus should hang on from this as it does. But now I think, yeah, now you just do the same thing, honestly.
You can see Navjeet, though, making his moves so quickly, going for Protect and Body Press here. I think right now Shane has the ability to switch the Tornadus out. Smeargle, I think, is actually a really interesting bring here because, of course, it's immune to the Astro Barrage. And then the question is, what do you do with Kyogre, right? Like, do you ever call out and say, look, I don't actually think you're going to click Wide Guard. Otherwise, you have to rely on Hydro Pump or Thunder. Hydro Pump into Zamazenta, of course, is quite powerful. There's not going to be a switch to a Smeargle here, so does Tornadus just click that Hurricane?
I mean, Hurricane would be a huge move to select as it is very, very powerful, and you're also going to be able to hit your mark within the rain as the Thunder is also going to bypass that accuracy check. So you have a double connect into the Zamazenta, which actually trades quite a bit of damage for the Kyogre's HP.
Yeah, and Thunder, they're hoping to maybe see the Water Terra come out from Navjeet's end, but Navjeet does not go for it and ends up probably getting the best trade-off where it's like you don't want to see a Hydro Pump or a Water Spout that turn, and it does end up being the Thunder. So it's been a really fast-paced game so far. Calyrex now making the pivot, so looking to stall out a turn of Tailwind here. The Hurricane actually is a big deal because Bleak Wind Storm, of course, would just feel really bad into potential Wide Guard, and so it's consistent damage here. Raging Bolt, really good switch in to resist all the damage here.
And it's kind of amazing that Navjeet's able to keep that Focus Sash intact on that Shadow Rider Calyrex for once that Tailwind ends up expiring. A passive turn here, as it is going to be the Zamazenta that protects itself, but Shane stays one step ahead. Throws that Hurricane into the Raging Bolt as well as the Hydro Pump inside the rain. It brings that Raging Bolt quote down quite low.
Oh, this has been fun to watch because Shane has gotten the protects right both times, but is still in kind of a tricky position because, as you can see now, the Raging Bolt is applying pressure with that Thunderclap, right? And so if you're Shane now, you of course have the Grass Terra, but you really want to Grass Terra Kyogre. Its HP is quite low. Could protect it and let Tornadus get an attack off, but Shane's been doing a great job with these double ups, even with the resistances. You can see how much damage a Kyogre in rain with Mystic Water can do.
I think you might want to save it because when you're thinking about what could happen towards the end of this game, let's say Shane actually has this Ice Rider Calyrex in the back. You know that Shadow Rider Calyrex could come out at any moment, so you might want to preserve the terrestrialization for that. And I think at this point, Kyogre's actually done quite a lot of work so far to whittle away at the HP bars of these two very tanky Pokemon with the Zamazenta and the Raging Bolt. So as you see here, Shane does just let the Kyogre go down as Hurricane just barely misses the KO onto the Zamazenta, but the Tornado survives as well? What?
Wow, okay, a bunch of survivals here. It does give Shane the ability to set up another Tailwind. Urshifu comes in now. This is going to be Ghost Terra with Life Orb, and so you can go for Ghost Terra and not become weak to the electric type damage. And then the other debate here is, do you want to click Thunderclap? Because if you do click Thunderclap, Shane can just go for Aqua Jet, and Aqua Jet gets around the priority of Thunderclap, right? So Thunderclap would fail. So big survival there. Tornadus now can set up a Tailwind. I am curious what Shane's final Pokemon is because I feel like Navjeet just still has a lot of offense and Raging Bolt exerts so much pressure against everything. We saw Navjeet hover that final Pokemon as well. It's going to be Amoonguss. Amoonguss obviously a really good Pokemon for the Urshifu, but you're going to want to knock out that Tornadus first before bringing it out on the field.
Yeah, at least you do have the Rocky Helmet to play with. So if that Urshifu does get those Surging Strikes into that Pokemon, you're going to be doing quite a bit of recoil damage back. But first and foremost, it's going to be a terrestrialization for this Urshifu, turning it into a Ghost type as the Tornado sets up a second Tailwind. The Surging Strikes, though, is going to be the call as Navjeet does not hit Thunderclap. That's going to be a KO for this Urshifu, and that's a sad Raging Bolt on the other side.
Yeah, for Raging Bolt to have fainted to a combination of non-resistant attacks or resistant attacks was absolutely wild, right? Hydro Pump, Hurricane, Surging Strikes. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, and now and the Behemoth Bash too, it doesn't feel so great. I mean, this Urshifu is going to have taken a bit of recoil there from the Life Orb as well. But, I mean, now that the rain is expired, this is where that Tornadus can come in and set it back up.
Yeah, these players are playing really aggressively. It's been really fun to watch. Right? Navjeet did go for a Behemoth Bash into an Urshifu, which would resist it, calling out the Ghost Terra specifically. And also went for a Thunderbolt there to hedge in case that, you know, for example, for some reason you ignore the Rage Bolt and you target the Zamazenta, so just getting guaranteed damage. But really nice call there to actually chunk away at the Urshifu pretty significantly. So what's interesting now is like Amoonguss obviously is exerting redirection pressure. Maybe doesn't want to eat up a Hurricane though, but the question is, like, I would expect Amoonguss to even survive a Hurricane. And then Urshifu just does really poorly into Amoonguss right now, right? So my question is, what is Shane's final Pokemon? Because of course a Calyrex Ice Rider can be okay in terms of damage output, but has to worry consistently about Wide Guard, just completely walling it. So I can't stress how important it is that Navjeet has Zamazenta with Wide Guard. It's been on this field the whole time.
And that Urshifu is going to be preserved, so we get the answer to that question. It's going to be the Ice Rider Calyrex. And with this moveset, you know, you're not going to be able to terrestrialize it anymore, so you can't get that extra boost to that Seed Bomb damage, and you only have Glacial Lance as the other attacking option. For now, the Amoonguss is going to protect itself as Tornadus tried to go for the Hurricane, but it is going to fail with that protect onto the Amoonguss, leaving the Zamazenta to go for something else. As the Behemoth Bash is unleashed, Calyrex is going to take that super effective hit, bringing it to below half HP.
Yeah, that was a huge turn, I think, because had Shane gotten the knockout onto the Zamazenta with Hurricane, there's now no more Wide Guard support. Calyrex comes out, the Amoonguss just protected, so you could double up onto it. I think Navjeet's in a really commanding position now, and this Zamazenta, normally you expect it to do a lot of damage with Body Press, but it is the Behemoth Bash is doing over 50% to Ghost Urshifu as well as this Calyrex, so it's going to be a Fire Terra here, the perfect defensive Terra at the moment because there's no Urshifu on the field.
Yeah, and I think it would always struggle anyway because you have that Shadow Warrior Calyrex. It's going to be dealing super effective damage. The Hurricane does hit without the rain present on the field, but it doesn't bring that Amoonguss down to even below half. As Behemoth Bash comes out into the Ice Rider Calyrex, there's nothing to be able to save it, as Shane has no choice except to bring this Urshifu back in as the Tornadus gets put to sleep with the Spore.
Yeah, and I think Navjeet just really nice control of this one. The Wide Guard pressure from Zamazenta just stopping Shane's best attacks makes this so much tougher. So Urshifu hits the field now, and of course it can't go for Surging Strikes, but if you go for Surging Strikes, you are just going to end up taking so much damage from recoil, right, from the Rocky Helmet. So Navjeet, you can see how confident he is in his game plans. He's been locking his moves in like under 5 seconds, and I'm like, we don't even have enough time to process how quickly he's making these moves. So really, really masterful game plan. I think Shane honestly has played really nicely as well, but this matchup does not feel amazing for him because the whole point of a team using Kyogre and Ice Rider is to get to spam Water Spout and Glacial Lance, and when you're staring down the threat of Wide Guard, it's that much harder to do so. And so Zamazenta hanging on with just a sliver of HP was huge in this game. I think, you know, Shane might want to prioritize knocking out Zamazenta a little bit sooner in game 2.
That way you just remove that threat completely as the Surging Strikes. He's going to go for it anyway. I mean, it's only going to take 2, actually, to get the knockout here, but you still have to worry about the threat of that Shadow Warrior Calyrex coming back in to take this Amoonguss's place. So while the Urshifu doesn't get knocked out by the Rocky Helmet recoil, or maybe even the Life Orb recoil, I think we know where this one's going to go. So when thinking about game number 2, you're already mentioning, let's get the Zamazenta out of here faster. It cannot stay on the field. We had seen Shane do an amazing job of being able to read through the protects that Navjeet was going to go for to at least get that damage down. And I think ultimately that turn 1 where you've got the Thunder and the Hurricane as the double up into the Zamazenta, and it didn't get knocked out.
Exactly.
You have to wonder, well, should I maybe have selected different options there?
100%, right? It could have been... Water Spout's really risky there, right? Because, like, you've already seen Wide Guard and willingness to click it, so, like, Hydro Pump kind of would have been the option to say, look, if you Terra, at least force your Terra out. If you don't Terra, Zamazenta just faints there should it hit, right?
Yeah.
I do think the other scary thing here for Shane is it's like, if you're clicking Hydro Pump, that is not an accurate move, and similarly, Hurricane outside of rain, also not accurate, but I think you kind of maybe have to go for calls like that. So what will be interesting is both players run it back, right? Navjeet can just say, you know what, I am just going to play it safe and, you know, go for the Terra this time around. But I think forcing the Terra out would not have been bad, right? Because then it takes the way for Navjeet to have defensive Terras like the one we saw on Amoonguss in the end game. And so, yeah, I think you can go with the same Pokemon and just play a little bit differently. You can also, like, I was thinking Smeargle could be an interesting Pokemon to pick in this matchup because it pressures with a Spore, and if you're able to Spore Zamazenta, for example, then you're able to try to Water Spout everything. I think Shane might not feel confident leading that, though, because into Calyrex plus Zamazenta, like, both of those Pokemon are just faster than Smeargle. You can double up onto Smeargle for a knockout. So it's exactly as you called, Riz. I think turn 2 of this game was the, like, huge, not the singles at turn that decided the game, but it would have played so differently had that just been Hydro Pump and his Zamazenta.
Well, because you saw how much that Hydro Pump did to the Raging Bull when it switched in, you're like, what? Imagine if that was the Zamazenta on the other side instead. And yeah, I think knowing that amount of damage, I think Shane can also be a little more confident going into the second game, whether or not he wants to actually click the inaccurate move option, but it's also the final round of the day, so maybe you're thinking too, okay, well, I'm already 7-0. Now I really got to be thinking about, like, how do I stay mentally prepped and focused for tomorrow as well? Because you still have phase 2 ahead of you.
Yeah, it's still a game ahead of you, right? Like, this winning one, even if you're down, one game here is so big. And so from Shane's end, I think, yeah, once again, it's like prioritization of knocking out Zamazenta. For Navjeet, I think it's like Raging Bolt's actually a really good Pokemon, but got knocked out pretty quickly in that last one, right? It, like, took a Hydro Pump, it took a Hurricane, and then it took a Surging Strikes. And so given that Shane didn't bring Calyrex Ice Rider all the way until the end game of that previous one, I think like a Raging Bolt adaptation could work if you're Navjeet and you say, look, I don't want to run it back because I got the guessing game right that one turn, but like it's really scary if I get it wrong because I could lose Zamazenta. But I think, Navjeet just has a lot of tools here, and for Shane, it's really about how quickly can you actually knock out that Zamazenta.
It's so hard because I think when you look at it, you do have to kind of rely on the rain boosted options. When you look at the Ice Rider, I mean, sometimes we even see something like a high horsepower on this Pokemon, which would be able to do super effective damage into the Zamazenta, but that it just isn't an option when looking at this team because you only have Glacial Lance and Seed Bomb, and Seed Bomb isn't gonna do a whole lot. So unless you force the Terra, I guess, but.
I'm really glad you called that out because I actually think if I'm in Shane's shoes, I consider dropping Calyrex outright and bringing a Amoonguss or Smeargle instead because it's exactly like you said. And okay, well, it's gonna be it's Smeargle and Calyrex, so different story here.
Ooh, but it catches the Raging Bolt and Zamazenta on the other side.
It does get the Raging Bolt. I think this is going to get really interesting because Wide Guard obviously can perpetually just stop those Glacial Lances, but then Smeargle can just start sporing things, right? So yeah, I think, not the adaptation I would have expected, but actually feels like it could be quite strong here. The main question is, can Smeargle get a Spore off at some point into the Zamazenta? But you can see here, Navjeet's like, look, I just want to KO your Smeargle. Let me just get rid of this immediately. So then the question is Raging Bolt potentially fast enough to outspeed Smeargle? Because if not, then of course the Smeargle, if it gets a Spore off here, would be absolutely huge, right? Let's say you Spore the Zamazenta. That's when we have really slowing down that Wide Guard pressure.
Yeah, and then you might feel forced to have to use that terrestrialization so much earlier, and even just with the Calyrex Ice on the field, you're gonna use it anyway, actually, if you're Shane, because I think you do worry a little bit about taking a Behemoth Bash if you are this Ice Rider, since you saw how much damage it took on the first game. And so that's going to be a Grass-type Terra. Smeargle's just gonna go for a Fake Out here, so there isn't going to be a double up of damage into the Smeargle for now, but you are going to see this Raging Bolt move with the Thunderbolt to bring that Smeargle all the way down to its Focus Sash already. But what did this Ice Rider do? Oh!
We'll see how much that one ends up mattering. If it ends up being a speed boost on Smeargle from the Moody, makes things interesting.
But it is just a Glacial Lance there, and it almost gets the knockout outright onto this Raging Bolt.
Almost gets it, doesn't. Oh, and it was the Smeargle!
No!
You can see Shane tilting his head a little bit. Had that knock got him paralyzed, then it would pressure Spore immediately onto either slot this next turn.
Game.
Yeah, and
so no.
I don't know. I like the thing about Calyrex is it's still just in such an awkward spot, but of course you can go for Seed Bomb now onto the Raging Bolt to knock it out instead of playing around Wide Guard, right? So it's gonna be the pivot. It's gonna be okay. Amoonguss coming in. I like that adaptation, and no Wide Guard here, just the body press, but a good switch in to now get some recoil from the Rocky Helmet.
So then what exactly did Shane end up doing with this Ice Rider? Because if it's just another Glacial Lance, I mean, that's a KO onto the Raging Bolt, but it's just going to be the Trick Room to set this Amoonguss up for success.
And I like that. I think if you get the knockout on a Raging Bolt, you just give Navjeet a free switch in, but now that you've set up Trick Room, these Pokemon are kind of in an awkward position. Like, I think Shane going Smeargle and Amoonguss is really smart here because now you have double Spore pressure. And once again, if you're able to put the Zamazenta to sleep, that's a really big deal, right? So I think Shane's approach is basically, look, I know you have Wide Guard, but eventually I'll get a Spore off into you. Once I get that Spore off, then I can start spamming Glacial Lance.
For now, a Protect onto the Zamazenta is going to keep it safe as Raging Bull goes for the Thunderclap. That Grass Terra going to help keep this Ice Rider nice and safe as Amoonguss goes for Pollen Puff. And all of a sudden, all the damage that you did on those first couple of turns is completely undone. The Grass Terra boosted Seed Bomb from the Calyrex is going to finish off this Raging Bolt. We're in for a fun game, Aaron.
We are. I mean, I'm really impressed by how Shane's maneuvering this because I was like, on paper, Grass, like Terra, Calyrex with Seed Bomb, Glacial Land seems like really abysmal here. Still has to get through what's coming out in the back. Calyrex comes out. I think Shane's done an amazing job calling out Navjeet on these protects, but the question is it enough, right? I do think getting that Pollen Puff was a huge deal because now the Calyrex is just healthy enough. So with Calyrex and Zamazenta out from Navjeet's end, neither of these are Grass Terra, so you are vulnerable to a Spore immediately here. That healing's so big, and so you can see Navjeet's hoping to bait out a Spore onto that Calyrex and just immediately hard switch into Amoonguss. Then the Amoonguss can apply pressure with Sludge Bomb in the next turn.
Yeah, and you also see the Zamazenta trying to protect this partner just a little bit because you don't want it taking super effective Glacial Lance damage on the way in either. So that's going to be why this Zamazenta has selected Wide Guard. As Amoonguss just decides, okay, well, I might not want to try to risk sporing the Calyrex, but I know you just protected your Zamazenta, so I'm going to spore that slot instead. As the Glacial Lance fails, that's okay on this turn because Shane got away with a huge turn being able to put that Zamazenta to sleep.
Yeah, I think the last couple turns have been amazing from Shane's end, right? Like getting that Trick Room up and then adjusting and bringing Amoonguss as well. And I think this is like exactly the way that you need to handle this matchup. It's just so impressive because I think it's not like the easiest line to really see. And I was talking about like, hey, maybe you drop Calyrex Ice Rider and bring in like the Amoonguss instead and support Kyogre, but instead it's Ice Rider actually doing the heavy lifting right now.
I actually kind of wonder if, in fact, it was the Kyogre that got benched since we haven't seen that fourth Pokemon yet. Smeargle is going to come back in for the Amoonguss as Zamazenta takes its first turn of sleep, and Calyrex is going to undo the Trick Room.
Interesting.
Ooh.
So, I mean, you can now go for you know, potential Decorate onto your own Calyrex Ice Rider here. The question is, can Zamazenta wake up this turn? If it does, you get that Wide Guard off. It's okay, hovering between Wide Guard and looks like actually trying to just knock out the Ice Rider right now. And I mean, I think the scary thing here is that for Shane is that your offense is pretty heavily coming from this Ice Rider, right? And so it's not necessarily doing like that much damage either. You still have to like play through Wide Guards as well. And so it's like you have to get so many turns right. It's gotten a lot so far, so it's going to start off with the Fire Terror. This Amoonguss now is like just so difficult to deal with, right? So, of course, does open vulnerability to getting spored from the opposing end now, so let's see what plays out. And whoa, Zama does wake up!
Okay, so Zamazenta just gets to go for the Body Press here, which is going to chunk this Calyrex down quite well as the Decorate now lands into this Ice Rider Calyrex. So you get this nice, juicy attack boost that's going to help out a lot with those physical attacks, but Amoonguss actually gets to move first. Sludge Bomb, luckily, isn't going to actually take out this Calyrex as Shane goes for another Trick Room.
Okay, I mean, I like the gamble there.
I like it. I mean, you're resetting the Trick Room, like essentially undoing it, and then like now you've got 5 extra, like, you know?
Yeah, and you baited out the Terror from Amoonguss, so now if you're Shane, I think what play you can go for is just protect Calyrex, switch your Amoonguss in for Smeargle, and then angle for a side Pollen Puff to try to heal the Calyrex back up. The awkward thing is Zamazenta and Amoonguss will resist both Glacial Lance and Seed Bomb, right? And so it's like such a tough dance to maneuver through right now, but really clever plays here so far. So Navjeet looking to just protect his Pokemon this turn. Does Shane pivot out? It is going to be Smeargle swapping out. I expect Amoonguss to come back in right now. Could be that Kyogre as well, but yeah, it's going to be Amoonguss, and I think the game plan here is to try to get another Pollen Puff off right now.
They'll protect from Navjeet to Amoonguss first, because you do have a couple of turns of Trick Room to get through now, as, yeah, we see that Calyrex also follows suit with a Protect. But it's just so funny because like you expect a circle of protects to go around, but then yeah, I mean, hopefully Shane's Amoonguss is in a good enough position that you can get the Pollen Puff off, but it's just gonna be a Rage Powder here to try to draw away the attention.
Yeah, and of course the Amoonguss now Fire typing does not get to ignore that, so says, look, I don't want to play around a potential speed tie, and Glacial Lance here, I mean, that's actually a lot of damage for something that's resisting.
Yep. That's a +3 Glacial Lance there from the Decorate, as well as the chilling nade boost that it got from knocking out that Raging Bull at the beginning of the second game. 2 turns left to play with. I mean, this is kind of a critical point. Shane has to get these wide guard calls correct.
Yeah, exactly. This is such a fun game, honestly, because like, it is such a creative solution to the problem that Shane was facing, right? And
yeah.
to have brought this, to have gotten a deck rid, okay, Amoonguss is going to start the turn off with a Protect. Calyrex actually protects on the opposing end as well. Okay, so this does give Amoonguss on Shane's end the opportunity to spore either slot, right? But it's just going to be Protects all around, trying to stall out that Trick Room a little bit. Does bait out the Protect. So Spore now goes into the opposing Amoonguss. Yeah, the main question I had here was like, how fast are the Amoonguss relative to each other? Because like Shane went for the Rage Powder, right? Could have gone for a Spore, could have gone for Pollen Puff as well. But it feels really bad if you Pollen Puff and you just end up being slower than the opposing Amoonguss and it just sludge bombs your Calyrex for a knockout.
There's still another turn of Trick Room to get through, so you are going to have to play around that. But Shane is actually just going to remove the Ice Rider completely and bring the Smeargle back in. Wow.
Okay, not what I was expecting, but baits out the wide guard, saying, look, I don't want to play the wide guard mind game. It opens the door for Amoonguss, and it's a wide guard Rage Powder as well, so super defensive play, right?
But it kind of works out here, because Shane gets the Spore into the Zamazenta now, and Smeargle gets to come back in, and now you have 2 Spore users on the field.
Oh my goodness. This
As the Trick Room expires!
Oh my, this has been a fascinating game to watch, right? I think like Shane's gotten a lot of damage on the board, but Calyrex is still kind of waiting to just come in and start dishing out damage to everything. So let's see. This Amoonguss having gone for that Fire Terra, I think was really big for Shane to like bait out that Terra, because now it is open to getting Spored, for example. And yeah, the switch there, maybe hoping to like bait out a knockout onto that slot to give you a free switch in back in. Zamazenta now finally pivots, but there is a full HP Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back waiting to just kind of sweep this game. So let's see what happens.
Well, it's got the Focus Sash intact, but my worry here is the fact that you do have 2 Spore users on the other side. Maybe you just decided, oh, well, Zamazenta could actually switch out, so I could Spore either slot. But it is just going to be the switch back in of this Grass-type Ice Rider Calyrex, and then we'll see what this Amoonguss has gone for. Wow, it's just a Protect, but,
we see so many Protects over. That means the opposing Amoonguss can Spore a Pollen Puff right now. Is it either? It is!
Oh my gosh!
Huge healing here into Calyrex.
Wow. I mean, Shane has just gotten so many turns correct in a row that now like this Ice Rider Calyrex just feels like it's going to be really hard to get through.
Yeah, the main thing is like now the Calyrex, you know, doesn't have its boosts anymore, so the Amoonguss on Navjeet's side will survive an attack. So like, I don't know, it still feels kind of tricky, and Shane, of course, still crucially has one last Pokemon as well. I feel like if it is a Kyogre in the back, that can actually be really strong now that you baited out the Fire Terror from Amoonguss, right? So I feel like Shane's game plan right now is to just whittle everything away so that Kyogre can come in. The other tough thing for Kyogre here is that it doesn't have Origin Pulse. It only has Water Spout for that spread move, right? So I think one thing you want to be wary of is letting Navjeet's Calyrex get too many special attack boosts from its ability, because should it get like stack up a bunch, then suddenly that Astral Barrage just does so much more damage. And it's Rage Powder here to try to bypass something like a Pollen Puff, just protecting the Calyrex, but not from an Astral Barrage.
Astral Barrage will connect into both, and the Amoonguss actually survives that hit, which is just incredible. That means it's going to redirect away the Sludge Bomb from the opposing Amoonguss. Does get knocked out, but now that's going to leave the Calyrex free to go for a Trick Room here.
Trick Room, but what is coming in, right? Because let's say you bring the Kyogre out, you'll get Spored probably from the opposing Amoonguss. And so it is Smeargle still from Shane's end. This Smeargle has lasted in this battle for so much longer than I would have ever guessed.
Like, I'm so old, get me out of here. Oh my gosh. I mean, but it's really like, even though I got paralyzed on the first turn of this game, like it's actually provided so much value just like as an accessory piece to put back in. But we're even at his bait right now, as we do finally get to see the 4th Pokemon here.
There's
it's going to be Kyogre.
So Kyogre, I mean, kind of a dream position for you as long as it does not get Spored, right? So now you've got double the amount of offense out on the field. Does bait out the Protect from the Amoonguss here. And Calyrex will protect as well, so Navjeet wanting to stall out Trick Room once again, but Kyogre now, you know, threatening with a lot of damage. The thing is, Amoonguss can Spore the Kyogre slot. Kyogre could choose to protect as Calyrex goes for like Glacial Lands, for example. You also could just attack with both of your Pokemon this turn if you're Shane, or even switch Calyrex out in a Smeargle and go for an attack. And so see which option decides he wants to lock in the most. But Kyogre, it feels so close, right? But because the Trick Room got set up, now it's just, yeah, vulnerable to Spore. So I feel like what Shane ideally wants to do is get that Smeargle out so that it can redirect that Spore away. But it's a swap out once again.
Wow, I mean, Shane's just trying to have to play with his own Trick Room and try to figure out a way to get this Kyogre into the right position. And it is going to actually eat the Spore here. As Glacial Lance now comes out from this Ice Rider Calyrex, it does a lot to that Shadow Rider, but doesn't get the KO onto the Amoonguss quite yet. And Smeargle's also going to be able to get past this Astro Barrage because of its normal typing.
Oh my goodness!
That's incredible! What? The Ice Rider survives that?
I feel like everything on Shane's that has survived on like 1 HP. This game is absolutely nuts, Rose. And I mean, I feel like Shane's done everything's so low, right? Like you're so close to just clicking the water spout button a couple of times. I think it's like Shane actually doesn't mind Trick Room ending at this point. Once again, you just want to be careful because if this Calyrex gets like a boost or two, it can be really scary. But oh my goodness, this has been such a close game.
It really has. And the fact that the Smeargle actually is now freshly on the field, you could go for like a fake out here if you wanted to into the Amoonguss. Knocks yourself out, gets your Kyogre back in for free.
Yep.
But it is going to be the Zamazenta that's going to come in and take that Amoonguss's place. Now there's a little bit more HP to play around with for this Amoonguss, but how much is that really going to help you versus this Kyogre that is ready to water spout to victory? As the Glacial Lance is going to come out, following up the fake out from the Smeargle. This poor Zamazenta has just had a time in this game. I don't even think that it's taken its first mandatory turn of sleep yet.
It hasn't, yeah.
So it comes in and has to take that Glacial Lance. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Shane should be in a good spot right now, right? He's like gotten all the damage he's needed to try to put all of these in KO range from Water Spout. It's just about getting Kyogre out back on the field. I mean, this is honestly one of the most complex games I've seen in this regulation, and like Shane's game plan has been absolutely wild. It has been super fun to see, and of course Navjeet's doing a really great job trying to respond to it, but Smeargle gets paralyzed here.
Ooh,
okay.
I maybe was thinking he might have wanted to go for like a Decorate into this Ice Rider and just kind of ensure the KO, but it is going to be a Glacial Lance to get that at the end of the day into the Zamazenta. The threat of Wide Guard is down. This Ice Rider now does get a +1 to its attack boost since it shed the other boost that it got. But this Amoonguss is coming back in now with a little bit more HP to play with, and I think that's where a Decorate could have been really important.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, the key thing here is like Calyrex now can angle for a knockout onto either slot. You can Astro Barrage. And the question I have is like, how fast is Amoonguss relative to Smeargle with the paralysis? Because like, I think Smeargle could still be faster. Because right now, if you're an Navjeet, you can angle for a double knockout, just Astro Barrage Sludge Bomb as he's opting to go for. So okay, here it is. Astro Barrage should get the knockout here onto the Ice Rider.
But that's going to give up a Grim Neigh boost over to this Shadow Rider Calyrex, and so I worry a little bit about this Kyogre having to come back in and take a boosted Astral Barrage before it gets a chance to move. As we do see that happen first, we will now find out the speed orders, but Smeargle is going to get the Spore off before it gets knocked out to a Sludge Bomb.
What a game this was. I mean, if you told me the solution to this matchup was leading Calyrex Ice Rider with Grass Terra into with Glacial Lance Seed Bomb, no high horsepower into Navjeet's team, and for Shane to have pulled out the victory, I mean, this is truly one of the most incredible games I've seen in this format.
I mean, it's perfect timing, too. Rain expires, Kyogre comes back in. It just all feels so calculated.
It does, yeah, and I mean, wow, I mean, I'm blown away, honestly. Like, what a game this was, because game one with just, like, it felt like even with so many good calls on Shane's end, the Zamazenta sticking around for so long just was able to shut him down. And so I'm so excited to see how this third game plays out, because once again, on paper, like, that's just nuts. It's Calyrex Ice Rider with into this Zamazenta. And I think one really big thing was Navjeet, you know, tried to make an adjustment, brought Raging Bolt, saying, look, I think Raging Bolt is really good. I didn't use it super effectively in the first game. But Shane, by leading that Calyrex, it was actually a stronger option, right? Because it was able to just pressure immediately. And I think Shane was saying, look, by leading Smeargle, I at least put on pressure with potential Spore immediately. And so, I mean, it just, everything on his team felt like it hung on with 1 HP.
Yeah.
The Amoonguss, the Calyrex Ice Rider, it was just absolutely nuts.
And then the Pollen Puff to make sure that this Ice Rider Calyrex is going to be super healthy for the back half of the game. It was just so well planned out and thought out that this game 3 feels like it's going to be an epic payoff for one of these competitors. You already worked so hard throughout the day to have an undefeated record. Now you just need one more game to secure it for the end of day 1.
Absolutely. I think basically if I'm Navji, what I learned from that last game was double spore pressure is really scary, because if you get that spore off at any given point, you can shut me down. So the adjustment you can make in his shoes is considering bringing that taunt Ogerpon. Ogerpon not only gives you the redirection for spore with follow me, but also gives you taunt, which can shut down Smeargle, Amoonguss, right, from going for those spores. And so I think that could be an interesting adjustment. You could also run it back like game 1 and just not lead the Raging Bolt and go Calyrex Zamazenta instead. That can feel a little bit awkward, but at the end of the day, like, I think, yeah, Raging Bolt is a lead. Tried to just like respond to Shane's lead in game 1 and did not end up working out super well. So then I'm wondering if you're on Shane's end and if you anticipate the Ogerpon adjustment, for example, like you could theoretically go with something like Tornadus Urshifu.
Like go back to your game 1 leads
yeah,
either.
Exactly. Yeah, Tornadus Kyogre, and the Kyogre has that Grass Terror. I mean, this Ogerpon doesn't even have a Grass type attack, right? So it can't threaten Kyogre for a ton of damage. So let's see how both players respond as we get into game 3.
What a great way to end our day here for day 1 as the Kyogre, the Tornadus hit the field, and it's alongside and across from the Shadow Rider Calyrex and Cornerstone Ogerpon.
This is why I love watching VGC, like seeing players adjust, and then I feel like Shane has gotten the better lead in games 2 and 3 here. So Ogerpon, yeah, being led immediately. What this means is at least on turn 1, Kyogre has a pretty free, like Tornadus can Tailwind, Kyogre can just Water Spout immediately, right? Now, Navji does basically have a Focus Sash effectively on both of these Pokemon because of the sturdy, and so even if you go for Tail and Water Spout, both Pokemon will survive on 1 HP, but is that trade worth it, right? Of course, then you're eating up so much damage, and you can do a lot of damage in return, but I don't even think an Ivy Cudgel plus Astral Barrage knocks out Kyogre, which is what makes this so tough. So the lack of a Grass-type attack here actually really punishing on Ogerpon.
And it's tough, too, because you looked and saw Navji thinking about a passive play. What if I just protect here? But that gets so heavily punished by Shane just setting up that Tailwind and getting an additional turn to have that speed on the Kyogre, and then all of a sudden, your Tornadus is now free to attack on the subsequent turn. So it's really risky. Kyogre's just going to Terrestrialize on this first turn, and I am expecting a lot of damage to get traded from either side. Astral Barrage first here from Navji is going to chunk this Kyogre down to about 50% as the Ivy Cudgel actually does follow up onto the Tornadus. Since we didn't see a Tailwind, Tornadus was going for an attack here.
Yeah, no Tailwind, and I think maybe hoping like be faster than the Ogerpon, or like calling out maybe one Pokemon's gonna protect, but it ends up actually being a lot worse, right, than how it looked on turn 1. And I don't know if the Kyogre honestly needed to go for the Grass Terra there, because there's no Grass type attack from Ogerpon. It is just that Ivy Cudgel, and so now you open up a weakness to Pollen Puff as well. So I feel like it could have just been the turn 1 Tailwind plus Water Spout with no Terra, would have brought both of these Pokemon down to 1 HP, and then this next turn you would have still pressured with Water Spout, but now Shane's lost the Terra. Once again, I just don't think it really, added any value.
And this is really hard too, because you now don't have Terrestrialization for your Ice Rider Calyrex. So this Astral Barrage is about to hurt a lot. You already saw how much damage just a base Astral Barrage is going to do, about 50% to this Kyogre. So Shane knows, I gotta get this Kyogre out of here. It could just get knocked out on this turn, especially because Navji still has Terrestrialization available, and that's gonna be a Ghost type over to the Shadow Rider to give additional stats to this Astral Barrage.
Yeah, it's gonna do so much damage here, and with the lack of Tailwind, Navji just is able to, have such good control of the speed. And I mean, Calyrex protects now, right? But Astral Barrage is going to do so much damage into Amoonguss, and then the next turn you just pressure Ivy Cudgel plus Astral Barrage into the Calyrex slot. So, it's not it's quite uncommon for Ogerpon Cornerstone to run that Grass type attack, and so I think Shane was probably just expecting a Grass type attack. But look how much damage it does to Amoonguss, right? Even gets the double up here. It doesn't get the knockout once the hit gun hangs out with the sliver, but now you just Ivy Cudgel and Astral Barrage again. And it just feels like Shane had the lead here, but needed to click that Tailwind button and not Grass Terra with Kyogre. And Amoonguss protects here, but Calyrex just gets the run away with this game, it feels like.
Yeah, because at this point, you are going to get the Astral Barrage into the Ice Rider, which is going to do a lot here. And maybe your hope if you're Shane is that you actually do catch the Ogerpon trying to go for an Ivy Cudgel. Like the targeting is a little bit off. so that Calyrex can actually set up the Trick Room, but it almost gets knocked out in one hit, as the Ivy Cudgel is going to go after this Ice Rider. So no Trick Room here for Shane. Very little HP left on the Samoongus, and a Kyogre that's going to come in at a speed disadvantage against both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean, the Astral Barrage, I think we'll just finish it off here, right, with Ivy Cudgel. I think, like, the lack of Tailwind was just, it just put Shane in, I think, an immediately losing position. And so, Navjeet's gonna go 8-0. And I think one thing you have to consider in a match like this is just, like, Game 2 was such a mental battle, right? It felt like it nearly went on for, like, 15 to 20 minutes, and Shane had to think so hard to maneuver out of it. And so, I think that turn 1 probably just, like, was hoping that, okay, like, you're gonna be slower with Ogerpon. I can stagger my Tailwind for a turn. It even gives me an extra turn. Or you might protect one Pokemon, my Hurricane will get a knockout, but ends up being a disaster with both Pokemon just being faster than Tornadus there. So, I mean, really, really fun matchup to watch. I wonder how Game 3 would have played out if it was just like Tailwind Water Spout on turn 1, though, with no Terra commit on Kyogre.
I think it goes better for Shane because you look at what he ended up having in the back, and maybe even that Ice Rider actually has a chance to outspeed something like the Ogerpon in Tailwind. And if that's the case, or even if you're able to bring in the Amoonguss for free, you just have a couple of different options that are available where your Kyogre still gets to go for a Water Spout on the subsequent turn. Like, we didn't even see, well, we didn't see what was in the back there for Navjeet, but he was always in a position where you would need to either have a Pokemon get knocked out or manually switch in the Zamazenta to have access to Wide Guard.
Yeah.
Where the Kyogre is holding Mystic Water, you can change the move. So even if it wasn't going to be like a Water Spout on the subsequent turn, you still had a couple of different options. Yeah, I think I agree with you there. Tailwind would have been a lot better, especially if Navjeet had actually gone for the passive play he was considering in the first turn of Game 3.
Yeah, I really wanted to see that Game 3 play out because in my head, I think like the way it ends up happening is like Kyogre's at 55%, both Pokemon are 1 HP, Tornadus is KO'd, and then now you get a free switching into Ice Rider or Amoonguss, and then for Navjeet, it becomes a positioning game of can I get my Zamazenta out on the field with Amoonguss so that I can start Wide Guard and Sporing the opposing side, right? But I think this is like one of the risky things when you know you have a free Tailwind, but you're like, I don't need to go for it necessarily, but you can get punished really heavily. And yeah, Calyrex, I mean, if you don't have speed control against it, it is so happy to just spam that Astral Barrage. And crucially, there was no Smeargle in the back this time for Shane either. And so, yeah, it felt like Shane had a really advantageous lead actually, but after that turn 1, just really hard to come back from.
Yeah, but major credit to Shane after that Game 2
was incredible.
Was a
like,
masterclass.
Wow. Yeah,
like, oh my gosh. Like, let's not let this Game 3 take away from the incredible plays that Shane made to get out of just a wacky game.
Absolutely, yeah. And to see that, I mean, the swaps are crazy, right? It was like Shane clicked Trick Room 3 different times in that game. Like,
to like undo it and then like let the Calyrex set it back up for more turns. Like, ooh.
And to Navjeet, like, amazing run by him, right? 8-0. He's not played very much this season. Went undefeated here and is piloting, you know, what is considered by many to be just the best archetype and doing such a good job with it, proving why like Calyrex Zamazenta is just such a duo to really, really be scared of. And he was logging his moves so confidently. Like, I felt like on any given turn, it was just 5 seconds and it was locked in like that, right? So he has a lot of conviction behind the plays that he's making. And, you know, both players advancing to tomorrow, I expect deep runs from both given how they've played. And once again, that Game 1 on turn 3, I think there's just so many things you can be thinking of and just thinking, like, I don't think it's crazy to think, oh, maybe my Tornadus will be faster than, you know, the Ogerpon, right? And if you are faster and you end up just getting that Hurricane off, then you've staggered Tailwind by a turn, you get an extra turn, for example. And once again, it's just like absolutely exhausting at that point after having played Game 2, and it's hard to just like see what the potential best move is at any given point.
It's so hard.
What a marathon for these two players.
And congratulations to both of them. They are going to be moving forward to phase 2 of Swiss rounds tomorrow. But for now, let's celebrate Navjeet after that incredible 3-game set.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with NJ, 8-0, a very successful day, as successful as you can have on phase 1. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling really good. You know, up to this point of the season, had a bunch of 9-3s, just couldn't really convert on day 1. So it's going 6-2 a bunch, and having to win out in day 2 always feels, you know, bad. So being able to convert 8-0 here, it's like just happy and relieved.
Now, there was kind of different paces throughout this best of 3 set. 3 games, you won 2 of them, obviously. Game 1 felt pretty quick. Game 3 a lot faster. Game 2 was like kind of slow and steady wins the race. It felt like a million turns long, right? So is your team better focused or more likely to win in those faster paced games, or are you able to switch up the pace?
I think going with the double redirection on my team kind of lets me have a chance against teams like this, just because I can go in with the Moongus when the Trick Room is up and kind of have an opportunity to disrupt a bit with that. But because Shane was running the Terra Grass set, that specifically, because you can't spore it, so even though you can kind of move before the Calyrex Ice in the Trick Room with the Amoonguss, you can't get a lot going if your Sub-Ascenta gets spored. And if you Terra Fire like I did, like, you just get spored on the Amoonguss. So like game 2 was nervy. I thought I played it the best I could. I thought I leveraged Amoonguss as best I could, but his Pokemon were so bulky. They were just taking so many hits, and everything was holding on with like a sliver of health. And so, yeah, I think against this specific team, like I felt like my team kind of pulled out all the stops it could, and you know, it's probably better suited that I play out of Trick Room against them. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how frustrating is that? Because like, to Shane's credit to his, you know, his training of his team, there was at least 4 or 5 crucial attacks that they just barely hung on with a sliver of HP in that set. So from your perspective, when you are expecting a knockout on an attack and then it hangs on with like 1 or 2 HP, how do you adjust?
You know, I look at his team, and he can really afford to go bulky on a lot of ones because he has Tailwind. So it was a bit disheartening to see a bunch of his mons live on a sliver, but I think the adjustment I think I went for was going Cornerstone in game 3. I was like, I dropped the Raging Bolt in that, so I was hoping that I could kind of, you know, if I catch him on the Trick Room, I have like the, again, follow me pressure, and then I have the Taunt as well as the Ivy Cudgel. So I kind of tried to adjust with that, and game 3, I got a little bit fortunate. He didn't click Tailwind, and that's a position where he probably, you know, should have clicked Tailwind, and I was able to kind of punish that and kind of snowball from there.
I also need to know what you're feeding your Raging Bolt, because game 1 it took a double target pretty well. You also got the paralysis on the Smeargle. Like, Raging Bolt kind of cooked in that set. Why is it so strong?
I didn't really bring it much today, but I think the sets I did, it was kind of doing stuff like that. So I gave it a bit of training in its defenses, just a bit in its HP, and it's really nothing special, but I think it just speaks to Raging Bolt as a Pokemon itself. Like the raw stats are just so high that you'd have to eviate an attack probably to mess it up. So yeah, I think it's, I think Raging Bolt just complements the core really well. It's a team that doesn't have a lot of speed control outside of the ICU and Shenpao, so you really rely on Sucker Punch and Thunderclap quite a bit, so it kind of allows everything to you know, either pick up knockouts or finish weekend Pokemon off, so it's really, really, really good.
Now, our segment aired from earlier when we did the Pokemon Friendly Feud. You guys got the W. What was more difficult, winning, getting the 100 points there, because some of those questions tricked you, or going 8-0?
Honestly, the 0 on the Psychic answer was...
I'll give you I'll give you a second chance on your which video game champion, so people that won the Elite Four, you know, from the video games, would be the best at VGC. Here's your second chance.
Steven. I gotta go Steven. Metagross is one of my favorite Pokemon, so I gotta go with Steven.
There you go. That's a great answer. And then last one for you. Let's get some shout outs for your friends and family watching at home.
Yeah, shout outs to my parents, shout outs to my sister. You know, my family means the world to me. Especially this season, they've given me their vote of confidence to travel more than I have been in past seasons. And they're always there, even win or lose, they're always there to support me. So yeah, just big shout outs to my family. And yeah, and I'd be here all day if I was naming friends, so I'm gonna spare you that. But you know, they know who they are. And yeah, shout outs to Momo Nation.
Yeah, hey, it's win or lose, or just win or win when it comes to today as your 8-0. We're going to send it over to Scott, but before we do, Scott, I just want you to know, I caught a shiny Nihilego just now in Pokemon GO. Scott, take that.
Yeah, but he put that in a Premier Ball just like Sierra, but a great match that we saw there. Certainly game 1 and game 3, and game 2, very different tempos, so maybe we'll focus a little bit on that second game. A really excellent set by both players there. We can see kind of the highs and lows of VGC there, where, you know, sometimes you make one bad read and the game just kind of gets lost for you, and other times it's long grind. So as we look at the team preview of this match, it's kind of, we very familiar with these Pokemon, especially after that lengthy game too. But I really like what both sides do. Kind of similar tools other than the restricted Pokemon here. Both sides have the Amoonguss. We saw a decent bit of them in that longer game. And then, the restricted Pokemon pairings really what differentiates these two players. Let's jump right into that second game, though. You watched it for 20 minutes already. What's another 2 or 3 more? Let's start out here with the very first turn of the game. Like Aaron, I was a little surprised to see that Shane adjusted completely to the Trick Room mode, but it looked really strong here, and I really want to give Shane some credit also. I think it's tough, hey, you're 7-0 already. Like, it doesn't matter that much if you lose this round. Eventually, we're going to see that unlucky paralysis there onto Smeargle, and I think it'd be very easy to have kind of used that as an opportunity to kind of give up on the game a little bit. And even if you don't, kind of to give up on Smeargle's impact in the game. I'll spare you watching Smeargle switch in like 6 times or whatever it was that winds up happening throughout the course of this game. But I think that, you get a sashed, paralyzed support Pokemon. I think most players are like, all right, this is dead weight, right? Best case scenario, I switch it out, switch it into attack later, and use it as a shield once. But not what happens there. I think also worth remembering, too, as we see the Moody boost activating for that Smeargle, had it not been paralyzed, this could have been a very different game, too, where maybe Smeargle just starts sporing things and Shane kind of runs away with it. I think a lot of players could have tilted very hard there. I'm really impressed that not only did Shane play such a good game, as we recall from that second game, but especially specifically in that situation where I think it would have been really easy. Like, you know what? This game just doesn't want me to win. 7-1's great, whatever. Great job by him, though, not to do that. We're going to jump ahead a little bit to be turned right after. Shane had set up Trick Room. He opted to reverse his own Trick Room in the middle there. Sometimes we see trainers getting really tricky doing that with 2 Pokemon the same turn to immediately get back into Trick Room, but the pacing of this one was a little bit different, and it's one of the cooler plays I can recall seeing this format. So Trick Room down at Shane's own behest. Zamazenta waking up here. I believe that was a minimum sleep, but the odds have been dealt with there where that doesn't matter too much as long as there's no critical hit. We see the Decorate from Smeargle. Again, the 1 HP paralyzed Smeargle making a big difference in this game. Decorate going down there. Calyrex trained comfortably to survive this Sludge Bomb despite the wake up. And then once again, the Trick Room going up from the Calyrex. We don't see it too often too. Usually with these Calyrex, it's taught Trick Room, but you don't really want to have to use it too much. You want to be attacking with your restricted Pokemon. Despite that, though, the positioning from Shane really good. They're able to slow play this one at a level that we don't see too often from the Calyrex, but winds up putting him in an excellent position. And then with one more clip from this game, we see this play in the end here where the Calyrex going to come back out onto the field. The Calyrex on Shane's side has escaped for just a moment, and we see finally that play where paralyzed Smeargle once again going to have to make a difference soon. The Calyrex is going to have to come back in on Shane's side first, but eventually we'll get to the point here again where the Smeargle's going to need to outspeed the opposing Amoonguss and get a Spore up. I don't think there's any point in watching through it again, but really slow, methodical game, but a really smart one. I guess the Pollen Puff first, I guess that's why we clipped this. Healing up the Calyrex. I think another thing that's pretty interesting, kind of the second round like this we've seen too. I think previously we saw Calyrex kind of dominate on stream alongside the heal pulls from Indeedee. Similar trick here. But yeah, just a really long, impressive game by both players. And then perhaps the impact of that long game on display with the first turn of the third game there. I don't want to hark on the mistake too much, but yeah, I mean, we probably should have seen a tailwind on this turn. But hey, if there isn't a tailwind, if instead there's a more passive play from our 8-0 player, then maybe we see something. We're talking totally different. Like, oh, wow, what a great read. Unfortunately, no tailwind here. Really needed one. A really aggressive play with both the Calyrex and the Ogerpon going on the offense here. Tornadus goes down without getting a tailwind up. The reduced damage from that water spout, not quite enough on the other side of the field. And then, as the casters mentioned, there's no Origin Pulse here, so it really limits Kyogre's options throughout the rest of the battle, though it's so pinned that it may not really have mattered anyway. And this winds up just being a really impressive snowball victory. A really long one, where I think that second game may be the single longest game that we've watched on stream throughout this regulation. Certainly one that didn't involve any of kind of the traditional stall Pokemon, but really impressive set. And yeah, props to both players, where I think, Shane looks a little silly in that third game there, but I think he really showed how strong he is as a trainer by getting to that third game at all. I think that second game, very few players could have won from that position. So props to both players. I'm excited to see both of them tomorrow, and we'll send this back to the casters to wrap us up.
Thank you so much, Scott. Aaron and I are back to send us off on our merry way and get us ready for day 2 tomorrow. Today's been a blast, though, especially after we saw that 3-game set. A very impressive game 2 there by Shane, but a more impressive victory to close things out there by Navji. We still have incredible players that are getting ready to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm excited because I feel like we've seen a mix of very standard team compositions that we expected for this event and just completely new things that I have not seen ever, right?
So much Groudon.
We had Groudon plus Zamazenta with Imprison. We had a team with Toxapex. It didn't make it on. The Toxapex itself did not make an appearance, but of course, it is on that team. We saw, Justin Tang's Groudon with Jumpluff as well. And then, of course, Shane rocking a new take on Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre with the Smeargle as well. And so, yeah, just a lot of fun teams, I think, that will be in the mix for the championship tomorrow.
It's going to be really, really fun as we get a chance to look at, how our players have done throughout the day. You can see who has finished up there with an 8-0 perfect record. Carson St. Dennis, one of our regional champions from earlier this year, is going to join Navji with that accolade and that head start heading into phase 2 tomorrow.
And for Navji, once again, this is a big event for him. He has not played very much this season, so a deep run here could get him so much closer to, of course, the World Championships. I think he's honestly looking to probably try to win this entire event, and he has gotten very close, right? He's gotten top 8 of the World Championships, so many top cuts as well, and so an incredible start, of course, for him. And for Carson, can he be a player to win 2 different regionals in the same season in 2 completely different formats, right? The last time we saw him play in Las Vegas, or was it Seattle? It was a completely different format.
Yeah, but even talking about Las Vegas was also the fact he got a top 4
that's
there.
Right, that's right, yeah.
And then he won Seattle, and now he could actually win another event in a completely different format again. And
multiple other players who have so many accomplishments on these pages, right? We've got Gavin Michaels, who's won multiple regionals, I believe 4 regional titles, a national championship under his belt. Aaron Traylor, who has multiple regionals, second at US Nationals, top 8, top 16 at Worlds. Emilio Forbes, second at Worlds, multiple regional titles as well. Alex Underhill.
Justin Tang, multiple regional champions.
I mean, yeah, if you added the accolades of the players on this page combined, it'd probably be combined 15 plus regional wins, the World
That's
Championship
insane.
win, National Championship win as well, second at National, second at Worlds, and so incredible list. And these are just 16 players, right? I'm also looking at players like Navji and Sid and Aaron, who I feel like really had amazing breakouts during Scarlet and Violet in particular. Or for Sid, is actually Sword and Shield, one of the most impressive players, in my opinion, in that era.
Absolutely.
We've got Sohaib here as well, who that's just, I feel like always in day 2, at X and 1. So.
Junshi as well,
Junshi,
I think
was
is another
top
player
in
in
championship points
Scarlet
last
and
season.
Violet. So impressive. This whole page is stacked. And being in a 7-1 record is going to give you a little bit of breathing room tomorrow, since when you look at tackling Swiss phase 2 rounds, you want to finish with a record of X2 or better to lock in a spot in top cut. So here are just a couple of those players that are going to be able to battle it out tomorrow, starting in phase 2. And we had a couple more names to this mix that we didn't see at the top of the top there. Of course, we saw Kian Campbell earlier on stream. Kyogre Zacian has just been so dominant for him. Riley Factura we saw earlier today as well, but is also going to make it into phase 2.
I was just talking if you had all the regional wins on that first page, that's already 15, and Riley's got another 6, so let's make that 21, right? Maybe we can get to 30.
Oh my God. Well, you definitely hit triple digits on the top cuts that these players have combined, I think.
For sure, yeah. And Justin Harris, also a regional champion here. So, this is the last event of this game, and I think a lot of people are like, oh, it's Scarlet and Violet. Everyone's already thinking about Pokemon champions, but the best players clearly brought their A game here, right? I think looking at this list of players, we recognize every player more or less, and the amount of accomplishments they have combined between all of them is just so many. And so tomorrow, I think, is going to be an amazing sight to see, as the level of play, I think, will just continue to get higher, and we see a mix of standard teams as well as these brand new teams that are innovating in the format in our very last event in A.
Lucky for us, we don't have to wait too long to get into day 2 of tomorrow. We're going to be starting tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. Pacific. That is 12:15 p.m. Eastern time, which feels odd to say out loud, because I'm like, when have we ever started in the afternoon at an event? But then it's also starting in the evening time if you're in Europe and you want to tune in for the last North American regional for Scarlet and Violet. So, math.
That's why you're here, Rose. That's why they pay you the big bucks.
That is not why I'm here. That's what they they pay you for, Aaron?
You know, I'm trying my best. I'm doing my best. Yeah, I'm still just reflecting on Shane's game too, because it was just so funny. I was like, you should drop Calyrex Ice Rider, and he's like, no, I'm gonna bring Calyrex Ice Rider. I was like, how's this gonna work? And then he made it work. And I mean,
and it showed us.
I'm glad, you know, like Scott offered that in the analysis segment where he was like, oh, like I think there are very few players in the world that could actually have executed that to a win, because like I just did not see it on paper, and it was like that is what makes Pokemon, I think, so fun and such an intricate game. And I think, yeah, we've had a lot of, I would say, fairly one-sided games today, honestly, on the stream. And so to have seen a back and forth match like that was just an absolute treat. And so I'm still thinking about it. Like, it was one of the most complex games I've seen in this format in a minute.
I am sat and ready and waiting for the road touring breakdown later. But you know, that's gonna have to come at a later time. We're gonna be signing off for now, but make sure you check out Pokemon.com/broadcasts to make sure that you know where you can find us back for more, especially entering into our new Champions era. And we still have tomorrow, so you know, don't miss out on that action.
It's been a blast, Rose. It's been an absolute blast. And yeah, I mean, for a return to this format, like, I'm just so excited to see who takes it all tomorrow. I like looking at that list of players, honestly, got me really hyped, because it's like such an incredible list of just some of the, you know, all-time greats in this game, and can't wait to see who ends up winning it all tomorrow.
And also, who's gonna book their tickets to the World Championships?
Like, I will say, like, that's one of the other things, right? A lot of those players who are in that day two, like, have not played that much this season, right? And so, like you mentioned earlier, there aren't that many events left. There's this one, there's Indy, there's NAIC. That's 3 majors left, right? And so if you don't have that many championship points, you kind of need to either score big at all of them or just take home the title and, yeah, punch your ticket there immediately.
Well, that would be a sigh of relief for quite a few of them, but only one can win. So make sure you tune in with us tomorrow to find out who that will be for our last North America Scarlet and Violet Regional. Bye-bye.